Like you still get 5%, and like if you chop it up smart, dividends, bonds, and all the goofy shit they got.
Yeah, well, we have this massive imbalance of wealth, obviously, in the world. This whole 1% versus the 99 and all that. So, yeah,
It's crazy, bro. We got to get some of that money back.
it's like at the root of the corruption of the world right now. Yeah, it's like right in there.
I mean, we could even help ourselves though. Like, look at the lawn care thing. Like, how do you talk people into not doing lawn care or just doing half as much or something? Would you even be able to?
Right. Well, there's all kinds of ideas like that. Like, what if every human gave $1 a day towards something, you know? The
It's $7
billion.
billion a day.
Yeah, that you could then help the world with. So, like, there's all kinds of like weird things in which.
Bro, you can have 7,000 people. Well, how many times is a million going to a billion?
1,000.
1,000, and you're gonna get 7 billion. So you could retire 7,000 people a day, make it so they're getting 50 G's a year if you did that. And then you say, okay, you're getting 50 G's a year. We want $500 a year to go back into the fund from everyone that gets to 50 G's a year. So now you got more income coming in to just give out to people.
Yeah, and they're already doing that with our taxes. They're just stealing it from us and faking going to the moon and shit. They're just using it for lies and
Bullshit.
deception. Yeah. I mean, some of that tax money does go to things like schools to indoctrinate the children and roads and stuff, which I guess we need roads, but and some of the infrastructure, but who knows what a lot of that goes to. But yeah, they're already doing that. I mean, they're already just
Yeah.
except they're taking a lot more than $1 a day.
That's what I'm saying. We need the cell phone. We need to get the money back to the people, bro. We could, there's got to be a way to do it. Yeah, that going to the moon thing was such bullshit, dude. I've seen so much stuff, man.
Yeah, it's pretty wild that people believe it and even defend it to this day. It's really.
Like, if you ever see the lunar lander take off from the moon surface when the guy was recording it from Houston Command or whatever, NASA Command Center or whatever, it looks like a little firework went off. Like, it's really bad.
Yeah, I mean, if that like wasn't sold as actually being real, and if somebody just showed that to me out of the blue, like, hey, look at all this footage. I mean, it would not be that far fetched to conclude that that was like a group of middle schoolers that were trying to do like a film and make it. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, we made these
Yeah,
astronaut suits and we bounced them on wires and like, I mean, it's literally that bad. It's unbelievable.
it's pretty bad. The thing is, it was high tech for the day, though. Like, at the time, that was like the highest tech shit they could do, so it fooled people.
I would still be okay with it if the world peace part happened. I'd be like, whatever, right? I'm just gonna go with it.
Crazy. Uh,
You know what I'm saying? It could be fake as hell, but if everyone just gobbled it up and they accepted it, and then kind of followed the Sagan overview, pale blue dot, blue marble. We do this for all humanity. Everyone's connected, and then later on, the Human Genome Project maps out the human DNA and shows everyone's exactly the same. You got all these philosophers and talking about like how all life is connected, and we live in some sort of utopia. You could look back and like, damn, they did it, man. They found the pathway to freedom and liberty and peace. But I just want to
Right.
see what. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Right. No, but I was just gonna say, but that's the BS propaganda. They're trying to pretend, you know what I mean? That's what they sold to us. Oh, it's for peace, but it's, but it wasn't. But
It
yeah,
was
I mean,
for war.
right, exactly. But the idea of it is right. Like they kind of tap into what we think would be positive, and then it's just twisted. But yeah, I mean, I know what you mean. The sentiment of it has potential to be good.
Yes, what I'm saying. So even if you can spot all of it, right? It's completely fake. It's hokey. It's like a B movie, like a really bad like 80s B movie. It was slightly ahead of its time, because they hired a bunch of government money had just unlimited special effects. But the thing is though, is that even if it's fake, I would still act like it was real. It's kind of like what Voltaire said, right? Even if you could debunk God, you'd still have a God because that puts human rights outside of the power of government. A higher power is responsible for these rights. It's like they don't even like when astronauts gone wild, right? He sucker punches and the guy knees them, and the other dude pushes them. They're just all a bunch of violent thugs. It wasn't even a peaceful event for the people who claim they actually did it. They gained nothing from it. They were just psychopathic, violent military officers, and that's what they were their whole life. In this lunar mission 2.0, right? I mean, how much of a joke has this been?
Guys, please subscribe to the YouTube channel Earth Awakenings, where we're streaming live. Thank you. On YouTube.
Is it live?
Yeah, we're live on YouTube. I think. I don't know how to tell really.
No,
The
I'm just
dot is
joking.
red.
I'm just
The
joking.
dot, the live stream dot is red. What does that mean? Does it go green when we're on, or what's going on with it? I never know if it's live or not.
Yeah, it's live all the time. I mean, you
Uh,
have to go to if you want to look at the YouTube one, you just have to go to the YouTube channel and then see it there. I mean, I'm not really that. I mean, I don't know. I'm putting almost 0 eggs in the YouTube basket just because of who they are, and
yeah, no doubt. It's not gonna hurt to have everyone subscribe to it.
yeah. But I just already know they're probably limiting us anyways, and already have it flagged probably. But I mean, we
They're
need to
just
really,
waiting.
yeah, I mean, we need to branch off eventually into a independent platform because yeah, the censorship is probably just gonna keep happening. Like I was saying the other day,
Can you stream on? Oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead. Oh, I was just gonna say I kind of see like the setup right now as a bit of just a placeholder, like because yeah, it's kind of on these big corporations platforms right now until we can have our own that's independent.
Can you stream on BitChute? They're like anything goes, right?
I think so. I guess I've heard mixed things about. I thought maybe at one point you could live stream, and then they changed it. I guess I'm not really sure whether you can live stream on there now. But yeah, I think it's good to have like multiple. Like until there's something that's independent that isn't part of all these corporations, then yeah, like for the meantime, we should just have one of each of them basically. Kind of just have different ones.
Definitely.
Oh, it's something big would need to happen of something independent from all these corporations because we're kind of like in their playing field right now. So it's going to be, it's like they can just control that. So we'd have to be in something they can't control, something decentralized and eventually. Speaking of crypto, Bitcoin's up a bit. It's nice to see it almost at 45 now.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
when it creeping down into the 30s, I was, it's like I actually haven't looked at the Bitcoin chart in a while, but I mean, when I looked at it last, I mean, the next run I saw was going to be up to like 80, 85. So I think it's loading up to do that, but it kind of looks like it did this last dip into the 30s. But yeah, I mean, everything's been moving pretty well the last week or two. Kind of reminds me of the old days in terms of more activity. Yeah, it tapped down to like 32, 33 at the lowest. That's funny. Almost 33 on the dot was the last low price it hit. Yeah, I mean, it's just been in this huge like sideways range. Obviously, it went up to 64, back down to 30. It's just been in this like, so yeah, it's either going to break one way or the other, basically. So If it breaks above that 65, then yeah, it's going to run. I mean, the next Fibonacci level is like 80 to 85. So that's what's needed.
Pete, you went suddenly silent to me. I can't hear you.
Hey, what's up, Brian?
Oh, not much. How'd I get sucked over here?
I don't know, but welcome. Did you mean you were on? Did you mean to be on a different server?
Yeah, it was actually Pete was asking me a question, and all of a sudden everything went quiet. So I was like, Pete, are you okay? Give me a second. I'll switch back to where I'm supposed to be.
Okay, later.
Yo, why do I keep going on mute? Am I muting myself? Check. All right, I'm good.
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, I was saying earlier I was not talking on mute for like 2 minutes. Countries are adopting it because they can't have their shit crashed on purpose by like economic hitman or what happened to the war. Remember what happened with Germany after the war? They were taking wheelbarrows of cash to buy a loaf of bread in the store and say, if you're using crypto, Bitcoin is just whatever Bitcoin is. Like your own money is not going to get like ruined. You know what I'm saying? I think that's why the Ukraine just like adopted. Like I don't know, something happened with the Ukraine and Bitcoin. Yeah, there's probably going to be an uptick of just people using it. The more people using it for stuff, the better. If they're using it to buy bread and pay the rent with and do all kinds of stuff with, like that's huge. That's absolutely huge, bro. That's what you needed the whole time. I've always said all you need is Amazon or Walmart to start accepting Bitcoin as a payment method, and it's on.
Well, as far as I know, Bitcoin is very slow and not really adaptable to actually being a currency because of the block size and some of the issues. I mean, it's kind of like the first main blockchain that. So I as far as I know, I don't think it really could be used as a quick currency like that. But obviously, there's all these other blockchains that could be.
I think they figured out a way to speed it up or something and make it like be an instant thing somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know, but yeah, once you get people just using it nonstop like that, it's gonna go through the roof. That's really what it takes for something like this to get off its feet is for it to be used in everyday purchases. Like you need to be able to pay your rent with it. You need to be able to buy groceries with it, pay your electric bill, buy a car, whatever you know what I'm saying? Go to Walmart, buy stuff with it there.
Yeah. I mean, my sense of it is that these controller people already had a digital system that they were going to plan to be implementing anyways. And then I don't think that Bitcoin was created by them. I really don't. I know some people do, but I don't think it was. And I think that once Bitcoin kind of started to come out and gain popularity, then they instantly was like, okay, this is what we need to co-opt. So then they've co-opted with Ethereum. The entire Ethereum network is a complete, Illuminati deal. I mean, that one's not authentic for a second. That's completely their whole deal. So like they came out with Ethereum to instantly try to compete with Bitcoin, and then they're building all these other apps and all these other platforms and networks off of Ethereum. So they're trying to be, the top just like Windows and Apple, they're trying to kind of have the top network, and they want all these other people to be building their apps on the Ethereum network and all that. So then you've got that going on. And then now I think they're just completely trying to co-opt it entirely to try to whatever they're going to do with their central bank digital currency or whatever is going to be linked into it. But then the question is, well, what happens with the rest of the cryptos? And yeah, that's what's interesting to see how that's all going to play out.
People keep talking about they're going to have some kind of currency that expires. I'm like, dude, that shit'll never fly. That shit'll never fly because people would just buy stuff with it.
They already did
Coins.
that. It's already happened.
Yeah, and what are the people buying? Are people letting their money expire? Or are they just buying stuff with it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Who the fuck is going to let their money expire?
A Chinaman. That's who.
Nobody's letting their money. You don't think they're buying extra bags of rice and gold coins and rings?
You
and
raped this fuck. Listen,
Huh?
This is a Chinese
Well,
hasn't been buying rice, dude.
Bro, I got 40 pounds of rice in the house. I'm not hating on rice eaters. I'm just saying, like, you're not going to let your money expire. You're going to buy something with it. It's dumb.
Dude, it's got two features, bro. Two features. One is they let one is that they can stop your money from, so they can expire your money. So they can control the people. Okay. Two is just like Bitcoin. If there's too much money, like let's say like Scott Beach leaves all his money in his fucking hard drive and it's never accessible, and the value, especially it's like the value doesn't change because there's like money that's said to exist but doesn't really exist because no one can touch it, so they can expire it. But then the three is they can artificially pump up their market basically. Like they could it's like they can value and devalue their money at will. It'd be like if like American money, we can print money anytime we want. But if you could also like erase money off the books immediately, like you get a hyper deflation, which is actually good. Well, it's not good, but it'll pump your money up real quick.
So when you say expire, does that mean like your milk expires or?
It means
Is that right, kiddo?
By the way, how did
Just like-
how did Scott Veach get brought into this?
don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. You just said a minute ago. You're like, for example,
I could have said anybody, dude. I could have said fucking anyone else. Okay? It doesn't matter. The point is,
Kosha, you been doing blow again?
hey man, no.
You sound agitated.
Not agitated. But I am right. Yeah, the expiration. Grim's the one who told me about this, but I looked it up. It's true. But anyways, it's just that's why they're using the cryptocurrencies and the digital currencies, because just like Bitcoin, it's like a cryptocurrency where they're literally going to track every transaction, and they can identify every person who's buying everything and what it was paid for and all that kind of shit. And also, they can literally that money will have a lifespan, I think, and then also they can literally just make it devalue that specific currency. It's like if they just devalue your money, basically. You know what I mean? Like the exact money you have. I mean, dollar bills have serial numbers on them, so I guess you could kind of do the same thing. It's like that kind of idea. Is like each coin is like serialized, and they can to take them out of commission, basically. Yeah, so I think I just with Scott because he had that Mount Fox hack or whatever. He got hacked, and have you heard about that dude who he threw away his hard drive, and he's like literally he decided he's gonna spend like $100 million or something like that to try and search the dump for his hard drive from like years ago. because it has like billions of dollars worth of Bitcoin on it. How crazy is that? Man?
Yeah, I heard about
Imagine,
that.
yeah, imagine going through a dump from like for something you threw away years ago. Jesus Christ, dude! Could you even imagine?
I
Who
also
would you
saw
pay
this
to
little,
do that?
yeah. I also saw this little video clip of this guy. It looked a little bit like, I mean, I'm not going to say it was fake, but it looked like it was kind of bolstered up by some media company. But the story is that this guy basically found like that there was a difference in price of Bitcoin of like it was like $10,000 on some Japanese exchange and it was 11,000 in a US exchange or whatever, and he just flipped it just constant flipping, and it says he made $20 million doing that.
Oh wow!
Just
Well, I
flip,
mean,
flip, 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 just constant flipping, which is generally called scalping, but that's a huge
yeah,
scalp.
but
Arbitrage.
the crypto
Arbitrage.
markets are open 24/7, aren't they?
Yeah.
So they say you could be like, how the Japanese market's open before the U.S. market, but if they're open
Hold on, bud.
24/7.
Hold on, Adam. I got you.
I have 3 ounces of gold. When I bought my gold, this place in Bahrain called Gold City. It's basically just a mall that sold gold. But I bought it below market value just because I mean, just the dudes who sold it to me, I guess, because they have the market price there like on the ticker all the time, but you know, they could sell it below market value, so that's what they did. So I remember I bought it below market value. Good deal. I'm so proud of that deal. I don't know how you'd be able to trade cryptos in Japan and somehow it'd be worth less. I guess it depends on the marketplace, I guess.
Well, you would just have to have an exchange that's selling it for a certain price, and then another one. I mean, I do remember back. I don't know when he claimed to do that. I guess it was down when Bitcoin was 10,000, obviously, but I remember times like back when Bitcoin went up to 20. I just remember looking at certain exchanges, and Bitcoin would be like $32,000 on one like exchange, and then on another exchange it was only 17 or whatever, and I was like, what the?
Well,
But
if it moves fast enough, if it's like right now, the past couple of weeks, it fluctuates so quickly. When it's fluctuating like that, I mean, you could find exchanges where it's a little bit different, right? Because it all depends on how much people are buying and selling it for in real time. So
yeah, but you have to be able to send it over or whatever. But anyways, yeah, it's just crazy if that guy did that.
you do futures in Bitcoin now, right? I think Scott has futures in Bitcoin. Somebody, maybe Jeremy, did you say you did or something like that? Somebody's got futures in Bitcoin. Dumb idea. Yeah, I'm making this card game for my bot, like a flat Earth community, people in the community card game, and I'm gonna make a cryptocurrency. I want there to be crypto tokens included somehow. I just don't know how to combine the two. Maybe slow thing like You know, my bot should be in here, dude. It's got everything. I'm making this feature where everybody can put in their info, whatever, and it'll just tell everybody when there's a pass coming up with multiple people who can see the same pass from the ISS.
There's a few things that I care less about than tracking the fake station, but I guess if someone's down with that or wants to do it.
It's odd though, man, because it's a cool thing to track. It's a cool thing to observe. As you say that, but very few flat earthers have even attempted to observe it, and it's such a surreal, moving experience. You know, you just unexpected. Unexpected is such a moving experience because it's just so surreal when you see it. You're like, holy crap, what is that? You never seen anything like the sky before.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Scott Kelly hanging on a harness.
It's massive top-down government spending with zero oversight or accountability.
And well, I'll tell you what, there's worse things to spend your tax dollars on, and that's probably one of the few things I'm okay with.
Then write a check. If you're okay with
I
it,
do.
you don't cover it. You're not covering the bill.
I mean, I pay for some of it.
Yeah,
Like I said,
not
most of your taxes go towards entitlement spending and just plain old bullshit.
Yeah, people pay into entitlements. That's why they're called entitlements. They're entitled to that money.
People don't pay. People don't get entitlements just because they paid into them.
Yeah, people pay into entitlements. That's why they're called entitlements.
Yeah, but you don't receive entitlements just because you paid into it.
Yeah, that's why you receive them, because you paid into them.
You
could be someone who's entitlements.
You'd be someone who's never paid into in taxes, and you can receive entitlements.
So you're good. Yeah, that the Reagan talking point about some welfare queen driving a Cadillac around. That's NASA. Would be the welfare queen driving the Cadillac around.
I'm talking about somebody who's paid almost no money in taxes, then they get old enough, and now they're getting Medicaid and Social Security and all this other stuff, even though they didn't pay anything into it. It's not impossible. But regardless, and also you could be someone who's paid entirely into it and then never receive anything because you decide to get insurance instead. Regardless, though, I forgot you're an older man. I forgot about this. So you're probably receiving retirement spending right now, and you were in the army too. You're probably receiving
You can put it off. You can put it off, and you get more later. It's actually a better deal.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, if you're healthy enough. If you're sick, you want to draw early. But if you're healthy, you can delay, and it increases.
Really?
The more you delay.
Like, what do you mean? Like, is it 69? Did they change to 69?
Yeah,
something,
you can bump it, and you can bump it again.
And then you receive more. You know, Rick Perry. He's a dumbass, right? He's the old governor of Texas. But when he was running for president, he called Social Security a Ponzi scheme. And what's funny is that it really is a Ponzi scheme. That's like exactly what a Ponzi scheme is. Where the new members pay into this investment fund, and only the people who are leaving the fund they get paid, but there's not really the increases are only coming from the new members paying in. So, yeah, of course, if you put it off, then yeah, they're going to pay you more, because the more you put it off, the the less risk they're at. Actually, it's kind of a perfect Ponzi scheme because it's there's no way for you to pull out way too early. So it's like where a Ponzi scheme, like everybody could like have Bernie Madoff, like everybody jump ship at the same time, then you get real fucked. But if everybody can't jump ship at the same time, then you could perpetuate that Ponzi scheme forever. Genius. Yeah. You get some sort of anything from the VA crit? My girlfriend does.
Speaking of Ponzi schemes, how many? If I wanted to have everybody get 1,000 referrals,
That's pyramid scheme.
to where they're making.
People
I
think
think
Ponzi
it's
schemes and pyramid schemes are the same thing. Like, oh, sorry.
No, I think it's a shit ton of people. Like, if you want to have everyone getting $50 a day, they all need 1,000 referrals, but that would take so many people to do. And there'd always
You want
be people.
you want everyone to get $50 a day. You need to make sure they all get 1,000 referrals. What do you mean? Are you saying if you want to tell people, hey, you're gonna get $50 a day, then all those people have to first get 1,000 referrals, and then they get $50 a day? Is what you're saying? That's it. I mean, you got Witsit in your pocket, man. Witsit's got the subs. I mean, we had Rumpus, and we had Zanuck in here yesterday. I was like, thank God this whole reference frame thing is going to be settled. But I forgot that both those guys, they can't let anybody talk, and so they're going to talk over each other, and then now they're arguing with each other. It's like, man, dude, you guys are a powerful team if you work together. They need direction. They need a leader. Zanuck and Rumpus had a leader.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't think we have any time for a meeting of the Global Earth Society at this point, Kosha.
All right, Obama.
I mean, do we really have time for more lies?
I mean, I think they did pretty good yesterday. Honestly, yesterday, Witsit was the only one being dishonest during the exchange. He brought up the whole thing and then acted like they were wrong about something, but he totally presented what he was talking about dishonestly.
He
was talking about that.
Mind? Are you out of your mind?
He was talking about that 100 watts per meter thing, and then he started talking about the current and acted like those two things were related. But the fact that there's a tiny current is not in any way related to that. So
there is a current. There is a current, though, right?
Of course,
there's a current.
Of course. Yeah, I know, but he was talking about that 100 watts per meter. The tiny current is nothing. That the current is negligible. It's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, but it's there. It is exactly what they were talking
Yeah,
about.
but what is it? What is it capable of doing?
Oh.
Nothing. Because that current is responsible for things like lightning, things like
So there is a downward current, nonetheless. Bottom line, period, end of sentence, right? There's a downward current.
but it's not. Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
It means there's a downward current, and Witsit was saying there's a downward current, and they were saying no, there's not.
Yeah, it's got as much current as a lake does.
Okay, so there's
Basically
current.
not.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's,
yes,
it's more than a lake. It has a direction.
not more than a lake.
It has a direction. It has a vector. What's the vector of a current in a lake?
Towards a dam.
If it has a dam, what? Now it's got a dam. What? You're introducing new shit.
Most lakes have a dam.
Most lakes have dams. What, bro? How high are you right now?
I mean,
Did you search on DL?
is that wrong? Most lakes have dams, dude. What are you talking about?
I don't think that's correct.
Yeah, man. Most lakes
No,
are
there's no
rivers
way.
and they got dammed up.
Well, they all have inlets. Lakes have inlets for water sources, so it can counter evaporation. But that doesn't. So now you're saying most lakes have natural dams.
I don't know. Actually, I don't even know if most lakes have dams, but
Why are you even arguing with me about this?
I'm just saying it doesn't matter, dude. The point is that the current that Wizard was describing is irrelevant. But what he was describing was the 100 watts per meter, which seemed like it was a big deal. The one that exists is irrelevant.
It is a current, a downward current with a vector.
Yeah, it is.
That was pretty much the bottom line.
That wasn't
their
the bottom
current.
line. That's the problem. Is that wasn't the bottom line. That was a simple fact in the full story of what he was telling. That wasn't the bottom line. I think that because Zanuck and Rumpus are being absolute and saying that there's no current involved with that 100 watts thing, that got conflated to there's no current at all for any reason. And so what's he was able to walk away with a pseudo victory. But what he was talking about, think of this, why would he have brought up the negligible pseudo tiny baby current? He wasn't talking about that. He was talking about the 100 watts per meter thing.
One thing you missed was after everyone got frustrated, they asked if anyone other than Zanuck wants to talk, to pick up his position. And I did. I took the globalist position, for I don't know, some time, and just offered all the answers. And we actually got to some agreement.
Wow. No way.
Yep, go back and listen
You
to it.
pretended to be a glober, and then you got to some agreement with a flat earther.
Yep, with Rakia and I can't remember who else was there. Was it like SE or something like that?
Wow.
Yeah, they were screaming at
You're a
each
real
other.
miracle.
Yeah, and also with Arma. The other day, Arma pretended to be the flat earther, and I pretended to be a glober.
Arma.
Yeah, we had talked for like 15 minutes, and he was like, "Yeah, that's pretty good. All right."
Arma is what we call. He's good. He's a good guy. Kind of a globe liability, but he's ultimately a good guy.
You're all globe liabilities. That's what the experts tell you, to stop bullshitting, because you're damaging science each time you erode trust.
One expert said that. The same expert you keep quoting.
Yeah, space.com. Space.com says, how do you debate a flat earther? The first step is decide, is it worth it? And if you find it's worth it, do not tell one lie. You can read the article. It's really breathtaking. They wrote it for you guys.
I've read it. I don't think lying is a useful tactic. I don't think flat earthers are stupid. I agree with Sabine Offsetter.
Yeah, that's a good, insightful one too. She's like, when she talked, she had said she's fascinated by flat earthers, interested in their conversation. She's not interested in talking to you guys. She made a diss track about talking to globalists. It was really,
Well, no,
really funny.
she talked about how it was dangerous though. She did say that. She said that the sort of thinking that you guys are promoting is dangerous. She said anti-science.
It's only quote unquote dangerous to the wall of lies. It just crumbles the lies.
Well, it's dangerous to the because there's a confidence in the scientific. I don't want to say scientific method as an actual scientific method, but I mean that the method of doing science and confidence in it. It does kind of corrode the trust and the confidence that.
But your shit's already corrupt. It's already corrupted. We're just pointing it out.
So.
I mean, if it's so weak that it could be corrupted by somebody saying, "Hey, I think the Earth is something different," then you got a problem.
Well, no, it's not weak because of them saying that. It becomes corrupted. It becomes corroded, and when mass amount of people lose the confidence in its, and that's the practice of doing it. If you're not going to trust that you can glean, new truths or any kind of truth from it, then it becomes useless because then people aren't even engaging in it.
Why would people just trust it to begin with? Shouldn't they just check things out themselves to know for sure instead of trusting what they've been told?
Yeah, but it's not about trusting what you've been told. That's what I'm saying. Is trusting in the fact that you can do it. Trusting in the investigation, not in a single investigation, but the investigative process.
So a bunch of people coming together and saying that they trust the investigation and they found something different, that's somehow dangerous to the investigation itself?
No. People coming together and saying that this investigation, this investigating stuff is not going to give us any knowledge. We can't use it for informing ourselves anymore. That's what's dangerous. Not people investigating and coming to a different answer. People throwing the entire investigative process out completely. That's the thing.
That shouldn't be a problem unless they're trying to force everybody else to throw it out. If they're only throwing it out for themselves, there's literally no danger to anyone else.
Yeah, you're right. If it is only themselves, that's true. But if it's something that grows, then that idea is catching on to other people. That's what's dangerous. But yeah, you're right. Just a couple people doing it's not dangerous. If that, like a political party or political movement or something. Like if it grows, then it can grow.
Yeah, but like anybody can make that argument about anything that they want to be what people think. Like, and you can come up with anything you want that you want other people to think, and you could say if people think something different, that's dangerous. So we need to stop it. We need to do something. I mean, anybody can make that argument. That's why trying to control what people think or trust, like that doesn't work. That's not how any policy should be made ever.
You have to understand, though. I'm not saying it's like if you had a distrust. It's like having a distrust in the court system, which a lot of people do. It's not a single court case or a single ruling that people are really trusting. It's in the entire system. So such that if anybody is charged with anything, there's no reason for them, or if somebody has something wrong done to them, they have no reason to have confidence that justice can be found. It's just like in science. Like if people have confidence that the truth is going to be found in this process, then then what else do we have?
Because of the bullshit that's been presented. There's been bullshit in court. There's been bullshit in the sort of scientific community. Anti-miscegenation was both. There's these events that crossed over.
The thing is like even with the court system, any of these systems, they're all established by somebody, some group of people. Enough people agreed to establish something like a court system, right? It didn't just spontaneously exist out of nothing. Enough people agreed to make it. So if enough people come along and decide that they don't like it and they want something else, like to argue against that because one person does, because a group of people don't like it, well, yeah, they cannot like it, but like there's no actual real argument there other than there was a group of people who wanted it. Now there's a group of people who don't want it. Who's going to win? That's really all the argument is.
No, it's in the case of the courts, yeah, that's a good example because you know, we didn't used to have rule of law, and then we had, you know, the system we put together where it seemed like some justice could be found regardless of what kind of flaws they had in it. At least justice was you had a route for justice, whether it was financial or criminal or whatever. And if you don't like the system, somebody like the next dictator, somebody could just throw out the entire thing and replace it with nothing. Well, I would not say that that for any reason is a better alternative. I agree that maybe you could throw something like that out, but you probably want to replace it with something at least equal or better, not just nothing. So you can just throw out the scientific investigation and then offer nothing as the alternative.
But this isn't a dictator. This is just another group of people. So it's one group of people saying this is the way we like and we find it useful, and another group of people that are saying, well, it might be somewhat useful, but it's not necessarily as good as it could be. There's no dictator in that situation.
Yeah, take out science and add science. Remove pseudoscience and actually science return to humanity.
Yeah, take out science and add or improve it or add something better. That's true, but that's not really what's happening, though, right? People are just chipping away at what science is, not replacing it with anything. There's not like an alternative.
With that, we've dug down to a matter of opinion. Like, I mean, you can say that all day long. There's no way to scientifically prove that that's the case. You can only say that's your opinion. We can say our opinion, and we're right back to there's a group of people who want it one way, and there's a group of people who want it another way. For any group to say that group is a threat because they think this way, any group that they say that to has 100% right to say it right back to them, and they're 100% accurate if the first group was accurate.
I'm not saying the group is dangerous. I'm saying the idea is dangerous, and it is.
Yeah,
like
there's plenty of
flat earthers who throw away road science, but then don't replace it with better science. They just
just like you.
Throw it out.
It's extremely dangerous to our democracy. I'd have to say.
Nice, Jeremy. Yeah, but that's a subjective word. Better. That's not a scientific word. That's not a word that's objectively provable. That's just simply a subjective word.
Well, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It could be better. You can look at the results. If the results are better, then that doesn't have to be subjective.
According to what? You can't prove that they're better. You can only say my opinion is these are better results. You can't actually prove that the results are better.
Yeah, like look at the fruits of it. Is this other process lead you to more truth or less truth? If it's less truth, then it's not better.
You have to know the truth that you're comparing it to know that you got the truth. If we had access to the truth to compare it like that, we wouldn't need to do the science in the first place because we would already have the truth.
You take quantum erasers corrosion of science, where there's like all these different fields of science are not science. All that does is it just strips away every field of science except for maybe like 5 or 6, in which case you can't glean any truth from any of those communities anymore. You only glean truth from chemistry
if you say arguing that they wouldn't have gleaned any truth anyway, they would have gleaned opinions, which is probably exactly what they do. And a lot of these things that they call sciences, they aren't gleaning truth. They're gleaning things that are by consensus and things that they, by their opinion, think are better or are good or are accurate. None of it can be verified as truth.
That's what I mean, though. That's exactly the point. Is that you're saying that right now as if it's the case. It's not the case. Obviously, in astronomy and wildlife biology and what else is geology, all these different things he claims are not science. You can glean that truth from them. I mean, that's the whole point of science, is that you come to some conclusion that you've removed every other possibility. So all you're left with is what's most likely the truth.
You can't remove every other possibility. It's not possible.
Well, then that's the goal, is to isolate it.
There's parts of the universe that we've never been to and we've never explored and we've never seen. You literally can't remove all other possibilities, right? Science can't prove anything, And there's always technically some corner of the universe that might have something we haven't seen. So we can't eliminate all of them.
Yeah, that's right. That's why you're left with what's most likely the truth,
It
and you're
can't be
left with
determined as most likely
further
if you don't know
investigation.
the limit, Kosho. You can only
No, yeah,
say
you
most
do.
likely if you know what the limits are and you know how close it is to the thing. If it's unlimited, if it's infinite, you can't ever know how close you are, so you can never actually determine objectively most likely. That's the thing.
You eliminate everything that you possibly can. If you knew everything, you wouldn't be a likeliness. You would know just the actual truth. But if
Yeah,
you eliminate everything that you know of at that time, like today in 2022, you do zoology or whatever it is you're doing, and you eliminate the factors that you actually know, so you can come to as close to the truth as possible. This is the way that science is supposed to work. This is what people are supposed to have confidence in.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. And all the group is saying here is that they aren't doing that. They're claiming, like, it seems like you're claiming that they're doing that, but they're not. They're not going with what we absolutely know, what we can experience. They're going with that plus all of the equations they can come up with in their head.
Is that true?
Which isn't science anymore.
That's not true. That's not what anybody does. That's what physical theorists, people who are strictly theorists, that's what they do. But people who are actually, trying to do experiments or trying to come up with, conclusions, they don't just mathematically assume something and claim that's the truth. They have to actually experiment it and have evidence of it.
Yeah, you tell them no thank you, and they flip the fuck out. You're like, what? No thank you. I don't want to, be part of that.
What are you talking about?
Like if they tell me they got this truth right here, their science is flat Earth is dangerous. No thank you. Whatever you're selling, I'm not buying.
Yeah, like I understand like the idea of looking at like an intent or a thought or an idea or a concept and saying, I think that might lead to not good places, therefore I think it's a bad idea. Okay. And you could even make the argument that it is dangerous. I think that the extent to which you act on that opinion should be it should be self-limited. You should be able to look inside yourself and understand that you don't want somebody else to decide that your ideas are dangerous to yourself and then stop you from exercising your free will concerning yourself. Okay. Because that's tyranny, right? That's a problem. So if a group of people decide that they have this certain set of concepts and ideas, and they're literally not trying to force it on anyone else, and they're only going to, in your opinion, destroy themselves, they should be allowed to do that. They have the right to destroy themselves with that idea.
You're right. You're right. And if people share with other people that, the idea that science is a wrong way of learning the truth, then it's my, I have nothing stopping me from sharing with those same people that actually that's not a correct way of thinking about science, because it actually is the best way of coming to the truth.
Right. And wherever that person lines up on, after hearing, however many different sides there are to any given topic, whatever they decide, they have a right to go with that. Even if you think that it's wrong and it will hurt them, they have a right to hurt themselves with that idea.
Yeah, of course.
That's their free will.
And no one's stopping. No one's saying that this should be, forcefully.
That's why they wanted to go after you. They wanted to go after your children, like the children of flat Earth. Try and find out who flat earthers are and get them. Take care of them somehow, because they think they're damaging humanity. They think the flat earthers are damaging to the gene pool. They should be cleansed from the gene pool.
People have all sorts of ideas about things.
Yeah, but they think they're science. They think they're doing science when they say these things.
Like Kosho, we're in here talking, and like what you're saying that you agree, like it shouldn't be like inflicted on other people just because you think that they're wrong. They should have the right to make those decisions themselves, which I'm like, to me, I would hope that other people would have the self awareness to basically accept that somebody else, you might think they're going to do something awful to themselves or have a terrible idea, but that they still have the right to do that to themselves. I would hope that people would take the time to look inside themselves and say, I would want autonomy with myself. I should allow them autonomy with themselves, even when I disagree. I think that whenever there's like news stories or articles that are going from one person out to the broad public, saying this group and their idea is dangerous to others who don't accept the idea, or who they might argue might accept the idea later on, they're basically, it seems to me like they're undermining the whole concept of having the free will choice to do that. They're basically saying we don't trust these other people enough to make their own decisions, that we can't let the people that are saying this thought get near them or talk to them or speak to them in any way, because these other people, we don't trust them with their free will, so we can't let them hear any of the bad thoughts.
No, but that's what people are worried about, is because there's people like Anthony Riley who said he was specifically targeting children on TikTok or whatever. And yeah, so there's people who are trying to do that, undermine the like I said, the idea of what science is. And,
you want to say it, the authority. The
But I-
authority.
the authority
Undermining our authority.
Authority has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, it's
Authority's
all
got nothing to do
authority.
with it at all.
Everything you're describing is authority.
It has nothing to do with authority.
Coach,
You're demanding that people can't be who they are and do what they want because the authority will not.
I didn't say anything like that. I mean, nothing in that sentence is anything that I said. I'm not saying that people can't be who they are. I'm not saying that anything to do with authority. I'm saying that people who are sharing the idea that science, undermine the idea that it's this tool that you can use to actually come to truth, not truth, self-truth, but community truth. Like, we can all come together and learn new things.
The tool is fine. Yeah, the tool is fine, but the scientism thing that's been built around it is corrupt and a mess. I mean, you don't even have any scientific proof for the globe Earth. So, I mean, it's like there's whatever I hear what you're saying, that the method of science should be whatever. That's fine, but that's not what we're dealing with. Like, the mainstream science world is not necessarily all just people honestly doing the scientific method. There's all kinds of corruption involved in it.
To answer your example of, I don't know who you said it was, but you said that they claimed that they were intentionally targeting children with the information. I would argue that that's wrong, not because of the idea that they're trying to get to the children. I would say it's not the idea that's wrong there for them to have. Like, it's not wrong for them to have the idea there. It's wrong for them to intentionally target children with anything that their parents don't want them to have. Nobody has the right to teach your children things that you don't want them to. No one ever has the right to do that. They're your children. You have the right to teach them what you want. So if he is going out and purposely trying to teach children against the will of those children's parents or or like the ones who care for them, who are in charge of them, then he's wrong on that part of it's wrong. And that I would totally back you up on. I would be like, yeah, that's wrong. He shouldn't be doing that. But it's not because of the idea he's telling them about. It's because of what he's insisting on going about to get that idea out there.
I would agree. I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
me too.
It's not his place to do that. Yeah.
Right.
Especially for atheists, when atheists try to weasel their way into the public school system, but with cloak and daggers sort of teaching things, they need to be called out. The same thing for flat Earth. This stuff isn't about, it's about your own discovery. It's not about mass indoctrination. That's how humanity got in the problem it is now to begin with.
But even if somebody thinks that the Earth isn't a ball, and they think that it's a horizontal level plane as far as the eye can see, and they line up on all that, and they say, and they declare, I'm going to try and teach children, no matter what their parents want, no matter what the wishes of the guardian are, I'm trying to target children with my information specifically, I would absolutely argue that person's wrong because of the way they're going about it. I would argue against them, saying you need to stop, or they have the right to stop you because of how you're doing it.
Yeah, you cross You cross-reference that with Bill Nye. The Bill Nye "I suck." You've seen this, like his speech he gives, and this guy's been in the classroom for 40 years.
Well, not 40 years, but it's like 30. I guess it's 32 years, but or 20-some years. But
this is
you know,
why
that Anthony Riley.
Yeah,
Anthony Riley was
Riley's not a
pretending to
threat.
be
Bill Nye is a threat.
he was pretending to be a child. He was pretending to be a 13-year-old girl, and said that he was going to target kids with this stuff on TikTok.
I don't know this person. Whoever they are, if
Warrior
accurate, then I would say that person should be condemned by anyone who knows for sure that that's true. I don't know if it is or not, but if it is accurate, I think
he
that's
said himself.
He shouldn't be doing it. Absolutely.
It's also
Sleeping
someone
Warrior?
here not to defend themselves. That's kind of.
Hey, this is something he said this himself.
Yeah,
those were his exact words. Actually, his exact words was he's going to target children.
I have to see proof. I bet there's some sort of globe, but he's not even here to defend himself. He's got a very large social media footprint.
Is he someone who comes in here to this voice chat?
No, he goes to 24/7 and also Nathan Oakley's server.
Okay, yeah, I don't know who it is, but whoever it is, yeah, like if they come in here in the voice chat, I don't even mind telling them. Like if they tell me on here in voice chat, I'll tell them right, like just like I'm telling you, that's wrong. You should knock it off, because if at any point like somebody comes and says that they're going to stop you from doing that to their children, I'll be like, yeah, more power to you. I don't care if his ideas are similar to mine. If he's doing that to your children and you said no, he deserves to be stopped.
Yeah, the same thing happened with Nathan Thompson.
Yeah, they said Nathan Thompson did the same thing. He got arrested for it.
Atheists are running amok though, and they're causing the same problems, virtually being unopposed, talking about some sort of free speech issue.
Well, Kosho, let me ask you this. In regards to that, if somebody posed as a fake 13-year-old and was trying to catfish people, younger children, and trying to tell them the Earth is a globe, would you find that wrong?
Yeah.
Ooh, snap.
I think anybody pretending to be a 13-year-old person and catfishing kids is wrong.
All right, so then why does this have to do with somebody you're calling out as one of your flat Earth priests or whatever they are to you, these people that you follow? Why is that guy something because he's talking about a flat Earth versus someone else who's trying to lure kids to God knows what?
My idea was about sharing that idea to younger people. That's why I find it dangerous. If sharing with people that the idea of science in general, corroding the confidence in it to younger people, I think that's dangerous about it.
Right, but again, it's not confidence. They're not losing confidence in the method of science. Nobody can. That just is what it is. You can't deny that. You can't lose faith in it. It's just a method of acquiring things about the physical world. I think what you're talking about. You're talking about scientism. You're talking about a group of people that claim they're doing science and then need other people to receive it and have trust in them in some kind of a authority position.
Not at all. I mean actual science. Like just now, Bob himself was agreeing with the idea that like all these different fields of science aren't really science. Like, they're not really doing science, and I'm not talking about scientism.
Like I don't know what your list is, but I think that there are things that are called science that absolutely aren't. I don't know what your particular list is.
I was using quantum erasers.
Another person who's not here.
I don't know.
I'm using that reference because that's a reference that most people know. His list of things that are not science.
Well, go talk to him if you need to talk to him about it, but he's not here. And
I know, but that's Bob was he said he didn't know what list I'm using. I'm just saying that's the list I'm using. I don't know if Bob list either. It might be different, same as that list, but that's the list I was using. But like he says things like astronomy and wildlife biology. There's so many different fields of things that are actually science because it's not science. It's geology.
Your mic went a little muffled. Your mic is kind of muffled.
What's that? Wildlife biology, geology, astronomy.
Yeah, he's not here.
No, I'm asking Bob if he agrees with these ones. I'm not saying anything about quantum eraser anymore.
Oh, you asked if I think those are areas of science?
Yeah, about your list of things that are mean science that are considered science.
So, like geology, that seems like that would be a legitimate area of science, studying rocks and stuff like that. That's physical things that we can handle and test and things like that. So I would accept that as an actual science.
And without biology, astronomy.
I think biology to an extent, astronomy, to whatever extent we can sense things with our own senses here on Earth, those are the things that we can use for science as far as astronomy. Anything that goes beyond the senses and the things we can experience right here on Earth, I would say anything past that line is it's all nonsense. That's pseudoscience. That's not real. That's just guesswork in mathematics and things like that.
Let me see.
Like I think that we can navigate using the stars. In fact, I think that that's one of their intended purposes, is for us to be able to navigate by them. But that doesn't mean that I agree that they're 7 billion light years away or whatever it is, and stuff like that. I just think that whatever we can do here with actual senses, that can all fall under science. Anything that goes past that line or outside those bounds, I would consider pseudoscience. It's guesswork at best. You might be able to get some theories and some things in line that work well enough to accomplish certain tasks, but I wouldn't refer to them as science.
Hey, check this out. The citation was found by Elijah Andrew Hill. This is an expert in celestial navigation. I'm talking about where the globalists will deny the experts. Here's an actual expert, not some sort of weird cringe, challenge to flat earthers about like, show me the curved adjacent type thing. And here he's saying right there that they practically use celestial navigation as a flat and stationary. If your life depends on it. He tied it into this Darwin rule.
Yeah, it says here, we therefore teach navigators that the stars are fixed to the celestial sphere, which is centered on a fixed Earth, and around it, which rotates in accordance with the laws clearly deducible from common sense observation.
Of course, even the astronauts use it.
What?
As they're to navigate through the sky. You kind of have to. I mean, that's how celestial navigation works. And so
It says he says the sun and moon move across the inner surface of this sphere, and hence perforce go around the Earth. This means that students of navigation must unlearn a lot of the confused dogma they learned in school. Nice. That's true.
yeah, you gotta use the stars as fixed, except for the rotating part. But yeah, otherwise the whole method doesn't work. You use it like a static map.
Kosho, back before about the well, we could keep going on that, but I was just gonna another idea about you're saying ideas being dangerous or whatever. If just for a moment, let's say the Earth is actually a flat and stationary surface, would you then flip your script and say now the globe is the thing that is causing the threat or whatever you called it, the concern? Would you totally flip the script because the globe is a lie and that's being pushed as science?
No, because I'm not even saying that flat Earth is what's dangerous. I'm saying that that idea is dangerous about the idea that corrodes people's confidence in what science is. That's what's dangerous. But flat Earth itself, on its own, that's not even dangerous.
So people questioning things that other people have said are science is a problem to you?
No, that's not a problem. Questioning somebody else's claims is not the issue. It's questioning the entire process, calling into question the entire method, such that you lose confidence in the method itself. It's like they said with the court system. It's like losing complete confidence in the entire court system, such that you don't engage in it in any way, and people don't people start using this method that we use to bring justice to and also keep people from doing bad things.
All right, but in the case of the Earth, if the Earth isn't a globe, then isn't the right thing to question that, even if it does? Because all it's degrading at that point is the quote unquote fake science, that the pseudoscience. That's what it's threatening, is the pseudoscientific agenda that isn't actually real science. So isn't that actually a good thing at that point?
That would be a good thing. Yeah, it would be a good thing if the extent to which they're questioning it is to actually question it, investigate the claims, and carry them out. But to call into question the entire process of even doing that method, that's the problem. That's why there's not really any movement in the flat Earth period forward, because there's no way to do it. If you're going to take out the method of discovering things and finding out truth, like science, then you're not left with doing anything. You're just kind of just talked about. But there's not a lot of people actually trying to find out, trying to investigate truths of the Earth and find out the truth about it.
Unfortunately, your mic was pretty muffled. I kind of missed part of that. I don't know if you guys heard him.
Yeah, he said that flat earthers, basically a long-winded way of saying flat earthers are science denying. When
not all flat earthers, but yeah, that the ones who are science denying, that's the dangerous part there.
Well, the problem is, Coach, is that something that somebody called science is what led us to this globe thing. So let me just ask you this. If the globe is false, if it's absolutely false and is proven to be so at some point in your mind, then what would you call into question? What would you start? Would you say, oh shit, this thing that we've been calling science, maybe it's pseudoscience, maybe what would you call into question if you knew 100% the Earth is not a globe?
Well, the only way, that's what I'm saying. Like, it almost, how would I even know that? The way that I've come to know things is by investigating through science. If I don't even have science as a tool, then I can't even.
No. In this scenario, in this scenario I'm laying out, whatever you thought was science led you to a completely false solution. So what I'm asking is that if you somehow knew 100% the Earth is not a globe, what would you then call into question when it comes to this mainstream world telling us it's a globe? Because you're kind of saying, oh, these quote unquote flat earthers are bringing this into question. Yeah, but if they're right, then something needs to be brought into question, right?
Yeah, but at that point, I wouldn't even know where to start. I would have to have a whole new method for coming to know things.
It's not the method that's the problem. It's the corruption of it. It's the pseudoscientific assertions. I would say. I don't think that the method of doing science is a problem. It's just that it wasn't done on this one, and it was pushed as if it was.
Well, if that's the case, though, then science also has the avenue to show that. All you have to do is, debunk. Because in science, you can disprove and debunk things all day. You just have to,
this is a big one. Yeah, you're gonna have to give us another 5 or 10 years for this one. It's a big one.
Sure, if that were to happen, I'd be on board with that. But yeah, in using science to do so, then yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, there has been no science used to prove the Earth was a globe. It's all been propaganda and stuff from government agencies. So nobody's really done it to measure the surface that I'm aware of yet, like fully, like definitively and fully.
Well, I disagree with that, but I'm saying.
But if you have a scientific method that you think did prove that, then you should be able to very easily repeat those steps, and then everyone could be able to do that, and then we could all prove it for ourselves. But that's repeatable, verifiable. But that can't be done, right? You have to depend on NASA. You have to depend on governments. Like you can't do it, can you?
I showed you guys like 4 days ago. I have a geometric proof for the globe Earth. Did it myself, without violating outside resource. Yeah, but we have it. It's, I guess at that point it's subjective what people choose to have confidence in. But I mean, no one's even argued with the proof I set for it. But that's what I'm saying. It's like if I claim I'm doing science or I have proof of something, then that gives other people the opportunity to debunk it or something like that. But no one's even done that.
I don't know if you can fix your mic or what. Maybe it's just maybe it's mine or something. But I'm having a really hard time being able to make out.
I think he said that it's on flat Earth to debunk science when that's not.
No. I'm saying I gave a proof a couple days ago that nobody's even debunked. They just asked me the proof of it. I gave one 4 days ago, a new one. With that, it's not my first one I've given, but I've given the proof, and no one's even tried to counter.
Yeah, I told you what my proof of it would be, right? Say it's true, and you're satisfied with your answer, then I'll look at it objectively. But if you're not even convinced by your own answer, it makes me think, huh, where there's smoke, there's fire.
Well, to be fair, Cocho, I don't think I fully heard out your thing. Although I think I heard a little bit of it. It's based upon someone else's coordinates and someone else's map of the Earth or whatever.
Oh. Oh, wow.
See, I look at people like third or second in second wave atheists here, like Feynman. I would rather have questions that cannot be answered than answers that cannot be questioned. What do you think that means, Kosho? That quote there.
I want to look at it forever. I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
You guys heard this story about these giant lizards that existed in the past? Anyone there? Like Gio, Jeremy?
What's going on?
You heard about these giant lizards that they said existed?
Giant lizards?
Yeah, like in the past, I guess they call them
Are you talking about dinosaurs?
yeah.
I've heard of them.
Yeah, apparently they found some bones that they call rocks, but they're bones.
It's not real, man. Pretend land.
Brian Leakey roasted dudes. It was in a numpty clip. I think it was on Jose's one day with the dinosaur bone thing.
I know that was so good.
The way Kiwi kept playing him say bones and soft
Yeah.
tissue and shit like that. It was great.
Yeah, each time she like the biologist said bone, he said bone.
He might have went a little over the top with it, but nonetheless, we got the point.
It had to be done that way to drive it home because people think dinosaur bones are bones. They're not. A fossil is not a bone. A fossil could be anything. They say they've got fossilized leaves and fossilized poop and fossilized, eggs and all kinds of fossilized footprints.
Number five.
I'm sure. Did you get my DM? Did you understand it?
What up, Witzer?
What up?
Oh man, your video, your RV tour thing was just awesome.
Thank you, bro.
I mean, not just in a sense that it was really good video, just in and of itself, but posting on some globalist servers where they've used a talking point. Flat earthers are just dregs of society, got nothing going for them. I'm like, dude, all you do is sit around and play video games all day long and wonder why your life sucks. You could be this. This could be your life.
Too funny, bro.
Yeah, the dude Paulie, who comes to this server sometimes and tries to troll. I posted on his server and he banned me for it.
The video?
Yeah.
Well, you know why? Because they need us in their minds to be losers. They need it. They need it. And when they see that, oh my gosh, not only are these people
Yeah, what they want to do is feel better about themselves by having a group of people that they've deemed less than them.
No, Kurt, we just laugh at you for your stupidity, that's all.
just can't,
Yikes.
they just don't want us to be cool.
Yeah, look at just like that. You make a point and then some dude just randomly blurts and proves your point for you.
Like we have an RV, for example, like which has nothing to do with flat earth, which in your 20s is cool. And that alone will trigger them like, oh, how dare they? You just live in a van.
Yeah, and all the upgrades and all the work and making it nice and all the technological or the expertise that you would need to make it that great. You've got something nice that you did for yourself, and that in of itself will make them. It should make them rethink their epistemology, but instead they just ban it.
Exactly. Like to see that, oh, these are normal people. I'm a normal person. Like I should treat them with respect at least, right? Like we don't have to agree, but at least be respectful. And for them to see that anything that requires any kind of intelligence, or like if we make a song which also requires like intelligence, they just can't handle it.
That's really what it boils down to. It. They've tried to dehumanize so deeply that when they finally find out, their claims really are about them, not you, not me, or anyone else in Flat Earth.
Yeah, so he's just like imploded impulsively and left. It's kind of crazy, man. It's really interesting to watch. Like even with us getting married, like I have Glovers that'll stalk my Facebook because it's public, and they're like, "Oh, I knew he'd have to get married." I don't even know what that means, but they just say the craziest stuff. They're like, "I don't really like you, but congrats, I guess." We tried to make it funny. We want to just make like the videos. We're gonna try to work on getting better at making them funny.
Yeah, the voiceovers and stuff, where it's like the CD player that's what recorded the Apollo mission. You like curved as flat.
Yeah, it's just so funny. Like we have, because I know everyone gets so triggered. They're gonna see, like, it's so funny, man.
Yeah, even at the end, like one of the dudes I was talking to, I said, "Do you even?"
They're like, "You're doing this for the money." Sorry, maybe delayed.
Oh no, it's okay. I was saying like at right the very end, this one dude I was making fun of because he complained that he got to the bus stop late and he was late for work and then got fired. I'm like, if you knew how to drive, even if you knew how to drive a go-kart, that would have been something, like maybe they could have kept the job. Like every part of the video was just one zinger after another, you know? Then they did a victory
Yeah, I
dance
know.
after they banned. They did this post about like Crit's finally banned. He posted content from YouTube, and all day long, all they do is talk about Flat Earth, and they have a channel for it in their server. They're like, this is a Flat Earth channel. But if any Flat Earther says anything, they mute you, they delete the comment, or just straight up ban it if it triggers them hard enough.
You got banned for posting our RV video?
Yep.
That's crazy, bro. And we barely even talked about the Earth in it. You know, I don't know. We kind of just we trolled it.
Yeah, that was the thing too. It was because they were upset because it took away their biggest talking point, that Flat Earthers are just a bunch of rejects who live in their mom's basement. It's like, no, you guys are that.
Too real, man. Like whenever Gamma Panda soldiers come like spamming me in the chat before I deleted that server, but they'd be like, you'll never get a wife and you'll never have a girlfriend. And you're just some loser that can't even talk to girls. I'm like, dude, you're literally just self-projecting right now. Like they're literally self-projecting. So I don't know. In a way, I feel bad. In a way, you know, because like she said, we're all people, bro. Like we all live on the earth. We were all taught the same thing about it. You know, we all want to enjoy life, and life is short. You know, it seems like to lose grasp of that type of basic understanding seems pretty sad.
They're suffering, and instead of actually trying to.
Yes. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just agreeing.
Oh yeah, go ahead. I mean, talk away. I mean, I was just gonna say pretty much. If you want to pick up something I'm putting down, go with it.
No, I agree. They're suffering, and I feel like one time we had a conversation with them over there about chronic illness, and some people vocalized that they had chronic illness, and of course, they've just been following like their mainstream doctor's advice, so they've just been on like medicine for decades, you know. And it breaks my heart because those people have like they've gone through so much, because when you follow the mainstream medical route, it just like destroys you. And these people are broken inside, and like they see flat earthers have this like joy, they have this love for the creator, they have this like hope, you know, and they just want to like destroy it.
Yeah,
And it's sad because we just want to help them. Like I would love to like tell those people how to heal their body, or find them doctors that are flat earthers that can heal their body, and they just shit on it.
Yeah, it's kind of like the misery loves company. You know, they trusted all these things. Just take it like there's an app for that. They thought there was a pill for that, and when they found out there is no app for that, there is no pill for that. Now they're just upset that they got fooled.
Crazy, dude. Because when she was just talking about basic things you can do, like changes you can make dietary wise, that will drastically impact your health. And they wouldn't even let her talk. They were getting so mad at her even daring talk about curing chronic illness with diet. Like they were attacking her personally, like violently, dude. It was insane.
And that's Thomas Edison said that. So they're not if Kai's repeating it, they're actually arguing with Thomas Edison, because he's the one kind of the first one who said it. Doctors of the future will not treat symptoms. They'll treat the whole body through diet and exercise and healthy living. I mean, it's not an exact quote, but pretty close to what he said.
Yeah, that's a trip. I didn't know that.
You hear him, they find it.
Morning all.
What up? What up?
What up? What up? What up? It's a beautiful, beautiful Sunday morning here. Sun is out, birds are singing. Happy days.
What's it like in the future?
Nice.
It's sunny.
Here's
it is
a.
Sorry, what's it?
I was saying the sun just set for us. Here's a picture I just took.
Nice. Is that what's it? What part of the world?
Oh yeah, that's in Florida.
Florida. Okay.
Yeah, like and I get the struggle with that conversation, right? Because I struggle with my parents or yeah, like say my mom, she has people in her family that have been in the hospital a lot and on a bunch of medication, and they've become dependent upon it. So whenever I try to, although literally just coming from like a good place where I love my family, I want them to not be sick, you know? And like it's they take it as if you're almost insulting them, but really it's just too painful for them to acknowledge that maybe that did make them more sick, right? Like getting all dependent on the synthetic medicine. So it's that combined with fear, which is like the most crippling emotion ever. Like fear absolutely cripples logic, you know? And it's like, well, to try the dietary route, you're going to have to get rid of these synthetic pills for a second. And so the synthetic dependents, you know, they can't really, because they've been scared with death. They've been told that they're going to die. Like this medicine keeps them alive, basically. So they're afraid they'll die without it. And so they can't even bring themselves to try the new route of like dietary change and exercise. So like I empathize with them. It's really sad. It's like evil.
That's the other day we're tying in with what Bandit said too here in the text chat. Science, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Very simple logic and reason in science that these globalists are denying because they think that the advertisement on TV, if you buy these Funyuns, you'll have fun.
Well, what's even crazier is I was saying this a couple of days ago. Is like someone will literally be told they're going to die. They have cancer. And instead of changing their diet or fasting and then changing their diet, they'll literally agree to be pumped with radiation and go bald and get weak and destroy your immune system in hopes that it somehow still survives or also destroys the bad stuff. And then it comes back because it's the same problem, right? But what's so insane is if they would fast for 3 days, they literally may be able to get rid of cancer in just 3 days. And they won't fast. They'll go do that other thing first. It's insane, bro. Like, no, I'm gonna.
Yeah, like
So I think that's really crazy.
The other thing too, you hear like cardiac patients where they say we're gonna have to. The doctor tells them you're going to have to eat more sensibly, exercise, lose some weight, and they're like, really, I gotta do all that? Or the doctor says, or we can cut your leg open, remove a major vein, and then replace it with the one connected to your heart.
Dude, such wizardry.
Like somehow that's a better option. Just change their diet and their lifestyle, or they can have like major surgery that they might not survive.
Yeah, like and so you can fast and your body will start to just like devour and remove the stuff that's in it. You're just slowing it down by always throwing more poison in it, typically. And that's why you have cancer. You're having some type of reaction to toxicity, and cancer means not medical advice, allegedly. Cancer means that your body is bottling up the toxicity, which means it's working. It's efficiently bottling it up. Now, if you don't take care of it, it'll eventually spread, but it's preventing it from spreading. And so it's showing the body that something needs to be addressed, and it's bottling up the toxicity. You can fast and get rid of it, but if you go right back to the lifestyle you had before that you got cancer during, then you'll get cancer again. That's why if you do chemo but don't change your lifestyle, then you'll get cancer again. Sometimes it comes back more violently because you didn't actually address the problem, right? So it comes back with a clean terrain that's already conquered your immune system, so then it spreads more efficiently. These are just common sense principles too, man. I don't need a lab coat. But what's crazy is people will not fast, bro. Like they will not. Food has such a grip on people's lives. They will not even contemplate working their way up to going 3 days without eating, even if it means cancer. Like I'm gonna start talking about this on the microphone because I just think it's the biggest thing. It's just insane. It's so insane. Almost everyone in here has loved ones that have been affected by cancer.
And like too, they don't have to just go like from like 0 to hero. Just fast periodically through your life, and it's built into a lot of religions like Buddhism and Islam. Like have it already in your toolbox. You'll work yourself up. Like fast for just one meal, and then fast for like 1 day. So when you're prepared, you need to fast to save your life. You'll be able to, and you won't be like a complete like slump of just blubber on the floor, or can't even functionally move their body mass or weight around anymore.
Right, like even just intermittent fasting. I think the solution, of course, is to take care of your body before you get cancer. Right. But either way, intermittent fasting where people just wake up and eat and break their fast and they eat poison all day. And a lot of it, it's like we're not made to do that. And so their metabolism doesn't work anymore because it never has sufficient time to really get into gear. And when you don't clog your body down, your metabolism works very efficiently. When you fast, it starts working crazy efficiently. And so the reason so many people are obese is because their metabolism forgot how to work. And so the reason they have cancer is their metabolism doesn't work, and then their body has a very acidic environment, right? Which allows for all kinds of things like mucus, which give an anaerobic state. And so this is where all the toxicity is allowed to flourish and eventually results in cancer and other things.
In like these medicines that have all these crazy side effects, they don't really tell people about that. They just say, "Oh, this pill will do this," and then the 40 other things you don't want.
Yeah, it's like people will be overweight and they'll just say that it's genetic. I'm like, no, dude. Okay, you do intermittent fasting for 2 weeks. You come back to me, and then we'll reassess. Eat just from 12 to 6, as much as you want to. Eat healthy food, obviously, always. That's the first step, but just eat 12 to 6, as much as you want to. But don't eat outside of that, and do that for 2 weeks. Yeah, so you're definitely gonna see a drastic difference in your body.
Yeah, even like where people I've read about, like on social medias and stuff like that, where people say they do that 12 to 6 and then just like binge on the weekends and they still lose weight.
Yeah, it's crazy. And you
Just
can do whatever time period works for you too, right? Like you can, but 6 hours is a good idea. You can work your way from 9 to 6 if that's maybe whatever. And then it doesn't have to be exactly 12 to 6, but like, dude, I just think it's crazy. It's such a simple concept. It's like a gear, and the gear is really efficient, but you clog it down so much it can't even work. So you just have to get out of its way long enough so it can start working again. The body is like the most amazing machinery ever designed.
That's another thing too, because the design, right? They would say, "Oh, it's just evolved."
Right, just like Kai just said, this ties in perfectly with the earth. Like when people ask why would they lie, like no one understands even the basic nature of the earth, much less the mechanisms that make everything happen. They think they do, but they don't at all. And the same thing with the body. They think they do, but they don't at all. And why would they lie? Well, because if you don't even understand how it works, you could never properly utilize it, and you're dependent upon however they let you utilize it. So why should I believe the flat earth? You shouldn't just believe things. You shouldn't just blindly believe things.
They took this like orphan kid and they put him from like another, like a really poor country, and they put him in a mansion, and they never told the kid how to work the house. So the kid's over in the back stovetop. You can't actually properly use the earth to its best. Travel, etc. Everyone's doing it very, very inefficient.
So
Does that make sense, Noah? No.
like, in fact, I knew that they had lied about the earth before I even really fully did that. But nevertheless, like, that's the first step. And then again, it's not about belief. You could just go make observations and prove to yourself that there is no curve on the actual earth that exists. Like, the actual earth is a thing that actually exists, and you actually live on it. And when you go observe it, it is clearly not curving. Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Just I've been not wanting to jump in because I'm not sure if you're a little bit laggy or so making sure you're done before I were to say anything. I think
Just yeah, I don't know. Hopefully that's better. Who asked me why they should believe in flat Earth?
I think it's Noah.
Yeah, what do you think about my answer, bro? Okay. Well, yeah, it's good. You came off mute, man. What do you think of my answer? Is that a satisfactory answer? Okay, well, peep this, man. They say 70% of the Earth is ocean water, right? And it's sea level, right? Because the sea is level. That's how we get elevations. It's known, well known, that over 70% of the ocean floor is abyssal plain, and the flattest area on the entire Earth, 70% of the ocean floor is completely flat. Like, flat as a tabletop. Mind-blowingly flat. Yo, how's that work? And then we map out the floor. Well, we do that using horizontal. So we get a depth to the ocean floor using the horizontal sea level. Horizontal just extends out and out and out, horizontal always. And we measure a depth down below that. It's the only way you could have depth, unless you're factoring the curve, which we don't. We take it from horizontal sea level. Then we get a depth. Then we can see that the ocean floor is incredibly flat and horizontal. So we measure that. Then we have areas of the ocean floor that are sloped. So we measure the slope from the horizontal. The elevation is the distance above the sea level horizontal. So we use that for our elevation and our sea depth. So you draw one really long horizontal line, you have sea level. You go down to the ocean floor and you draw one really long horizontal line and you have the floor of the ocean. So how flat is the globe? I think 70% of the ocean floor is a bit much. So if I'm on the ocean floor and I have an enemy submarine deep in the ocean, I can shoot them horizontally for many, 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 many miles. I mean, in fact, dude, can you tell me why I should believe the Earth's a globe?
Are you there, Noah? You keep unmuting, but we can't hear your mic if you're speaking. Maybe he's having issues with the mic. It keeps coming off mute and back on mute.
Yeah, I was just seeing that. Well, no worries, man. If you're talking, we cannot hear you, brother. If I shoot a laser weapon 50 miles, say 150 kilowatt laser, and say I could shoot it even 30 miles, and I'm in the air so I can get my best range and my best sight, I see the target, I hit the target, assuming horizontal underneath me, with a direct line of sight angled at the target. So when the laser weapon destroys the target, doesn't that literally physically prove that the Earth is flat right there? Like physical proof.
Roger that.
And lasers are super, super clogged down with all kinds of laws. So, like, I mean, the military's admitted numerous companies working to see who can make the best 150 kilowatt laser. And the company that won, of course, they have not. They did testing actually in the U.S. Southwest, and they will not release the data though.
Rolling Boulder had Rolling My Boulder sent a text chat. How far is the laser shooting?
Oh, I'm asking completely hypothetical. Laser weapons are super classified, so I have no idea. I just want to know if you think there's a globe, would you agree that would be right? I made up the numbers. I said 30 miles. They're super, super classified. So, I mean, you have like the rail gun. That's not a laser. So, the rail gun's one of the only long distance similar type weapons that we know a little bit about, and that's also very classified. So, the ones that are like openly admitted, like they'll shoot a drone down from like 3 miles away or something. However, they have mounted the big ones on ships, carrier ships. They've mounted the big laser, 150 kilowatt, on a military ship. And so they're going to be shooting from about 20, 30 feet up, maybe 50 feet. I would not imagine it all. Either way, probably around 20 feet. It's right on the deck of the boat. So they're going to shoot things out of the sky, and they're going to shoot things all going diagonal over top of a horizontal for all their data.
And aren't there rail guns that shoot upwards of 100 miles?
Yeah. Just the actual data is super classified. See, even the railgun definitely proves it, right? Because the railgun, it goes really high in the air and it comes back down. But that's all it does. It just accounts for the arc of a bullet drop. It doesn't account for an additional drop, like terrestrial drop, additional to that. So the railgun definitely also proves the Earth is flat. I feel like a laser is just so freaking straight to the point, you know? But I thought that, and then I can show globe zealots, pictures of a horizontal laser 30 miles over a body of water, and they'll say it just looks horizontal, it's actually curving.
Yeah, I've thought about ways of proving that. Like we did like smaller sections of lasers, like instead of 130-mile, like have like do the 130-mile one, and then all the way along the line do like shorter, like every 500 feet do like another, kind of like a force the line type concept with lasers, like smaller sections to prove that it isn't actually bending and that it's level all the way across.
Right. This one's pretty clearly a little higher up, but you can see how horizontal that laser is. But I think it's actually in Flatlanders. That's where we saw it in the little showing for that. But they have like a 30-mile one, so they can see it across the water. They can see the laser from 30 miles away, and then they have a shot from the outside that shows the entire laser from beginning to end, horizontal, touching beginning to end. I mean, so you would have to say it's an optical illusion that it's actually curving. To me, that seems so absurd, dude. There should be like 300 feet of curvature blocking the laser. I see what you're saying, though. Maybe like if you space out the lasers, I don't know. That's very interesting. Like just make them hit each other, right? Like horizontal. You have to get the exact same like elevation above the water through the water, and that would be very hard. Maybe you could be on boats spaced out, the same exact boats. I don't know, even with the water movement though.
Yeah, I was just thinking some way to verify it all the way along the line, but yeah, there are challenges to that.
For me, dude, if someone had showed me when I heard about Flat Earth in 2015, if someone would have showed me a video of a laser shooting 30 miles where there should be 300 feet of Earth curvature blocking the laser, and I could see it was completely horizontal across the whole body of water from the outside, I could see it, I would immediately know that the globe Earth was bunk. I wasn't given that luxury and still found out, but it's kind of baffling to me that someone I can understand is really as simple as they just have to see that you can make a laser bend in sugar water. Because okay, right, you can see the laser bending. Now let's go look at this. I guess I really got into this the other day because I was like, I know the military has weapons that would prove the Earth is flat, like unequivocally physical proof over and over. They could just use their really powerful laser weapons and prove it via long distance target acquirement. Maybe I should FOIA the laser tech. But they'll gobble it up under national security, and the Globers will applaud.
Oh yeah, I mean the military, they've got to have all kinds of equipment to be able to measure the Earth. Everyone's always asking for a map or a model. It's like, well, the military's got it, I'm sure. At least the best of what they can, all the land they have access to.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
Yeah, they said so. The military grid reference system completely mapped out the world depicting it as flat. NASA, the Blue Marble 2.0, they photographed it from above. It's a flat, and then had to use Photoshop to wrap it around the ball.
What'd you say the name of it was? Military what?
The military grid reference system, MGRS.
Okay, yeah. Well, another thing I've been saying the last few days is if you look at, because I was looking into the ocean floor, and that's when I came across these depictions from NASA and they work with, NOAA.gov, which is interesting that they look at the oceans and call it NOAA. But anyway, they have to flatten out this supposed globe so much to try to even get close to mapping it out. They just flatten it out so much. And then they show us pictures of the Earth. They don't look anything alike. So how does that work? How does the actual mapped out land so flat and it doesn't match at all with the depiction of Earth they show us? But the depiction of Earth they show us is real. I literally don't get it.
There, I posted the citation there of the MGRS.
Nice.
Or source, I guess. Oh yeah, citation. The source is that imminent threat.
That's funny. It even says it right on there, which is based on a flat world, not a sphere. That's funny. They just put it right on there.
Yeah, that's a trip, dude. So that's just not a response. For flat Earth, it's fake because it has to be. No, my genuine hearted question is, if when we go look at when they map out the land or the surface of the ocean floor, they always have to drastically flatten this supposed globe, like drastically flatten it. So how is the picture where it's like a perfect sphere that they show us reality? How can they both coexist? Same thing. If someone had shown me that, like when I first heard of it in 2015, I'd have been like, "Oh, it's over." I mean, am I missing something? Look, I'll get a picture. There you go. This is them trying to map out the seafloor. So how is that? How is that the globe they show us then? Yo, this is NASA, bro.
It's funny when they do like these map projections. Like I was looking at the straight Wikipedia page on map projections, and the whole Wikipedia page basically has like the AE map, and then all these contortions on the AE map. It's like the whole thing is just AE map, AE map. Oh, there's this contortion and this one, and this is a cone shaped, and this is a. They have all these different shapes, and the whole thing is just based upon the AE map.
So that's your answer is they're showing you a projection so it can be displayed on a screen or printed on paper. So it can be displayed on a screen or printed on paper. Okay, man. If that does it for you, I guess you would just actually have to have more than one picture, but you have to have more than one anyway. This picture isn't even showing the whole Earth, so that argument doesn't work. The reason they flattened it, and admittedly, is because of how flat everything measures. That's literally what this is. This is literally trying to map out what's measured on the ocean floor on a ball. But then we could compare it to the geoid model that shows the mean sea level of the globe. And it also looks entirely different. So we have three completely different depictions. Like, I'll find.
You mentioned you saw a screening for that Flatlanders movie. Yeah, I heard that one was coming out. What'd you think of it?
It's cool. It's cool or whatever.
Very building.
Yes, it's like it builds up. We'll say slowly builds up, but yeah, it's cool. They have good data. They have really good data. That is for sure. I thought it might already be out. I don't even know. I haven't been keeping up.
Yeah, it might be out now. I haven't really checked the website in a while, but I knew it was coming out, and then I knew they were doing that screening that you mentioned you were going to go check it out. That's cool. But yeah, maybe it is released publicly now.
Yo, they shoot a laser 30 something miles, dude. It's pretty epic.
Do you think in this lifetime this truth is going to come out on the larger scale? Like, what's your kind of sense of that in terms of progression of things moving into the future?
I do, yeah. I think that the fact that what we were taught about the Earth is completely wrong comes out, in our lifetime. Yeah. I don't know exactly how. I think about that a lot. I don't think they can like for one, they're going to have to address the substantive nature of quote unquote space. It's going to be updated to an electric model with a substantive instantaneous action, or more so just instantaneous relay of energy at vast distances. I mean, to even try to keep their model, probably updated to a geocentric stationary electric substantive medium model. But I don't even think they can cling on to the spherical claim they made. They just didn't make it big enough. And they probably were limited based on how much, it was just greed that limited them, probably, like how much land they wanted to hide, I would guess, but I don't know. But anyway, so yeah, I don't know what they're going to do with that. I think it would be very foolish to double down on the size. But the problem with it is, like, everything comes with the size claim. So they'd have to admit they lied about everything in space. So I don't really see how they could do that, because they have Elon Musk and all these globies worshiping Elon Musk, basically, right? So he's claiming that he's going to space this whole time. I don't know. Long story short, I'm not really sure how it would happen, but I think they have definitely got a plan on the books as to how to absorb this truth being revealed.
Yeah, like a backup plan. I mean, I've often thought one plan that they may try to do is to shift it into like, yeah, we lied to you, but we are the creators of it. Like if they try to kind of say that they created it and they are the overlords or whatever. I mean, that's kind of a crazy idea, but could they actually do that? Like trick people into thinking like, yeah, they created it and they are the creators or something, and then get people into like worshiping them for that.
Yeah, that's very interesting, man. I don't know, like if they can present some type of metaphysical trick and like interdimensional, whatever you want to call it, and they come bringing these truths, I think that would be intertwined with it. Yeah, maybe a single figure that gets propped up establishes world peace or something crazy. That also sounds crazy, but yeah, I don't know. There would have to be some major change in tide, right? So it's very interesting to think about because I don't know that they can pull off the alien thing. Like the Globe Zealots would fall for the alien thing. A lot of people would fall for it, but I don't know that it would work. I don't know. Maybe my answer is that they'll move forward with other plans before they fully have to address this truth.
Yeah, it's like they're trying to delay it as long as they can. It seems, and while they're pulling off God knows what else. But yeah, I mean, the fake alien invasion's a big one. But yeah, like you said, will they be able to pull that off or not?
Have you ever heard of that Netflix movie that came out recently? Don't Look Up.
Yeah. I saw the trailer for it. Yeah, it looked ridiculous. But yeah, I did see that. I didn't see the movie, but I saw the trailer.
Yeah, super terrible movie. We actually struggled through it. It was so hard to even watch it, dude. But yeah, it's like in the movie they're talking about a comet coming to hit the Earth, and in the movie they say 23% of people don't even believe the comet's a real thing. So I think that's like a hat tip, right? Like if they told us some crazy asteroid was going to come hit the Earth, because they've said it so many times, flat earthers would just not even like pay attention to it. We would think it's just a lie. It's just a fake story. They frame it in the current political environment as if it is covertly addressing COVID, like the pandemic. But actually, I think it's maybe more real than you think. And 23% of people in America have called BS on NASA and their outer space fairy tale. I think it's probably much more than that, actually. Not even the Earth specifically, just that NASA lies. All that to say, I think they have some type of plan. They either think that they can win the people back over. I don't know many flat earthers they could win back over, though. Or they know that the people that are, defense attorneys for the globe and go out defending it all day, every day, like they'll believe whatever the majority consensus is as long as quote unquote science agrees on it. So they don't really have to worry about getting their compliance because it's kind of unspoken. Like flat earth alone doesn't save you, in my opinion, right? Like understanding the magnitude of the earth being what it is like the first step in really, spiritual growth. And I think it's very important. Not that spiritual growth can't exist without that or anything like that, but it's important for those reasons. But I don't find it out of the realm of possibilities that they could admit it and still deceive everyone.
Well, it's interesting. Yeah, I don't know if you were completely hinting at this, but like the idea of them like propping up somebody that's like, that quote unquote comes out with the truth, and then they kind of throw NASA under the bus and then try to shift everyone into this new, I mean, they kind of already did that with the Copernican quote unquote revolution. I mean, that's what they claim to have done is, discovered it was a globe. And then they propped up these guys, Galileo, Copernicus, whatever, that tried to get people to believe that they were these, masterminds or whatever. But it'd be interesting if they flip it to where it's like they start coming out with the truth and, we discovered NASA was lying. And then they try to kind of assume like a new authority position from that. That would be crazy if they tried to pull that off.
Yeah, and that would be actually really efficient, right? If you could just trash all the lies and replace them at once.
Yeah, it's like the ultimate co-opt. Like use their own lie to like flip it on itself and try to like reveal the truth, but keep them in the authority position.
Yes, that's why I think Elon is a pretty interesting person to keep an eye on because, dude, if you go into like debate flat Earth and more, or whatever, and you start critiquing Elon Musk, you will get attacked from all angles. Yeah, this is like Elon Musk is these people's hero, bro. So whatever he says, I mean, if he could manage to say, well, actually, it turns out the physics of what we think is actually just not what they say. I don't even know. I don't know. That's why I think they might literally just double down on space. They could just tell people to put VR goggles on, and they could feel like they were part of the Mars landing live, and they would just want to believe it so bad it would work. Like, I'm all over the place with this one. Like, then again, I don't think Elon Musk could pull off the whole world thing. Maybe it's someone we haven't seen yet, and I don't know. Like, they talk about a central figure coming to lead the new age a lot.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting to think about. I mean, I also think it's coming out in this lifetime for sure. I mean, maybe not in the next 2 months, but within the next 5 to 15 years, let's say. I mean, I would say, 5 to 10, but it's going to take a while. I mean, I've often thought, like, let's say we're in like a 10-stage process of this whole truth coming out. We're really only in like stage 2. We're about 7 to 8 years in. So let's say 4 years per stage, roughly. It's like if we're only in stage 2, then we've got 8 more stages. Like, at least it's hard to say for sure, but at least another, I would say 10 years for more of like the physical measurements to come out, like actual physical validation, like something that isn't optical. And we've been talking on this server and platform, we've been talking here about many different ways to do that, and as many people have in terms of that, and it of course takes funding. But I mean, once those start coming out, the actual physical measurements of Earth, those can't be just spoken away with refraction or optical, or you can't really deny those. And once those start coming out, it's like, there's going to be an unraveling of some sort. Now, maybe if they can try to keep their NWO plans going to the point to where they keep everybody so fooled, I suppose that's one possible option. But I think like within our lifetimes, it is going to happen. And that's why this has been going on for the last 7 or 8 years. I mean, I think this is all connected, like the December 21st, 2012, the end of the Mayan calendar. I think that was a shifting point for humanity. And it really was like 2014, 15, like not too long after that, to where, this entire awareness of the cosmology started really gaining speed. So I think it's definitely happening. But it is interesting to think like kind of what like chess moves they're going to play, in terms of trying to either damage control it or change the narrative into something that they can still have their control with.
Yeah, I think that they'll just update the entire system, and they'll kind of trash the intel agencies all at once. It seems like would be the most efficient way, right? Like the whole system gets an upgrade, and NASA gets bundled in with all the other intel agencies that get trashed. And you just kind of wash your hands real fast. And I don't know. I don't really know. Like, I think people are so lost at this point that the lie of the earth, it may have already accomplished what it needed to. I don't know. But I like to be real optimistic. So, I think the truth of the earth is already past getting out. And it's just a matter of how long they can keep the fire from really growing, I guess. And so the question is more like, what type of access to information are people going to have at the time of the organic breakout, or what's allowed? Like, well, will it even matter? You know what I'm saying? Like, because everything shuts off or something. Like, no one's talking about the earth too much at that point.
Yeah, exactly. There are some possibilities where they could do that. Like if they're trying to move people into like smart cities, and they may change the internet, instead of the way it is right now, it's fairly open. They might change it to where it's like more of a subscription service, or you have to subscribe to like either Google, YouTube, or, CNN, like just a handful that you can like subscribe to, and then you only get that information. I mean, that would be crazy. That'd be a huge shift as well. But I know what you mean. Like, even if organically, like, we the people, as it were, if we're actually out there doing physical tests and absolutely physically verifying the lack of curvature, at that point, where is like the information highway at that point, to even get that information out? And then, if they did some crazy alien invasion shit, like started some huge like World War thing with like fake aliens, that would freak people out to the point to where like they would just be wanting to survive, let alone, dealing with trying to understand something like this. So it's pretty crazy to think like all the possibilities of how that could unfold, because it is like a huge unraveling. and like you said, I'm sure they have plans for this. I mean, they have to have. They know that they're not going to be able to get away with this forever. So, yeah, what are their moves going to be to kind
Yeah,
of?
you would certainly think so, man. I don't know. I don't want to give them too much credit, so I just look at it like, they may just trash it and move on, and they're going to hold on to the lie. It's like a cheating spouse, and she's determined that she's going to lie till death. You're going to have to actually, have the other guy come in there and say it or something. It's kind of like that, and once that happens, I think they have a backup plan. Yeah.
Do you think they've been surprised as to how quick this has been coming out? I have a sense that they have been, and that's why they did all the censorship in 2017, 18, and then brought along the scamdemic. Do you think that's in reaction to this coming out quicker than they perhaps would have hoped for?
Yeah, I think they actually just overlooked the possibility of it coming back up. But now they've reacted. I think that even now they're kind of frustrated with how it still kind of seems to keep growing. They're playing a losing battle, though, because not many people are honest and come to the understanding that the Earth is not a ball and then go back to believing the Earth is a ball. So it's just a number that builds.
Right. And then the number of people, everyone always says the globe earthers are yeah, we have everybody thinks it's a globe. Yeah, but 99% of people that quote unquote believe it's a globe, they have no idea why they believe that. And you proved that when you've been out on the streets, you've got 3 questions how many times a day does the earth spin? All these incredibly basic questions, and nobody even gets one right. So it's all these quote unquote globe earthers out there, they're not even really globe earthers. They're just they believed it a child believes something on TV, and that's all it is. So ironically, even though it seems like they have this huge army of globe believers, and yeah, there are a lot of people that ridicule and they do all that shit, but at the end of the day, actual people, they're basically a clean slate. They're really on the fence. Ultimately, they might kind of believe the globe, but it's going to be very easy for a lot of people just to flip and be oh yeah, it never was a globe, especially if there's a tipping point. So it's the numbers of people that know it isn't a globe are growing, like you said, and the people who do think it's a globe is an incredibly weak house of cards that can fall very quickly.
Exactly, dude. That's what going out and talking to everyone really showed me that so much. It's insane, bro. It's insane. I couldn't give money away.
I mean, how many times a day does the earth spin? That one's just wow. If they don't know that, I mean, they're not even a globe earther. I don't even know what they are. They're just I believed what I was told when I was 3 years older.
Straight up. I believe what everyone else believes.
Which is understandable. I mean, I wouldn't say I fully believed the globe, but I did accept it. I would say I generally accepted it as being the case. If you had asked me when I was 12 years old, what is the earth? I would have probably said a globe. Like I said, I never was convicted by it. Or in fact, I always questioned it. Even when I was 5, 6 years old, I remember specifically questioning it in my mind, being what? People stuck to a ball? It actually didn't even make sense to me. But I mean, I didn't really speak out that much about it. But I mean, in general, I accepted it. So yeah, I mean, most people do accept it, but that doesn't mean that they know it to be true. It's ultimately kind of they're really on the fence because they just sort of accept it, but they haven't really integrated it into their mind as a truth.
Dude, I think that's exactly how almost everyone is I just never thought of it. I just didn't think about it. I didn't overly analyze the earth. When I was young and I was first told, I asked questions and thought it sounded dumb. But I think every child's like that. And it's played off you're the one that's dumb. But then after that, I just never even thought about it. Who thinks about it? I don't. I never looked at the sunset thinking about it, looked at the ocean thinking about it. And anyone that's being honest, no one really did. I think the reason the lie worked was because they got everyone to just accept it as a truth that they didn't have to examine at all. So then they just forgot about it and never even paid attention to it. Now, the people that might try to pay attention, they have all this NASA fanboy, fantastic stories of space to keep you away from it. So I don't know. Because dude, no one knows anything. No one knows. I mean, the spin. I'm talking people, astrophysics students, do not know the basics of stuff, dude.
just an observation. It's like you'll get these people talking about they got all this science. They go to college. They've got these degrees. Like, what do you observe the Earth as? And they come back, oh, flat earthers are dumb. I'm like, your science is bad, dude. It's just objectively bad. I asked you to observe something, and you came back with just some sort of weird squawking blurt about people that have nothing to do with the observation to begin with. It's like, just ask them just to do science with you. Just follow a process and go step by step. At some point, they'll exit. You know, they won't go through it because they see where it's going. They're smart enough to realize that if you walk through the process with them, they're not going to like the result.
You know, I mean, people often ask, like, "Oh, well, how do all these, scientists? How could they all be fooled?" But yeah, it's like a lot of them really haven't even looked into it, which sounds strange. Even like geologists and stuff, yeah, they might study small sections of the Earth, but it's not like they've been out there measuring curvature and understanding a lot of these other components about cosmology. Even astrophysicists may or may not even know very much.
No,
It's like
it's
a
crazy.
It's like a topic that they were all like the Copernican revolution. Like they're just sold on that as an idea, and they've pushed it so hardcore to where people just sort of accept it as being the case, even though they really haven't verified it.
Well, they equate intellect with how much they can understand about these stories of space. Like that's all any of them want to talk about. Which actually, I talk to them about whatever because you find out they actually don't understand that either. They do not understand. So they'll go to college, never really even truly examining or testing the idea of what the Earth is. But they like the idea of space, and they'll go to school, study stories of space, theories of space, right? And they think that the best regurgitation of that or remembrance of that equates to intellect, like personal intellect, even though it's someone else's story. That's actually how they look at it on a fundamental level. And that's not their fault either, if we're being fair, because that's how we were raised in schools. But it's just like to give you an idea. So like when I was on the college campus and I'm talking to the astrophysics students or whatever, like even when I'm out in DC, people come up with credentials, New York City, like these people, they're not dumb, but they don't understand the depth of pseudoscience that they have they conflate to reality. So it's like, I mean, dude, seriously, someone with 180 IQ that is trying to defend the heliocentric model could get smoked by somebody with like 100 IQ that knows the Earth is flat. And I'm not even saying IQ matters or anything. I'm just pointing out, like, it's that bad. So I don't know. Very interesting. Go ask a professor about the necessitated geometric limitation of the globe, the lack of terrestrial convexity. Like once you break it down, he's never heard of it, he's never thought of it. In fact, think about this. If and I'm thinking about going to all kinds of universities, like taking another tour. So, ask a professor. So the radius value, if the radius value of the globe Earth model currently accepted is wrong, does that falsify the entire model? Or you could say, does that also mean our understanding of space is completely wrong? You can say anything. And most of them will say no. They don't even know why. It's just because everything they've built their entire reputation and life upon and that they consider valuable is built upon that model and those stories within it. So they just know instinctively, without even intellectualizing it, they have to protect that. Does that make sense? So you can set them up with questions like that, and that just goes to show you a fundamental lack of understanding about the model itself or the viability of the model that they are supposedly learning about.
Well, that's the problem with subjective truths, like, that. When you build a whole model based off of that subjective truth being true, the whole model falls apart if that thing is not true anymore. That's why you try to go with objective truths when possible. That way your whole model doesn't fall apart if something, like the flat earth happens to invalidate this whole 500 years of heliocentric falsehood.
Pythagorean sun worship cult.
Pretty much. Let's be real. People came up with heliocentrism. Why? To make a lie out of the scriptures. That's basically what it is. Because the only cosmological account that we had before then was biblical. And so they said, if we could get rid of this biblical creation account that's flat, at least in the Bible, turn into atheists, have fun adulterating, stealing, murdering each other, whatever. So that was the real reason behind it. And that's the reason why it was pushed so, vehemently in these schools, because it puts you in a certain mindset.
Yeah, so you're saying that they kind of hijacked the original cosmology from a lot of the ancient scriptures and then replaced it with a new kind of globe religion to basically get people in a place where they could control, and then the kind of atheism is their god, basically.
Pretty much.
Just make it easy for people to ignore a designer, because again, just like with the Earth lie, people just don't think about it. People don't, quote unquote, atheists don't think about God a lot.
It's like Tyndale said, I think it was Tyndale or one of those English dudes. He talked about Erasmus or Tyndale was talking about how bad education was because people have been, steeped in secular education for so many years. By the time they're finally exposed to religion, they have a mindset which is totally inimical to any sort of, gospel or any sort of religion or anything like that. So they try to get them while they're young. Religion that's inspired by the Bible, at least in the West. And then by the time you're finally exposed to it, it's like, oil and water. You have a mindset that's formed in a totally different way that may or may not even accept any sort of revealed truth like scripture at all, or religion or anything like that. That's why they decry, creationism or anything that smacks of any sort of religion-y mindset in the schools, because the only, person that they is a secular, humanist who is globalist in their, focus, and typically veering closer and closer to something atheistic, typically. Now, the reason why we accepted that was we thought that there was some sort of neutral. In real life, there's no such thing as neutrality. You know, I mean, when you have a mindset which hates another mindset, how can you call that neutral? And if you're making good secular atheistic in their focus and scope, how can you call that neutral? And look at the results. We have globe zealots that are doing their own thought persecution that is just as bad as the Inquisition or the witch trial. This person is a flat earther. They're crazy, or they're not part of polite society, or they're not worthy of being taken as seriously as before. What's that about? How is that any sort of open-minded mindset at all? So we've simply replaced one religion, one foundational set of tenets that are held to and unquestioned religiously, with another, the religion of secular atheist humanism.
Yeah, and then in the modern day, it's like that all has been kind of congealed into this scientism thing. Trust the scientists and the information that they're putting out. Yeah, which a lot of that is not even real science. It's either pseudoscience or corrupt in various ways. But seems like the kind of modern materialistic Newtonian Cartesian paradigm that has been being pushed for the last at least 100 years has even more so congealed into this, trust the science kind of thing. And then, of course, a lot of these large science groups are run by the government and have all the funding from the government as well. So it's like, yeah, it's like a complete replacing of religion and spirituality with their materialistic paradigm.
Trust what is brought to your senses, but how did you arrive at the conclusion that you need to trust which is what's brought to your senses? Did you arrive at that empirically? Did you arrive at that using the science so-called that you state? No, that's a faith-based assertion based off of what's unseen, something that's not necessarily brought to the senses. Did you test all stuff to verify that? No, that is a faith-based tenet that you hold to, that is, based in faith. And now at that point, we're talking about philosophy and religion anyway. So even sainted science has parts of itself that are unseen and unverified on an empirical level. We don't test all of science's theories, even though we hold to it, in this steadfast way. There's a bunch of faith, even in scientism, that needs to be acknowledged honestly.
But yeah, it gets even worse, right? Because then you're like, well, what happens when, so trust the science, but when all the scientists don't agree, they automatically default to majority. Even though all their current understanding of quote unquote science that those people are building upon typically came from someone that was the minority and disagreed with consensus. It's an intrinsically contradictory worldview.
We go with whatever we think is going to give us what we want. We have this illusion that science, in this consensus or in this current form, is what delivered the goods. And anything that goes against that system, we feel threatened by. The thing that gave us our iPhone or gave us all of these knickknacks and toys to play with, we just, defend whatever that system is that we think brought us all of that stuff. Now, did science necessarily in this form deliver those goods? As far as I could tell, the people that made our electrical grid believe in this thing called the ether that has been turned into a bad name by science, so-called, in its current form. So is this narrative matching where we're saying science in its current form delivered these goods? As far as I can tell, science is becoming rigid, political, and dogmatic. And if you go against the consensus, you're hounded out of your job and or fired, and the science is suppressed. I mean, so what form has, quote unquote, the institution of science taken? And we gave science a lot of leeway.
I think you cut out, Lemon.
We thought that science was this objective search for truth and that it couldn't be corrupted. Nothing could be further from the truth. From the climate change debacle to the ignorance about the dangers of vaccination to the pandemic, we have seen science fail miserably at least 3 times.
But what I just don't understand is if you have to just always trust the majority, then you wouldn't have the very belief system the majority built their opinions on. Like even say Einstein, right? Even in the mainstream story, everyone thought Einstein was crazy. I mean, he was, but you get my point. Okay, my point is, if you simultaneously hold these two things to be true, you're suffering from cognitive dissonance, and your worldview itself is intrinsically contradictory, right? So if you think, well, innovation is the purest pursuit of knowledge, right? Innovative testing gives us advancement. So that's science. Same time, science is agreeing with the majority.
Well, those things clash because there's a quote from some dude, I think it's Walt Whitman or somebody, saying that progress depends on the unreasonable man. What do reasonable people do? They go with the consensus. They go along to get along. They do whatever they have to do to avoid making waves. But you don't innovate with that sort of mindset. You just go with the status quo as it was already established. It's the people that are unreasonable, who ask questions, who go in a different direction, who do what other people don't deem necessary at the time, who actually power innovation. So innovation is, powered by the unreasonable man, the person who doesn't go with the consensus necessarily. So you have two things that are at odds with each other when you define science, so called, in that way.
See, I don't know. I can't even fully relate because I just was detached from it. Like I was detached from the depth of these lies. I was indifferent. So
We all
no,
were. I mean, we had our iPhone, we had our computer. We thought everything was fine, but we didn't know how political some of these organizations were. When I looked at Bill Nye's movie, Intelligence Not Allowed, you saw these brilliant scientists pushed out of the institution the moment they questioned even evolution. So science has this side also, what science so called defined as pushing a consensus to push society in a certain way with a small smattering of testing results, experiments, data here to justify a push of a society in a certain direction, especially with Darwinism even. So science has a bunch of definitions, some of which help innovation, some of which squash it entirely.
but if that's your preferred philosophical worldview, that's cool. But just acknowledge that's what it is, right?
Yeah.
Their worldview has this weird masquerading disguise where it's like it's not belief, it's not philosophical, it's not ontological and metaphysical, and ultimately built upon doctrine or religious. So that's why it's just so funny, because it's like blatantly philosophical preference. I would bluntly classify it as ignorant, preference. Like, very confined philosophical preference. But to not even know its philosophical preference is crazy, bro. It's like,
It's philosophical in that there's a bunch of tenets that can be tested, some which can't be, some of it's preference. Some of it's just an untestable worldview with axioms that you just believe starting out that haven't necessarily been empirically verified.
yeah, like the Earth not being geocentric is a philosophical preference. It's a coordinate system preference. So it
Despite the
comes,
fact that, they act as if it's motionless and geocentric anyway.
yeah, it just comes down to like, whenever they were looking at the sky, they're like, whoa, this shows that the Earth's the center. We can't have that because that would mean the Earth is special. It's specially, it has a special location. So that's not acceptable. Based upon philosophical grounds, we do not accept that. So, like, if you currently defend that worldview, at least be a big boy and absorb it for what it really is.
It's an obvious preference. I mean, what would make you act like it's geocentric, if it wasn't the case? It's like you saying, I like vanilla ice cream, but every time, we go to the ice cream parlor, you always order chocolate. Why do you prefer to go against what appears to be, what you're saying? Reality, the truth. Either you have a preference that you're not stating, or there's some sort of compelling reason that you're not acting with what is actually the truth, the preference or whatever. So either the Earth is geocentric and flat, or you're saying it with your lips that it's not, but acting like it is out of some sort of preference or something like that. There's a lack of consistency here that's galling.
Yeah, like going all the way back to Platonism and Neoplatonism, looking at all these philosophers' quotes, where the first proposal of the globe Earth is attributed to them, allegedly, and they just are very frank about it. They're philosophers. That's why you learn about them in philosophy. You know what I'm saying? It's so stupid. So Aristotle looks up at the sky and he's like, man, these things would have to be super far away. So he starts thinking about it. It would have to be the opposite of the material world that we view. So what would philosophically be the opposite of physical reality? So he proposed the idea of a privation. Nothingness. Privation. Aristotle. They did not go to magic spaceland and see that there was no air there or something. It was a philosophical decision many years ago.
How can I get people to believe something that they otherwise wouldn't believe? If you ask people without exposure to these Jesuit schools, what do they feel with their feet? They'd be like, I feel like I'm not moving. How would they draw the horizon? They'd probably draw a flat line. It's only when you're exposed to these sophists, these people that try to make something true with their words that may not even be the case, as these sophist philosophers, these mathematicians, trying to say, well, it feels like it's motionless, but here's this small number. It doesn't look like it's moving, but here's a bunch of math. It's just like, it's crazy. It's just mathematics and, sophistry.
Yeah, like the opposite of matter is pure philosophical. It's purely ontological. Like I would say that the ether is the matter. The matter is the ether residing in a certain spectrum of vibration that makes it material, which is why density is correlated to the amount of charge, the compactness of the matter itself. And you can change the density of objects by manipulating frequencies. So, but I cannot bottle up some ether and turn it into matter as it currently sits. So it's an ontological preference, right? It's ontological, it's metaphysical, because I'm saying, well, I see no other viable way for something to propagate without a medium. There's a medium in which everything's propagating and receiving this charge. The matter receives its intrinsic charge from the medium, right? So, but like it's still a metaphysical proposal. At least I know that, right? I know that.
Like, they don't even realize that the globe Earth model, the heliocentric model, is a philosophy, is a metaphysical assessment.
Well, metaphysics is basically the attempt to go beyond reality. What is our everyday experience or whatever? We may see 10 women that we normally interact with, but are you going to make a metaphysical statement beyond reality, like all women do this, all women do that? Anytime you do that, or any sort of statement like all of this, all of that, you're getting into metaphysics. Because unless you've tested all of them, you're going to make a statement that goes beyond the reality, quote unquote, that you can see, or touch or whatever. So we're going to get into metaphysics one way or another if we're going to make these sweeping statements about reality, unless it's been revealed to us by, some sort of, higher being that has greater access to stuff than we do, and we just accept what they say or reject what they say based off of faith. So it can't be helped. This world of ideas, this world of epistemology, this world of ideas, and versus this world of reality and stuff that's made, ontology, sometimes they go together, sometimes they clash, because we can have any sort of idea in our head, whether or not it's been verified by reality. Some of it's faith, some of it's experience, some of it's backed up, some of it isn't. But I'd probably go with the ether ontologically, because space can't be nothing ontologically. It has to be something to exist ontologically. It makes sense to me. And so
Yeah, of
why are
course.
we being asked to believe that nothing exists, with space being a vacuum, nothing, depending on who you ask about what if space is in the first place?
And they just need to fully grasp it, that they're the one making this like very like unfounded leap of a claim, where everything we've ever observed, propagation requires medium, and now you're claiming the idea of nothing. You're just claiming that. You're just claiming the idea of nothing. And they don't understand why. But the reason why is because they have to. The heliocentric model makes you do that, because those lights have to be crazy far away, and there has to be like nothing in between us and them. It's a fundamental prerequisite. So the metaphysical or philosophical framework of the heliocentric model is confined to this idea of nothingness or privation intrinsically, like from the jump. And they knew this a long time ago. That's why philosophers are talking about it. So it's like if the average person actually grasped that, they would quickly realize that they were a part of a religion and didn't even know it.
It's religious in that it's asking us to believe stuff that we can't even verify with a high degree of faith. Can we verify that space is nothing? Well, no. If there's nothing there, what would be there to verify? So it's self-defeating. It would only have to be accepted or rejected as an axiom. People don't even act like that's the case anyway. They treat space like it is a flowing water. It used to be known as an ether. It's now known as space-time. They renamed it as space-time the moment it was bad for heliocentrism. They're like, okay, assuming that space is a flowing ether or something like that, we should get 30 kilometers per second of ether drift. We're lucky if we get 5 to 8. So we have a dilemma. We are getting much slower ether speeds, if that, which point to us either moving much more slowly through space around the sun, or we're not moving at all. So let's junk the ether and pretend that we're moving through a vacuum. How's that scientific? That's just a dedication to a prior worldview that you're not dropping. I have dedications to other worldviews that I would like to not drop either. But we're asked to, bow down to heliocentrism and cuck our belief system for heliocentrism being this overriding belief. They're not cucking, or they're not, changing their beliefs for any other, system. So why should we? That makes no sense. What is the tiebreaker here? At the very least, for us to know that we're moving at all, we need a substance to move through. Otherwise, we can't even tell if we're moving at all. So they don't even have a framework now to prove their model in the first place. Just a bunch of axiomatic assumptions.
Yeah, so I'm currently at the point where I think that all of these Greek philosophers may have just been like Graveler Phil stories to sell that this was known about for a long time. Because
Well,
they're
what
all
the
Greek.
lie? What's that?
Well, just a coincidence. It's always these Greek people.
Well, when the liar can't sell you on the lie, they'll settle for option B, twisting your mind into such a knot that either you give up on the search for truth and just do whatever they say or imply, or they destroy your mind's ability to see the truth clearly with a bunch of confusion, relativity, gobbledygook, esoteric, gobble speak or whatever. They'll just get you to basically think that the truth is meaningless or undiscoverable.
I'm just wondering if like any of that even actually happened. Like when you look into Aristophanes or however you say it, it just pretty clear that never happened.
Oh, the
Like,
Eratosthenes with the six and shadows? Mm.
yeah, like I mean that never even acted. Like there's no primary documentation that ever happened.
It does make you wonder. I
The
mean,
story
even
doesn't even
six
make
and
sense.
shadows don't make sense.
The story itself is not even tenable. Like he went 500 miles and maintained a perfectly straight line and knew exactly how to go 500 miles exactly. And then people at 500 miles away from each other knew the exact time that they looked at the shadow.
Yeah, I mean, the impossibilities back then, unless there's some sort of system in place that we don't know about, or did they have Jetsons cars back then, or some sort of way to correspond with each other? Well, then you need to tell us about this section of history that allows Eratosthenes to communicate accurately with a person 500 miles away by anything beyond just horse and carriage and a letter back then. In that case, you need to show us how they have this correspondence without a Jetsons car or a phone or something like that.
Yeah, just like I'm saying, combined with that, I mean, how many more of these stories were just completely made up? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe these Greek philosophers were really just some psychopaths. I mean, looks like they were pedophiles.
Mm.
That's they were into all kinds of crazy sex, occultic practices, and weird stuff. And maybe they really did just propose these metaphysical ideas of the Earth being a ball in space. But just seems very interesting, because all the Glovers run around saying the same Greek dude's name that's proved the circumference.
Mm.
And the primary documentation doesn't even exist that ever happened.
Well, I mean, you can see it with Einstein. They have their preferred puppets that they promote, Newton. I wouldn't be surprised if these people were high occult masons that they just bow to, and stuff like that. I mean, look at the false cult pendulum. It's like they're taking the pendulum to hypnotize you, and now they're trying to hypnotize you about the ball earth. It just smacks of so much, hero worship and even occultism. Look at these Pythagorean mystery school cultists. More than likely, they probably did some sort of altered state exercise where they invited some demon from hell in to give them some sort of demonic inspiration. I think they used to call them daemons or demons, these familiar spirits that would quote unquote give them wisdom. And to invoke them or to bring them in, they probably did things like, catamite boy prostitution, all sorts of weird sex rituals, all of this stuff to bring this stuff in and get inspiration from the pit of hell. And the globe is just part of it.
Well, like it is, it's got to admit, it's very interesting. These people run around talking about this dude, and there's no primary documentation that it happened. So what they'll then say is, it doesn't matter, you can do it now, but they haven't. And all the stuff they try to make themselves believe they did, we both know they didn't, and that it doesn't even prove anything. And so my primary part is like, I think it's really weird that we just kind of take these stories to be true. When you're talking about Einstein being a Mason or something, like, well, yeah, he was an ethnic supremacist openly. He was a Zionist ethnic supremacist openly. So, I mean, yeah, that dude was obviously in some groups, some Zionist Jesuit groups, but which seems contradictory to the people that don't understand it. But I'm talking about thousands of years ago. I guess you think that they pick out these figures in the mystery schools and the esoteric teachings for
Oh,
thousands and
yeah.
thousands of years?
I mean, Kay Riggs was talking about Einstein. She said that her husband, Captain Pollard Griggs, or whatever the hell his name is, he was at boy parties with Einstein back when he was a young kid, back in like the 50s. And she said Einstein was there. They were pimping out boys even then, back when he was like in college or whatever. And so, you see these connections, with the boy humping thing, the occultism and stuff like that.
Yeah,
But
I don't dispute that Einstein was so crazy, man. When you look into him, if you go around pretending that dude's your hero, you're a weirdo. But I'm talking about like these stories of people from hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's possible that they are propped up figures that actually existed that were in esoteric mystery schools. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. It just seems fishy to me because it's always these Greek philosophers that knew everything way before everyone else. They were the only ones that knew it. And when the more you look into verifying them, it gets really tricky. So it's how convenient. What a convenient story. And they love the Greek pantheon. And NASA names all their projects after the Greek pantheon down there. They're all about that idea. So I don't really even buy any of these stories. I use it to show Globers, like Aristotle proposed the idea of a privation. It was metaphysical. Neoplatonism is metaphysical. The idea that the Earth's a perfect shape, sphere, that's metaphysical, philosophical, ontological. I use it because the mainstream story tells on itself that the heliocentric model and the globe model itself has a metaphysical and philosophical origin. If you can't admit that, you're just not being honest about the conversation at all. If you want to think that now science has proven the philosophers right thousands of years later, that's cool. Just own up to it and say that its actual inception, its origin was philosophical.
Well, they like any culture that invokes the spirits, these, fallen angel demonic entities. Anything like that will be right up their alley. They'll cover over it with a thin veneer of science and scientism or whatever so called, but ultimately the source of the inspiration is something downright demonic in some of these cases. You see it with the Nazis, with their Vril Society, talk about how they got inspiration from them to go to Antarctica, to go to the Far East, to look up their tomes and their scriptures and stuff like that. You see it in the Far East where they'll basically get you to stop thinking and just invite basically a demon in or become like a demonic antenna with yoga or any sort of mind emptying exercise where something else can come in to your vacated, mental house. It's the same thing, just in a different form. I put the interview in the chat where she says there were boy humping parties with Einstein, I think about an hour and a half in, where her husband was present before Einstein died. So the way these people got down was some pretty freaky stuff, occultic or not.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Like if you because if you start to tell like a Globey this stuff, they'll just say, well, this isn't about his personal life, But he married his first cousin, then wrote about in his diary how he wanted to sleep with her daughter. And he also writes about how he's openly an ethnic supremacist, and he talks to all these other races like they're literally inferior, like subhuman races, blatantly, And then, of course, the dude like would walk around naked in public. He was just like known to be crazy, and then he actually didn't even have an aptitude for mathematics, which is the primary thing he's propped up for. His Serbian mathematician wife actually had to do his work, and there were still errors. And the mathematical constructs that were the foundation, he stole all of them. And he didn't even get into school when he first took the test. That he didn't pass the entrance exam. Right, worked at a patent clerk's office, and then eventually moved on. Then they act like he was some hero when he stole everyone else's work, and then they let him teach classes, which is insane. So, like, his whole life story is wild, and that's just scraping the surface. You know what I mean? So, like, that's a pretty crazy person to look up to. But I've never seen this video, so I'm probably gonna watch it here in a sec because that's a trip.
Yeah, it's 7 hours of it's a whole trip, the whole video. It talks about
He went out for me, man.
But I mean, him at the patent clerk's office, he probably got those patents, that were based off of the ether. He was probably a good, servitor, a servant of the system, telling the powers that shouldn't be, hey, we got a patent coming down the line for this ether. What are we going to do? And they send in their agent Einstein. They're like, look, cobble up relativity, just make, the ether a non thing and make the earth move through space via mind killing magic or whatever. So I see him at the patent office getting all of the stuff from Tesla and all these people and being like, what are we going to do about this, stuff that appears to go against heliocentrism? How are we going to squash this? And voila, mind killing relativity.
Yeah, and like this, Facebook is the feds, so they suggest things like Tesla groups to me. So I see these posts that people post to Tesla groups a lot, and one of them they said, Tesla spoke highly of Einstein, and that's just patently false. He called Einstein a fuzzy-haired crackpot. He called his theory of relativity a beggar in royal linen. So no, a beggar in purple linen who fools mistake to be a king. That's what he said about the theory of relativity, and he said that Einstein was a fuzzy-haired crackpot. That's like an intellectual jab, bro. You know what I'm saying? He didn't think highly of him at all. He thought he was an insane person.
Yeah, so you have a bunch of hagiography, fake history, puff history that's used to push a narrative that Einstein is this unassailable intellect, this genius whose theories, including relativity, are beyond reproach, and therefore shut up and go along with it. Meanwhile, half the time you can't even get anybody to tell you what, if anything, relativity means exactly. It's just hero worship, hagiographic, fake history, hero worship, where they prop up a puppet and you do what they say. That's it.
Yeah, Tesla has like the dopest quotes that are so applicable today.
Oh, yeah. And these evil bastards, they love taking down true talent, true geniuses like Tesla, and making it so they're hardly employable or they're not, lauded in the history books, while they put up some fake controllable puppet and exalt them. It's bizarro world and the opposite of what we, think. I think they get off sexually, thinking that they can just control reality by just flipping and inverting it for Satan.
Yeah, it's crazy. This one is I think people have probably heard these, but today scientists have substituted mathematics for experiments, and they wander off through equation after equation and eventually build a structure which has no relation to reality. Like, you could not describe the modern state of quote unquote scientists any better.
Yeah, Discord keeps dropping me. I don't know if the feds are messing with my internet or what.
So Tesla said Einstein's relativity work is a magnificent mathematical garb which fascinates, dazzles, and makes people blind to the underlying errors. The theory is like a beggar clothed in purple, whom ignorant people take for a king. Its exponents are brilliant men, but they are metaphysicists rather than scientists. He goes on to have much more harsh words of Einstein, though. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. But for any of the people that are really clinging on to this religious worldview, what I want to leave you with, man, just to really think about it, is it's important that you acknowledge the truth of your worldview, which it is a Pythagorean sun-worshipping cult that has stemmed into heliocentrism for around 500 years. But in addition to that, from its very origin, even allegedly far before that, it is just a philosophical preference. It is metaphysical. It's just a philosophy. So do not conflate it to scientific reality as if you have founded your worldview above philosophical assessment, because you're lying to yourself and you're going to wander around and not understand how to apply your worldview or understand the world, right? So I think it's important to really understand where it comes from. These ideas come from necessity, and that is a philosophical necessity, right? Perfect shape, sphere, Earth has to be a sphere. Oh, Earth's out in space. Oh, these lights have to be so far away. Therefore, the sky has to be empty. Privation, emptiness. We'll tie that in with Aristotle's philosophical idea of emptiness, nothingness, privation, antithesis of matter. It's all built upon philosophy. And now go re-examine all the name of the NASA missions and you understand why they're all the Greek pantheon. All right, peace out.
What do you want, dude? We're not gonna go party. We already went party. You gotta wait till tomorrow.
Gio, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up, Jerry?
You ever look at the star Beetlejuice?
I've seen it. Yeah, I have.
It's always doing some weird shit. It's always like twinkling, like blue, red, uh, orange, yellow. It's all kinds of colors. It's crazy. It's like the only star that, consistently does that. Very cool. I just saw it a couple of minutes ago. Flickering and a bunch of colors.
Yeah, totally. They do make. I mean, I've seen several stars that seem to pulsate like a. It's almost like a pattern of colors. Like it's almost like a sequence. It's like it's running through like a frequency spectrum or something. But yeah, I know what you mean.
Like it's shining through glass, maybe? Maybe
Through what?
abrased on the exterior.
I mean, it looks like it's in a liquid. Were you looking at it with the naked eye, Jerry, or were you using like a telescope or anything?
Yeah, just with the naked eye. It's like it's always doing the same thing. It's never just a light, it's always sparkling or something.
Yeah, like the twinkling that everyone talks about.
And I
Since you
know
said that, I
that.
was kind of.
Oh,
Since you
sorry.
said that, I was just kind of. No, well, I was just gonna say I was kind of thinking about how stars are like similar to lightning and rainbows. They have like a light quality of lightning, and then they have like sometimes the colorful part of rainbows.
Yeah. Yeah. And I know that the response is, well, you got to look at it through a telescope and get the right focus and all that. But it's like, is it really? It's like, how do you know that what we see with our naked eye isn't what it's quote unquote supposed to look like, as opposed to the eye of a telescope? People always say like, no, that's not what the star really looks like. It's like, well, how do you know what it really looks like? It's like, did you ever get like right up to it and like see? No. Like, so your interpretation through the eye of that, telescope is just as good as my naked eye. I think it's a matter of where you choose to start.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, in theory, the telescope should just be magnifying it, but what else is it doing through that lens to the actual light that's altering it?
Right, and that's fine if you want to, go that way and say no, you got to look through the telescope, and that's what it is. But what if that's not what you're meant? What if that's not how it's meant to be seen? Like, you're supposed to interpret it through your naked eye, and that's it. Like, we see it, like how we see it with our naked eye is what it is. Like, how do we know that it's not, backwards?
What's up, guys?
What's going on, Jeremy?
Chilling, about to go to bed. It's quiet in here tonight.
Yeah, when I put my kid down for a nap, I don't say you're going to take a nap. I say, it's time to hit the bricks. So he says, time to hit bricks?
Great, great.
They're talking about pi and fat, and like, how would you know what the trillionth digit of pi is? Like, isn't it supposed to be like closely related to like 22 over 7 or like 7 over 22? But like that's not exactly it.
It's just how many diameters can go into the circumference.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're into that channel. What is it? Number file.
Yep. Yeah. They show some crazy stuff.
You guys talking about gay porn or what?
Yeah.
No, I don't watch any of the videos you've made. Sure.
I was just assuming. My bad. I made a
Yeah,
face.
you would
When you
assume
try
that.
to roast me, you get roasted back, bro. You can't win.
I can't win, huh? I can't win.
Flat Earther,
Right.
I'm too sharp. I'm too quick for you, bro.
Too sharp, huh? Yo, dude, I made this fucking bad ISS, this badass ISS program. I don't know what to do with it though. That's what sucks about you guys, man. I don't mean to interrupt y'all's conversation. You guys seem like you guys are in the middle of something. I was just gonna say, it just sucks about you guys, man. Is although some of you guys will claim that there's no globe proof or something, no matter how many proofs or things people like myself will build to represent the globe or something like that, show to you guys don't like any of it.
It's flimsy.
What?
You're looking shaky, baby.
Yeah. You don't care about the ISS, huh?
I mean, it's neat, but what do
Yeah,
you
it is
got?
neat. I agree with you. Yeah. But what?
There's very little. There's very little you can prove about it. That's all. That's the only problem with it.
Yeah. Whatever. Anyways,
What can you do? The height and the distance, the shape, the silhouette of it. I mean, what can you really prove about it?
the speed, the location that happens to be above, like all that type of stuff. Those are useful information pieces, dude. I'm building this thing. Of course, you'll have to upload your information to my bot. You know, no, you don't have to even. I'm going to make it so you only have to put in like one decimal place past the, or one number past the decimal place. Yeah. Anyways, if you give your longitude and latitude, I will. I'm putting a thing together so that it will update me when multiple people have a visible pass, so that we can make some more ISS observations. For those of us that do that.
No doubt.
I mean, you've never made one yet, which is kind of crazy, don't you think?
It doesn't really do anything for me.
Well, you've never seen it. How would you know?
A light flew over my head at such and such a time, right?
Never experienced it. How would you know what it's going to do for you?
I mean, I've seen YouTube videos of it.
That doesn't
better
mean,
shit
that doesn't
than
mean
just.
shit, dude. Listen to me, dude. I was driving in the city.
I'm not doubting.
I knew it was.
It's up there.
Yeah, well, you're not going to doubt this either, dude, because I knew it was going to be 89 degrees in my sky, and so that's high. That's like straight up in the sky, basically. I was pretty excited, but I was driving Lyft, and I had picked up this African gentleman. I assume he was African because he was black and he had an accent. Anyways, I picked him up. He's in the back seat, and I was like driving the city. And I kept like looking out the window while I'm driving. I'm like looking up in the sky. He's like, I didn't want to scare him, so I just told him, I said, "Hey man, sorry, I'm trying to find the ISS." And,
Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Have a little professionalism with it, will you?
anyways, but here's where it gets weird. Here's where it gets weird, man.
You're a madman. Oh, here's.
I told him, I said, listen, man, I don't want to get in an accident. Let me pull over real quick. I think I got to see it. And I pulled over to the side. I pulled to a side street, and I got out, and I was like, there it is, and it was straight up in the sky. And he got out. We were both looking at it, and we had a moment a little bit. Like it was because it's such a surreal experience. It's not something. It's like when you experience that with a stranger, it's like you guys are connected for life. Because I remember when he got back in the car, I dropped him off. And it was kind of awkward when I dropped him off. It's like, well, should I give you my number? Like, I felt like that's what he was thinking. But no joke, man.
This sounds a little gay.
That's real shit, dude. And that's what I'm saying. You have these type of experiences when you observe this.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. I'm cracking up over here. You're fucking hilarious.
That's as true as it gets, man. I mean,
doesn't make it not funny.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, that's what it felt like. It's like, this is a straight African guy and me, and, doesn't matter who it's with.
And the ISS.
That's right, yeah.
It's a bromance.
Sometimes you gotta make the observation, and then you'll see what I'm talking about, dude. Because it's not you're not gonna expect it. It's like not it's unexpected sentiment that you have. You're like, whoa! It's like just a very real experience. Surreal. I'm sorry, very surreal experience. And on that note, I can tell you right now, you got some visible passes coming up, dude. You're a lucky motherfucker, dude. I put in Buffalo because I don't know exactly where you're at. Okay, so I put in Buffalo.
Albany. Buffalo's way off Albany.
Fine, whatever, dude. Give me a second, doofus.
Shut up.
You knew it was Albany, dude. Why
I know,
why
but
do you play weird games?
Buffalo and Albany is the same place to me, dude.
No, it's not. You know it's not.
Hey, give me a second.
You play these little games on purpose.
No, I don't.
I know what you're doing.
I'm not kidding when I say that there's the same place to me. It's the same place as Peak. It's the same place as Bear Mountain to me. Every place that's not New York City is like the same place. But give me a second. Here's the deal, dude. Albany, New York. Here we go. You're gonna, dude. You have a fucking big one coming up.
I know you said it like that on purpose. You know it's not pronounced like that. Why do you do this?
Albany is how I talk, dude.
Dude, why do you do this, bro?
You say Albany. Hey, check this out, dude. Check this out. You have highest points. What the fuck? Hold on.
I can't even fuck with you right now. You're crazy.
This is crazy. Wait, no, it's not. But you have one coming up. You have a crazy one coming up on April 2nd. 82 degrees in the sky. 3.8, negative 3.8 magnitude. That's the brightest object in the sky. That's not the moon. You got the sun, you got the moon, and then you got this fucking object. And then you have Venus after that. But that's for you. On the 1st and the 2nd, April Fools, and April 2nd, you got two pretty good passes. And then you even got one, dude, you got a few coming up. March 30th. Yeah,
I've seen a solar and lunar transit. Like, what more can you see? A light beaming by in the sky?
On YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Dude, that doesn't. I've seen sex on fucking, fucking Pornhub.com. Doesn't mean I've ever had sex before, but I have. But I'm just saying that it doesn't matter. Dude, seeing it on YouTube is nothing. Seeing it in person is it's like I said, it's a surreal. This is just don't take my word for it. Just make the observation, and it seems like okay, wow, it does kind of feel a little weird.
Seeing a lunar or a solar transit of it, and then seeing a light beam by, the light beam by is nothing compared to the solar and lunar transit.
Dude, it's a transit on YouTube or whatever. Seeing when you see this bright object, it's going to be brighter than Venus. It's going to be moving faster than anything you've ever seen move in the sky. Well, besides a shooting star. So it's going to be faster than any plane or something like that. And it's gonna look crazy. And then not only that, sometimes it just goes invisible halfway through the path because it enters into Earth's shadow, depending on what time it is. But I'd look out. You got bright ones today, tomorrow, every like you got ISS passes for the next week and a half. You're a lucky dude.
It's exciting. Can you hear the excitement in my voice?
Well, all I know is this: you got kids, dude. You got kids that when you take them outside, you show that to them, that you're set, dude. You don't got to buy them ice cream for a week or whatever treats you got. It's one of those moments they'll remember for the rest of their lives.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go outside, show them the ISS is gonna go on YouTube when we get back inside. Bring up a solar or lunar transit, and be like, "That's the ISS."
Yeah,
bitch.
You see it in person, dude. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I shouldn't even have to convince you at this point. You should just, just check it out. I mean, it doesn't take any work to do that.
Okay, when am I going to be able to see it? What's my azimuth going to be when I can see it?
Well, I told you there's one today, dude. There's one today.
What's my azimuth going to be? What time?
Jesus, man. Wait, is today the 25th or 26th? It's the 26th.
Oh my God, you don't even know what time it is.
No, I mean, I don't know why it's telling me yesterday. Oh, no, you have one right now. If you want,
literally
outside right now.
Right now.
You have one. It's a negative 1.8, so it's not the brightest object, and it's only 20 degrees in the sky at the highest. So you'll be able to see it. At negative 1.8, it'll be, it'd be just like one of the.
Bro, you
It'll be
can't
just
see
as
no
bright as a
stars.
star, basically, but not the brightest.
You can't see no stars here right now. It's mad cloudy. It's been rainy all day.
All right, then forget about today. Then, yeah, tomorrow you get 2, and then starting
Dude, I ain't
on
going outside right now.
whatever, man.
It's
Starting on
fucking
Monday,
freezing.
you got a negative 2.4, and then on Wednesday is when you have the negative 3.5, and that'll be at
I'm so busy during the week.
10:15.
You have no idea how busy my life is.
Dude, you work at you're at the school. You're working at the school. You got to dump the mop out bucket. You got to go outside anyways. 9:15. Every time I've tried to get you to observe this, it's always some excuse, man. Always some excuse. It's my branch.
Kosho, if you had seen like the lunar eclipse with that guy, would you have just started making out with him on the spot?
He would have started sucking his dick.
Think about that shit.
Just Kosho would have just dropped to his knees.
Stupid idiots. Listen, man. Just because I have real life experiences, like real experiences that move me, so so what, dude? If that makes me gay, then call me Elton John, dude. Branch is in here now, and I was just thinking about that, dude. Speaking of being gay, I was just thinking about Branch because I was ordering some food, and I was craving Indian food, man. I needed some tips for this dude.
Ranch. Kosho said I'll drink you under the table, Indian semen.
What? It's anything like that, dude. I was trying to buy chicken maki.
You said you could drink more than Branch.
Oh yeah, well yeah, easy. I thought you said something gay related. Yeah, I could easily drink more than Branch. Branch knows that though. Branch doesn't drink the way I drink. We have a different way of doing it. In this whole community, I've done a survey with everybody who drinks like that in this community, dude. And nobody comes close except for, like, Johnny is a little bit behind me. And Jazza is the only one who drinks about the same amount I drink on a daily basis.
Not even, dude. That's just a lie, dude. Johnny is always drunk 24/7.
Yeah, that doesn't mean we've done quantities, dude. We've done amounts, like we've compared the amounts.
But it's also weight too, though. If you're only like 60 pounds when you're wet wearing boots, I mean that's not a lot of alcohol you can drink.
Jeremy's always wet and wearing boots. He's a little slut.
Don't refer to yourself in the third person, please, Kosho. It's weird. You can't roast me, bro. I'm too quick. Dude, listen. I'm a flat earther because my mind's sharp. I'm on point, bro. You guys are like lagging behind a little bit.
Yeah, okay, dude.
I'm like Neo after he found out he could fuck up just the Agent Smith motherfuckers.
Badass part of the movie, dude. That's why it's my favorite movie, dude. That movie is stood the test. For 20 years, that movie's been in my top 3. Probably my favorite, but at least in my top 3.
Your number 1 is The Little Mermaid.
Yeah, okay, dude. I hate that movie.
Your favorite movie, bro.
Anyways, man.
The original story is actually pretty insightful. It comes from a grim fairy tale.
The Little Mermaid?
Yeah.
That's Craig's favorite movie too.
Most of those do, but what happens in the fairy tale? What happens in the grim fairy tale?
She turns into sea foam. The princess never falls in love with her. Doesn't really care. Doesn't even know her name. She tries over and over again, but she can't speak. And then the spell dissipates and she turns into sea foam.
That sucks, man. Mermaids are kind of disgusting anyways.
That could be analogous to so many things.
Yeah, about making a deal with a witch. The house always wins, right? You're not going to get over on the sea witch.
The Little Mermaid debunked the globe.
Oh, is that right?
Crit, did you hear what Crit said?
Yeah, I heard what he said. What does that do with debunking the globe?
It's totally debunked. Listen, I gotta go. Everyone's sleeping here.
Take care, man. Yeah, I don't want to. Don't fuck shit up, man.
You guys straighten your boy Sean out, please, Coach. Oh my
Did
God,
you see that shit I made?
He's so fucking confused, dude. He still doesn't.
But what did he? I left. I made that thing. I was watching a movie with my girlfriend, so I couldn't see what he said. But what did he say after I posted that thing?
He said you need to draw the path. For some reason, it doesn't count because it's dots.
What? Dude, what does that mean?
Did you see how he spun it? He spun it so sneaky, trying to make it look like he did a turn.
I mean, it's kind of obvious. I don't know why. I mean, you could see it without drawing the paths.
And delusional. That's what I said. Yo, he showed that to me one day because he didn't believe it was curving, so he did it live on cam. I was like, "Look, I see it curving." So the next day, he's like, "It's not curving. Show me an example." I'm like, "Why am I going to show you an example? Why am I going to show you an example of it curving? You showed me an example of it curving yesterday." I'm like, "What kind of sick game are you playing right now?"
It's borderline obvious. It's like if you rotate, even if it wasn't swinging, if you just rotated the thing and it wasn't swinging, it would be curving, obviously. So it's like, why did it swinging doesn't change? Swinging doesn't change. So it's still going to be curving when you spin this thing around.
The funny part was I had the guys off the merry-go-round throwing each other, and then I had a guy on the merry-go-round.
No one knows what you're saying.
Rounder throwing it.
Where does this come from?
He said the guy in the merry-go-round. He said when the guy throws it from the merry-go-round, it'll be curving. But it takes the same exact path for the other guys off the merry-go-round, it won't appear curving. I'm like, dude, that don't even make sense.
I wasn't able to. I mean, it took me so long just to put those dots on there. I didn't want to fucking spend all that
Would you
time.
go through it frame by frame?
Yeah.
I told him to stop wasting your time.
I was on my phone. Yeah, so I got to like 40 frames, and I was like, yeah, I'm done.
It's obviously curving. Like, what do you want? If it wasn't curving, all the dots would be going in a straight line.
Wait, what's he even arguing? Was he saying? Oh, he's arguing that same point about.
He said the fucking ball. He said it's not a Coriolis. The example I detailed with the two guys standing on the ground and the roundabout in between them. He said not only is that not Coriolis, the guy in the roundabout wouldn't appear like a curved path to him. I'm like, bro, you're nuts.
Of course he would. That's it's the same effect. I mean, you can compare a rotating frame and an object staying still and observing it from the inertial frame, or you can be in the rotating frame and see something moving straight and observing it from the rotating frame. And both those observations are going to be very similar, but slightly different. But they're both going to curve from the frame that you're viewing it in the same kind of way. So that's the other thing I showed you. The one I made. Here it is. That's why I made this one the other day. Oh shit! Hold on, I'll be right back. All right, dude. My Indian food showed up. And this other one I posted, let me see. It's showing, let me see. I think that green object at the top, yeah, and the inertial frame is going straight, so it looks like it's curving in the rotating frame. And then, let me see. And then you got the yellow object that's going straight in the rotating frame. It looks like it's curving from the inertial frame. Almost the same kind of way. Hey, did you hear that MC Tune? I always thought his name was Mick Tune. And every time I say that, Jem always corrects me. It's MC.
It's Michael.
It is?
Michael Toon, yeah. I don't know what his middle name is, but obviously it's C.
Oh, his last name is Tune?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, that's a. I totally thought something totally different. It was like Mick Tune. I thought it was like. It doesn't matter. Yeah, he changed the rules to his challenge, which is the complaint that I had was that you can't use the almanac. He says you can use the almanac now.
I think he said you can use the concept of a celestial sphere. Isn't that what he said? I mean, if you can use the almanac, right, you can brute force shit and say that's my method. I'm just going to brute force my location.
Yeah, but how are you gonna translate the the GP and the angle to a distance? I think that's the hard part.
No, if you're allowed to use the site reduction tables, right? If you're still allowed to use them straight from the almanac without sort of acknowledging that it's based on spherical trigonometry, you can just brute force your location, saying, "Am I at this location? What angles will I see?" You can do that, right?
Yeah, but doesn't he? I think he gives. I think he. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Can you? Because I think doesn't he give the 3 stars that you have to use and the angle?
Yeah, and you can make a guess at his location and say, if I'm at this location, what angles, using the site reduction tables, what angles will I see for those stars? And then modify your guess at your location by whatever.
How could you do that and get it correctly? I mean, or once you get the incorrect answer?
Yeah, but you keep brute forcing it until you get close enough. If you're allowed to use the site reduction tables to get an angle to a star, then you can brute force it. Yeah. If you're allowed to do that, not acknowledging that they're based on spherical trig, then that's a possible solution.
Mm-hmm. I have to see that because, yeah, it seems like you would have well, yeah, I guess so. If you use the angle, because if you use the angle and you use the 60 nautical miles, that would be the only part that I wouldn't allow. You'd have to justify using that. But you're saying that if you don't use that, you can still brute force it and just guess and check over and over or whatever.
Yeah, it was ambiguous. The words that he said, I think, were you're allowed to use the concept of a celestial sphere. Right? If that involves being allowed to treat the site reduction tables as a black box, if you're allowing that, then you can just brute force your location. And that would be a solution. It would be cheating, obviously, but that's a solution.
Yeah, but he already said that it couldn't be done. So
Well, it can't be done without spherical trigonometry, correct? It depends what he meant by you're allowed to use the concept of a celestial sphere.
That almost seems weirder. I'd still like to see how you could get it without doing that though, but because I'm not really following because if you use the site reduction table, using the almanac, you have the angle to the star. It doesn't seem. I mean, depending on how far away or what the angle was and how far away it is, I don't see how you could do that without knowing that the angle correlates to something. You know what I mean? Because you have to have a
No, you could use a flat Earth basic idea of if my calculated angle based on my guess of location, if that calculated angle is too high, then I've got to move backwards. You just adjust your location on that. Yeah, so I wasn't clear what he actually meant.
When you're not busy, I'd like to see that sometime because I'm just not. I can't see that happening. And if that's true, I would have lost money if I put that challenge up there. I would have just said you can use the almanac, and you just have to justify what you're using.
What I think I hope what he meant is that you're allowed to use the almanac to get the GP only. But then it becomes a challenge of, can you draw 3 circles on a map to, get your location? Which is no. So,
right. Yeah, I did that with my bot. So it's like I made the globe one, but I also did the same thing like on a Mercator map or a AE map. I made the same 3 circles. And yeah, no way.
Yeah, I should do a smart-ass entry. As in, like, if I'm allowed to do this, then my celestial navigation algorithm is to brute force it. Find my location.
Because if you're right about that, then you might show somebody else how they're able to do it. Although no one's even taking you up on your challenge, and your challenge was even easier. It's just to do it. Period.
Yeah, just do it with the globe. Easy. Yeah, they're fucking hope. Like, you heard the other day that Brian's logic, literally said, "I don't know how to do square roots." Right? He had the formula for the distance to the horizon, and he had to ask Adam Meakin, "How do I do this with an observer height of 1 inch?" Because he doesn't. Square roots is not something I learned how to do.
Shit.
Yeah, fucking unbelievable. And he's making all these videos about how he knows how celestial navigation works. Yeah.
Yeah, you said it.
I have a $500,000 challenge. All you got to do is just prove that any light from any celestial object, except the moon and the sun, reaches Earth in a perfectly straight line.
Perfectly, or how much tolerance?
Within the confines of Euclidean geometry.
How much? If I'm pointing at a star, if I'm pointing at the closest star, Proxima Centauri, right, from its GP, and then from somewhere where it's, I don't know, 15 degrees above the horizon, what tolerance do I have to meet your challenge?
Hey, you do you. Okay, you just got to prove that it reaches your eye in a perfectly straight line.
Well, it's refracted, so that's, instantly rules out that.
Well, whatever works for you. Okay, so what you're going to have to do is go to the star, attach a string to it, and then drag it all the way back to Earth.
All right. Anyway.
That's what I thought.
Well, I just said it's going to be refracted, right? So you're...
Yeah, well, see, the whole thing with MC Toons' challenge is that, he's allowed to assume how light works, but we're not. If you curve the light from any star, you could make anything work on a flat Earth as far as, your angles and all that.
Yeah, which is cheating, right? Which is why you have to use the well understood behavior of light in the atmosphere.
So that's cheating. Okay.
No, that's well understood.
Yeah.
And well documented.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks.
McToon is full of it.
I see. What are you doing here?
He's
What's
full of something.
hey Ruhif? What's flat Earth geometry?
Well, I don't know, the geometry, whatever geometry you use to think you navigate on a flat Earth.
No. His specific claim is, since you're playing cheerleader for him, his claim is that you have to use flat Earth geometry only. So what is
Okay.
flat Earth geometry?
I will say for this challenge, for the purpose of this challenge, you're not allowed to use the radius of the Earth. Away you go.
That's your description of flat Earth geometry?
Sure. Whatever geometry you like to use, whatever geometry you would like to use, right, that doesn't involve the radius of the Earth to meet the challenge.
It would just be Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, it can be. It's regular geometry. Just you can't arbitrarily use any information that comes from the globe, like like the radius or anything else that comes from that, like 60 miles per degree.
Well, Kosho, what if they reverse engineered that from the globe? So what if the
Then you
39
should be able
has
to do
something
it.
to do with the sky?
Then you should be able to do it.
Do what?
Do it on a flat Earth.
I just got
meet
here.
the
So
challenge
you're
on a flat
talking
Earth.
about.
I don't know, man.
McToon's challenge. McToon's challenge. Meet the challenge without using the radius of the Earth.
I don't know. Like, assuming how light works from 300 light years away seems pretty arbitrary to me. So
Then do it with close stars, no refraction. Do it however you like, right?
yeah, and then
But
you'll say,
can't
no, you can't do that because that's not how light works.
No, you know why that's in there, right? Because of fucking what's his name, Walter Bisland's personal atmospheric dome, which literally the whole point of it is literally to bend light to whatever it needs to be, such that it matches. That was the whole point of that.
That's a foul. That's a foul.
It's in there so that flat earthers can't
You're
do
in
it.
the penalty box.
Then do it.
Burping in our faces. Come on, man. That's not cool.
I was hoping the noise cancellation would
Is
cancel.
that how little you care about your fellow man? You'll just belch in their face.
I love you guys.
He does it all the
I'm
time.
half kidding, but half serious.
This is not
How
the
about you
first
guys
time.
attempt the challenge? It's not, is it? How about you guys actually attempt the challenge? Why won't anyone? Why won't anyone attempt it?
Are you kidding? You can't do this. You can't do that. It's a scam from the beginning, from the get-go.
You only said one
show
thing
us.
you can't do.
It's a scam.
There's only one thing you can't do, and that's arbitrarily use data that comes from it being a globe. If it's not a globe,
really?
that should be fine.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Should be no problem.
Have you read the? Do you know that it has a second challenge out?
He's updated his challenge.
He's made it easier for you. He's allowed you to use the celestial sphere.
Right. That's very generous of him.
Yeah,
it really is.
But he left a little thing inside which he says you have to use flat Earth geometry. Now he still hasn't explained that.
How about do the challenge and then argue it with him after, right? Do the challenge
Oh,
first.
oh, sure, yeah. Do the challenge and I'll tell you the rules after. Gotcha. Sounds like a game plan.
We just
It's all
explained to
about
you.
super chats. That's the only thing it's about. It's only about super chat. He doesn't want Flat Earth to go anywhere. That's how he makes his money.
It's all a publicity stunt. I gotta grant it to him. He's smart. He's a smart man, but it's ridiculous.
So we just
come up with a fucking location, SE. Come up with a location that answers the challenge.
Yeah,
well, Ruf, I think I've explained this, to you many times, and I'm sure others have heard me say it as well. The thing with this little challenge thing that he's putting out there, and I'm not talking about any of the kind of shamminess behind it and the marketing scheme and all that. I'm just talking about the actual physics of it, or the actual physical part of it. I've said this many times. My understanding of what you would need if you were going to do that on the actual Earth, the actual real Earth, you have to already have a map. So you have to have already mapped the Earth. For example, if I was somebody that went out and I used sextants and I mapped an entire region, if you then said to me, hey, this angle of the star, that angle of that star, then I could say, yep, here it is. I have my map. I have my GPs marked. I have my circle of equal altitudes marked. I have, the exact physical location. Then I could tell you what physical location it would be on the Earth.
We did this the other day.
You
right?
guys are given, like Mr. Toon, the McToon is given something from a government agency that says, here's your Earth. he thinks it fits enough to his understanding of what he's looked on Google and a couple of things that he knows, which is just basic stuff that is mainstream information. And then he concludes that he's somehow, that because it can be done somewhat on that globe model, he's then trying to make that leap and ask someone else to do it on a planar Earth model. But again, unless they have the correct planar Earth model map, they're not going to be able to pinpoint that location. So the whole thing is just a pointless venture. He would be much better spending his time and energy and actually helping to map the Earth rather than just making up schemes to try to get views or whatever kind of,
So we went through this the other day, right?
Hang on. Within this arena, this arena as a whole, who was the first one that pioneered this argument?
Yeah. We went through this the other day, Gio. You said you guys need a map, right? You said you guys need a map.
Who pioneered this whole?
You have to have
whole,
coordinates in the map in order to give you a physical location of star angles. Yes.
Hey, Buster's got a good point
hang on,
here.
Buster. Hold on.
Let's let Buster speak. Though.
Oh, you're talking to me. I need to answer you. All right. We've been navigating, right, for hundreds of years using a map, right? So it can be done. Why do you need a separate map to navigate on?
Okay, that's a bit of a loaded question. Humans have been navigating using stars since the dawn of time. They make their own maps from the stars, and then they use their maps. There's a lot of different maps that are made. If you have the correct one, then yes, you can give a physical location to star angles. If you have an inverted, jacked up one, which I think is what the globe is, you can partially do that because they've partially made it fit, but of course it doesn't fit 100%, and you nor McToon have verified that.
How about answering Buster's question,
Yeah,
Ruhib?
Buster's got it. This is the headshot right here.
What's the question?
Yeah, that's interesting that actually 10th Man initiated this argument. However, he was yet to demonstrate finding his location using his method.
Okay.
Oh, none of them
fair
have.
enough.
None of
fair
them.
enough. Okay, go ahead. Ruhif, go ahead.
No, let's let Buster.
None of them have done it.
Okay. Fair enough. What I'm saying is that we're all talking about something that someone else pioneered this argument that is nowhere to be found.
Well, you just said 10th Man and I know that what's his name, Mitchell from Australia more recently.
Well, we're in this room and like Ruhif, Geo, like we're all bantering about a sextant argument that someone else pioneered this argument and nobody's calling them out. Like Ruhif, you ought to be the one saying 10th Man or Mitchell.
I have tried to contact 10 Man for months.
What about Mitchell? Have you tried to contact
Yeah,
Mitchell?
I've emailed him. He ignores my emails.
Then
You
you
think
ought
I
to
haven't
make
tried?
videos about that. You ought to say Ruhif.
He
You ought to
has.
be like, you ought to be the guy that says these guys that pioneered this information won't return my emails.
It's the same feedback
Sure.
he gets from NASA, though, so it should be understandable.
Well, there's two things going on here in the discussion, it sounds like. One of them is like McToon's challenge thing of, hey, here's angles to stars, tell me the exact location on an Earth. And I guess he says flat Earth geometry, which I agree with SC. What does that even mean? Then this other thing is the sextant thing that Ruhif is on about with some of these guys. So which one are we on?
Well,
Yeah, let's
all
go
I'm
back to
saying
my
is
call.
that
Somebody,
the only reason we're even discussing this, or you
Back
guys,
now.
sorry, the only reason you guys are even discussing this is because somebody pioneered it within this arena, and nobody's talking about the people that pioneered it.
Pioneered what exactly, though?
Well, okay. Every time a topic gets brought up, it's because somebody found some information, right? And that person should be the one that you go to for the answers for that information. Like if they're the ones that brought it in, like
yeah, that's a good point.
This sextant thing.
Well, I did go on Oakley's and requested that 10th Man demonstrate finding his location, and you can guess how that went.
Well, then yeah, okay. But everybody like in here,
Why would I
we're
guess?
arguing somebody else's pioneered information. Like I don't get it. Like
We're on the same page on that.
Yeah.
Why?
Exactly. I think this is the one point where both sides could come together and say, "Hey, where are the people that brought this into the arena?"
Why though? Why do they matter?
Because we're talking about it, and the people that brought it into here, that the reason we're talking about it, aren't being talked about.
Yeah, but those people don't matter to me, at least, because the celestial navigation, the topic, doesn't belong to them. But it wasn't until Mitchell brought it up and I checked out his claims that I realized, and I researched it and learned how to do it exactly, stuff like that. And in doing that, you realize that it's actually precise evidence of the Earth, the shape of the Earth that we're on. I don't think it matters that they brought it up, because at this point, it's like, Ruhif's bringing it up, or I'm bringing it up or something. So it's not really.
Well, my thing about the sextant, like regardless, and I'll shut up after this. But my thing about the sextant is, it wouldn't matter what the shape is. You could go out and use the tool practically without knowing either way.
Bob Dole, you're hot miking, bro. Sorry, Buster.
I was waiting for a spot to get in, so can I go now, or?
I don't think Buster's finished.
Okay.
No, that was it. I was just ranting about that. I mean, it was just okay. This is my last thing, and then Bob Dole can have the floor. Is that we're discussing something that somebody else brought the information in, and nobody's calling out the person that brought the information in the first place. That was my only thing. Done.
I've attempted many times. In fact, I've tried to contact literally everyone on the FED panel, saying, "Can you put me in touch with 10th Man?"
Ruhif, you're so fixated on this, but all right. So let me just ask you this then, just because I know Bob was going to bring something up as well, but just before that, real quick, okay, I agree with what Buster said. If you have some concern with them, obviously go try to speak to them. Nobody here is going to be able to help you with whatever they're, saying and whatnot. But what is the thing they said? Did they say that they can find a physical location on Earth if you just give them angles to stars? Is that what they said?
They claim that it only works on a flat Earth, right? And we obviously disagree
so
with that.
Those are different things. To say it only works on a flat Earth is different than saying that they can find their physical location on Earth with angles to stars.
That's what they're saying. Yes, like a GPS. Yes.
Yeah, and if you come across, or if you say yourself, you are a subject matter expert on celestial navigation, yet you have never actually turned angles into a position fix, what do you say to that?
Well, but are they claiming that they've done that for every location on Earth?
No, Brian's logic calls himself, and Adam Meakin has called him, a subject matter expert on celestial navigation.
You guys have
Yet
too.
None of them have ever turned angles into a position. None of them.
That's not what he asked you, though.
Yes, I have.
Are you saying that you can find a location on Earth using 3 stars?
Yes.
Do you believe that?
Absolutely.
Yes. I've done it multiple times.
I can do it right now, dude.
You've done it
written
multiple
programs
times?
to do it. Yeah.
You've done it multiple times in the ocean?
Yes. I can put a random location in Stellarium to get my angles. Okay, that's where I get my angles from.
Not in Stellarium.
Ruhif, you were just
Stellarium
saying
matches reality,
bro.
Second.
This is like the movie Aliens, where they're doing the drop, and Lieutenant's like, "This is my 15th drop," and they're like, actual drops or combat drops? They're like simulated. They're like, "Oh, good God."
Yeah, that's what this was like.
Do you agree or disagree that the angles given by Stellarium match reality? Yes or no?
You can't even find their Discord server to talk to them. How are you going to find your spot on Earth?
Sorry, whose Discord server?
You said you want to talk to these people. Someone send this guy a link to their server.
Well, let me just get some clarification.
I'm in their server.
Let me just get some clarification here. Let me get some clarification. All right. If someone was to say that celestial navigation can only work on a planar Earth, there's one way that can be described. That could be described that their understanding of the geometry and of the way sextants work, et cetera, all of that only correlates with a planar Earth model. Now, that's one thing to understand that. There's another thing of saying, hey, I have gone out and done all of these sightings and I've mapped it to the Earth. And if you've done that, then you've done some seriously extensive work within, mapping the Earth, because it's fairly complicated. You have to take a lot of angles. You have to get GPs. You have to create circles of equal altitude, and you have to create concentric circles of equal altitude from every GP. And then you can create a whole grid system. So to claim that is a much, much bigger thing. So I'm just wondering if you're conflating those things. And I don't want to speak for any of these guys that you're mentioning and whatnot, but you'd have to make that delineation. Like, are they actually claiming that they've already mapped it all out, or are they just claiming that they understand how it works and it only works on a planar Earth because of the way the GPs and the circle of equal altitude?
Now, what our side, the globe side, claims that it only works on a globe. The flat earthers claim that it only works on a flat Earth. Right? We're disagreeing on that. Right?
Okay. Well, I would say
how do you demonstrate which side is
work
correct? How do you demonstrate which side is correct?
Yes. Well, I would say that I agree. There are essentially, okay, I would say it actually can work on both, but not as accurately on a globe Earth. It's less accurate, and there's holes in it on a globe Earth, but you can ad hoc it to a globe Earth. So
if you think it works on a flat Earth, show us and win $10,000. It's simple.
However, in order to really get to the root of this, we'd have to go out in the world, take sextant readings and measurements, and like I've always said, build the GPs, build the circles of equal altitude. The circles of equal altitude and all of those coordinates upon that will lay out within a planar system, or if you think it's an oblate spheroid, it would be in an oblate spheroid system. So the actual circles of equal altitude, they have to either overlap planar, all horizontal, or they have to all be curved upon a ball. So if you actually go out and do it, that will be revealed.
Whatever you think will be needed has already been done, because celestial navigation has been done for hundreds of years. You have all the information you need.
Ruhif, that's 3 Bitcoin for you. Why don't you? I'll throw it back to you. You're giving me this 10,000. Why don't we do it? Why don't you go claim 3 Bitcoins? I'm sure you can. I know you're a wealthy man, but hey, 3 Bitcoins.
Would you like to see my emails? Would you like to see my emails to Dave Weiss?
That's a big upgrade there. That's a lot more money.
Do you want to see my emails to Dave Weiss?
3 Bitcoins. I don't know about the 3 Bitcoins.
I got the
are they in escrow?
I got the $10,000 already.
B, can you link this 3 Bitcoin thing? I've
What's up,
heard
Brian?
Twice now.
I got the $10,000.
Would you like to see my emails to Dave Weiss?
I got the $10,000 already locked down, man. I got the $10,000 already locked in.
I would love to see it, Brian.
I talked to McHugh yesterday, and I think he heard what I had to say, and we're gonna have a not this Tuesday because he's gonna be out of town, but next Tuesday, it's gonna be the big reveal. So don't be advertising $10,000. Don't be advertising somebody to beat me to it.
Hey, this is the best thing too. That if these people actually have celestial navigation unlocked, they can walk on to a job as a navigator on any of these ships.
There aren't too many navigator jobs anymore. Now GPS.
It's critically short. It's a critically
The
short.
globe is a projection. If you say the globe is nothing but a
GPS.
The globe ain't nothing but a projection. You can make it work.
There aren't
just
many
say it doesn't work.
navigator jobs around anymore. Now the GPS is around.
I'm willing to bet nobody here. I'm willing to bet, let's say $1,000, that nobody here can navigate using a sextant.
You're not willing to bet $1,000. Just stop that. You're not willing to bet $1,000.
I'm willing. I'll put it down. I'll put it down. I bet you any one of you guys in here cannot. If I put you in the middle of an ocean, blindfold you, and give you a sextant, you will get lost. You will.
Wait.
I need a
So
second.
you guys need
before you.
I need
One
one
second.
sextant and a watch.
Let me answer something. If you only give a sextant, no one is going to be able to find their position.
Yeah,
you need more stuff than that.
Okay, what else do you need? What else do you need?
A clock, an almanac, and somewhere to ride stuff.
You don't have to have those. You don't have to have those.
You do.
But that's
really
nice to have them in the modern world, but you don't have to. You can keep time with the sky clock, so you don't necessarily need a clock. Although having a clock,
Even Geo is doing it. You guys are all sidestepping the. I'll bet $1,000 that blah 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 blah. You're not going to bet $1,000. So stop saying that.
The almanac, you definitely don't need, because what you're doing, if you're going to build out your own map area, then you're building your own GPs. So you don't need someone else's GPs. You need your real GPs that you verified.
That's not what Estes Montreal's challenge was. He was to navigate. He didn't have to build. He didn't sell to build the entire thing.
I bet you couldn't navigate. I'll bet you. I'll give you all the tools you want without GPS or anything. Paid master skill. I bet you can go from point A to point B.
No, I can.
Now, SE. Now, first of all, are you bullshitting in that you're going to say you have to actually go out in the middle of the ocean, or are you going to say?
That's your challenge. That's your challenge.
Listen,
Paid
haven't
master
finished the
shill.
question. Haven't finished the question.
We'll give him a. Well,
Haven't
let's say
finished
we'll
the
start
question.
out in New York.
I haven't finished the question.
And he
I
has
haven't
to go
actually
to
finished the
Australia.
question.
Let's say.
I haven't actually finished the question. Now, are you going to be are you going to be a little bit silly person and say we're actually going to drop you in the middle of the ocean, or are you going to say here are 3 angles to the stars?
No, that was for you. For paid NASA shill, because I believe he knows way less than you. You might have a little inkling of sailing. But paid NASA shill, I'm willing to bet him. We'll give him a sailboat. We'll even give him a motorized boat. Doesn't matter. We'll give him a sextant, whatever he wants. And let's say New York to Sydney. There's no way in hell he'll find
it. And are you paying for all this, SE?
Yeah.
Who's going to be paying for him to do this?
You have any idea how much it costs to go
He
to New
would
York
get
to Sydney?
paid for it. You'd get paid for it. The ship's navigator, before they vandalize the Wikipedia page, they need to have these skills.
They get paid by pirates, dude.
Hold on. So just in the space of like 2 minutes,
they get paid like $100,000 a year. If you got
so in
these
the
skills.
space of like 2 minutes, it went from SE wanted him blindfolded, and all he had to do was say where he was, to now he has to navigate from New York to Sydney
in a
for $1,000. Well, like say,
What are you, my
SE, what is
spokesperson or something that I don't know?
I'd like you, if you're gonna throw $1,000 on the table, A, I'd like you to throw $1,000 on the table or shut up, and B,
And who the fuck exactly are you to be speaking for me?
Because I think you're a liar. That's why.
I don't give a shit what you think.
All right, let's not take it in
Speak
that
when you're
direction.
spoken to.
So
He's
is this
muted for. Well, hold on, Roland. You're muted for 5 minutes. Let's not go to the insults. Go ahead, SE.
So is this
Yeah,
a thousand
I was being
real
very
dollars?
civil and calm. That's my challenge to Paid. If he wants to accept it, okay. If not,
you know,
No problem. 1,000 real dollars or 1,000 Canadian dollars?
1,000. Well, we'll make it American because I know we
Well,
got
you
some
want me to
funny money here.
You want me to take a 4 month or at least a 3 month travel for $1,000?
I would say this.
I want to
How
see a
about,
flat Earth to try that.
what about just getting accepted to navigator school? Just show me a letter of acceptance that you'd be willing to even attempt.
You can pay to go to navigator school. You can say, I'm going to sign up for this course and give them money. What would that prove? That's fucking retarded.
Just say you couldn't
Do I get a
do
mute
it,
now?
Paid. You have no clue. You never navigated.
actually,
You never
I've done it.
stepped on a boat. You
Actually,
never
I've done
used
it.
the sextant. You never used the magic book.
I've used a sextant. I've used the magic book, actually. Yeah, I've used there was an aerial sextant, but that's okay.
You don't need to be on a boat to do it, man. And I think you realized pretty quickly because you changed the whole bet.
Exactly.
I think you realized pretty quickly that it was a silly thing to suggest that nobody in this room could do it. What I know for a fact.
No, Paid NASA shill. I specifically said Paid NASA shill.
I know
And I
that
bet
you
you too.
specifically said
I bet
anyone in
you
the
too,
room,
Coach.
and then you
Phil.
changed
I
it
bet
to
you
that.
too. You're in on it. I bet you too. The same thing.
Yeah,
As a matter of
I
fact,
actually-
you and Paid
5
NASA
months.
shill. We'll
Take
make
5
it
months.
1,000 each.
We'll take 3 months out of our life to travel to Sydney via sailboat.
I'll do it. He's going to supply the sailboat.
You did say everybody though, not trying to butt in, but you did say everybody SE because I was going to say, does that count for flat earthers?
Anybody. Okay, the challenge is for anybody here in this room.
I'm taking
I don't think even flat earthers.
Even flat earthers. Yeah.
SE.
Oh, come
SE,
on,
does it
man.
Anybody here can do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Does
It's
it
not that
involve
hard,
literally
SE,
going on a
man.
boat, or are you just going to give us angles?
No, you said you need a sextant and a magic
See, all
book.
you got to do is measure the angle to the star that's in the almanac, and then draw a circle on your fucking map, bro.
Really, yeah, bro? That's what I want to see you do,
Hold
A little
on.
more difficult than that.
Hold on. What size do you draw that circle, Mr.
The baseline distance, bro. The
Brian, yeah.
baseline distance.
Yeah.
You got to just.
How are you
measure-
getting that distance
Okay.
across the ground?
Yeah, how do you know what size to draw that circle?
You just do the fucking calculation, bro. You do the calculation. It's fucking.
Which is?
It's,
That's what I'm asking. Is just how do you
Yeah,
what,
linear
what do you use to what do you put? What numbers do you put into the calculation?
Hey, we should make a whole
Fucking
we should film it and do a whole episode. We'll go out Rakia if Rakia's down to we'll go out on Rakia's big yacht.
Oh,
we'll go
God.
out there He'll be fishing.
His
He'll be
fishing boat.
fishing, and then Kosho and Peyton Ass and Chill will be on the back of the boat with the sextant and a sheet of paper, trying to figure out where to go.
No, I'm
Kosho,
not.
one second.
I'm not going anywhere near Iraqi's boat. I'm sorry.
Sounds like a plan.
One second, please. Kosho was asking Brian about his calculation. I'm interested on the answer. If you guys
over adjacent, right? It's opposite over adjacent. Okay.
No.
How high are the stars?
I'm talking about the way I'm going to do it with my formula.
Brian, you'd never
the stars are
find
3,000
land.
the stars are 39.59.
You'd be lost in the ocean forever, Brian.
Do it, Brian.
No, wouldn't.
No, I want to see Brian do it. I know that he will fail, and hopefully he will learn from it.
So would you. You'd be lost forever as well. Don't talk big, Ruhif.
Give me 3 angles, SE. I'll tell you where you are.
No, you need the time as well.
Wait, hold on a second. You said opposite over adjacent, right? And you're using 395 for the altitude.
Sure.
What are you using for the other value? I don't understand. You're trying to figure out the distance.
All I need to do is to the.
How about that?
Hold on. Listen. I get the angle.
You were cutting out, but you're good.
I get the angle to the star. Okay. I get the angle to the star. All right, and then I fucking calculate the distance of the baseline to.
Okay, so by using trigonometry.
Then I run my formula, and then I draw a circle on whatever map.
Whatever map?
Listen to this. Hold on, listen to this.
Are you sure whatever map?
Fuck, I'm fighting to get in a fucking statement here. Okay, look, here it is. The globe is a projection. So it's nothing more than projection. So if I'm using a globe, then I'm gonna have to. If I'm using pretty much globe measurements, then
You dropped out, Brian.
depends on the map. Okay, if we had access and did a flat Earth grid system map like the Navy did, then we'd have to use flat. Then we'd have to judge it flat. We'd need a flat map, a grid map. It's just the globe is a projection. That ain't the only way to do it, though, man. Y'all realize that,
Brian.
right?
You're going to fail, right? It's not going to work. I'm happy to see what you've done and show you where you're going to get failed on. Happy to provide.
Well,
that
I modified my fucking equation.
How about that?
It's pretty. It's tighter than it even was, man.
How about that? We give you three sites and times, and then you tell us what position it was took from. It was taken from.
Oh, he's already done. Returns, right?
Dude, that's
how long would that take?
Why would I do it for you when Matoons? Why would I do it for you when Matoons give me $10,000 to do it?
Yeah.
No, he's not giving 10,000 just for the position. He's giving 10,000 for the method, and that's not what I'm asking. I just want you to give the position. I mean, how long would that take you? If I give you 3 star sites. Sorry.
This is like fucking. You're like testing me. Like I can't even come up with the baseline distances, man. It's insulting. I'm not having this conversation. Well, you're full of shit then.
That's not what I'm testing you. I want to test your method, like because you apparently has a flat Earth method, and I never saw one
Tune in to
action.
Tune into McTunes next Tuesday. You'll see my method.
He said
I gotta drop out. I'm listening though, y'all.
All right, I'll DM you. I'll DM you in a sec, Brian.
He just described his method. I just did the math actually based on his method. He's just using trigonometry, in an altitude of 3959 for the star, and for instance, if you do that with what I do 60 degrees elevation. If you do it with a 60 degree elevation observation, you'll be 200 miles off from the.
No. I think he has a correction for refraction that ends up canceling that formula and giving you 60 nautical miles per degree, if I remember correctly. Because I've been through this with Brian before.
Yeah, he's still off though. His corrections are.
No, his corrections are the formula of flat Earth minus the difference between the flat Earth formula and the 60 nautical miles per degree, which is the same thing as just 60 nautical miles per degree.
And you have to justify that correction.
I know, yeah. For MC2,
I do, and that's what I do. That's what I did, man. It's a humidity gradient, and it's refraction based on the humidity gradient. Plus, I've tightened up that formula a little bit. There was one area where it was a little bit off. It wasn't off over 20 miles anywhere, but I've tightened it up even a little tighter than that, man. I got it within a few miles. I don't think there's any way to ever get anything perfect, when dealing with refraction, but it's well in the parameters to collect that money though.
Hey, I just got a vision. You guys, you ever see Gilligan's Island?
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
I envision you guys on a boat with a sextant, and you're in the middle of Pacific, and you can get lost and you get marooned on one of those islands. That's what I envision.
That's some weird fantasies, dude. But
I thought it was funny, for crying out loud. Okay.
And Sheil will make a radio out of a coconut.
Yeah.
It would be like a reality TV show. It'd be great. People would tune in to watch it.
Well, this definitely can be done. I mean, all you're ultimately doing is every angle you're taking to a star. I kind of think of it as like a tent, like a tent where you're like from the star coming down, you have all those lines going out to basically concentric circles of equal altitude from that GP. So every step away you go from that GP, you have the angle you're getting, whether it's 60, 30, whatever the degree is that you're getting, you're literally just plotting some part of that circle of equal altitude. So wherever you are, you can just be taking multiple readings. And once you do that, you build a map from that because you have all those coordinates and you just link that to the physical locations on Earth. And then you could be given angles to stars and you could say exactly where it would be on the Earth. Let's say you put little like a little tag on a tree under the GP, let's just say, or like a buoy in the ocean. Like if you can mark it that way, then yeah, if somebody says, okay, this angle, that angle, that angle, you just look at your grid system. You say, okay, yep, it's on these overlapping circles of equal altitude. And if he wants to know the GP of that particular star or whatever it may be, then you could say, yep, there's a tag on a tree or a buoy in the water, right there, and boom, solved.
There's only one problem with that. With the exception of one, maybe two stars, the stars' GPs move at about 900 miles per hour. So
the method I'm talking about is using stationary GPs always. What you do is you take a
GPs aren't stationary.
Yes, they are.
There's no GP. There's no GP. Not even Polaris.
Okay, I'll tell you what I'm talking about. What you do is, let's say at 2 a.m. one night, you take a snapshot of the stars at that moment, that exact position. All you have to do is account for the 4-minute difference. So you have to just change it by 4 minutes every night. And if you look at the sky at that exact time, you're going to get the exact same snapshot, the same position of the stars. So if you just keep adjusting that by 4 minutes, then you'll be able to have that snapshot. And then you have fixed positions on the Earth connected to that snapshot of the stars. Essentially, it's just a freeze frame moment of the stars over those positions on Earth. Now you have stationary GPs linking out over all of the actual land. And then at that point, it's just building out the grid system and matching them.
Okay, so you can only navigate at 2 o'clock in the morning ever. Done.
No, you have to do this. Generally, you would want to have several snapshots because you'll need them for different seasons and for different times of the year. But you don't need an excessive amount. Essentially, one of those planisphere charts can easily contain it. A couple wheels. So you may want a couple of them because if you keep adjusting that by 4 minutes, obviously that is going to be daytime at some point, and then the seasons change as well. So you need a couple.
We've already done this, right?
You're building an almanac.
Map the stars.
You're building the almanac.
Map the stars.
That's all you're doing is you're building the almanac, Gio.
Well, you can just check the almanac. I mean, that's it. And you don't actually have to, the almanac is consistent with itself. If you have a single random page of the almanac that has the position of the stars, you can actually figure out all the rest of the pages from that one. It doesn't come up with things. It's just the stars changing their longitude, going the full 360 degrees once every sidereal day. That's all the almanac is, at least for the stars.
You think
and
the
this is already
Polynesians
done.
use the almanac?
Say that again, say.
You guys think that the Polynesians use the almanac?
Polynesians used mostly tides and clouds, didn't they? No, they think they used stars because they had like a mast they used or something, right? I forget how it worked.
Yeah, but they managed to like get around the Pacific quite well.
Yeah,
right?
they had some intimate knowledge of waves and clouds and other things, from what I understand.
So no magic book needed for them, right?
Well, they had some magic
Not
learning
using
that
the
was
stars.
passed on from person to person to person. Yeah.
What if you
What if you're in Australia
Was
and you
that
pick 2
magic
stars?
grandfathers again? Yes, all last week it was like people's magic dad and magic grandfather and magic uncle. Is that what the Polynesians
But
did?
if you,
Don't
They
give me.
had some knowledge that was passed down generation to generation. Yes.
So they needed no book, none of this book at all, and they were
No, they
able
just
to navigate quite well without it, right?
Yeah, but they weren't able to do what we're claiming we can do. Nobody
What
in
you
the past,
think you
nobody in
can
the past
do,
stars.
what you think somebody told you you can do. Yeah,
No,
I
I've
get
done it. I've done it. I'm doing it right now. I've done it plenty of times.
Sure,
And
sure.
you could do it too, but there's not something that is claimed to be capable by anybody in the past before this stuff was available. This stuff will give you your position on Earth. Just using 3 stars. It's not helping you navigate or telling you which way to go, or you can do all that too. But this is actually pinpointing your location using just 3 stars. It's not something that was claimed by
And that works on land as well.
course anywhere. Yeah.
what if you're in Australia and you pick 2 stars, one that's GPS in South Africa and one that's GPS in South America, would you see those in the nighttime from Australia?
There's a star. I mean, you mean the GP or the star itself?
The GP of the star. So would you see the star like due south of east and south of west from Australia?
Oh, it's not easy to come up. Like, I don't think you can find like a time in which it's night for those 3 spots. But I know you can.
No, but, I mean, it doesn't have to be night for those, but if you're just in Australia looking at the stars.
You're saying the GP is over there, but he's in Australia. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Sextant navigation is a lost art.
I'm going to check that. 1 sec.
I didn't know that Sirius was in the southern hemisphere.
Sextant navigation is a lost art. There's very few people on Earth that can actually navigate using a sextant.
Dude, both me, I think Rufus as well, but me and fucking Bacon both made a program doing exactly that. Well, there's like 5 people in this room who can do it.
You made a program. Have you ever been on a boat and navigated?
In order to make the program,
it doesn't need us to go on a boat, champ. Doesn't need to.
My God, listen to these guys, man.
In order to make the program and to test it, I had to actually do it in real life.
And what did you do in a 10-mile square area in Texas? What did you do?
No, I mean I do a 10-mile square area. I'm using stars that are 60 degrees, 70 degrees, 80 degrees, much farther than 10 miles away. And yeah, it gives me my location, and I've tested it for other locations as well, both on the computer and with real stars in real sky.
And Mailman, I found
I'm not doubting that that's the case. I've said many times they've inverted the model of the actual Earth and they've overlaid it into their coordinate system. So
show us the original then, Gio.
The reason it's working in Texas is because they're using planar coordinates for that.
They're not.
As it is in the actual local regions. That's why GPS can be accurate, but it is also it's not, the error margin is not tight enough.
I'm telling you that. I'm going to give you this.
Planar coordinates.
Yeah, I'll post this very quickly just so to give everybody the opportunity. But you can use this website, Heavens Above. You can pick any location on Earth, and you can use this sky map to just name 3 stars in their elevation. I'll give you a list of stars you can use though. And both me, Bacon's, Ruhif, I'll speak for myself. I can tell you exactly what location you randomly picked.
Yeah, we can all do it, Gio. You guys can't.
Mailman.
You guys are full of it.
Give us 3 angles.
Put
Give
you
us
in
3
the
angles,
woods.
I say.
Okay, all right. A little
Give us 3 angles,
challenge.
3 stars.
All right, a little challenge. We'll put you out in the outback.
No, we're not.
Right? We take you in a car
unless
with
you're paying me
blindfolds,
for my time as well, I say. Are you
we
paying me for
drive
my
around
time as
it.
well?
This is nothing for a millionaire like you. Cost you
I
a
don't
couple of
waste
$100
money, I
bucks.
say. I don't waste money.
All right. Well, what if we film it then? It'll be a show.
Do I get paid or
Yeah,
not?
you can get super chats and you can make your money back and stuff.
No.
Well, Ruhif gets all super chats for being out in the woods. Sitting
That
there
reminds
going,
me of something.
Hey, Mailman. You're supposed to.
Bacon? How about
That's
you? We blindfold you?
Well, I think as he's making
Disingenuous.
he is making a good point though, because you guys are
They can't let you
literally
speak,
sitting in front. I mean, it's okay that you're doing it, but what you're actually doing is sitting in front of a computer, punching digits into a computer that's been given to you, that's connected to the internet that you can't even fully verify, and then you're just making claims about the physical world based on
Dude,
that.
that's entirely incorrect, dude.
But we
comes
created
down
a.
to, are
We
the
wrote the
angles
programs.
are the angles in Stellarium correct or not? Do they match reality? Yes or no? The
What
answer is
angles are you
yes.
referring to? What are you
To
referring
3
to?
stars. You can pick a random location in Stellarium, right, and then give me 3 angles to 3 stars at a particular time. Right? I don't have to go out in the middle of the ocean. Give me those angles. I'll tell you which location you picked.
But let's say you don't have Stellarium and you're in the woods.
Yeah, I don't need Stellarium. You do to give me the angles.
You had a plane crash. You're in the middle of the woods. You wake up. Oh my God, where am I? And you look up and you see 3 stars. What are you going to do from there?
We can't measure the angle in the middle of the woods.
He's gonna get out.
You have to look and you see a sextant there. Oh my God, I'm unlucky. Oh, there's a sextant on the floor.
Sextant's not going to be useful.
He's gonna get out his cell
because-
phone. He's gonna pull a cell phone out and be like, "Am I getting signal? Am I getting signal?"
Stellarium, Stellarium.
Yeah, what if there's what if there's clouds, Jesse? What are you going to do then?
Sorry,
Can you
Terry?
hear me? I said, what if there's
Jesse's
what
just
if there's
being
clouds? You're not going to
disingenuous.
be able to see the stars if there's clouds.
Okay, you wait for it to clear, for crying out loud.
You need to ask Ruhif. He's the one out in the woods.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
That is a
Yes, sir.
significant thing to consider, though. Like clouds, and you could get lost at sea that way, because if there's like a lot of clouded sky, that's where like you get really advanced to the point to where you can actually navigate without having to look at the stars for several days in a row. If there is a big storm like that, because you get blown halfway to Kingdom Kong if you if you're not readjusting every night and you're just going out in the ocean like that with a big storm, you'll end up hundreds of miles off course.
Yeah, they have no clue, like you said, Gio. They're sitting in their chair on a computer, air conditioned for Ruhif, comfortable, and he thinks he can navigate in the ocean. Yeah, right.
I built a sextivus. It's not a real thing, but I built it so I could do it in real life. So I've made these observations in real life, in person, just like I said, with the same thing as a sextant, just with the plumb bob. But yeah, in order to write the program on the computer, both myself and Bacon would have to actually know how it's done before you can write the program on the computer. So it's not like we're just using the information given to us from the computer. What we're saying is we wrote the programs.
You didn't write anything. You got data. You got data that you're plugging in.
I did write.
Gio.
We did write the program.
Oh my God.
Listen to what
You know what
people are telling you,
programming
Gio.
is? Like programming is literally you telling the computer exactly what you want it to do. It's not the computer telling you what it's doing. It's you
Based
asking
on what? A radius you were given? What
Yeah, you told the computer Earth is sphere.
star sites. There's no sphere.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. He just typed in Earth is sphere into the program.
They said
Is that what
Google,
you think?
this sphere, this globe.
I wish it was as easy as you think it is.
Use Codex. If you use Codex, if you use Codex, you could probably tell it to do that, and it'll probably make it for you.
Okay, so you're saying, let's get this straight. If I hope I'm not misquoting you here, are you saying that you can translate this knowledge that you use to make a computer model, translate it into actual navigation, either in the woods or in the ocean?
Yep. It's completely translatable because that's what they do when they're doing celestial navigation.
Yeah, but you
That's
won't
how
have
we
a
learned it.
computer in the woods now. You
There's
don't have a
not
computer.
necessary, dude.
Right?
All we need is the number, the angle, which is easily obtained with the sextant. After you have that angle, it doesn't matter. You don't have to be outside anymore. So I don't know why you're saying you need to be outside or whatever.
What are you going to do with that angle? What are you going to do with that angle?
Calculation that gives you the GP of the. I mean, that gives you the distance to the GP.
What calculation?
You get the GP from the almanac.
Yeah,
you multiply it by 60 nautical miles. You multiply the complement angle by 6 nautical miles. The what do you call it? The zenith angle.
Zenith angle.
And
None
what
of
do
you
you
guys, SE, none of you guys have ever done this process. None of you have.
I don't believe you can do it. There's
I've
no
done it
way
multiple times.
that you're going to be lost in the woods and you're going to find your way with stars. I don't believe it, and I'm willing to bet you on it.
I've solved
We got a
McToon's
lot of
challenge.
woods here. And you
I
have a
have
lot
the
of
answer to
outback there.
McToon's challenge.
Hello?
Yeah, pick a random spot in the middle of Australia, give me the 3 angles, and I'll tell you where it was.
Yeah, you don't have to wait for some impossible thing that's never going to happen. Like
he's just setting a bullshit challenge of I have to actually go out in the middle of Australia. Like
You know
such
you can't
disingenuous
do it. You
bullshit.
know you'll
SE.
be lost. You know
Just
that
stop being
dingoes
a
will have
disingenuous
a sucker on
fucking
you.
twat, SE.
I'm giving you
No,
the
dude,
Ruhiv gets in his
Ruhiv, why are
computer,
you?
types
No,
in
dude.
some shit,
Why are
and
you
he's like,
getting
"See,
so
Earth is
excited, bro?
sphere."
I mean, it is a valid discussion to bring it back to actual physical, real, tangible.
But that's what we're saying.
Results, and not just sitting in front of a computer. I think there's something very cool about that in terms of actually doing it.
Gio, all comes back to, are the numbers or the angles in Stellarium, are they matching reality? The answer is yes. So
Okay,
I don't have to go anywhere.
Yeah, they match reality everywhere locally. Every spot matches that spot, man. The question is the in between the ocean distances, man. But SE, I don't know why. If they had a map and a sextant, you don't think they could fucking figure out what way to go?
Pick a spot in the ocean. I don't care. Wherever it is on the earth, I will tell you where it is.
I don't think they can do it. In the ocean, no chance. If I put him in the middle of the Pacific, I give him a sextant. There's no way in the magic book. Maybe I'm sure he's going to request that. There's
And
no
it's a
way he'll
bullshit
find.
challenge. I'm not going to fucking sit out in the middle of the ocean.
Well, I think it's telling that
it's
you
bullshit.
guys are instantly denying it. I think
No
that's
one's denying
Gio.
it.
You don't want to
Who's being
You don't want to
twat, Gio?
actually have to prove that you can do it in real life.
Yeah, I don't want to waste my time sitting in the middle of the ocean.
I'm telling you,
But then you can't do it, then can you?
I'm
So
telling
you just
I
want to
can't
sit
even-
behind a computer?
You guys are being
keyboard,
utterly
Earth is
disingenuous fuckwits.
Hold on.
I'm surprised, Brian, that you're in this as
Wow,
well.
Ruhiv, I'm surprised that when you're being brought to doing it in tangible reality, now is when you're just going into.
Okay, drive me 10 Ks away from my house, and I will tell you where I am.
Oh, guys.
Hold on a second, because you said
It's
you said that already
bullshit.
about the challenge, and Gio, same thing. You're saying go to the middle of the ocean, and we're trying to tell you that we could indeed do that, and we can prove it without having to do this thing that's never going to happen. That with the same thing, the only thing that you're going to need by being out in the open or someone giving you the angles is those angles. You use the sextant to get those angles. I'm telling you that this link I've given you with Heavens Above, you can pick any location on Earth. You can pick the middle of the ocean, anywhere you want, and then go to the location and with this website. Look at the 33 stars that you want to use from the 56. Then just tell us the angle that it says, and tell me the angles.
Right, and I'm telling you, you're daydreaming. You just went to one site, you looked at something, and you think it's that simple.
No,
I
you go
assure
to the
you-
site, SE.
I
You go to
assure
the
you,
site.
even if you have, let me finish, please. I assure you, even if you have a sextant and the magic book, it's much more difficult than you
Okay,
think.
so then why don't you just do what I just asked you now, and then see if I get it wrong? I'll tell you exactly what location you randomly picked without telling me what look. You don't have to tell me the location, right? You pick some random location. I have no idea where it is, and I fucking I do the fucking you made 3 stars, and I tell you exactly what location that you haven't already told me. You have it as a secret.
That's really not what he's talking about, dude. He's
Yeah, it's
talking about
exactly-
actually
it's exactly
being
what he's
able to
talking about.
navigate.
Yes,
if somebody
to find
dropped
where you
on,
are.
yeah,
Yeah,
if
but
somebody
then-
dropped you on the southern tip of South America and said, "Yeah, you got to get to the Gulf of Mexico," without
we
just
will do
tracking
it.
upon the land. Even better though, without tracking upon the land, because that would be easy. You just travel along the
That's
land. all the way.
fine. Just go there in Stellarium or wherever and give us the angles.
But that's
We
not
will
what
know.
SE. Listen, SE brought this up, and I mean, I don't want to speak for him, but he brought it up. It's not about sitting in front of a computer and plugging things in. What he's suggesting is the idea of going out with either
have
limited
you
with
listened
limited
to Kosho,
tools
Gio?
and actually be able to navigate upon the Earth. That's
Yeah,
different.
but it's
listen to Kosho?
wait. The claim about celestial navigation isn't about navigate. It's about finding where you are. That's what celestial navigation is doing for you. The rest of it is just something separate. I mean, asking us to navigate instead of just spotting our position, It's not actually challenging our knowledge of celestial navigation. It's just challenging how we can navigate in the ocean, regardless on how we can spot our position. Because if you give me GPS, I still wouldn't be able to navigate. Not because I wouldn't know where I am, but because I can't navigate.
Can you hear me?
Your audio is really muted. It's shit.
Oh, it's just I'm at work at the moment, but the UK Special Forces, part of their final test is they take the soldiers out, drop them in a random location on the planet, and tell them they need to find their way home. They give them no equipment and no money, and they're not told where they are.
A lot of groups that do that. There's Freemasons. There's some Freemason groups that will do that. I got a friend who, when he joined the Freemasons, that did it to him. But it's not that hard.
Getting back to what Kosho said, right? If you drop me in the middle of the ocean, give me half an hour to take some sights, pick me up and take me home, I will then take those sights and tell you where you drop me. Is that good enough for you, SE?
After you check Stellarium, right?
What was Stellarium?
No. You need to check Stellarium, right?
He just needs a computer and access. He just needs a computer and access to the internet.
That's not what he's saying. That's not what Ruhif is saying at all.
Yeah, you guys are all being disingenuous twats, by the way.
Yeah, Geo, I'm surprised, man. You hold my feet to the fire. Hold your own feet to the fire. That's not what Ruhif is saying.
Okay, that was a bizarre twist and a projection, because actually what we're doing right here is that SE is giving you guys a idea of actually physically being able to go and measure, and you guys seem to just be going into insults and trying to say that we're doing disingenuous things. That's not the case at all. We're talking about actually being able to navigate on the Earth, and you guys are talking about plugging things into computers. Very different things.
Ruhif didn't say anything about plugging into a computer.
Yeah, no one's.
That's all y'all doing. What are you talking about?
No one's asking for a computer. We're just asking for time to make the calculations. We can do it on pen and paper. It's just take longer because computer do it faster, but the end result is the same.
We've all accepted the challenge.
Yeah, I could do it with pen and paper. I think we all here can.
All right. Well, as SE brought this up, and him bringing it up, that's not what he's talking about doing. He's talking about dropping one of you guys in the ocean where you don't know where you are. Perhaps, and then there's the idea of how many tools you'd be given. Are you given an almanac, or are you only given a sextant or a clock, etc.? There's a couple things, but with limited tools or whatever, that could be worked out, and that you actually have to navigate on the Earth. That is what he's claiming. It has nothing to do with getting angles where we are from some other coordinate system. He's talking about you actually navigating. Those are very different things.
Exactly. We can tell you where you dropped us, right? But we don't need to go anywhere from there, right? You can drop us into whatever location you like. We'll take some fucking angles to stars, pick us up, take me home. Then I'll tell you, without access to a computer, where you dropped me.
Okay, once again,
why not?
Right, but what he brought up is not you telling him where he dropped you. What he brought up is you navigating on the Earth using the stars. Those are very different things.
Yeah,
he never said that he never said I wanted. Okay, he never said I want to drop you guys and then have you just tell me where I dropped you on some coordinate system of a map.
That is the challenge, Gio.
Not what it is.
That is the challenge.
Gio, that actually was the first challenge that SE
That is the
said.
challenge.
The first thing SE said was exactly that. Maybe he'll lie about it now, but that was the first thing he said.
Why don't we let him?
Hold on. Let's be honest here. I said two things. One was that you guys claimed that you could find your GPS like a GPS location. And the other challenge was to navigate. So there was two of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do I get a
like
map?
Go from point A to point B. Like I said, paid NASA shield from New York to whatever, to...
Yeah, we could, but are we actually going to do that?
Well, that's what I claim, that you guys can do it.
So your first claim is that they can't even figure out where they are. Period.
Yeah. Let me ask you: where's the disconnect?
I don't even think they can do that on their own. Yeah.
Where's the disconnect from that? So if let's say that whoever, me, Ruhif, Bacon, if we were able to locate ourselves at any given position, okay. Now that we're able to do that. Why would you think that we can do that, but we can't navigate anywhere?
Because you know absolutely nothing about navigation. That's the challenge. Even assuming you find the location, I still
so.
think from that point, you cannot find your way home.
I guarantee you we can. Point the boat where it needs to go at the end.
Okay, let's do a crowdfunding.
No, we're
I think
not
Rakia
actually
said we
doing
need
it,
like
SE.
5 Gs to rent a boat.
We're not
5,000.
actually doing it, right? Do you think I can't tell you that the heading that I need to go from, I don't know, what were the 2 locations? Whatever the 2 locations were, you think I can't give you a heading?
Maybe you can figure out a heading, but I don't think you
that's all I'm
personally
gonna
can
do.
navigate, could take the boat physically and bring it from one port safely and moor it on the other port.
I'm not
I
a
don't
fucking
think you
boat
can do
captain,
it.
SE. I'm not
That's
a
what I'm
fucking boat
saying.
captain, SE.
Right, like could you actually navigate from, let's say, New York to Cape Town? Could you actually do that if you were on a little vessel? I guess we'd have to talk about what tools you have, but do you think you could actually, and when you get to land, you're within range of Cape Town. You're not, somewhere else that you can actually do
I can get from A to B, right? I can tell you where I am. I can tell you what direction the destination is in. The end. That's all you need.
I'm dead reckoned with the fucking stars. Saved my life one time because it was cloudy as fuck. We're about 30 miles out in the Gulf of Mexico on the other side of Florida.
No, but yeah, if you were like, if let's say there was a ship
toward like the waves are always blowing out. I was thinking on the East Coast the waves come toward the shore, but all the nor'easterlies, I'm thinking that the waves are going to be coming blowing out toward the Gulf. But when you get out there, them waves build quick, and I got surprised. I've been out there for 3 weeks, and there's never any waves. So it was a nice day. We're on a island. There was no signal, no nothing, and I went out and had a handheld GPS and shit. But by the time, when the storm blew in, you couldn't see the stars. So I had to wait on a gap in the stars and line up my fucking thing in case my GPS failed on me. And every time I had to switch about every 30 minutes. I had to kind of adjust angles. But I couldn't. I had to see the star like in patches of the clouds and shit. But it saved my life just knowing. But I've spent a lot of time on the water.
GPS
but I've
wasn't working?
I've never used a sexto.
Your
No, in
GPS
case
wasn't working?
it didn't. In case it failed, dude, I had to fucking in case the motherfucker failed, I needed to watch the stars and shit. Because if that thing failed and I didn't know where I was at, I'd have been fucked. You know what I'm saying? I still had the GPS.
Okay, but
so
it didn't fail. Your GPS did not fail. You were using your GPS to navigate.
Yeah, but I got to where I pretty much could just time the. It took about 3.5 hours to get in, so I had to kind of just barely adjust where the star I was heading at. But I was prepared though, and I just started getting where I was just following the star instead of the fucking GPS. But yeah, so I didn't have GPS too, but I did some dead reckoning with the star and shit.
Okay.
Now imagine being 2,000 miles off the coast of Australia or something, or 3,000 miles mid-Pacific,
In a storm, it'd be a fucking nightmare, dude. Just 30 miles was a fucking living nightmare for the 20-foot boat I had.
Well, that's what I'm asking you, SCs. Like you said, New York to Sydney, for instance. If there was somebody who else, let's say it was Moyak's ship, somebody else's ship, and I was just on board just to be the navigator, and all I had to do was at 10-minute intervals, 30-minute intervals, let's say 30-minute intervals, just take a position of where we were using the stars, and then correct our course, right?
How would you do it? Plug it into the computer?
No.
Solarium?
I don't think you've been listening to this conversation. I feel like you're just now.
I think he's intentionally being dense.
What?
Yeah,
I think that's a legitimate question. What would you use?
We've all said to you that the program, for instance, the program that I made it using the knowledge I have of how to do it, right? So all I would need is an almanac, which would tell me the GP for the stars, and then I would use a sextant, which would tell me the angle to the stars at that given moment. The almanac would tell me the GPs at that given moment for those stars, and then you'd use that to pinpoint your location. Right? So, yeah, if you're capable, if you believe that any of us are capable of doing that, then I don't see why you are saying that we wouldn't be able to navigate using that information.
So you're confident that you can do such a thing?
I'm confident not only that I can do it, I've also told you that there's a way you can prove it, right? I can prove it to you right now. You can not tell me the location anywhere in the world. You can tell me the 3 stars, and I can tell you what location that you secretly haven't told me yet.
And the time.
But that's not the thing. That is not.
That is the thing. That thing that I just described is exactly how I would
give
navigate.
you that you can find the location, which I don't think you can, by the way. I'm willing to
That's
bet
the
that you won't
challenge,
be able
That's
to.
the challenge.
No,
and
it's not.
We've told you multiple times.
It is the
How
challenge.
to set the challenge.
SE, you said one of the 2 challenges was that they couldn't even figure out where they were. You
Okay,
yourself.
and I stand by that. And you know what? You can take that up. I'll bet you $1,000, Big Mouth. You can come in on it. Okay, that's one of it. Now, are you listening now?
Are you going to pay for me?
There's another aspect to it now. There's another thing that we said.
Why do you get so angry when I just remind you what you yourself said a few minutes ago?
Do you want to take the bet?
I don't believe you. Hey, no,
do you want to take the bet? What's this guy's name?
I'm not taking any bets with you because I don't believe anything you say.
Don't talk. Don't talk, bro.
Don't tell me what to do, bro.
This is the 4th time you came in to challenge me. We heard you.
Don't tell me what to do, bro.
You got something personal against me. I get it. Now let us have our conversation or be quiet, bro.
No, I'm not listening to you.
Okay, so then
don't tell me what. No,
then
don't tell me what to do. Moderator.
Yeah, come on, guys. Moderator, please.
Yeah, come on. Essie, if I take you up on this bet, how do you know where I'm at?
That's your problem.
And Essie's problem is that he doesn't like when people remind him
out.
of what he said 5 minutes ago. He gets really angry about that and tells them to shut up. He does not like people reminding him what he said.
No, sir. I am reminding you. This is the 6th time now you piped up, and I said yes. One of the bets
about
was.
The conversation.
Can I
about
not
SE.
speak?
Yeah, I'm not letting him off the hook. He has made certain things clear that he said, and I'm not letting him off the hook.
Write it in your diary, bro. Nobody wants to hear your fucking nagging, dude.
I don't care what you have to say either, man. You're not speaking for everybody in this room.
Brian, come to Livestream 2.
Well, it's not necessarily relevant because, first of all, it's all recorded, so anyone can go back and listen to it. But I haven't heard any inconsistencies in what Essie has said. What it sounded like to me, and Essie, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know. Had you thought about this before, or did you just think of it on the fly? But either way, like it's a very interesting idea.
I've thought of both of these things before, both of them. One is they claim that they can find a location like GPS. Like this guy keeps reminding for the 6th time. Yes, that is what I said. Yes. And let me say it again. I don't believe they can do it. Was that clear enough? Maybe you'd like to ask me a question now, because I know you're going to pipe in 2 minutes from now and ask me again.
See, you keep saying that.
No,
Essie, keep saying that. I've shown you this website.
I keep saying that, and
Essie,
I back my
stop
words.
talking for a second, bro. Okay? I've showed you this website, Heavens Above, where you can pick
I don't
any location
care
on Earth.
what websites, bro, on your computers, bro.
Essie, this is not for me.
Do you not understand? You got to do this in real life.
Essie,
I don't care about your computer, bro.
Stop talking for a second, dude. You're not making much sense because you don't know what I'm saying, right? It's not for me.
You said it 7 times.
Stop speaking for a second, dude. Okay? It's not for me. The website is for you. Okay? I don't need the website. I could get off the computer and do this. Okay? It's for you to pick any location on Earth. If you don't think that somebody in this room can't do it, you can pick a random location on Earth and not tell us the location and just tell us the stars and their angles, and then challenge the person you don't think can do it to figure that out.
Okay, fair enough. I'm challenging you. You're close by. I'm in Montreal. You're in New York, right? We'll arrange something. I'll blindfold you, put you in the woods, and let you find your location.
How are you going to give him the angles, Essie? Where are you going to get your
fair enough?
Where?
I'm talking to Kosho now. Please let me talk with Kosho. One at a time.
Yes, this is easy. It's not hard to do. You just need an almanac.
Okay, so are you willing to take me up on the challenge? Yes or no?
I said yes. I told you yes a long time ago.
Let's get something going. That's one thing out of the way, right? That's the GPS location.
I think
now,
all of us said yes.
The other challenge is navigation. One of you guys starts off at a port and goes from port A to port B safely.
Yeah,
I bet any one of you here that you cannot do it using a GPS.
Why didn't you answer the question that I asked you, Essie? Why is that assume that that's going to be somehow not capable if the first thing was capable. So if you're
'Cause I
capable
don't
of doing,
believe
if you're
you can
capable of
do
doing
it,
the
bro.
first thing, if you're
Bullshitting,
capable of
straight
doing the
up.
first thing,
I
why can't
think
you
you're
use
a
that
bullshitter.
to easily do the
That's
second
right.
thing?
I think you're a bullshitter. I think you
No,
have
that's
no
not what I'm
clue
asking you,
about
Essie. Essie,
navigation.
listen to the
You
question.
never left the computer table,
Listen to the question,
and you're
Essie.
just shooting your mouth off. That's
Listen
why.
to the question, Essie. You're the one shooting your mouth off, sir. All right. So listen to the question. If I'm capable of finding my location at any given location,
You're not capable. You're just saying you're capable.
Stop speaking for a second.
Well, let's let him get it out at least.
If any one of us are capable of doing that, which I am, regardless if I am or not, though, if whoever it is, if they're capable of doing that, what in your mind makes you think that they're not capable of using that ability to then navigate by simply doing that over and over?
You said if you're capable, right? And I'm saying bullshit. You are not capable.
Okay, that's
I
not
don't
my
believe
question,
you're
Essie.
capable. Now, if I was a millionaire, I'd be a millionaire, but I'm not.
That's fantastic,
So
Essie.
if
That's not
you
my
were
question.
able to
Then.
do it, you would be able to do it. So I'm calling you out.
Let me ask. Left lane. The same question I asked SC. Pretend like you're answering it because it's not a fucking. It's not a hard. It's not a fucking impossible question, SC. I don't know why you're not answering it. You're saying I'm saying if someone's able to use
I
social
think you're
navigation to
bullshitting,
locate
bro.
themselves, why do you not think they would also be able to navigate simply by doing that
Who's they?
social navigation
Who's
over
they?
and over again?
Who's they?
Yeah, you can do it. You can do it in multiple observations and connect the dots.
Exactly.
You can do it. How about you? Can you do it?
SC,
Left lane?
that's not the question. It's not a question
Dude,
of who can
Kosho,
do
it
it.
sounds like you're trying to convince him philosophically of why it can be
That's
done.
right.
That's
No,
all
I'm asking him a
understandable. Hold on.
question.
I think he even said that he understands that. That's fine. He accepts, just at least on face value what you're saying with that. His actual challenge is that you have to actually do it. You have to actually navigate.
But the thing
it's
was
not
when
about giving
the
numbers on
question-
a piece of paper or telling someone what a WGS84 Earth that you were given. It's none of that. It's you have to navigate upon the Earth.
Let me ask you, Gio, okay? And this time, just please don't interrupt me before I finish SC because I'm not asking you anything. But Gio is claiming the same thing you're claiming. I'm asking the same question, okay? If given 3 angles to 3 stars and an almanac and a watch, okay, whether they're on a computer or at a desk on a piece of paper, if someone's capable of using those 3 angles to those 3 stars and a watch and an almanac to locate themselves at any given moment in any given place in the world, okay, why would they not be capable of doing that over and over again and navigating using that? Why is it what challenge from one to the other? And
Okay, my answer to that is that yes, that absolutely can be done because the way that they've built that system is ad hoc. So you can get a somewhat accurate heading upon your model. You can get somewhat of an accurate heading doing that, although it's not as accurate. So I don't think he's doubting that exists. I think what he's doubting is that can you actually do it?
And that's what I'm saying to you is that I've given you the resources to challenge that, but you won't do it for some reason.
Hang on. Gio said it's not an accurate heading, right? Implying that he has an accurate heading. What is your accurate heading? I gotta.
No, don't change things around on Gio. No. The thing is, I claim Kosho will get lost in the woods. I don't believe he can do it. He'll get lost in sea. Period. Period.
All right. So why don't you just take the challenge? Why don't you challenge me right now? Give me any random location and see if I can't tell you what location that is.
No.
Exactly.
We'll
right.
arrange something.
It would prove exactly what you're claiming right now is wrong, but that's fine.
In a computer.
No, not a computer, dude. I don't need a computer to do this. I don't need a computer to do this.
I hope people are listening, man. I hope people are listening.
Almanac. You need an almanac. The almanac.
Joshua, can I ask you something about the almanac?
Where the GP is giving the angles.
Can I ask you something about the almanac? How many of those GPs that are in the almanac have you verified?
I mean,
no, I'm not. No, when I say this, I'm talking about.
I've used it.
Let me just make clear what I'm saying. I'm talking about you actually getting a GP in physical reality and linking it to the Earth. I'm not talking about validating through looking at computer systems. How many have you actually validated to its position on the actual physical Earth?
Yeah, well, what I've done is I've used the GPs from the almanac to let's see, there's several people's locations. So some places in Australia, some places here in America. Me personally, that I've used the almanac and the angles of the stars to accurately pinpoint those exact locations. So given that given that the almanac was validated through that would validate those GPs if it's giving me the actual locations. Like the actual GPs, they're standing underneath it and seeing that it's at my zenith is one thing, but using those zenith locations to pinpoint locations, that validates. You don't have to do you don't have to do that other step.
Rolling my boulder, whoever you are. Nobody's triggered here, bro. You said it 7 times. 7 times. I got your point. Nobody's triggered. If you have any valuable input to put into it, please go ahead right now. The floor is yours, sir. Go right ahead.
Are you willing to pay Kosho's way to this random place in the forest or ocean and see whether or not he can do what he claims?
Yeah, I'll pay his way. Yeah.
I told you. I mean, when you first offered it, I told you. Yeah.
And I heard Kosho say he's game for that. So
all right, let's get it on. Let's do it.
When that has happened, I owe you a huge humble pie apology. But until then, you're a liar.
No, you see, that's not how it works. You are a little bitch. You have something personal against me, and I just proved it right now by what I knew you were going to do this. What makes you think that I owe you anything? Who are you, first of all? Do you walk up to random people and tell them on the street, hey, you owe me something, you have to prove something? Who do you think you are?
Well, hold on, let's not derail into insults. Rolling, you already did this before. So Rolling, let's get to the bottom of it. SC tonight has brought up some ideas, some challenges. It's been interesting. We've been talking about it. Why are you, out of the blue, saying that he's lying about something?
He is saying that he will pay Kosho's way to the middle of the ocean or forest and see whether
I didn't say the middle of a ocean, liar.
You did, man. You said yes, you did.
I said the forest. I didn't say the ocean. I
Moderator,
did not.
Moderator,
does SE get muted for that?
Please mute SE so that I can finish answering your question.
And SE called you a liar. Muted.
Please do to him what you did to me.
Yeah, it just seems like Rolling, by you doing that, you're just randomly, like all SE has done is
you're going to mute me, but not
ideas.
Him? Okay.
No, you have something personal against me, sir. It's pretty obvious.
You need to be muted so that I
floor.
can finish my full answer to
Go
Gio's
ahead.
question.
You have the floor, sir. Please go ahead. Go ahead. Start berating me. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't believe you on that either. SE has said that he would pay Kosho's way to the middle of the ocean or the forest on different times.
No, I did not say the middle of the ocean. You are lying,
he can't
sir.
shut up.
Well, let's just
no, you're lying. I'm not gonna let you say a lie. But go ahead.
Gio, are you going to be even-handed or not?
Well,
no, you didn't say that.
Hold on, you came in like saying all this, and so he's just kind of doing it back. So, but SE, if you could not interrupt him, at least just let him say what he's going to say, or we could move on. We don't have to do it. We don't.
Gio,
have to
you muted me for 5 minutes the first time I called him.
Let
a
him
liar.
go.
because you
called me.
Yeah,
he has to lie about me. Go ahead.
He has called me a liar.
Yes, because you came into a good conversation and randomly started accusing him of being a liar, purposefully to try to start an insult thing.
Not at all. I didn't do that to start an insult.
And this is the 3rd time you did it. You have something personal against me, but go ahead.
Are you counting the number of times that you interrupt me?
Yes, every single time, yes.
And what are you up to?
Go ahead, you have the floor.
All right, well, SE, I don't want to mute you, so let's just let him at least say it, and because...
Okay, Gio, if he interrupts again, will you please mute him for me?
Well, I mean, you're the one who started all this, so you don't really get any privileges right now, but go ahead and speak.
No, if I can't finish my sentence, I'm not going to start it. You guys have a good night.
Well, you brought in a boatload of toxicity to try to disrupt things, and then now you're not able to stand by what you're saying, so you've been exposed.
No, SE brought the toxicity, and I called it out. I didn't let it go unspoken what he was doing. He brought the toxicity, and I called it to the floor. That's all that happened. I don't.
He brought a point of contention. He brought a bet up. A bet is not toxicity. Okay. an insult, calling somebody a liar, that is, you could say, man, I don't believe that.
He just called him a little bitch.
Without being toxic, bro. You don't have to call him. Yeah, after he called him a fucking liar right to his face, dude. For God's sakes, y'all chill out.
SE's the victim here, right? But okay, yeah. SE did.
I'll try again. I'm going to try again, Kosho. SE said that he would drop you in the middle. He would pay your way and drop you in the middle of the ocean or the forest, and that you wouldn't be able to figure out where you were, and that if you could figure out where you were, he'd give you $1,000. I do not think he's going to pay your way to anywhere. I don't think this challenge will ever happen. And if in some ludicrous world where it did, I don't think he's going to give you $1,000.
Who cares?
If those things happen, I will publicly apologize to everyone involved. Until then, SE is a liar.
Topic of debate, man. That's all it is. It's a topic for debate. You think they're actually going to go out in the middle of the ocean?
It's not a topic for debate. SE's a liar, and those things will never happen.
Can I speak now? Can I defend myself?
Are you going to pay Kosho's way somewhere and see if he can do the things he says he can do?
I'll keep it civil. Sir, this is the 4th time you personally attacked me. I don't know who you are. I don't care who you are. You're like a mosquito to me. What you just said doesn't matter.
SC, did you not offer
what I was going to ask
motorized boat?
Roland, I mean, hold on. Is this how you roll? Like, okay, if somebody comes into an arena and they basically announce, I have a challenge, this and that, whether it's for discussion, whether it's we're going to do it, either way, he's just brought to the table. So your contribution tonight was to come in and just call him a liar because you think it'll never happen?
Yeah, look, MC Toon put up a $10,000
really
challenge. Is that toxic, him putting up a $10,000 challenge? SE just challenged him and said he don't think they can do it. It's what MC Toon did, an insult, a challenge to everybody? No, it's is it toxic? It's just a challenge, man.
Sounds like Kosho's taking him up on it, though.
But Kosho has accepted the challenge, and I do not see SC Montreal buying plane tickets. Kosho said, yes, I'll do it.
Who said anything about plane tickets? First of all, I don't care about your opinion, dude. Do you understand that?
I actually understand it very well.
Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting? You know what you remind me of? You remind me of an ex-girlfriend that follows me around like a little bitch.
He said he don't care about your opinion.
You have a crush on me?
Beautiful. I trigger people like that. I do it. I have like little bitches like this guy. He follows me around. This is the 4th time now he did it. He has nothing. He just comes in and he calls me a liar with nothing.
He just lied, dude. He just said that conversation. Hold on, SE. He just said you asked him a question, and that's why he was interrupting you. And when you said you didn't care about his opinion, he didn't ask you a question. That's a blatant lie.
He did. He said, "Do you understand that?" To me,
you want to bet that he didn't just say that? You want to bet?
Yeah, go back and see if he asked me if I understood that. Go back. You go back right now.
You interrupted him right when he was finishing up with the word opinion.
You're a liar too. Go back and listen. He asked me.
He's a liar too. Yeah. Listen, I'm so glad I trigger you, bro. It brings me pleasure. Say something.
I'm going back right now to check.
I love it when I trigger little guys like you, little she-men like you. I love it, bro.
Please,
calm down. Are you going to boot SE for that? Are you going to boot SE for that?
Rui, don't be demanding everything now. Everyone, take a deep breath and get back on track. All right, water under the bridge. Let's move on. Please.
Yeah, I mean, rolling on the boulder. If you have nothing else to offer other than you think, quote unquote, he's lying simply because you think these things will never happen, I guess I just think that's invalid and is not useful to the conversation. I mean, to do that, to try to create drama and then say you'll apologize later if it's done, it just seems really manipulative and twisted.
I hear that, Gio, and I actually agree with you. The only thing I can say is saying that you'll pay $1,000 if XYZ happens is also manipulative, and I don't think people should do that unless they really stand by it.
Well, he's throwing, it sounds like
your opinion.
You shouldn't just throw that out. You shouldn't say, "I'll pay you $1 million if you can like say the alphabet backwards."
Why?
Like,
people do that all the time. People do that all the time. Hey, man, I'll bet you $50. You know, we can beat you in football or whatever. People do that stuff all the time. People play games of pool for hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars.
Yeah, and they get stabbed for being cheaters and liars.
The question you should ask yourself, sir, is why do me personally, trigger you so much?
So
I-
no,
I-
this
you,
is
you-
serious.
you know, SC, I'm gonna spot you that because tonight is not the first night you've triggered me, and I don't know why I hate you so much, but I do.
You hear it? You hear it, people? He finally said it.
You of all flat earthers are like the worst. I don't know what it is
I'm
about you.
so
but
glad. I love it, bro. I love it when I trigger little sissies like you. It brings me pleasure.
I know what it is.
And he
Come
just
on, mods.
admitted it right now. You
Come
heard
on,
him,
mods.
guys.
Yeah,
I'll
if
pay
it
all
brings
you
you such
guys.
pleasure,
I'll
I'll
pay all you
admit it
guys
again.
$1,000
What's
if you
going
can
on
just
with
calm
it?
your
God dang
farms.
it. Yeah, man.
Hand out some meats, Bandy.
$1,000 to everyone who can mute themselves.
Poop
I
themselves.
love it, man. I just love it.
Yeah,
Brian, Stefan, sorry.
SE and Coach should nail this down right now.
Hey, I was again to Geo and SC the question, and please try to listen to the
Yeah, he
question.
did say, "Do you understand me?" I
hold on.
apologize for calling you a liar, bro. I take it back.
But yeah, just try to listen to the question. Just make sure that that you're actually, if you're going to answer the actual question. But so because you guys are
Coach,
claiming,
hold on one second. Thanks, Flat Earth Tests. I appreciate it.
because you guys are claiming that that if somebody is capable of getting the angles to 3 stars and locating themselves, right? They're able to do this out in the wild, in the woods, in the ocean. They can use a sextant, get the angle to 3 stars, use the almanac, and locate themselves, right? If they're capable of doing that in the wild, and the only difference between them doing that in the wild and them sitting somewhere and somebody telling them the angles is them using a sextant to measure the angles versus somebody just telling them the angles, right? So if one can do one of those things, why wouldn't they not be able to do the other? Is it just that you think that they're not able to use a sextant to tell the angle to the stars, or
is that question to me?
To you or Geo? Because you guys are claiming like somebody, if they can do it maybe sitting down and somebody giving them the angles, but they can't do it outside. Like,
well, I'll let. I mean, SE could speak for himself. I am not the one offering this challenge, nor am I saying I don't think you can do it. I am just stating what I was just clarifying what SE was saying is what his challenge is, which is that you have to actually physically do it in the tangible physical world.
Right. And that's what I'm asking is what's the difference? But besides the fact that in one you're actually using a sextant and measuring the angle with the sextant, and the other is someone's telling you the angle because maybe they've measured it or they've gotten it from somewhere. That being the only difference, is there any other difference? Like between doing it out in public yourself, or doing it outside of yourself, or doing it sitting at a desk?
You're kidding me, right? You
I'm
actually asked that
asking
question?
you. I'm asking you the question, and I'm seeing if you can come up with an actual answer.
Yes, I will. Absolutely, there's a difference between you sitting in a desk using Stellarium and you actually going out, putting on your hiking boots, me dropping you somewhere in a location hundreds of miles away with a sextant in the forest, right? There's a big difference.
Can I stop
there,
you,
Coach?
SC? Because no one brought up Stellarium. No one brought up Stellarium, and I said the only difference, the difference being, so in both cases I have an almanac, in both cases I have a watch, in both cases I know what time the angles were measured at. The only difference being, in one situation I'm using the sextant and measuring the angles. In the other situation, somebody tells me the angles. Okay, other than this one difference, is there any other difference?
What does that even mean? I don't.
It means what's
Gio,
the
did you
difference?
understand
Dude?
what
What's
he
the
just said?
difference? How is it any different?
Did anybody understand what he just said?
Well, let me ask
You are the one claiming that there's a difference.
Yeah, let me ask this question of SE. SE, do you know how to identify a location and provide the angles of the stars at that location?
This is not about me. This is about you guys finding your location using a sextant. I never claimed I can do anything. It's not about me, this.
And we've told you that we can. Give us the angles.
Okay, and I say, I challenge you. I don't believe you can do it. And we have a thing going here with Kosho, or you, if you want to do the ocean thing. We can raise, we can do a GoFundMe. I'm sure you can raise a lot of money, like we said before, get super chats. We can rent a boat for about 5,000.
Okay, but listen to the question, SC, before you go on about this, okay? I'm saying to you, do you telling me 3 angles or me using a sextant and measuring 3 angles, okay? Assume that measuring 3 angles with the sextant is trivial, okay? That being the same, what's the difference between you telling me 3 angles and me being somewhere and measuring 3 angles? Everything else is exactly the same. I'm using the almanac. I'm calculating the distance to the GP, right? So what's the difference?
Okay, assuming I give you that and I say, and I'm not saying that I'm saying that, I'm just hypothetically now. Let's say I give you that, right? Are you saying that using that information that you're going to be able to find your way home in a random location in the woods, hundreds of miles away?
You can put me in a different country.
Let's say I put you in
Siberia.
Let's say I put you in the middle of the Brazilian forest, and I tell you to find the tip of Brazil. Let's say. You think you'll be able to do it?
I'm telling you, in anywhere in the world, this works.
Naked.
Anywhere in the world with those pieces of information, you can locate yourself.
Thanks, bro. Like I said, I'm willing to bet. I won't put you in Brazil. Somewhere civil, like in the summer in the woods in New York, where we're both close by, right? You're in
What I
New
don't
York,
understand is
right?
why is any of that necessary when all you have to do is show that you can do it from anywhere, not knowing the location. That's going to show to you that you can do it anywhere else.
Yeah, but showing that you can do it on your desk and actually doing it are two different things. Like, am I not making
I've
sense
asked you
here?
what
I don't
what is
understand
that
this.
difference? I've asked you already. What's the difference? That's my question
The
to you.
difference
What is
is,
the
I
difference?
don't think you can do it. I told you
No.
before.
That's not what I'm asking you.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna jump in again, and I'm not gonna call anybody a liar or throw any insults out. And watch this, because I'm speaking true. SE is right. There's a difference between doing it on the computer and going out in the woods or ocean and doing it. And so here's what I want to say. SE and Kosho, have you done the first part? The part that's the computer. Have you guys done that yet? SE, go make up the computer coordinates. Go look up the star angles. Let's see if Kosho can even do the first step.
No, but
Never mind the ocean
That's
forest
not what
thing.
the challenge is, though. His technical challenge, from what I heard, that's not what it is. His challenge is that if you're in the middle of the woods or ocean and you have to navigate yourself with whatever tools you have, there is a lot to that, because not only can you get some angles and say, oh, my position is XYZ on some coordinate system, you have to actually find your heading, you have to track that heading, and you have to actually navigate upon the real Earth. Like, you have to continually alter your headings as needed. You have to be aware of your surroundings every single night as you're traveling and as you're moving. That is an on-the-go, on-the-fly, actual real-life process that doesn't involve just getting angles and coordinates that you were giving. That involves actually getting headings yourself and navigating upon the Earth.
I agree, Gio. I agree. But we don't even know if SE can make up the coordinates and Kosho can even figure out the computer-based problem. Let Kosho Google and use whatever. Let's see if they can even do the first step.
But it's not a computer thing. That's what I don't need
But do it, Kosho. Use the computer. Let's just get SE to give you some elevation angles and star names and times, and Kosho figure out where that is. SE is the only person that knows it. SE could tell Gio beforehand, and let's see if Kosho can even figure out where the spot was that SE figured out.
Yeah, that's what I've offered him. I've given him the
before we. SE's right. SE's right. Doing it for real in the forest or ocean, that's legit. That's different. But let's see if Kosho can even pass the first test.
That's even my question now. That's my question now. And if you think it's different, then maybe you can tell me. But other than the fact that in one case you're using a sextant and finding out the angles by taking the measurement with the sextant, and in the other situation, someone's telling you the angles that maybe they've measured or they've gotten from somewhere. Other than that one fact, what's the difference between being out
somewhere
doing it
and
doing it
the difference is we have to trust the computer program generating the
No, but I'm not talking about using the computer to do it.
Oh, but
isn't
that
how
how
the almanac and the time?
I thought you're saying the difference was SE was going to figure the things out on the computer.
No. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about using a computer in either case. I'm talking about using the almanac in both cases and using a watch in both cases. And the only difference is one is you're measuring the angles with a sextant yourself, or you're given the angles.
Well, but the big difference is that we can do exactly one of these things right now.
Yeah,
SE can go get elevation angles for a position and give them to you, and we can find out whether you're full of shit or not. Because if you can't even figure it out right now, you'll never be able to do it in the middle of the ocean. So all SE has to do is go get the elevation angles and give them to you, and we can find out whether you can pass the first test or not.
That's going to be an issue right there. That's what I'm saying.
So SE, give the man some elevation angles, and let's see if even with his computer and his fancy things, he can figure out the position from which you calculated the elevation angles. Let's just see if he can even get that right.
Again, though, I wouldn't use but still, yeah. I mean, like I said, I wouldn't use a program just because for the sake of this challenge. But Ruhif also, and I think Eggshells is here now, and Bacon, who's left, I think. I know that they can. I'm pretty sure there might be somebody else in here also.
Yeah, but the main thing is you, Kosho. SE is calling you to the mat and saying you can't do it in the ocean, and he's also and like, but we can't all teleport to the ocean right now. But SE can give you the elevation angles right now, and we can figure out whether you're full of shit or not. Because if you can't do it right now, then everything else you're saying is crap, right? Would you at least agree with that? If SE gave you the elevation readings and you couldn't figure out where they were taken from, nothing else matters. Right? If you can't do it here from the table, we don't have to teleport to the ocean or the forest or anywhere else. And his $1,000 is safe.
Is this, hey guys, is this, I just got here, is the idea that SE finds the elevation angles from
Riding, I'm the one riding on thin ice tonight because I've been quite angry. But SE has challenged Kosho repeatedly, and I'm saying we could rule Kosho out. We could say Kosho is wrong straight away. QE goes and looks up the elevation angles to stars from an unknown location. He gives the elevation angles to Kosho. If Kosho can't figure out from where they were taken, then we know Kosho's full of crap. We don't have to go out to the ocean or anywhere else. If Kosho gets it right, then Kosho might have cheated. So if Kosho gets it right, we don't know anything. But if Kosho gets it wrong, then we know Kosho's full of crap.
This comes from Eggshells. This comes from SC. He blatantly said several things since then, but the very first thing he said was he doesn't think anyone in this room could. What did he say? Well, the thing he originally said he doesn't think anyone in this room could do this celestial navigation. But then he said that they can't navigate, and then he said they can't do it. They can't go from New York to Australia. He said a couple things since then, but it just stems from him saying that he doesn't think anyone in this room could actually do celestial navigation in real life.
Right. Is there a limitation on not using computer programs, or can you just use like Bacon's or your GP finder and circle drawer?
I mean, tonight, like right now, I think that Kosho should be allowed to do whatever he wants. SE goes and gets the elevation readings and gives them to Kosho. Let's see if they match. We've never even seen that happen. Let SE get the elevation readings and let Kosho do whatever he wants.
What is all this? What is now all this added jargon? You guys are trying to like push something back to some model that you have, like the little narrative Rolling's doing right now. It seems like you're trying to like build up Kosho as if he can get these things. The challenge was, from what I heard, again, you have to navigate upon the Earth. It has nothing to do with any of these other calculations or angles. You have to do that. That is what he said, is that you have to be able to navigate. It's not about like all this stuff about asking SCE to give elevation angles. That was nothing that he claimed or that he brought up. This is all just added stuff that you guys seem to be building around this instead of actually sticking to the point of what it actually is, which is that you have to navigate.
Gio, yes, that would be awesome. If we could see Kosho navigate right now, it'd be divine. But we can't see that right now. I am not spinning some red herring story. If Kosho cannot figure out where readings were taken from, then he's never going to be able to navigate.
All Kosho can do is give him what Google gives him right now.
You think that if SE quotes him some star angle readings and times, that Kosho can just type those into Google and it'll spit out a latitude and longitude? That is not.
I don't even know where to look it up in Google. I'm sure there probably is some place where you could do that,
but let's see if SE Geo. It would be a monumental moment that SE, the flat earther, came up with the readings, and Kosho, the glober, figured out where those readings were.
I'm
Who
not a
cares how
flat
they do
earther,
it?
by
Let's
the
just see
way.
them do it.
Don't call me a flat earther, please. Thank you.
Okay, SE, the true earther, came up with the readings, and Kosho figured out from where they were taken. Let's just see it happen. Let's stop arguing back and forth, and let's actually see it happen. However they do it. They can tell us later how they cheated or whatever they did.
I would say just so it's not about me for whatever reason, that you can give the 3 stars, and like I said, there's at least 4 of us, maybe 5 of us in here who can probably tell you the answer at the same time. And that's
even better. Let's see if
Well,
they get different
I'm
answers.
not limited on how I do it, because I know that it's done with the Haversine formula, which is very difficult. I haven't done that before. But like, if there's no requirement that I do it with that and just show that with nothing more than 3 elevation angles, I can tell you where you are. Sure, yeah, I can do that.
But you say you can do it.
Yeah,
but I've actually never seen this happen.
Right, but again, we can move on to another topic if you guys want, but I just don't think it's fair for you to put onto SE all of this stuff, because what his challenge was, to repeat it again, I know I've said it 20 times, his challenge was that you guys would have to be in the middle of the woods or the middle of the ocean, somewhere where you don't know where you are, essentially, and you have to actually navigate upon the earth. That is the challenge. All this other stuff, I know I've said it. I feel like I've said it 15 times, but
yeah, that was actually his second challenge.
That's why I asked the question I asked, is because that's what I'm saying to you. If one can do the one thing, right? Like I stated before, one can do the one thing by given angles. So someone gives them the angles, they can do it sitting at their desk. Why would they not be able to do the same thing if you give them a sextant and they're outside? Is it because they're not capable of measuring angles with a sextant? And if they are able to measure angles with a sextant, why would they not be able to use that method over and over to navigate wherever they need to?
You see, you're speaking about other people now, right?
No, I'm asking a question about methodology.
My
Why would any person that in your head, if any person could do the first thing, what would make you think that they're incapable of doing the things that follow?
It's not about any person. It's about you, dude.
It doesn't matter, SC.
It's not about any person.
It's not my question, dude.
Yeah, the question's, I think, quite valid. If you're, I'm not quite sure if people are accepting, okay, maybe you could do it right here, but whether we need to prove it or not, Kosho's question is, if you could do it right here, if you're happy to accept that, what would then be different about doing it in the woods? Like, I've already given you one. The Haversine formula is a pretty tricky thing to remember and apply. It's a not insubstantial amount of maths for a layperson.
Yeah, but you've got the site reduction tables, right?
Say again?
We're assuming you have the site reduction tables.
Yeah, you can use the almanac. So in this situation, yeah.
Like, yeah, it's all of this is down to it, but I think it's a valid question to say what's
the difference?
Yeah, what's the difference?
Why would somebody not be capable? Why would those things? Why would somebody be able to do the first thing, and for some reason you're thinking they're not able to do the things that follow? It wouldn't be kind of trivial if you can do the first thing, that you could do it somewhere else, and if you do it in 2 places, is it not trivial to do it multiple times and travel wherever you need to and check where you are and all that?
If we say Kosho can cheat and Google and use his computer and do whatever he wants, but somehow Kosho figured out the secret coordinates that SE used, if Kosho figures those out, then okay, well, Kosho probably cheated or something. But if Kosho can't even figure out that using anything he wants, then that's evidence that Kosho doesn't know anything. So why can't we do this first test? Perhaps the result is, well, Kosho got the answer right, but we don't know how. Why can't we even do this very first test?
Yeah.
Well,
because
all we need, and Geo's jumping to SE's defense and saying that, why should
computer isn't proving anything rolling? So
yes, it is.
I'm willing to do it. Rolling has a point. I'll give him that. He has a point. If I can do this on my phone and not leave my lazy boy chair because it's 1:00 in the morning right now, I'm willing to do it.
Get your sextant out, SE, and go grab some angles.
Yeah, Bandit. Hold on, Bandit.
We can do
Let me
F-all with an angle.
Hold on.
let me just answer Bandit. Let me answer Bandit. Bandit, I agree with you. If Kosho gets it right, it doesn't prove much. But if Kosho gets it wrong, then it proves a lot. It's not symmetric. Him getting it right doesn't necessarily tell us much, but him getting it wrong tells us a lot.
But just so we're not talking about this
So you want SC to go outside in his pajamas with his sextant.
You can just do it
and get some
No.
angles. Right?
I don't.
Guys, this is urgent news. Okay, I've posted the link 500 times, including.
Stellarium.
Hold on, it's not Stellarium. Hold on.
I heard someone say. I heard someone piping up saying they can use Stellarium.
Yeah,
hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Okay,
Though.
so you want to use one computer program to match it up with another computer
No,
program.
Bandy.
No,
SE gets Stellarium, right?
Wait, guys.
Hold on,
saying?
Roland, hold on a second, man, because I've been trying to say this, and I don't know why these go further than this, but I've posted the link in the chat for heavens above. Whoever, like he says, somebody wants to pick a random location that nobody else knows. SE can do it. He can pick some random location, put himself in that location, and do it 10 minutes from now. So you can change the clock in the website I showed you to 10 minutes from now. That way, it gives enough time to do the measurement or whatever. I mean, the calculation. And you can pick any random place in the world. When that tell us what the place is, and you can tell it to all of us, and tell us the 3 stars. I mean, and display it from that the star chart is showing for 10 minutes from now. And
Yeah, but Kosho, address what Bandsaw said. Bandsaw said, you want us to use one computer program to validate another computer program.
No.
Hold on, Kosho. Hold on. Bandsaw, that would be something. And I've been here for 4 months, and I haven't even seen that much. If SE can go get a computer program and generate some coordinates, and Kosho gets the same answer, that's more than I have seen in the entire 4 months that I've been here. So even that much is something, and maybe even that doesn't work. So let's just see. Let's see if SE can come up with the coordinates and Kosho can answer.
Okay, I'm willing to do that, but I'm not that experienced in that program. Does anybody know how to use it?
That's what I've been trying to tell you for
I can walk you through it. I can walk you through it, SE Montreal. If you want me to show you how to do it, I can do it on my
you know
screen.
what?
And
I'll, even though I don't trust you, I'll let you find 3. I'll let you find the locations.
Don't trust me. Let me walk you through the steps.
No, you can do it. You can give him the information he's requesting from me, because I didn't say I was going to do this, but I'm interested in this. It sounds interesting.
So we don't end up with the claim. All you do, if you can see my Stellarium here, see that bit at the bottom where it says near Sydney, just pick that thing up and put it wherever you want. Middle of the ocean, North Pole, South Pole, New Zealand, South Africa, your own doorstep if you want to dox yourself. And then all you need to do is pick stars from that list that Kosho's done, because they're the navigational stars. And I could just get Sirius, Regal, and Thingy. And all you want to get is exactly what time. The easiest thing to do there is pause the time here, so it's all at exactly the same time. And then when you click on that star, like Procyon, for example, we just want that number there, altitude. If you want to make it easier for us, you can switch off atmosphere. Just let us know if you've switched off atmosphere would be another way of doing it.
Switch off atmosphere?
Just make sure just do
let
it
us
for
know whether we need to correct for refraction, basically.
if it's 117 where you are, SE, just do it for whatever. Do it for 130. Change the time.
Gio, are you familiar with this software, Gio?
Like I said, if you don't have that software, that's why I gave the link to this website. This website is simple. You can just put your location in wherever you.
I'm familiar. I'm familiar with it. I'm just listening, but I'm not able to VC too much. But yeah, I am familiar with it.
If you don't have that, if you don't have Stellarium,
okay, would you accept if Gio finds these coordinates or whatever it is that you're looking for? Would you guys accept that?
I don't care who does. I mean, I don't even care to do it. I'm going to do it.
Gio, you think you can do it? And we'll see if Kosho can do it. I don't want to put you into a burden.
Roland can do it. Anybody can do it. It doesn't matter. It's just not like a big exhibition or whatever. It's just I mean, if you don't believe it can be done, it is that simple of just 3 stars.
Roland, you know how to do it, Roland?
Do I know how to use that website? No, I don't. I can
somebody
try though.
here can do it.
I don't know.
Man.
You guys
Somebody here.
I trust. Let me hold on. Let me come back. Kosho, where's the link? Heavens above.
Yeah.
All right,
Sharing
hold on.
my screen right now.
I'm opening Kosho's link.
I'm sharing my screen right now. If you put in your location and then go back to this interactive sky chart section, you can just
hold on. I'm also not that good at Discord. Let me get your screen share open.
Well, I mean, all you do is hover over the star. Hover over the star, and then it tells you the altitude.
How do I put in the secret location that you don't know?
You'll have to go to the home page, and then in the home page, you'll have to go to change your observation location.
Sorry, we're on Heavens Above or Stellarium?
Where's
change? On Heavens Above.
Yeah.
You can do it on
Heavens Above.
Stellarium.
Yeah. Top right. There should be a thing to type in your location.
Using browser geolocation.
Don't use your location, bro. don't dox yourself.
Well,
Use
no, I
another
mean,
location.
I could VPN right now to a lot of different places, and
just drag it to somewhere on the map.
Oh, just drag this little black. Oh, it's not dragging.
Yeah, but we should get SE to do this, right?
One day, I've since done it about 10.
Oh, okay, yeah. You can just click, and then it updates.
Because we all know that SE is going to go, Rolly Mabolda just DM'd fucking Kosho the location.
Yeah, but
I'm not going to say that. Look, this proves nothing. This is just to satisfy Rolling. That's all.
To be the one that picks the location.
This proves nothing. I'm willing to go with what Roland says, even if he finds the location. The challenge is for him to do it in the woods.
Yeah, but SE, I think it'd be a lot more fun if you picked the secret location.
Just do it for now, man. I'm in my couch. I'm not gonna,
He's saying he's not gonna do it. So
but there's other adversaries here. Flat Earth tests. Brian, Geo,
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Bandsaw Bandit. Can we get an adversary to do it?
I'm trying to work it out.
I don't think we should worry about
do it. Even Terry. How about Terry?
I'm just saying, ASC, I don't think we should worry about the woods because everyone knows that moss grows on the south side of trees, so you'll know your direction when it's cloudy.
Remember that one?
Yeah. Also, whoever does it, just make sure you do it 5 minutes. 5 minutes from now.
Pause the time.
No, you do it in Heavens Above. You can set the time.
It's in Heavens Above. You can set the time. It's Stellarium. You can too. But in the Heavens Above, there's a section that says Interactive Sky Chart. Where I was just there, and then you can just change the time to whatever you want.
I've sort of figured it out, but I feel like I'm the least trustworthy source for this.
Just do it. Just do it. That's even better. It's the least trustworthy source. Give it to him.
Got me to do it. Fuck, this is taking forever.
All right, Kosho, you want me to give you some stuff?
I'd like to.
All right, hold on.
Anybody?
Give me a few minutes to pick a really cool secret place.
Okay, just don't forget that whatever time. So it's going to take you it might take you a minute to write them down. So just make sure you put it far enough in the future that, say 5 minutes or whatever.
Just so they've got something to talk about, make sure it's near something that's noticeably 666.
Oh, I can't. Yeah. Give me more time for the 666. I have chosen.
I'll have to do that.
I've chosen my place. I've chosen the city, and now I'm looking for the spot in the city.
It doesn't. That won't really change it too much.
Okay, so just pick the city center is good enough. All right, fine. If you can even find the city, that would be something, right?
Yeah. Like I said, just whenever you go to Heavens Above, just make the time. Right now it's 22, so just make it 26, 27, and then the stars. I have
27 UTC.
Can you? So I did pick a place with the browser, and I have the little black thing where I want it, but I don't see how to go to the next screen.
And
do I hit update?
Yep.
What information exactly are you requesting, just for clarity?
Just 3 stars in the elevation. I have a list of stars.
3 stars in the elevation.
Yeah, I picked a
city.
You
mean the angle, right? The angle?
Yes.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Oh wait, SE, are you going to take over for me? Because
no. I just wanted some clarity. Please go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
All right, I think I'm scared I'm doing it wrong. I don't know what I'm doing.
Who cares, bro? Just give them the info they want. Don't worry about it.
But the only thing, you just make sure it's from those list of stars that I posted, and that it's, 5 minutes in the future.
Where did you post the stars?
In the live stream one.
Oh, that huge long list there.
It could be any 3 from there.
All right, so
it has to be about 60 degrees, 50, 60 degrees or higher.
All right, hold on. Give me a second. I'm just double checking that the latitude, longitude are where I wanted them to be. Hold on.
Well, now you just put another parameter. You said 50 or 60 degrees or higher. You just added something there.
I think he was, well, whatever. Kosho, you answer that. I don't know what you were saying.
Anyways, we'll let it slide because this is never going to end.
Well, it's going to end as soon as I get the data. I'm just trying to make sure I know what I'm doing, because right now I feel like I don't.
You want me to do this, Kosho?
Then dropped. I can't work it out.
We're getting there. Mic check, mic check.
I can hear you. I'm gonna work. I'm gonna get some as well.
Oh, hang on. Is Roland getting them or not?
I think he's working on it.
Oh, how about I do some for 4:30 just in case?
Yeah, I'm getting some as well.
Yeah.
I've given the
Oh, writing. Did you figure it out, writing?
I'm just gonna do it.
You're giving him a secret place.
Yeah, I found a secret place. I'm giving the altitudes now.
Okay, so I can lay off because I was not having a good time.
What's the time going to be?
Degrees.
All right, we'll go with eggshells.
How about this? If Kosho gets it right, then I'll struggle through and I'll give Kosho a second test.
Yeah, like I said, it doesn't have to be just about me, because I know there's a couple other people who can do it in here as well. Oh, he's got one. And what's the time, by the way, eggshells? Oh, is that the time that you have there?
Yeah, above it. Yep.
Oh, have you done it, Harry?
I'm guessing.
Yep.
Eggshells, is that UTC or what?
That time I think is local time, isn't it?
I do local time.
Wait, is that for 23 minutes or 23 or 33 minutes from now?
Hang on.
Yeah, you got to do it. I'll give you UTC. Hang on. Oh no, that is UTC. Sorry, that's UTC.
Just a sec.
Yeah, that is UTC. Sorry.
It might be UTC already.
Yeah.
No, it's not. UTC is 5:27 a.m. currently.
Oh, yes, it is too. Sorry. Yep. Time zone.
Hang on. Let me just double check.
GMT 0.
How come we can't get somebody that like believes the Earth is flat to come up with a secret location? I don't understand. Geo, Bandsaw, the flat Earth tests.
Yeah,
like any of you guys. Why can't we get any of you guys to come up with a secret location?
That's a good question. Me, I'm lying on my lazy boy and it's 1:30. I ain't doing that. That's my answer.
I don't know. I don't know what to think. Say Montreal that you and me are in the same time zone. That troubles me.
Well, I'm sitting here with my phone, lying down on my lazy boy. Now, in order for me to do that, I'm gonna have to get up, go to my computer room, turn on my computer, and I'm not gonna do that now. We can do this tomorrow if you like.
And I just gotta say, you really didn't deserve the animosity that I have. I don't know why you make me so mad. You do trigger me. I don't know why.
Harry, that's not 1229 isn't UTC.
But
it is 05 UTC.
while they're coming up with the secret location, I just say
How do you know?
Truce, brother.
UTC current UTC
No
is
problem,
5 in the
bro.
morning. 5:30 in the
I
morning.
give that a lot of people.
I didn't take that from current time. Hang on, let me do the whole thing again. I'll take it from current time.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, can you do it like 5 minutes from now? But do you pick Procyon? Can you pick a different one?
Sure.
Is that not in
Why pick a different one?
It's not in that
Hold
list.
on.
It's not in it. It's not in his list that he gave. He did give a list of stars, and Procyon's not in the list.
Sure.
He gave a. You mean of the navigational stars? Kosho?
I don't know, but Kosho did give a list of stars that he was ready for, and presumably these would be the ones he'd look for if he was on a boat. So,
all right, I'll give you some. Hold on.
And just
35.
This has to be 3 minutes in the future.
I'll give you 5 minutes in the future.
It's fine.
So that'll be UTC 5:35 a.m. So that's your time.
Regulus.
And your stars, let me just scroll up to them. Hang on, I'm in the wrong chat.
Hang on. Ah, shit. Whoops. 5:35. Regulus. 4650. What else is there? DUBHE, is that in your thing?
Yeah. Wait, hold on.
6412.
Yeah, DUBHE or whatever.
Yeah. And we have Vega 2351.
Guessing that's
there you go.
Sydney. That's Sydney, Rui, is that Sydney?
Is my secret location Sydney? No.
I just tell me hold on.
Yeah. I'm going to try a brute force attack. It's Brisbane.
No, my location is the site of a memorial, and to answer correctly, you tell me what is the memorial place.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is Bacon here? This would be Bacon's favorite thing.
You guys better get out your globes. Get your globes and get to marking them.
Geo, why don't you come up with some secret place and give these numbers? Why are we letting Globers talk to
It doesn't matter.
Globers?
I already know how it works, so I know he's going to be able to get it because it's already in their computer systems. It's not. But I mean, you keep saying a location. You're just talking about a latitude, longitude point. Just pick anything. Just pick Croatia. Just pick anything. Pick an island in the Maldives. Just pick something.
I picked the Eiffel Tower in Paris, but
that's a little obvious. I mean, I don't know if I'd go with that. At least pick
No, so mine's a memorial place that is not like the accuracy of the Eiffel Tower, right? If Kosho will just say fucking Paris, right?
Yeah, I conceded Paris was good enough.
Yeah, so mine is it's a memorial site, and it's not you're not going to confuse it with another landmark.
Right, because it's going to be a bit of.
Yours are really low, writing.
I don't know what we're proving here. We're proving that one computer program matches another computer program.
We'll talk about what it proves in a minute.
Exactly.
Well, Bandsaw.
We'll talk about it in a minute.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Bandsaw and Geo, you guys say that as though it's a foregone conclusion. But as somebody that works a lot in computer programming and math, it's not a foregone conclusion. Making two computer programs agree with each other, that's non-trivial. It doesn't just happen. And if Kosho can't do it right now, or Eggshells can't do it right now, if even one computer program doesn't agree with the other, then you guys have, like, that's something that matters. If I agree, if they complete this task successfully, it doesn't mean much. But if they fail it, well, that's good for you. This whole test is asymmetric and in your favor.
Well, nothing is good or bad for me personally. I don't have any horse in the race, as it were, in terms of any of this. I mean, I'm not setting out any challenges. I'm not requiring anyone to do anything personally. So no, yeah.
You don't care whether the Earth is a globe, whatever. You're just along for the ride.
Okay, that's a completely different topic.
It's almost 5:35.
You said you don't have a horse in the race.
About whether Kosho can plug digits that were given to him into another system of digits that were given to him. Yeah.
No, he wrote it, Geo. My God, listen to what people are telling you. Listen to what people are telling you, right? He wrote it on his own understanding.
Far from proves it if you're on a globe.
We will talk about what it proves in a minute.
FYI.
He's plugging data he was given into data he was given.
Yep,
Bandsaw, you and me should start talking about what backyard swimming pools mean.
Swimming pools?
Yes, I knew I'd have you at swimming pools. Bang. I knew that'd light you up.
5:35.
I got mine. They're huge. They're huge, not very circular circles, but I can show my results for my own one, which I've done myself. So, get why nobody had.
I mean, the real question underlying all of this is that if you have angles to stars and somebody's claiming that they have a map system, for example, if you give Kosho some island in the Maldives and he's able to, you just give him the angles and he's able to say, yep, it's this island in the Maldives. Okay, that's fine. But the real question is that whether the data he has that tells him that those angles point to the Maldives, and the angles are just the angles. First, well, there's several layers of it. First of all, are the angles accurate? Second of all, are the GPs accurate? So that would be actually verifying them in the physical world. The third question is, do those coordinates actually map out over a planar surface or a spherical surface? That's a whole nother component.
Okay, so Geo, given everything that you just said, do you remember, can you say your very first sentence one more time?
Oh, I don't know. I think originally I might have said that what's underlying all of this, because whether Kosho, the fact that he can plug angles into the plotted on the Earth, I already know that.
Okay, so hold on, right there.
Because the Earth map they're giving you will coordinate with it. It doesn't mean Earth is a sphere because of that.
Yeah, but hold on. So like right there, the fact that Kosho can do this is not a thing that you or I have seen yet. And so right now we're establishing whether this is actually a fact or not.
We've talked about this stuff with Kosho, Bacon, all these guys for years, man. Yeah,
I've heard people talk. Well, I've only been here for months. I've heard people talk about it, but this is the very first night I've actually seen people try to actually do it.
Oh, okay, well, I already know Kosho.
Even the plugging into programs thing, like nobody actually does it. They just talk about it. They talk about it all night long, but they never do it.
You don't need a program. You can even do it with the model that's given.
Okay. I don't
think... I'll say the data that's given, not necessarily the real Earth model. The data that's given will match up.
All right. You put in...
to a degree.
Actually, you use Rigel. That's on the list, dude.
I'll use mine then. Do mine
quick. Ruhif, I could be wrong about this location, but did you pick Gettysburg?
Gettysburg, where?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania is correct. How far is it from Gettysburg? Where's Gettysburg? You're in Pennsylvania, correct? Just got to figure out where Gettysburg is.
Okay, because you said it was supposed to be historical, whatever.
Yep.
If it's not Gettysburg, then it might be Philadelphia, but
It's in Pennsylvania. Hold on one second. I'll just put a thing there and figure out where Gettysburg is.
It's like in the South Center.
Hang on. Gettysburg, PA. How far?
Wait. Hold on. Don't answer, Ruhiv. Don't answer.
Oh, okay. All right.
So, Kosho, can you just put in the latitude and longitude that you found?
Well, I don't have I don't have a value. I have a map.
Oh, how much can you zoom in on the map?
Yeah, like can you?
Well, because I typed in eggshells first, and so I could have been a couple seconds off because I got an overlap.
Okay.
I got an overlap, so it's like there could be something with the timing. Basically, it doesn't pinpoint an exact location. The circles overlap.
All right, so we'll just take Kosho's answer as Pennsylvania. I mean,
Gettysburg is actually no. I'm more in the center, more north of Gettysburg. So north of Gettysburg is my answer.
It is north of Gettysburg, but is it further east or further west, you reckon?
Let me see.
And sorry, which
further west, I think.
So the secret location is further west.
You guys are being obnoxiously squishy, even coming from me. Like if I say Montreal, I'd be like, ah!
like just Gettysburg is pretty good.
Well, yeah, but I mean, just like pick a place and then let Ruhiv say where it was, and let's see how far off. Let's see how off Kosho was.
I don't think you can zoom in his map though.
It's
you can't zoom in your map, right?
Because I don't have an exact pinpoint.
I thought you did.
And paste an image in the chat.
Or that paste. Kosho, just paste your answer in the chat of a picture.
Well, see, part of this, like that, the root of this comes down to the old concept of the map is not necessarily the territory, and vice versa. So you can be given certain coordinates that will match with certain, especially popular areas. If you're talking about like, in the United States and places that will match, and you can also be given a globe model, and you also have not verified the distances of the actual GPs and or the angles, and you can think that it matches up. So I don't doubt that you're being given data that matches up at least to the points that you're viewing. But the question is, the real question underlying this is if we were to go out on the actual Earth to actually measure what it is and verify all of those distances and the angles, and that is where the difference of the shape of the Earth will be fully revealed.
I reckon you're pretty close, Kosho.
Show us where it is.
But they've ad hoc'd it. They've ad hoc'd it as a globe to where it will. These guys will be able to do this all day because they've ad hoc'd it at least to the major cities enough that these guys will be convinced that actually is what the Earth is, just because it matches with some of their points that they're looking at.
So
keep making excuses here.
To challenge that, we could pick an island or a spot in the middle of the ocean if you wanted to test it. And the other thing that would challenge it even more is the GP of any star is given down to the second constantly throughout the entire year. And there's some interesting things you'll find from that. One is the movement is stable. It is constantly moving at a constant speed across the Earth. So if it's just mapping populated areas, it needs to speed up and slow down to be able to do that, but then get over vast expanses of like hidden ocean or something like that. Secondly, you will notice that the speed it moves across the Earth is smaller towards either pole and fastest at the center.
Anyway, are we ready for the reveal?
You can test even that theory, Gio, and I think it's telling. I think it's interesting the point that Rowling makes, which is there seems to be a noticeable reluctance to test these beliefs and this stuff about sextants. We can happily talk about it for over a year, but really obstinately, like really determinedly vehemently avoid testing that theory. And that's interesting.
What on God's dream flat Earth are you even referring to? We've been talking about this. I mean, I don't know if you're referring to me or someone else. I specifically have talked.
The question is sorry, Joe.
And
Gio,
yeah, go ahead.
The question is the straight line distances, man. All this shit's done locally, like you said, but over distances, like the difference between a flat Earth and a globe Earth is over 69 miles. Is only like 10 fucking feet, dude. I mean, for them, like you said, the map not matching the the globe is it's a projection, man. The question is the distances, and
exactly
the distances over the oceans, over the great oceans are I found I've
Yes.
made a video about the yacht races and shit because I found, to me, discrepancies in the distances. But
Hang on, let's do Kosho's thing now.
The map, if the map doesn't match the pretty much the angles, then whoever did it just did it wrong. It doesn't prove a sphere or flat. Is my point.
Are we ready to reveal Kosho's approximation?
Yeah, show us the location, Rui.
Yeah, and writing. I mean, to go out in the physical world to verify this stuff. I mean, absolutely, people want to test it. I mean, and it's been being done and been done. But the thing is, that takes a lot of resources to do. So just to claim that somebody, you're going into saying that people get vehemently. I don't know what you're referring to. I've never heard of that before.
Should delete that actually.
Everybody's talking about ways to do this, and practical ways would be great if and when the resources, time, and funding are there.
Gio, let me push. Hold on, writing. Hold on, Gio. Let me push.
Let writing respond though. Let him respond.
But this was my idea, that you guys start coming up with these coordinates and seeing if the Globers could even answer. And no flat earther believing person or true earther or whatever that you want to call yourselves, nobody was willing to do it. And here you are, Gio, saying these things.
You brought it up.
Gio, come up with a secret. Any flat Earth person.
I'll do it. I ain't got time right this minute, but dude, all you got to give me a fucking map and the angles, dude. All you got to do is just calculate the GP, the fucking distance, and make a circle, and where they overlap, that's where it is.
That's not the challenge, flat Earth tests. That's not the challenge to you. The challenge to you is pick a secret location and make the elevation readings to stars, and give the elevation readings to Kosho or Eggshells or someone else, not me, because I'm not a navigator.
They already did it, dude.
Anyway, let's see how Kosho did.
Can I please finish the bit that I was saying before?
Okay, sorry, Eggshells. Yeah, I totally.
You're not even talking about the actual challenge. You're talking about just picking a location and giving them the fucking coordinate, giving the angle.
I was actually trying to do it, Colin, right? And I was trying to work out the actual app that the Kosho dropped, but writing and really we're able to get in first. So don't say no one was prepared to do it at all, because that is incorrect.
Well, pick it. Then do it, man. Do it, man. So I'll pick a different secret location and do it.
It's being done now. It's being done now.
God damn it!
Yeah. So have we established?
Wait, hold on. So you're pretty much challenging somebody on being able to go find a location. So you're basically challenging us to see if we can find the spot, whether it be an almanac or a freaking program website.
No,
with the information. You think we're going to go out? Hold on. Do you think we're going to go out and get the angles ourselves? I mean, what kind of challenge? You're just challenging somebody if they could find a website, dude. This ain't information any of us have plotted, bro. This is information that's out there already plotted.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, dude. And yes.
Motherfuckers.
Can we please actually answer Kosho's answer? Let's address Kosho's answer.
But Eggshells, the flat Earth tests guy was like yelling at us that like
just
even.
Chill then.
All right, but I have.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm yelling, dude.
I have a good answer.
But here's the simple thing. I wasn't saying you specifically, Gio, but if you want me to talk about you specifically, I do think you have some of the same habits of avoiding the test, which is making the tests bigger and tougher and requiring of millions of dollars and ocean-going vessels to make it harder. So it's nigh on impossible to be able to do it. But to just do a simple test, I think is a good starting point, right? To say that what I'm not saying is you and everybody is I'm not saying you specifically are running from it. What I'm saying is what is interesting is the Flat Earth community in general, not down to the last person.
I've talked to Kosho, man. And I just by hearing him talk, he understands what I'm saying. I know. I mean, I had what a doubt in my mind he could plot it out. Plus, if he's already programmed some of the shit, he should be able to do it pretty fucking quick. He's already familiar with the numbers and shit.
Yeah,
I got the Kosho to do it. And I would tell this to Montreal, man. I couldn't talk because I was digging, but I'd tell this to Montreal. Look, if you can plot it out, then you have a direction. So the question is, are you giving him a physical challenge? Like, can he physically go that direction that he plotted out? Because it's the same as the GPS. You know, the GPS does it for you and points for you. If you have to do it manually and to get a arrow as direction. So the question is can he come up with the arrow which way to go? or can he physically go? I got faith he could probably do
Not
both,
even about
man.
a bearing. It's not which way you go; it's where you currently are. What is worth talking about is Ruhuf has posted his problem, and Kosho has preceded that by placing his
Yeah, I was
solution.
talking about the challenge of him getting home. Is what I was talking about.
That
No,
looks
the
very
challenge.
close to me.
The challenge is this with Kosho.
Where's the
He's
challenge? Where's the solution?
Yeah, the challenge is in the chat. Let's talk about it.
44
Hold on,
minutes
let's
past the
let
hour.
SC.
Where's the challenge at?
You guys all interrupted SC right when he was going to announce it or hit his. This is something SC is presenting.
No, Kosho was set a challenge, and we're giving Kosho the answer to the challenge, right? This is
no,
from
that's not the
4:30.
challenge. That's
5:30,
something
right?
Rolling wanted to know if Kosho indeed could even do this, but that's not the actual challenge.
Yeah. No, Kosho was set a challenge, right? We all spent 10 minutes trying to fuck around with that website.
Well,
It's
see,
been done.
some people may not have been here. Maybe Ruhiv was or wasn't here. We're not talking about that. That's something Rolling brought up in terms of angles to stars, finding the location. That's a separate thing. SC,
Yeah, so let's finish it.
That's not SC's challenge.
This is the kind of resistance I'm talking about.
At 4:30, between 20 past the hour and 30 minutes past the hour, all of us were going, let's get some freaking angles to stars, right? This is what we were doing to set Kosho this challenge.
That is not SC's challenge.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. We will get to it in a minute. But this immediate challenge was for Kosho to turn angles into a location. Okay, and I chose
But I find
a
it
location.
interesting. I do find it interesting because Riding was saying that people were getting, agitated. What I've noticed tonight is that when SE brought this up, saying, "Can you guys physically do this?" And I'm like I said, I'm not even denying that you can do it, that they can do it. Well, I would say it depends on what tools you have, what tools you give the person. But anyways, and it seems like there's been a tremendous amount of resistance to actually do it in the physical world, even to the point where earlier Ruif started throwing insults.
Let's get to that in a minute.
I don't think there's resistance to doing it in the physical world. I don't think that's true at all.
Yeah, all we're trying to demonstrate here is that if you give us 3 angles from a secret location, we can figure out that location, right? That was the challenge for Kosho. Kosho has met the challenge.
You found the honeycomb hideout.
We've done it.
Yeah, so we've done it. So we agree. Right, so we agree now that if you give us 3 angles, we know where you are. Does everyone agree with that now?
I mean, the original one that I really remember, and Brian, like, what do you think of this, Brian? Because this is when he first brought it up. It was more the idea of taking someone out, and I'm not going to speak for SE, but this is what I was
We're
thinking.
getting there, Gio, for fuck's sake.
Hold on, let me just finish. If you took someone out 2,000-3,000 miles in the middle of the ocean, and all you give them is a sextant, could they navigate their way? Brian, what do you think on that one? If it's just a sextant, not like a GPS and shit, but just the sextant.
Yeah, man, no problem at all.
Got to be able to. Like that. If you didn't, you're arguing with everybody back to the Polynesians.
No, I think it can be done as well. But what SC was challenging is whether Kosho and some of these guys could do it.
Yeah, and this is what we're trying to answer, Gio, right? Because doing that has components.
Yeah,
one of
but
those components.
That doesn't prove the Earth's a globe, though.
It will actually, Ryan. It will. It actually will.
We'll get there.
It will. Now, we have given Kosho 3 angles from a secret location. He has told us where that location is, okay? And the conversation half an hour ago was, what is the functional difference between dropping someone in the ocean to measure those angles and just taking those angles from a known source of, geometry, like stellarium or heavens above? That's the question now.
We have proved that one computer program matches another computer program.
Yes.
No. Listen, Bandy.
That's true, though. What Ruhit's question is now let's pick apart why one computer program versus another computer program is no good, or why it would be different to doing so in the ocean.
No, that's not what we're talking about. Let's not talk about computer programs. We're talking about if you, not you, Eggshells, because you came late to the party. If Kosho or any one of you, we had 2 challenges up on the board. If you can navigate using a sextant from one point to another, and the second one was if we place you somewhere, blindfold you, if you can find your location like a GPS thing using the stars.
Yes. And we've
Those are
told
the
you
two
yes,
things on the
right?
table. Now, whatever you did on a computer, whatever coordinates you did or did not put in, doesn't make any difference whatsoever. The challenge is, can you, meaning Kosho, do it in real life?
Yes, we can.
I think the question is, what's the difference? If you think someone can do it, this is in real life anyways, but if someone can do it with the almanac and watch or whatever, and you give them the angles, why would they not be able to do it just because they're outside?
Maybe somebody could do it, but I don't believe you can do it.
If I was able to do it just now, okay, using a program that I wrote in the how to do it. So instead of just writing it, I could have just done it without that, okay? Regardless, though, and actually, it would have probably been more precise because I would have actually gotten a location. But it doesn't matter. Instead of just a picture, but I probably would do it with the chart though. Like when you do a celestial navigation, use a chart. So you can do it mathematically, but you can also use a chart, right?
But now you need a chart, so you have from
just listen,
from a
just listen.
now you have a chart as well.
If I can do it with given the angles, somebody gives me the angles. What's the difference between me being able to do it outside when the only difference between those two scenarios is one is I'm measuring them versus somebody gives me the angles?
Because what they gave you was an angle and 3 stars.
And why would I not
the
be able to do
information
that
that you requested, and then you found your location. So if I put you in the woods, right, and give you 3 stars and their angles, now you got to navigate your way out of there home.
Yes.
If you're in the woods, you'd want to find the angles yourself, because now what you're trying to do is find where I actually am, not where somebody else is. We're doing this blinded test. But in the woods, what you do is probably fashion yourself a plumb bob sextant and use that to figure out a rough idea of where you're at. I don't think you'd really use it in the woods but I mean, what would make more sense is, like, let's say we're out in the ocean and you need to go, which way should I start paddling with limited fuel in the hope that I hit a landmass, because I've been turned around so much that I don't really know what's the closest way to land. Then could you do it? Is the question though, SE, can people do it, or can Kosho as an individual Glober do it?
Can Kosho do it?
I can do it as well, SE.
Yep. Kosho's just shown you he can do it.
I wrote this program. I wrote the program. I wrote the sort left leg. To do it.
SE, can I ask you a question, buddy?
Of course, yeah.
You would agree that there are people out there that can navigate using sextants and charts and all that sort of stuff. You'd agree with that, yeah? So
yes,
how do you think that if we're under the impression that all this stuff is done on a planar surface, how do you think that they have now manipulated it to think that it can only be done on a globe? Have you got any idea how they may have done that, or where the sleight of hand is? Have you got any idea there?
Well, I'm not 100% certain, but I know one thing: navigation was done for thousands of years. I know the Polynesians did it. I know the Chinese did it, and they didn't have this magic book. So
no, that's right.
The star, yeah. So the stars, the way I see it, they're like on a rotational basis, right? So it's a pattern in the sky.
The Polynesians only used it to find latitude, is my understanding. And so did most of the people in the West, did it. They could, for the longest time, find latitude, and that was it. And they just sort of got to where they
the globe, the projection, man. Like I said,
they navigated the whole Pacific. They got to all kinds of islands. So they did it somehow, right?
Is the map 69 miles per degree or 68 miles,
and 5,200
subtract 10
I'm
feet?
not arguing that. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just adding to the point. because latitude is much easier to find. You don't need an accurate timepiece to find latitude. You just need to look at the north or south celestial pole and see how high it is in the sky, and bang, that's your latitude. So what a lot of mariners did back then, in case anyone's interested, is would just shoot for a get to the correct latitude that they know that island or landmass that they're aiming for is, and then try and sail using dead reckoning as best they could due east or due west from there. So sort of like then the journey westward would be hopefully right, because they can keep checking their latitude but then got no idea about longitude. So if they know they're at the correct latitude for that island, then they know that they will hit it.
Perhaps you're right, perhaps you're not. I'm not questioning the ability of human beings to navigate, because obviously they've done it for thousands of years, right?
Yeah, and also latitude's
I'm
the
doubting
same
the
on a globe
ability
or
of
flat Earth.
Kosho to do it. Kosho.
If you could explain how 30 degrees south works on a flat Earth, I would be interested.
I don't have to explain anything. I don't have to
Listen,
explain
latitudes are the
anything.
same on a
Zero.
flat Earth. The latitudes don't change, man. They're the same distance apart
Well, they
or
do.
close to it, and it's the
no, they're the same
longitudes
as
that would
flat.
vary, bro.
They're opposite.
How would the latitudes be different?
Okay, let me explain. Latitudes are how high the south celestial pole is in the sky. What we would all be able to immediately.
That's empirical, bro. That has nothing to
Please
do
let
with
me
the shape of the
finish.
Earth. Well, that's it.
Jesus
You're
Christ.
starting off flawed. That's empirical, bro. That has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Fuck up and argue when I'm
Yeah,
done, bro.
All right, go ahead. Sorry to trigger you, man. Sorry.
Latitude is how high the south celestial pole is in the sky. As you say, that is empirical. The higher it is in the sky, as we would all be immediately able to reckon, is going to be a smaller line of equal altitude around it. So the further south we get, the higher the south celestial pole gets, the smaller that line of latitude gets. On a flat Earth, it needs to be getting bigger. It needs to be doing the opposite.
Yeah, but we can't go there, dude. Look, we ain't even. You're talking about, let's say, 55 degrees south is as far as we can get if we go do that race.
We can watch it from
That's
0 to 50.
that's like the tip of South America. It's 55 degrees. It's big there, bro. There's no little tight circles. We're not going to a place. We can't go to. Hold on, man. You interrupt. You got mad because I interrupt you. Look, if to get anywhere close to where the tight circles are Antarctica, or out just outside of Antarctica, it's all ice and big giant fucked up oceans. Nobody's going there, man. Every time they went there, they've had anomalies, man.
So what's happening then between 0 degrees and 50 degrees? The areas you accept do exist and we can go to still show this same relationship.
Dude, azimuthal equidistant, bro, is fucking. Listen, I'm saying an azimuthal equidistant is a globe projection, and the latitudes are the same distance apart as a fucking globe, dude.
Not how far apart they are, how long that circle is.
Yeah, you have to circle the whole Earth to prove or disprove that, bro.
If 0 is a longest circle, then we know that 30 degrees must be a smaller circle, and 40 degrees must be a smaller circle than 30, and 50 must be smaller than both 40 and 30. We know this.
Judging by what? Judging by what?
Because the higher the light is in the sky, the smaller the circle line of equal
So you're using the lights in the sky, dude. See, that's not going to prove ground. You have to circle the entire Earth. Bro, you're talking out your ass. You have to circle the entire Earth to prove the fucking circumference at that latitude.
Talking about celestial navigation, and you're suddenly barking about lights in the sky? That's just
no weird. Shit, dude. I got a refraction model which fixes that perfect. That still doesn't prove it's flat.
Oh, don't use the word perfect, Brian. Don't use the word perfect.
Okay, not perfect, but that doesn't prove it. Even if I had one perfect, that wouldn't prove it's flat.
Well, seems to work pretty well.
For God's sake, man, you think maps prove fucking ground? That's the oldest fallacy in the book.
I kind of do.
I don't think that many of us actually think anything proves something, except in like math and logic. Most of us just think it's consistent. Man. It's consistent with.
Well, listen, man. Let's be real, man. Could we all agree that the only place to prove it would be down south? Okay, right? Down south. Okay, look, when you're talking about 30, 40 degrees south, you still, it's a long fucking 80-day journey around the Earth, man. Okay,
but you do a lot for yourself if you like adopted the idea. Not proves is consistent with like try just saying it is consistent with.
It's not like you're seeing more stars in the south, man.
Yeah, you can't do it, can you?
South. You're not. Oh, I heard you, but listen, I'm trying to explain my point.
How do you calculate the radius or your distance from the GP?
What?
How do you calculate your distance to the GP of a star?
Just fucking figure out the baseline. Opposite over adjacent, man.
Well, then what's the opposite? Wait, what's the opposite? Yeah, what's the opposite?
Dude, hold on. I deny that that's even a fucking, that's judging. You're calling that a tangent to a globe, okay? So tangent is opposite over, huh?
Figure out how far it is from
I love his answer. What is the value of the opposite? What's the length, magnitude of the opposite?
But that doesn't prove that it's fucking globe Earth is what I'm saying. Either way,
you said you had it. You said you had the value of the opposite. What is the value?
Very shortly, right?
How do I have the value? No, the value of the opposite. I'm judging by 1 degree because that's empirical. And listen, hold on. Would you agree? Hold on. Would you agree that the further we went, the more error in our distance measuring would be? So if you're talking 69 miles, what do you think your margin of error is going to be in 69 miles? I mean, in 138 miles, much less 69 miles. So I'm judging by the first person to come up with this shit probably went as close to 69 miles as they could. That's what they came up with, rough and about. It's still not perfectly agreed on exactly how far they are apart.
Fair. Instead of using the first person,
you're talking on a flat Earth, it's 10 feet less.
Let's use the most recent.
10 feet less, bro. You think that's within the margin of error?
I don't know, but instead of using the first person that did it, let's use the most recent person that did it, and then fine, say whatever the margin of error is, just tell me the value of that opposite. You said there was an opposite, so to whatever.
Yeah, listen, that's by judging 1 degree. That's 1 degree. If you do the fucking trig, okay, I gotta go.
You do the trig.
Listen, listen, dude, I gotta go. If you do the trig, okay, on a flat Earth, okay, if you go 69 miles and measure 1 degree of change, then that makes the opposite line 3958.7. Okay, I'll be back.
Okay, I'll wait for you.
Yeah, he said that. You said that before, that he uses 3959 or whatever for the altitude, and then he uses the angle, and he also does something with refraction. So refraction is so I did the math earlier. If you have a 60 degrees star elevation,
so Kusha, hold on, back up 1 step, because you're speaking for him, and that's
no, he said this already.
No, but so you're saying that he has an altitude for all the stars and the sun and the moon.
Yeah, he uses 3959 for the altitude
for all of the lights in the sky,
for the dome or whatever.
For everything, moon, sun, stars, galaxies, whatever. Every light in the sky is at the same altitude.
According to his math.
I mean, okay,
he's got a specific height for Polaris. He thinks it's 3958 or something. He thinks it's.
Yeah, but does that height just apply to Polaris, or does it apply to everything? Because I like working on the kind of off-diagonal stuff. I don't want to just take what they said about this one thing. I want to take what they said and apply it to other things, because that's how science works. If science is true, it works in lots of contexts. Yeah. So is his assertion about the height just to Polaris? I mean, I should ask him when he gets
You'll
back.
have to ask Brian. It's a very difficult. I spent about an hour one day trying to understand that, and I would not be able to give a reasonable steel man of his view, but he thinks he knows the height of Polaris at least. I'm not sure about other stars. Best to ask.
So I got to jump in while it's slightly quiet and say, I've stayed up too long. I should have gone to bed, but I'm really disappointed that no one gave a secret location from the other side. Why did the Globers have to argue with the Globers? I feel disappointed, frustrated, sad.
You can offer them money, and they're not going to do it. So just I don't know where you go from there. Because $10,000, they won't do it.
It was like such a simple thing. It was balanced in their favor. If they won, then Kosho, you were an idiot. And if they lost, then it didn't mean anything. They had nothing to lose.
So my explanation for that, when I talked to Bacon about it last time, is I think that many flat earthers, and correct me here, flat earthers, if I'm wrong, see this like you'd look at a magic trick, which is they're not really budging on their conviction about Like if you watch a magician who says, "Look, this cup is empty," you're like, I know he's tricking me, but I don't know how. But I certainly know that if he demands that I look in the cup, then the cup isn't where the trick's hidden. So they don't want to engage in it. They don't even want to look in the cup because it's kind of like acquiescing to like, okay, maybe this is a valid test. And if they're confident, probably based on our confidence that we can find it, that they should look in the cup, they are all the more resistant to look in the cup. And looking in the cup is testing this cell nav stuff.
Sorry,
Yeah, but Eggshells, I hear you. I hear
I can hear y'all, but I didn't talk.
Hold on. Good straw man guys. Good straw man guys saying that no one was prepared to.
I was about to disagree with Eggshells. So.
Because, no, hold on. Because I've heard this comment a couple of times, and I've also too jumped in a couple of times and said that I was actually in the process of doing it. I was having a bit of difficulty using the actual program myself, but I was in the process of actually trying to do it. Now, Ruhif and Writing jumped in there, so big whoopee do if one of us didn't do it. But to say that no flat earther was prepared to do it is complete and utter bullshit. So you need to actually.
Okay, wait. Okay, Bandsaw.
Finish and say that wasn't the case because I actually was trying to do it.
I will eat
you accept
crow.
the outcome.
I will eat crow. Bandsaw, do it right now.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's been done, but I believe.
No, Bandsaw is going to pick us another brand new secret location that you have never seen.
I am happy with the.
It makes a difference to me, Bandsaw. It changes my view. It might make me a flat earther.
Research you can do. They can go find a fucking. Like I said, nobody's doing the angles ourselves. You're looking up pre-existing information, dude.
Sure.
But Bandsaw, you have a chance to make me a flat earther right now.
No, all we're doing is, like I said from the very outset, is matching one computer program with another.
Yeah, I hear you, and I agree. And you right now have a chance to make me a flat earther.
No, it won't make you a flat earther at all.
It will. It will.
No, that's a rubbish statement because it won't. Because all we're doing is matching one program with the other. Now,
yeah.
Okay,
But you
so
could make me a flat earther.
I am happy, right, that Rui gave his coordinates and it matched up, and Kosho was able to narrow it down to Gettysburg or wherever the memorial was. I've got no dramas with that personally myself.
Dude, quit letting him insult you, dude. Quit falling for his insult, bro. He's saying we're too stupid to fucking give a fucking coordinate, dude. Don't even respond to that, bro. That's insulting.
Let's talk about what it means.
Finish. Anyway, it's neither here nor there at the end of the day. I'm not going to jump in now and try and open up the program again now and try and do it because you are going to make an outlandish claim that if I do it, it's going to turn you into a flat earther. When you actually say personally yourself, Rolling, that the most compelling evidence for you isn't this sextant navigation, is actually the geodetic surveying that's been done over America and India and all these other places, which is completely flawed to start off with. Right?
Yeah, but Bandsaw.
This ain't gonna do anything for you.
Bandsaw, my religion is that if you introduce something that makes no sense, if you did this, if you came up with the secret, gave it to Kosho, and it did not work out, you have upset my life, my triangulation of the continent and everything else is all suddenly suspicious.
You're literally not charging him to find the secret location, not to find it with coordinates given. You don't even have that much faith in him. You don't even have the faith for him to give a fucking secret location, bro. That's insulting. Don't respond to that shit. Don't respond to that, Bandsaw.
I think he could if he wanted to.
You're telling you're too stupid to fucking give you the coordinates of a secret location based on other people's information.
Flat Earth Tests Brian is saying things I don't think are true. Bandsaw, I was too stupid to figure out how to navigate the website, and I was unable to come up with the secret. So I'm too stupid to do it. But no opposition did it, and I wanted that.
Dude, what one man could do, another man could do. If a man can do it, then you can do it. Whether it takes you a little longer to figure it out, it don't mean you can't do it.
Exactly right.
I don't think that's true at all.
It just takes a little bit more time to learn how to navigate around the actual website itself, which I wasn't able to do at the drop of the hat, which is no issue whatsoever. Other people that obviously have got experience with these sorts of things were able to do it at a drop of the hat.
So Bandsaw,
I was happy with that.
Bandsaw, would you do it as a personal favor to me?
No. If Bandy accepts that what Kosho did was valid, then it's fine, right?
I don't accept that what Kosho
You're
did was valid.
asking him to do it because the only thing you could get out of it is him not being able to do it, and you saying, "Aha, you're stupid."
That's
Dude,
false.
quit with your
That's a
fucking
false-
insult, your little backhanded fucking bullshit insults, bro.
Brian, that's a false statement, and I'm actually putting Kosho much more under.
At least put up a bet or something like that, dude.
Dude, I'm throwing Kosho
It's a
under
backhanded
the bus.
insult, bro. You're pretty much telling him to his face.
dude.
He's not saying it, but he's too stupid to give a secret location.
You misunderstand who I'm throwing under the bus. I'm throwing Kosho under the bus, not Bandsaw.
We've actually moved away from the original, from the very
Yes.
original challenge, which was actually navigating. Like, can any of us actually, well, especially Kosho, I think it was a point at Kosho, but can any of us actually do this? Like, we can read books, right? We can read pages on websites and all this sort of stuff, and it says that you can do it, but can any of us actually do it? That's an interesting question.
Yeah, let's talk about that question.
But Bandsaw, would you, as a personal favor to me, would you give Kosho a secret location? Would you give him the star angles he needs? Just as a favor to me, not challenging you on stupid or anything. It would really, it would mean something. It would mean something to me if you did it, Bandsaw.
I know, but if Kosho accepts that we're not, like, that I didn't DM him his secret location, if Bandsaw accepts that Kosho did what he said he was able to do, then it doesn't matter.
But I don't accept that Kosho did it. I want the opposition. I need the opposition to give Kosho the coordinates. It matters to me. It would change how I think.
It would change that there may be a flaw in the computer program, which you said already can happen occasionally.
Be that as it may, it would change how I think. It would change how I see the world. It would change how I see you. It would change how I see Kosho and Ruhif and the Earth. It would make a very big difference to me if you could come up with the coordinates and to see what happens next.
I'm finding trouble.
Just personally, I'm putting it out there. It's personally for me.
I don't really know if I want to spend a great deal of time trying to learn how to navigate around this really bizarre website that Kosho got.
Well, it would be a huge personal favor if you would figure it out.
I'm okay with you just saying no, Bandy. As long as you accept that Kosho did what he could say he could do, I'm happy with a no from you.
And then you've got Rolling My Boulder that keeps shoving that rock up the hill.
Yeah.
And then, so now we can move on to pools and
Again?
water sports.
And
I just
whale
got kicked out
farts.
of the room.
Really?
And whale farts.
It was. I tried to turn up Brian.
Farts. Exactly.
That's a reoccurring theme today. Globalists getting kicked and added and sucked into rooms without knowing what's going on.
Globers do take a lot of abuse.
It says
No,
that
just
Brian's
randomly.
video's on, and I tried to turn it off.
It was like just
I'm
randomly.
trying.
Brian.
Howard, I'm trying.
Oh, that's right. Now you didn't get kicked out of the room, eggshells. Brian is displaying his video for some reason, and if you try to X out of it, you're actually ending the call because you're not watching his video. He's broadcasting for a reason.
Black screen. Do you know you got your camera on, Brian?
Yeah, it's black, but yeah.
No one can see anything, but yeah, it's.
Got the camera on?
Yeah, it's been on for quite some time.
Cheers, mate.
We can't like it's on again. Yeah, we can't see anything, but it's it was on. It was pitch black. It's on again.
That was a bit of a.
It keeps coming back on.
Yeah, you know, the button to turn it on the app is like right next to the other Ruhift.
Seriously, Rui. It's like the fifth
Welcome back, Geo. Glad you're back.
That's like the third one tonight, Ruhift. Come on.
Yeah.
Give us a break. What was I saying? What was I saying?
And that the buttons very next to.
Oh yeah, on the Discord app, it's like the turn your camera on button is like right there next to the other ones. So if you don't want to turn on by mistake, one thing you can do is if you go into the permissions of the actual like operating system, go into the permissions and just turn off the camera. The only thing is that if you want, if you want to use the camera, obviously you have to go turn the permission back on. But if you actually turn it off at the permission level, then even if you slip your finger or whatever, it won't turn the camera on.
That's genius, dude. Because there was this Australian dude in Gems, and one day he had it on, and he was in the shower. He's like naked in the shower. But then the next day, he had it on, and he was fucking masturbating. Chemo.
Wait, what?
Chemo recorded. Chemo put the tape on YouTube.
Yeah, well, he didn't have his camera on. Just his audio.
Okay, let's move on. This is gonna go bad. This is gonna go south fast. Geo, get us back on topic.
So, Bandy, the question I've been trying to get through to ask you is, good on you for giving it a crack. Why is it you think other people don't seem to? Do you think I'm wrong that other people don't seem to, and that's like a sort of bias or mistake on my part, or that other people do and there's a reason for it? What do you think's going on with the like sort of, because I think even Rui's thing of $100 and you can take his $100 just by using globe maths.
£100, I think it was.
Don't do it.
It was a
eggshells. What are you talking about?
So Ruhiv's made a challenge at my insistence that he spend his money for my gratification. I said, why don't you make a challenge that is actually solvable, regardless of the shape of the Earth? So Ruhiv's challenge is if you do it on a live stream, you don't need to use flat maths or any rules on light. Just tell us where this point is, and
go through the process of celestial navigation.
Yeah.
I can use brute force.
I'll be doing it next Tuesday. Tune in to McTunes.
Cool.
It's actually for Flat Earth Debate panel, by the way. So it has to be done on Nathan's show.
Does McToon know that this is going to happen?
Yep, he already heard my shit too, and he's curious, interested.
Can I ask you something?
I'm extremely interested.
Can I ask you a question about the refraction component? Because I know that you put that in there, and I could see that there is a component that you can put in there that could change, and it would give you the correct answer. But how is it that what do you use to obtain the refraction component?
The moisture gradient, the humidity gradient. Because no matter how, even if it's dry that day, it's going to gradiate pretty consistently everywhere around the Earth. So think about it. If the ground ain't curving, then light's got to be curving. You know, for lack of better words, curving. Unless it's some kind of 4-dimensional shit, you know, that I don't understand. It would have to be light, and it seems to be light. So I gave examples in my video, but I've modified that equation just a little bit and fine-tuned it even better than it already is. It's just a ratio of distance. So the longer the distance, the triangulated distance, you got to take an actual angle to a star wherever you're at,
right.
and you got to get the triangulated distance, okay? And then you apply the equation, and that's your refracted value. So it's a ratio based on the distance, and it accrues. It's not linear. It's non-linear. It's non-linear.
You're saying the ratio will increase, like the percentage increases the bigger the distance.
Right.
Okay, because I do see that there is a component that you can add in where like 600, 700 miles, it's like less than 1% different, and then at about 2,000 miles, it's like 8% different.
That's different. That's the old equation. That's old. This is the second one. And
no. This is. I'm saying this is the value that you would have to use. But I'm just wondering what. So you use the humidity and then you multiply that by the distance or something, and it gives you the ratio.
No. I'm not technically using the humidity. That's what it's based off of. It's based off of a consistent gradient. all over Earth. You know, so in other words, it might
I
not
got you.
be as humid. It might be not be as humid in the Sahara as it is where I'm at,
Absolutely.
but it's going to gradiate at about the same rate. So it's going to
You're
vary
saying
everywhere.
it'll
But
average out, yeah.
it's going to be fairly consistent everywhere on Earth all the time. You know, but no, I haven't worked. I haven't got it that detailed yet, but I'm working on that.
Okay. How are you drawing the circles of equal altitude? Like, how are you getting distance from one place to another?
I'm taking a globe and chopping a slice off like an apple, and using a flat plane on a globe.
Why are you starting with a globe?
He uses the.
I was being sarcastic.
Yeah, he uses the equation for the like a trigonometric equation for the height being 3959 or somewhere around there, and then whatever the angle is, he then takes that value for the base of the triangle that he gets from doing that, and he multiplies it by this arbitrary number, which just so happens to be the exact number you have to multiply.
It's not really arbitrary. It's
Well,
not
no,
really
I know, but this is from my explanation. I'm telling you that it's arbitrary because
I've seen the original. Yeah.
Okay.
It's adjusting the distance. Basically, it's just going one extra step instead of adjusting the angle. It's just going one extra step and adjusting the distance. It's the refracted amount in miles.
How are you getting distance over the ground? Like if your GP is 2,000 nautical miles away, how are you getting from A to B 2,000 nautical miles?
Okay, if it's 2,000 nautical miles, well, I don't know that. How are you going to know that? All you could do is get an angle.
Yeah,
right?
you get an angle. You somehow, however you do it, you turn that angle into a distance from the GP, right?
Right, and then you get the
Right.
baseline distance because you have the opposite, right? You have the angle and you have the opposite. So then
Well,
you get the
however you do
baseline
it.
distance. Then you get the baseline distance. Then you apply the equation to that distance, and it was 90 minus a over a times d times point a, but I modified it, which is the angle and the triangulated distance. So there's nothing arbitrary. It's all empirical.
I understand that part. Right? But once you have that distance over the ground, right, you know where the GP is. How do you know where the circle is? Like, how do you measure that
Because
distance
you
over the
subtract
ground?
that refracted amount from that original
Brian,
baseline distance.
Past that point. We've
put it on
figured
any
out
map.
the distance over the ground. No, okay.
Put it on any
Do
map.
it on a Mercator map. Draw circles on a Mercator map and see if those circles intersect.
You do it on a Mercator map.
I know
You're
it
gonna
won't
get
work.
teardrops the further north you go.
Yeah. No. If I draw circles on a Mercator map, I'll get circles, but they won't intersect at
Yeah,
the
well, then I challenge you to
location.
try it.
I know what will happen, Brian. I know why you will
Okay,
fail.
well, look, I'm gonna
This is
post a
what I'm trying
video
to
and
help
show
with.
you what I'm gonna post a video and show you what happens when you do it on a globe. If you judge Mercator as a globe.
Could I check, Brian, how long does this process take? How long does the maths take you?
No, I mean it takes a little while. I mean it took longer at first, man. I'm brushing up on my trig and shit.
Well,
But,
writing. Weeks and days. How long does it take? Could you do it now?
No, I'll show you Tuesday. Okay.
I
don't want to. I'll post a video explaining my method before I modify it.
If it's John Durham's video, right, the guy that fucking drew circles on a Mercator and then wrapped it around a globe, don't bother.
Yeah,
okay?
in Sajida.
Hey, riding on eggshells. Do you remember the quiz that I was asking people a while back? Do you think Ruhif and Brian might be willing to do it?
You could ask them.
Yeah. Hey guys, would you be willing to take it's pretty short, a little quiz. It doesn't prove anything. It's just some questions, and you answer them however you want. Eggshells, how do you describe it?
Yeah, you just sort of ask questions that relate to the kinds of conversations we have, but aren't biased towards globe or flat.
Yeah, let him go first because I still need a minute, man. I'm almost done with what I'm doing.
It'll be interesting. Brian's answer would be interesting.
Yeah, Brian, I think maybe it'd be more interesting if you went first. Kosho, you've heard the quiz too, right?
All right, go ahead and ask then.
Okay, sure. All right, so I'll just start from the top. I'm reading from a piece of paper that I wrote, so the questions are the same to you as I've always asked them. Eggshells can call me out if I deviate. Does light always travel in straight lines?
No.
Can you feel or experience constant linear velocity?
Maybe.
Is there a minimum rate of rotation that you can feel?
That's a good question, man. Is there a minimum rate of rotation you could feel? Sure.
Is 1,000 miles per hour a rotational velocity?
That's an angular. I mean, no.
If I say pass the salt and you slide it across the table to me, it comes back to rest again. Why?
What's that?
If I say pass the salt and you slide it across the table to me, it comes back to rest again, like without me touching it. Why?
Friction.
It had kinetic energy while it was sliding. What happened to that energy?
It turned into heat.
Can you have acceleration without any force?
Well, do you consider heat a force?
You tell me. Can you have acceleration without any force?
No, because I consider heat a force. No.
Is the pressure equal everywhere inside a closed container?
No, I did a video showing a gradient inside a closed system.
Does GPS give you your position on the surface of the Earth?
Yep.
Well, what do I feel when I put my hand out of a car window while I'm going down the highway at 50 kilometers per hour?
Resistance.
Would you call that pressure or force?
Yeah, sure, pressure.
What are latitude and longitude?
Coordinates.
How does triangulation work?
SOHCAHTOA.
I'm not familiar with that. Can you explain?
SOHCAHTOA. SOH. Sine equals opposite over hypotenuse. Cosine. You agree? That spiel.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So,
SOHCAHTOA. Want me to do a unit circle?
No, I just didn't know that word, but now I gotcha. How does trilateration work?
Distance. So basically, that puts me back to my question before, would be angles, and then trilateration would be distance, I guess.
How does GPS work?
I guess it sends signals based on time, based on the current value of the speed of light. Timing light, timing electromagnetic signals.
How do you personally measure the distance between cities?
Odometer.
Are you familiar with the Black Swan picture of the oil rigs?
Sure.
How are the distances measured in that picture?
Probably Google Earth, man.
How does one measure weight?
With a scale? I mean, is that sarcastic?
It's not sarcastic, but do you know how scale works?
Sure, man. It's all relative, basically relative weight. I mean, whatever force there is pushing us down or holding us down is pretty much, relative. So it's balance. I guess it all starts, if you want to date back to balance. So there has to be an arbitrary, point to start. So you have to label something a certain weight in air and then compare everything else to it. So it springs in a scale, if you want the sarcastic answer. Pressure.
Okay. How is mass measured?
Mass is measured. Mass is density times volume, right?
Okay. And like if you want to measure mass, how would you do that?
Man, that's a tricky question, man. Mass. Let's see. I mean, mass is expressed in kilograms, so I guess I would just weigh it, dude.
Okay. How is temperature measured?
It's all, once again, any measurement's relative, man. So if you want to get a thermometer is the sarcastic answer, I guess, but it's the pretty much the pressure on the mercury, or there's other ways to do it, but it all it's relative pressure basically on certain liquids.
How is air pressure measured?
Same thing, man. Relative.
On a night with a full moon, is the moon the same size all night long?
No. Yeah, technically it is, but visually, no.
And that's the last question. Ruhif, are you ready?
Some of them are debatable,
Yeah.
right?
You did great, by the way, Brian.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty good, man.
Ruhif, do you want me to ask them to you and you give answers?
Sure.
Okay. Does light always travel in straight lines?
No.
Can you feel or experience constant linear velocity?
No.
Is there a minimum rate of rotation that you can feel?
Yes, and the rotation of the Earth is not that. So we would need it to be faster.
Is 1,000 miles per hour a rotational velocity?
No, it's a linear velocity.
If I say pass the salt and you slide it across the table to me, it comes back to rest again. Why?
Friction.
It had kinetic energy while it was sliding. What happened to that energy?
Dissipated into heat and sometimes sound.
Can you have acceleration without any force?
In classical physics, no.
Is the pressure equal everywhere inside a closed container?
No. Measurably different in my room.
Does GPS give you your position on the surface of the Earth?
Yes.
What do I feel when I put my hand out of a car window while I'm going down the highway at 50 kilometers per hour?
Molecules hitting your hand.
Would you
Air
call
molecules.
that? Would you call that force or pressure?
Oh, that's a tricky question. I would call it a force, yeah.
What are latitude and longitude?
Coordinate system on a spherical surface.
How does triangulation work?
By measuring the angles to something from known locations.
How does trilateration work?
Measuring the distance from known locations.
How does GPS work?
Measuring the time it takes from the signal from the satellite to mix your phone and trilaterating that, I guess. Well, yeah, using the time it takes to work out the distance and then trilaterating that in 3D space.
How do you personally measure the distance between cities?
Google Earth. I don't drive anywhere.
And you're familiar with the Black Swan or Riggs picture?
Yes, I am.
How are the distances measured in that picture?
Google Earth.
How is weight measured?
Scales, yeah. Again.
Do you know how a scale works?
It's either calibrated against a spring, so calibrated against a known reference weight, and obviously how much the spring compresses is just your calibration scale. I think scales these days actually use air pressure, so the more you stand on it, the more compressed the air is, and they measure the pressure.
How is mass measured?
Excellent. Our kilogram is a reference weight. It's simply just the definition of a kilo. How to measure it is you measure it against that. You can also measure it against a known acceleration like gravity and how much force it creates. With scales, obviously.
And the last two questions are, how is temperature and how's air pressure measured?
They're measured. Well, an increase in temperature increases the kinetic energy of the molecules, so you can measure, how much expansion there is in the liquid or whatever. What was the other one?
Temperature and air pressure.
Again, air pressure is force on a surface area. So, like the classic, what are they called, barometers? The air pressure pushes on the mercury to push it higher up the barometer. It's all just a calibration thing again.
And Globus and Fusili Jerry are complaining that the quiz
Yeah, I think Globus doesn't want to do it.
Yeah. And I'm curious why. I hear them, I feel their pain, but I wonder why they say that. I haven't heard either of them talking in voice tonight, so I'm not sure that I care, but they do care, and I'm. Will you guys tell me why?
But Jerry didn't say anything, I don't think.
It was Globus in the chat. Oh, did Jerry put the up on it?
Jerry put the up on.
Okay, all right.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That was the first time I've heard it, Globus. First time I heard that quiz.
Yeah, I haven't asked Ruhif or Brian. So that guy.
When Flat Earthers answer, it's pretty revealing, I think, and not in a bad way. Like, you know, I mean, honestly, I was surprised by Brian's answers. I thought he did pretty well.
Yeah, Brian definitely has now motivated me to listen to him talk to MC Toon. Like I won't miss that now.
I'll be honest with you, from what I know, other than because Ruhif was asking him a question a little bit ago, and Ruhif's question is pertinent. But before that step in the process, he's actually, and by the way, I mean, hats off for him even attempting to do it in the first place, which nobody else is. But he's actually, it's a bit dishonest, to be honest with you, by parts, but he still is finding a way to come somewhat close to actually, you know, somewhat the correct answer. You might have to justify why you're using that as the height, though.
Oh no, he did, and it was he basically said, look, if it's above me, 100, like if it's at my zenith, and I move 69 miles back, then it's going to drop by 1 degree. Right, so he's taken that 1 degree per 69 miles and made a linear ratio out of it, rather than what it's actually is a trigonometric ratio. And that's the problem.
Just dishonest, Kosho?
No, I wouldn't call it dishonest.
No. The dishonest part that I was talking about was with the multiplying it by the value later on for the refraction, because in actuality you would have to make a correction because there's a difference between doing it trigonometrically with the 3959 and linearly that we would on a globe. There's a percentage difference, and that percentage does increase as the distance increases. But yeah, so to get that percentage though, it seems it would seem like you would either have to arbitrarily use it, otherwise it'd be miraculous to find some method that actually gives you the same same percent.
Yeah, it is. I don't want to say.
Back, then you take that back.
Yeah, I will take it back on your behalf, because it.
No, I don't get the impression at all that Brian's being dishonest.
Well, yeah, I don't think he's being dishonest. I'm saying him personally. I'm just using the method.
Right.
Like they're like I think that to arbitrate. Cause I look at the percentages and like 80% and 60%, 40%. I mean not 40%, 80 degrees, 60 degrees, 40 degrees. You need like 1%, and then about 9%, and then about 17%. And so you either have to come up with those miraculously, some method that gets those miraculously, or otherwise you'd have to dishonestly put some arbitrary function in there that gives you the same value, gives you the same percentage.
It is,
So
and I'm not
the word
fussed.
dishonest.
Well, I mean to
It's
though.
empirical, or Kosho, maybe it's empirical.
No, not empirical.
Coming up with another way of doing things. It does not make that method dishonest.
No. But if there is another way to do it,
bro.
7 over
6R.
7 over 6R is not arbitrary, Brian. Not arbitrary.
I mean, it's no more arbitrary than my formula. Because listen, listen. If it is the light curving, right, then we're going to get the best calculation when we're right under it. We would all agree to that. Okay. Yep. So now when we move away from it, if on a flat Earth the stars are equal elevation, they're parallel, right? So I'm going off that. I'm not really cheating. I'm just the same. It's 7 over 6R. You say if the Earth's a globe, then if this thing calculates to be further away than it's supposed to be, then here's the equation pretty much to fix that. It's not really arbitrary, but it's a fucking.
No, it is, because it doesn't have any real world justification, right? You've literally made it so that it fits. 7 over 6R
how does 7 over 6R have real world application?
Because we know the density gradient in the atmosphere. We can therefore work out how much the light curves.
What do you compare it to? You compare it to globe measurements. That's how you do it, bro.
That's not
So you
how
know
7
that.
over 6R comes about.
7 over 6R is not accurate, dude. You know that, right?
It's very accurate once you get above the surface.
It is absolutely not accurate. Plus,
Yes, it is.
don't you think it's kind of coincidental that the Rayleigh criterion, in an airy disk is pretty much the same math as the globe curvature, damn near,
How
You don't
about
think
do
that's
it in
you think
meters?
that's a big coincidence, man?
Do it in meters and kilometers and see what number you get. It's not 1.22, is it?
I'm just saying, man. They're
Well, no,
fucking
but Rayleigh
viciously
criterion.
similar.
No, they're not. Rayleigh criterion is a unitless formula, right? You can put in your wavelength in feet or whatever, and your aperture diameter in feet, and it will give you the same number. It's unitless. Your 1.22 for
But
the
it's
distance to
universal,
the
man.
horizon.
It's
The
universal.
1.22 for your distance to the horizon only works within purely units.
I'm not talking
They're
about the
not-
1.22. Well, I shouldn't have said airy
What are you
disk.
talking
Okay, I'm talking about the 0.02%, pretty much being within local confines, pretty much matching globe math, pretty much. It's
Sorry, the angular
suspiciously
resolution
close.
of your eye.
You wouldn't agree that it's well, what I mean, you can't agree or disagree with the fucking math. Do you think it's a coincidence or that's
1.22?
just no, the 0.02.
What's the 0.02 being the angular resolution of your eye? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
What coincidence with
Have
what?
have you seen wait, hold on. Have you seen what you call it flat earth
Flat Earth data is.
Not only flat earth data, but Walter Lewing's his model, his flat earth model. You
Walter
have
Bisland's
because
flat Earth model.
you've used Walter, it's pretty fucking similar, ain't it?
Well, do you understand
not
Walter
exact.
Bisland's
It's
flat
not
Earth
exact.
model
The
is
further you go,
literally
the more often it varies, right? But up within local confines, it's pretty similar, ain't it?
Walter Bisland's flat Earth model is where every individual literally has some specific, tailored for them, personal atmospheric dome that literally just refracts the light, whatever it needs to do, to point it in the right direction.
You know what? I've realized that
piss
no matter
take.
what I say to Ruhev, man, he's a rebel. He ain't gonna agree, even if he wants to, with anything, dude. He won't budge.
You're fighting a losing battle, Brian. You're fighting.
He ain't gonna budge, man.
What's the 0.02 coincidence with?
I refuse to even compromise with a flat earther.
I want to hear. I don't know. I don't understand what your 0.02 is meant to be a coincidence with.
With the
What's
globe,
it
with the
meant to be?
curvature, with the curvature calculator,
Where's the 0.02 in the curve calc?
or the 1.22, man. The 1.22.
1. That's what I said. Fuck, I said 1.2.
I knew that's what you were talking about too.
Fuck.
My bad, dude.
Okay, so 1.22 in the Rayleigh criterion
I get
is a
the
unitless
airy disk
equation.
and the Rayleigh criterion confused, man. Sorry.
Okay, but the 1.22 in the Rayleigh criterion is unitless, right? Because you've got your wavelength is it's usually in nanometers. Oh, sorry, it's both in meters, but you express it in nanometers. And then the aperture of the thing, right? So they're both. It's a ratio in that, and therefore the result is unitless.
You're talking about the
Okay.
wavelength of light. You know about the what you call it? The, what do you call it? The freaking Jesus.
Rayleigh criterion?
No, the
gives you an
catastrophe.
angle, right?
What's the catastrophe thing?
What?
The ultraviolet catastrophe?
Yeah, the ultraviolet catastrophe, man. When they were trying to work out the wavelengths of light, and they pretty much admitted they just did the math to make it work because it didn't work. The higher up you go in wavelength, it doesn't. It's
Didn't
not
they discover
linear.
quantum physics because of that? I don't think it was. They just made up numbers.
Yeah, but they did. They admittedly did. That's the whole story.
Didn't Einstein get?
Listen, I think every equation is fucking made up to some degree. Look at freaking, like, let's say gravity. Like, what is it? 6 times 10 to the fucking 20. I mean, where'd you come up with the 6 and then the
What happened
10?
was Newton realized there was a ratio and then later Cavendish.
But he had to go off measurements. You know what I'm saying? He had to
right. I
find
know,
the
but
equations that work.
Something similar happened with Max Planck and the electron and the
Planck.
energy and stuff like that. He knew there was a
Yeah, that's
ratio, but and then later on the ratios.
So, but we're going off empirical information, and then we're coming up with the equations that match that. So, what I'm saying is that the least amount of refraction is going to be underneath the star. So, if basically you could call it arbitrary, but you're calling every freaking formula, every equation like that arbitrary because it's all based on empirical information and assumptions, basically. So, if you assume it's a globe, you get a radius, okay? But in real world, that is flat line distance, and that gives a 3958.7 to the height of a star. That's what the trig works out to, and and they put it down, and because it's pretty much consistent every 60 nautical miles or close to it is 1 degree. Because of that.
But you think 7/6R is arbitrary?
The globe, but that's still an assumption, right? That's still an assumption.
No, you think 7/6R is somehow derived from looking at long distance observations and going, oh, this much is hidden, therefore it must be 7/6R. That's not right.
It used to be 4/5R. So yeah, it's absolutely arbitrary, dude.
No.
Wait. Do you have a citation for that? 4/5R.
Yeah, he means 4/3 R for radio.
I mean 4/3 R. Yeah, my bad. Sorry.
Okay. Do you have a citation?
Basically, they're just you're making the circle bigger. So 6/6 is you're just changing the percentage. So 4/3, you're basically that's just a 25% increase, right? So you're saying 3/3 is 1.
But they're both.
So you're going past 1. All you're doing is enlarging the globe, right? So 7/6 is just changing the percentage.
So they're all approximations, right?
7/6R does not come from looking like long distance and working it out from that. Okay, 7/6R comes from lab-derived experiments for working out the refractive index of air and then applying it to the vertical density gradient in the atmosphere. Nothing to do with looking over long distances.
I'd love to see the experiments where you got the empirical information.
I've posted them a million times.
Dude, you could look in a swimming pool, okay? Much less a lab. You look 100 meters in a swimming pool, and there's zero refraction. Zero. If you have underwater.
I'm gonna switch.
You're gonna tell me in air. You're gonna tell me in air. They're working out fucking a 20% fucking difference, a 20% refraction factor. There's no fucking way, dude.
Brian, you're going on and on.
Hold on. Refraction's based on a change in medium.
But your first sentence was the best. Everything else you're saying is like blah blah blah. Your very first sentence was the best. Ruhif, what's the primary source? Can you give a citation?
I'll post it in the chat. This is my source. That PDF is the source for working out the refractive index of air given what the temperature, pressure, humidity, and CO2 content is. All right? If I know what those variables are, I know what the reference.
Okay, well, I'm opening that. Why don't you take a minute and open it too, unless you've already read it?
Who?
You, Brian.
Like he just gave us.
Dude, the king of refraction saying that the science is still needs to be refined. It's far from fucking proven.
Have you read the PDF?
What?
Have you read the PDF from Philip Sidor?
A PDF is no good. I want to see the fucking data.
Okay, I will show you a photo. I will show you a photo of the actual instruments.
The best y'all shown us is sugar water, bro. The best you've shown us is sugar water.
Brian, you're clearly a smart guy. PDFs and writing things up is how we communicate the data to each other.
Yeah, I know, but PDFs are fucking tedious shit, dude. And
I want to science can be tedious. That doesn't.
Yeah, I know, man. But look, man, I like a little common sense mixed in with that. Like in my video where I showed why I'm basing my refraction, I showed real world examples. Okay.
You're not even. Hold
on. Let me finish. I'll read it probably, but I showed orthogonal fucking views to long distance lasers, and I showed the light bending upwards. So I showed in real world application light bending upwards. Okay.
This
Now
is a
what they're
real
going to
world
turn around and show
PDF.
me is a laser in a fish tank.
No, Brian.
Just because
listen,
nobody wrote a
okay?
PDF on it, I can see it with my own 2 eyes, and I got to go by that sometime.
All right, listen, Brian. If you give me the temperature, the pressure, humidity, and the CO2 content, I will tell you the refractive index of that air.
I know
Right?
you will, but what you
Yeah.
won't do is you won't get a laser and prove it.
Well-
You won't show me light bending downward because it doesn't happen.
Unless you go
Oh,
and
I
measure
can-
the
I can
refractive
give you
index
a-
of the air out there.
I can give you a picture of a laser bending downward. Is that all you want?
I mean, maybe it does sometimes happen, but I'm talking about out in the it's rare.
Yeah, okay, fair. It's rare. So unless you control for the exact specifications of the temperature and density and humidity and everything else everywhere, then the like experiment might be bunk because like lasers bend, right?
I'm good with that. I'm good with nothing's 100%. But look, I'm gonna say this. So, in their opinion, in y'all's opinion, okay, and the black swan, that arm that's bent down and funky looking is in the right position. The whole rest of the picture is refracted upwards, okay, due to 7/6R. Everything else is refracted upwards except that fucking bent looking arm.
I'm gonna go out on a limb.
In my common sense opinion, that arm is what's refracted. This wavy looking parts is what's refracted. The rest of it is fucking closer to the right position, not vice versa. Good.
Okay, I want to go out on a limb and speak for everybody in this room. And if I'm wrong, I'm going to be humongously humbled. Nobody here thinks that 7/6R applies to the picture with that crazy bent grain. The refraction going on in that picture is not characterized by 7/6R.
How much long distance photography have you done?
Well, first, let's just see if I get shot down by my own people.
I didn't mean that. I mean, that sounded provocative. Wait, that did sound provocative. I didn't mean it to sound like that. Listen, the atmosphere is unpredictable, man. I've seen different temperatures. I've not done as much as Travis or Ranty and them, but you're gonna have inferior mirages the majority of the time of what I've seen, no matter what the fucking temperature, no matter what the and if you look at just Skunk Bay examples, man.
So wait, we agree.
Hold on, you see the local foreground going up and down, not even the same as the distant mountains in the background. They're not going up and down together. You know, they're doing their own thing, man. But I think the only consistent refraction would be very long distance, like
so just the oil rigs, because like I can only handle so much. The oil rigs, no Skunk Bay, just the oil rigs.
On a day like that, where I've got my own black swans, it's got to be the clearest of days, bro. You're gonna attribute it to refraction, but we get shit like that on a super crisp, clear day.
So you're agreeing that 7/6R is just not the right approximation. That nobody should be saying 7/6R with that crazy bent grain.
I mean, if you're a glober, then you've got to, right? Your surveys are not going to be accurate. Your surveys are not going to be accurate. But they use 7/6R in the geodetic surveys, like they don't really do elevations geodetically. Geodetic is for state lines, latitudes, longitudes. But they do elevations for like shit that we can't get to locally, like mountain. Dude, every time I'm just trying to say something and then quit and let you talk. You don't got to keep cutting in. We're just saying geodetics mainly like border state lines, shit like that. But they do elevations a lot. We're like valleys, mountains, shit like that. But they use 7/6R, and if they didn't, they'd have a hard time explaining their globe.
Yeah, pretty much I interrupted you every time you said the word they. Every time you said they do something, I just kept interrupting, cite it. So cite it. Cite me.
Cite what? It doesn't matter.
Everything that you just said, give me a citation where they did.
It's irrelevant, bro. It's irrelevant. It's conversation. I'm not just going to cite everything I say.
If you
doubt it,
if you
doubt it, then you don't believe me, bro. Just if you think I'm making shit up, why are you talking to me, dude?
Because you're here.
I'm bringing up points of contention. Nothing I say is 100%. What I'm bringing up, everything I say is points of contention, except for just what I've learned. This is what I've learned. And if you have a citation saying something different, then what's the point in comparing citation?
Well, you keep invoking they. You keep saying they do this and they do that, and I'm just asking you to like lay it out. Who is the they? Where is the context? Show me where they said it so I can read it for myself. I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Right.
I'm only asking you to stop using the word they and actually give me the references so I can read them for myself and come to my own.
All right, I'll be careful what I say
because I like to do my own research.
I know that, but I played this game and it just slows down the conversation because then I got to go away and pull the citation where it says geodetic surveyors do state lines, do borders, do any kind of disputes and shit, territory disputes. They do state lines, they do longitudes, latitudes. If you don't know that from general information, or if you doubt it, just question everything. Wait, hold on. Let me finish, bro. Just question everything I say. Don't believe what I say, and go double check it later, man. I'm not interested in slowing down the conversation over insignificant bullshit.
I can't double check it if you don't tell me where to look. These are your things. You are the one saying they said this, they said that,
Yeah,
they had a border. Just give me the name. Give me the name.
Who do you think does borders and fucking state lines, and who do you think does that?
You tell me. You're the one saying they said this and they disputed
surveyors,
a border.
right? Surveyors.
Which ones? Who are their names?
I don't know their fucking names.
Where did they write it up? Just
bro,
give me
you might get this a lot. I don't know if you get this a lot, but man, this conversation is really getting aggravating, bro. You don't even have to believe what I'm saying.
You know, Rolling, that surveyors do this sort of stuff, right? You don't need a particular name, a particular organisation, or anything like this, right? You know
I don't actually.
Well, come on.
I'm not a surveying expert. I do not know this.
Surveyors do incorporate refraction, yes.
Perhaps. All I'm asking it, he's the one saying they say this, they say that, they do this, they do that. All I asked was, please let me read it on my own because I want to do my own.
And I'm telling you,
I want to do my own.
As nice as possible. I'm not going to cite it. Believe me or don't. I'm just saying it as nice as I can.
Okay.
This is something I've discovered that I've read, but you can take my word for it or not. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. The point is you could look at the Alberuni test, okay? I'm not going to cite that for you. I'm not going to pull that up for you. You could look at the main surveyor's version of the Alberuni test, and even with 7/6R, it was off, but still it was closer. With 7/6R, my point is, without 7/6R, you're going to have a hard time believing in a globe if you don't believe refraction does that. And if people understood what I was putting out with the flat Earth, if they understood the trigonometry for suns and shit like that, unless they just don't believe it's tangible objects, think it's 4D, they'd have a hard time not believing in a refraction model similar to mine,
But you did say, you said I'm not going to cite it, but then you said Alberuni, and believe it or not, that's all I'm asking for. Just give me the names or the journals or the place or the articles or the data. Give me anything other than the word they. You gave me Alberuni. I could go look up Alberuni now and see what he did. I have actually done that. Alberuni is one of the things I have looked into. But this survey stuff, I don't know. I need
the main surveyor.
Give me the names of surveyors that you trust, and I will go
the main surveyor.
look up what they have done. That's not a surveyor he trusts.
His shit was off by it was off.
You see my point? Brian, give me the people that you trust.
Yeah, I'll try and do that from now on.
Because I will read it. I'm not fucking with you. If you give me the sources, I will go read them. I will read your quotes. I will read the PDFs. I will look up other things they have published and read about these authors or scientists or surveyors. I will look at their credentials and history and everything else about them to see whether or not I think they're credible. That is what I think of when people tell me, do my own research. I do not trust what people say. Not you, not Kosho, not Eggshells, especially not Eggshells, and anybody else.
Nothing wrong with that.
Eggshells, I kind of
know where to draw the line, man. If it's, you got to know where to draw the line with that, because if it's not really relevant to the conversation, if it's not a critical point, then maybe just suck it up sometimes and just fucking doubt it or don't.
Yeah, I draw the line.
The point in all that is the point in all that is 7/6 came from somewhere. The point is it matches. You have to use 7/6R because the measurements we get, we, not they, we, whoever, you, me, it's a little flatter than the globe entails, and it's based, and that's attributed. Refraction is attributed for that reason. So I would say,
again,
if the
show
Earth
me
is flat and the stars are doing a certain thing, then it would have to be light. If it's not the ground curving, then in my opinion, then it's the light bending. That's just my opinion.
Okay, so besides your opinion, like, where is the place where they tried to do this and it was flatter? Just lay it on me. Where's the place they tried to apply these things? We, they, them, us.
Will you take that, Ruev?
Everywhere.
Brian told me that it was too flat, and all I'm asking is, I want to go do my own research. So
do you know what 7/6R means?
Very much. I know very well.
Okay,
what
well,
7/6R.
and it's self-explanatory, man. Okay,
but
here, let me give you a little bit of detail. Let me give you a little bit of backstory. Okay, now they try to avoid critical measurements early in the morning and late in the afternoon before surveyors. Okay, now this I learned this reading it. Also heard it from George Numchucks and fucking other people. Okay, I don't think this is really contentious. But,
yeah, I'm on the spot.
They like to use the middle of the day. Okay,
a surveying manual tells you not to do it in the morning or evening.
Right. In my opinion, the sun is the fucking great atrophier, or whatever you want to call it, is the great fucking blender. The sun, when the sun comes out, it fucking heats everything up. And I know this because when I go to grab rebar or I touch the hood of my car, it's hot as fuck. So in my opinion, it's the heat of the day. Okay. When it's the mornings when things are less refracted, when everything is of equal temperatures. When the sun's out, the fucking ground's way hotter than the air. There's to me, common sense should at least make you consider that when the sun's out.
So you thinking common sense says in the morning everything is like a constant, even temperature, and then
way more constant.
Midday everything's going crazy, and then in the evening around sunset, everything's constant temperature again, and then I think you might say at midnight or whatever, middle of the night, everything would be going crazy again.
I'd say the morning's probably the best time, right when the sun's first coming up, where you have the light, but the sun ain't heated shit up yet. I'd say that's probably the most accurate time we could get. That's what I think. But that's going to show a flatter Earth.
But
that's going to show a flat Earth. Listen, every black swan you see is early in the morning. They're just about. Ranty across the Alaman is early morning fucking sunrise shit.
Does early in the morning mean still pitch of night, or we can sort of see what we're doing? And I'm just saying, is early? That's
a good question, man. That's a good question though, as far as midnight, because things ain't got too cold yet. That gives me something to think about. So, but in my opinion, the sun. I'll blend it this. In my opinion, the sun blends shit up. Heat shit. It's what causes weather, and it causes all the imbalances that lead to wind, storm systems, weather. That's my opinion. That's going to lead to refraction. In the heat of the day, you're going to get the most refraction, in my opinion, man.
Do you think it's the sun is small and local, or huge and 90 million miles away?
I don't think it's 90 million miles away. No, I think it's closer. I think it's about 3650, about 3,650 miles.
4,000-ish miles away.
I mean, no, it's I think 3850. I have to look at my my calculations. It's a little bit closer than the stars,
though, right?
It's a little bit closer than the stars, and the moon's just about 50 miles closer than that.
So it'd be okay if I said the sun was 4,000 miles away?
Yeah, so think about it, man. When they talk about the size of the sun, so if the sun is 4,000 miles high, okay, and it's set 6,000 miles away, so it never gets that far away. They say, so it never gets within 4,000 miles of you and never gets further away than 6,000 miles. So what type of angular size do we expect to see when we see lights on airplanes, or like even I'll say the ISS. That little light way up in the sky, we see it fucking up to 2,000 miles in distance, but the size of that light barely changes, if at all. And you're talking about a tiny little light. You're talking about a giant sun that's like 30, 40 miles in width. That's bigger than any city, and it's already 4,000 miles away. So it's not going to really be expected to change angular size much, if any at all. It never gets close enough to really make the exact measurement anyway.
So can I ask you a antagonistic question then?
Yeah, I'll answer it, and then I need a break for a minute. Go ahead.
Have you ever done a measurement / calculation, either way, like anything? Have you ever done anything that estimated the watts per square meter in one situation, like sunrise, and then done the exact same thing in another situation, like noontime? Have you ever?
I do have my solar panels though, man. It's no, I haven't done that. I'd be interested to hear about it, but if the sun's 93 million miles away and it's the same amount of atmosphere we're looking through when it's on the horizon, we can look at it without sunglasses when it's on the horizon.
So my question was
that's the best I've done with that. I've never done the watt measurements or nothing.
Okay, yeah. And importantly, if you ever do decide to do that, make sure you do it in two very different circumstances, like dawn and noon or something. Like, make sure you don't just do one situation and then go, oh yeah, sure, I know what's going on. Make sure you cover the range.
How would I explain just the local lights being lit up, like the local clouds? Like when the sun's setting or rising, I see clouds just right in the area, bright, not directly in the path of the sun, so not like a reflection, but just the local clouds. Shouldn't they all be lit up if the sun is what heliocentrism says it is?
I've actually, that's the thing I wrestled with, and it turns out that it's like in my own investigations, it's very confusing to try to account for the 3D-ness of things. And the only thing that I could say is try to build a model with a lamp and some cotton balls and a beach ball or something. Just try to build it at home and see if it's possible.
I did that. I took a laser and shot it down the road. I took two of them. So
no, not the laser down the road.
Hold on. This was for umbra penumbra. I took two lasers and spaced them apart about where the convergence was, about 1/8 of a mile away. And then I took the scaled size of the moon and put it in front of a scaled size of the Earth. And just to see, check umbra penumbra and test the parallel sun rays. And I'm not talking about the tiny bit of the divergence, which explained the umbra, because I scaled it all and it didn't work. There was no fucking umbra penumbra. But yeah, you'd have to do something like that. You'd have to take you could do that in your mind with a thought experiment. Take a laser beam, the size of the sun, and that's the closest we're going to get to parallel light. And with the beam the size of the sun, so in other words, it's encompassing the entire Earth, and that laser beam is going to light up every cloud that we can see, and that its light can hit. It's going to light them up all fairly equally,
Yeah,
so you're trying to use tiny little lights for me to do a mind experiment. I challenge you to do one more accurate to reality.
It's initially I thought you were regular, but you're a pretty smart guy, and I often invoke this scale argument myself. So you have a good point. I mean, I can't argue with that scale matters. There's no question.
That's kudos to you, because whether you are convinced of any model or anything like that, at least you don't argue beyond our knowledge, because I think that some things are beyond our knowledge, man. So
I can't wait to hear you on the MC Tune Challenge Sextant winning the 10K thing. I'm rooting for you. I want you to win 10K.
Cool, man.
I just want to hear how you plot instances on a map, Brian.
What do you mean?
Well, if you've got a distance from a GP, right? You know where the GP is. What are you using to draw a circle of equal altitude?
Any map.
Okay, you're going to have to use a globe. I'm telling you, you're going to have to use a globe.
He already said that. I mean, that's the reason I wasn't even going to do it in the first place, because he's going to say, "Where's your map?" You know, I already had the fucking the shit worked out. But
I was never trying to.
But
I wasn't trying
he
to-
updated his challenge, man. He updated his challenge, so
Oh, you're
we're
talking
able to
about
use a globe projection, because I think every map, you know, based on the almanacs are globe projections. They're globe projections. I repeat.
Yeah, you can use any projection you like and draw a circle on it, and those 3 circles will not intersect.
If I'm using longitude, latitude, bro, I've got to use a fucking globe projection. You understand?
You can use a projection.
It's not going to match.
You can use any projection that you like. You just can't
Right.
use a globe.
Right.
Yeah. So are you going to use Mercator? Like what map projection or what flat map are you going to use? I don't care if you call Mercator a map projection of a globe.
It doesn't matter,
right?
bro. My equation gives the same distances as the globe, so it doesn't matter what you use, bro. It's going to match the globe.
Again, you're missing the question again. How are you drawing the circles?
Mercator.
Okay, I guarantee you they won't intersect.
Well, then the globe won't work either, because it's the same distances.
No, the globe does work.
No, it's the same. The equation matches the globe, bro.
No, you're missing the point, Brian. Let's say you're using a Mercator, right? And we're ignoring that it's actually a projection of a globe, right? You're treating it as the actual flat map of the world.
I'm
if
not
you
doing
draw
that.
circles on that flat, then what are you doing?
I'm going to use any map that any sailor, any freaking captain uses. His challenge is self, okay? Okay, I'm going to use whatever it works on for you. That's what I'm going to use.
Yeah, the only map that it works on to draw 3 circles on it is a globe. I thought you'd finished this challenge.
Okay, you say that, and Rob Durham showed that you can't even do that, dude. It wouldn't even let him do that in fucking computer software. It wouldn't even let him get an angle.
Rob Durham drew circles on a globe and then stretched it out on a Mercator map and showed that they're not circles anymore. Of course they're not circles anymore.
Yeah, but it wouldn't even give him the angles. He tried to do it on a globe first, and it wouldn't give him the angle.
Yeah, you're still missing the point, all right? Irrespective,
Here's my point.
we're just
Here's
going to
my
pretend.
point. My point is that whatever map they use, whatever map, okay, Google Earth. Google Earth, I think it
can't
used to
use
be
Google Earth.
Mercator.
Google
It
Earth
used to be
is a
Mercator.
globe.
He done updated his shit, dude. You missed the challenge. He updated it. We can use a globe projection. If we couldn't use a globe
Google
projection,
Earth
then
is not
we
a
have to go
projection.
make a map,
Google Earth
bro.
is a
Then we have to
globe.
go make a map. Hold on. I can't use longitude and latitude without using a globe projection. You understand that, right?
You can use an
I mean, you
AE
can
map.
keep
That is
saying
latitude
something,
and
dude,
longitude.
if you're just pretty much being disrespectful. But let me make sure that you're not being disrespectful. You do understand that longitude, latitude is globe coordinates. You understand that, right?
Yes, but you can transform
Okay, so I
them
can't
into
do
other
it
maps.
without using. If I'm going to use longitude and latitude, I'm going to have to put it on a globe projection or a globe, right?
No. There's a difference between a globe and a globe projection. Okay, so the AE map is a globe projection, but we can ignore that it's a projection and actually say that is the flat Earth map, right? We can ignore that it comes from the globe. Are we okay with that?
Hey guys, I have me and my friend, my neighbor here. If it's okay that if he picks up on a conversation that he's compelled to talk about, then he intersects and whatnot.
What?
Just let Rui and Brian quickly finish up, and then you can jump in.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to use a globe projection. It's my whole point. I've got to, or there's no point in even trying it.
No, but you don't have to acknowledge that it's a projection of a globe, right? The AE map has latitude and longitude, right? We can find out where we are.
You're smarter than this. You're smarter than this, bro. Do you think I could take flat Earth measurements and put them in longitude, latitude? Be honest now. Can I take flat Earth measurements and make them work with longitude and latitude?
Yes, I can map a latitude and longitude onto the AE map easily.
Then how are you going to judge it if it's right or wrong? I'm going to have to prove the flat Earth. I'm going to have to prove the flat Earth and show you a flat Earth map. You can't have longitude. Yeah, AE map, dude. Then I just have to adjust the azimuths, bro. It's a globe projection.
If you let's say AE map is the correct map, if you go and draw 3 circles on that map, they will not intersect.
Yeah, dude, it's I have to adjust the azimuth.
No, not azimuth.
That's because you're going from non-Euclidean to Euclidean. So of course it's
okay. Okay, whatever map you would like to use, that is flat.
I can't. You just
draw
said yes.
3 circles on it.
You just said yes. So you said that I can use longitude and latitude. You said I could use longitude and latitude, and map that, and I can get my angles using a flat Earth, and put that on a longitudinal.
Yeah, I can transform the surface of a sphere onto something flat. That is a projection, but we're ignoring. We're cheating and saying that's not actually coming from a globe. This is the actual map. You'd have to go out
and prove the distances, bro. You'd have to prove the actual distances way in the south. Okay, if you're talking 20, 30 degrees south, you're not going to be able to do it. You'd have to circle the whole entire globe, and the margin of error. You do, like I've said this a million times. This flat line distance difference from the curve over 69 miles is only 10 feet. The further you go, the bigger the margin of error, and it compounds. Okay, it's not linear. It's not linear, Ruhif. So the further you go, we're turning the argument. We need to be arguing about maps and distances, because I can't use longitude, latitude to anybody, any globe for satisfaction unless I plot it on the fucking Google Earth or something.
No, you can. Like I said, I can transform my. I've done videos on flight routes, right? Flights in the southern hemisphere, and those banjo flights that he reckons should have landed elsewhere, right? I have.
Wait, are you saying that captains bring globes out to sea, and that's how they triangulate with globes out there? No, exactly.
We'll get to that in a minute. Yeah, but we'll get to that. They use sight reduction tables, right?
You're saying it always uses a globe, and that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
nobody brings globes out there. Maybe now with computers.
I understand that, Brian. I understand that. All right. In reality, they don't actually draw 3 circles on a globe. In reality, they use sight reduction tables and basically a dead reckon position. Right? That's how they do it in reality. In MC Toon's challenge, you have no idea where you are. You don't have a dead reckon position. Right? You have to draw 3 circles on something. All right. What map are you going to draw your 3 circles on?
I'm gonna do it on Google Earth, man. Because hold on, you're saying all this.
Then you're using a globe.
On your globe. They say that to explain your circle of equal altitude, you cut a slice of the globe off. So let me ask you this: so where you cut your slice, okay? So if I do a triangle around a star, if there's me, you, and Geo, and we're all 1,000 miles away from a GP, are we parallel?
What do you mean, are you parallel?
Are we parallel with each other? Is it an actual circle of equal altitude? Is what I'm asking.
Oh, if you slice it off, are you on the same plane, and is that plane perpendicular to the zenith?
Are we parallel?
Yeah, but that's pretty trivial.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth.
For God's sake, Brian. For God's sake.
You fell for it.
You said the fucking welcome to Flat Earth.
On a globe, we wouldn't be parallel, bro. On a globe, we would most certainly not be parallel. But the way they do the section is they cut a section of an apple. Okay, but look, we'd all be looking, if we were only 1,000 miles away, we'd all have like a freaking 20, not even 20-degree angle. So we'd be all looking up, almost straight up. So on a globe around that star, we would most certainly not be parallel. But the way they do it is they cut a flat section of a globe, okay, to make a plane, and that puts us all parallel. But on a globe, we're not parallel. So that's why we're saying a sextant wouldn't work on a globe. But then if you cut the section and do your circles and say it works, yeah, you could say it, but you're basically making a flat plane, calling it parallel, calling it circles of equal altitude, and then converting it back to a globe, bro. It's not the way.
Circle of equal
It's not
altitude.
reality, right?
A circle of equal altitude is not a chopping off the top of a sphere. All right. You said, if you do that, would you be on the same plane? I said, well, there would be a plane that's perpendicular to the star and the GP. But wow, why? Like, who gives a shit?
It'd be a circle of equal altitude, though. I mean, it'd stand behind the word's meanings, right? That's the only way to do it. You were right. You were right, saying we're parallel, because we are. And I say, welcome to flat Earth, right?
Yeah, and that's retarded.
Well, retarded as it may be, it's still reality, man. That's how the measurement works.
In reality, we don't chop off the top of a sphere. That's not.
Then how are you calling it a circle of equal altitude? And why did Bob do a video showing him chopping the fucking section of a sphere off?
Maybe that was useful for him to demonstrate. I don't know.
Well, that would be the only way to demonstrate a circle of equal altitude, because on a globe, we're most certainly not parallel, and it's not equal altitudes. It'd be crazy.
A way to
right?
demonstrate a circle of equal altitude is to roll a piece of paper into a cylinder, all right, and then stick it on a sphere. Like hold the end of it on a sphere.
That's just another way of saying chop.
It's just a circle.
That's another way of saying slice. That puts us all parallel.
The inside of that cylinder is not. It's not chopping off the top of the sphere. Just the edge of that cylinder is a circle. Nothing to do with the interior of that circle.
But like I said, that's the same as taking a slice. That puts us parallel, Ruhiv. That puts it equal altitude. And that puts us parallel, and that puts you on a flat Earth.
Every point that paper touches on that sphere is a circle of equal altitude. It says nothing about the internal, the internal parts of that cylinder. Put a dunce hat on a globe.
I know. I've already heard you say this. I should have used that, but y'all say it two different ways. Some of y'all say cut a slice of an orange, and some of y'all say the dunce hat. Okay.
Yeah.
That's the only way. Listen, that's the only way to make it a circle of equal altitude is to put everybody on the circle parallel. Okay.
What do you mean by parallel, then?
Plane.
What do you mean by parallel in this context?
I mean a plane, like a dunce cap. Like you put a dunce cap, and that puts us all equal altitude. That creates a flat plane. When you take the dunce cap,
only if you
put it on a ball. When you take the dunce cap and you put it on a ball, you're pretty much creating a flat plane. You're 3 coplanar points, basically. You're creating a plane with 3 coplanar points, and then you're projecting it back on a globe because it's longitude and latitude, and it works. But you're basically using a flat Earth. You're using a flat section of your globe with your dunce cap, your 3 coplanar points, and you're even calling it a circle of equal altitude, which is kind of a slap in the face to flat earthers when y'all say that it's not possible on a globe, but then you say circle of equal altitude and use a flat plane to do your measurement.
Yeah. A circle does not involve the middle of it, right? It's just the edge. If you're not on the edge, we're not talking about the circle then. We're just talking about some internal area. The internal of a circle is nothing to do with it.
Why are you having to use a dunce cap and making 3 coplanar points then, Riv?
Yeah, to tell you what a circle of equal altitude is. We don't have to chop the top off the sphere. Just that that cylinder or the dunce cap, if you are touching one of those points, you're on a circle of equal altitude. Nothing to do with
3 circles.
Closer to it.
With 3 circles, they would be all up and down. You'd have to bend your radius on a globe to keep it equal altitude. It couldn't be. You'd have to for 3 circles and 3 different distances. Okay, would be 3 separate. I mean, you'd have like snakes forming your circle, man. It just
no idea
goes
what we're talking
against
about now,
circles
Brian.
of equal altitude, in my opinion, man.
What are you talking about now? You're talking about getting
That makes
three
you
angles and then three circles of equal altitude,
Well, like I
and they
said,
all
when
have
y'all
to
use
intersect at a
dunce
point.
cap, you're making you're using 3 coplanar points. You're and like
I'm
I
using
said, sometimes
infinite points. There are infinite points in a
what if you
circle.
take three dunce caps and of one dunce cap draw a circle of equal altitude on a sphere, then move it, draw another circle, then move it and draw a third circle. 3 circles of equal altitude on a sphere.
I'd say welcome to flat Earth.
And
You
we
do
would
it on a
say that's
sphere, so
retarded.
how would you say welcome to flat Earth? Yeah.
No, he's got
You
it
do
in
it
his
on
mind
a
that
block.
we have to chop. He's got it in his mind we have to chop off this top of a sphere. That a circle has to be an infilled shape.
No, you're
It
using
doesn't
3
have to be an
coplanar points. You
infill.
said that the 3 people on that point are parallel. And
No.
for measurement's sake, they are parallel. It's because it's treated as a circle of equal altitude, which is 3 coplanar points. Bro, I know you understand that. I'm not saying that it's right or wrong, but you got to at least understand what I'm saying.
What I said was that if you chop the top of that sphere off, that plane would be perpendicular to the star GP line. Which it is, but has nothing to do with celestial navigation. We don't chop the top of the sphere off to do navigation. So what you said was trivially true, but irrelevant. The internal part of that circle has nothing to do with celestial navigation. It's not a flat circle, not a flat shape with an internal area. It's a circle. It's points that are a certain distance from a center point.
Yeah, I understand that. But here's the thing. Since Mattoon, I wasn't going to do his challenge because I knew that he was going to say, "What are you going to draw your circles on?" I mean, dude, that was stupid to even come up with that in the rules. And he realized that, and so he upgraded his challenge to where we could use the Google Earth or globe projection because
no, you can't use Google Earth.
Did you see his updated challenge? Did you see his update? I just talked to him, dude, yesterday.
I guarantee you he will not let you draw circles on Google Earth.
Okay, then why did he update his challenge? Did you see his update?
I did, and I think he said you're allowed to use a celestial sphere.
So what am I supposed to draw my circles on, bro?
That's the fucking point, Brian. That's the point.
So there's no point in even doing the challenge. You just ruined it, dude. I thought I talked to him. Thought he updated the challenge. What am I going to draw my circles on, bro? If you're going to judge to see if you're going to judge to see if they're right based on longitude, you're laughing, bro. If you're going to judge to see if they're right based on longitude and latitude, which is spherical coordinates, you said that in the challenge you just took. When you answered them questions, you said that's coordinates for a sphere. Now I'm supposed to be judged to see if I'm right based on spherical coordinates, but I can't project it on. I mean, just what I've done is fucking challenge enough, bro.
We just did this 10 minutes ago. You can transform latitude and longitude onto a flat surface, which is what the AE map is.
So then I just have to adjust the fucking azimuth. It's the same thing as a globe, dummy.
Not the azimuth, right? What I'm getting at, Brian, right, is that for you...
You know what azimuth or equidistant means?
Yes, that's all. Yes.
Have you seen the white and black lines on the AE map? The little white black lines.
It's all good looking north and blah, 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 right? What my point is that if you have a GP and you are 1,000 miles from it, the formula that you use to get from the latitude and longitude of your GP to some point that is 1,000 miles an hour, that formula will be either the Haversine or the Vincenti formula, which is a spherical formula. This is why the fucking challenge is impossible.
I don't want to be a party pooper, Brian, at all. But I think if Ruhiv knows Mattoon's challenge well enough. I think it's been set up in such a way that it doesn't matter what you do, right? It can't be done.
It can't be done. It's set up so that people who claim that they can do it on a flat Earth will realize that they cannot.
But I think
you have to use the radius.
Brian thinks that you can use Google Earth, right? And you're telling him that you can't use Google Earth. Is that
Of course he
correct?
can't.
Okay,
If the
then.
formula
So-
to get a distance between A and B is the haversine, that uses the radius of the Earth. Obviously, you can't use that.
So,
can we clarify what we mean by it can't be done? The reason Ruhif's saying, of course, it can't be done is because Ruhif believes that the Earth is a globe. If the Earth is flat, absolutely you can do this. 100% you can do it. There's nothing in it.
It's been set up in such a way that it can't be done using apparently globe mathematics. You have to come up with your own flat Earth mathematics to be able to do it.
You can't use a radius.
You can't use anything globe. Well, I could use the dome for radius of 3959.
Go ahead. Do it.
I'm not going to waste my time doing it personally myself because that ain't my thing. It's not my thing. It doesn't actually interest me doing it. To be honest with you, but I could use a dome. Say my dome is 3959 potentially.
The dome, I think, is an interesting idea, but I like that idea if they curved the heavens are curved and they curve the Earth.
Yeah, but no, it ain't that. Wait, what were captains using before computers? When we needed, where they weren't bringing globes out to sea. So why is he saying that it won't work on a map? What were they using out at sea? And weren't they using maps? I don't get it.
You could use a chart, but even the chart, you have to make it the right size using the longitude, the width of the longitude line. So the distance between longitude.
No,
lines.
bro. Where were the circles? What were the circles drawn on?
That's what I'm telling you, dude. I'm trying to tell it to you.
So tell me what they were drawn on, and then
I
give
was
me
in
the
the middle of
explanation.
telling it to you, man.
Well, tell me and then give me the explanation, please.
I
What
just
were the
looked at
circles
charts.
drawn on?
You have to draw the laundry. You have to make the charts, and for each specific chart, you got to draw the longitude lines at the correct widths, correct ratio, like the correct width of the longitude lines in reference to the latitude lines. But to do that,
So chart, right?
Yeah, chart. Yeah.
I think it's interesting when some. Go on. So I think it's interesting that some flat earthers say that you can't get an angle from a curved adjacent and then on a curved surface, and then they'll say that it's just right that it's curved. Like, well, if it's curving, then you can't get an angle from it.
I didn't say that. What I said is that
yeah, I didn't say
it won't let you do it in computer and engineering software. It won't let you do it. Okay, so you couldn't. And then when you do it in with an imaginary line and call it a tangent, you're using the horizon and your position as a fucking double tangent. That's problem 2. Problem 3 is if you're going to call it a circle of equal altitude, you're using 3 points underneath your GP. All of that is fucking planar. That's the point.
No.
The only way you can get an angle is by using a tangent. You can't get a angle any other way off a curved surface.
Yeah, that's why we don't use the surface.
So by saying that you can't get an angle off a curved surface isn't necessarily incorrect.
Elevation angles not measured relative to the surface.
Said a curved surface, Ruhif.
Yeah, I know. But elevation angles do not care about the surface. They care about up and down.
That's why you can use a bubble sextant that doesn't provide. or a
All
theodolite.
this is being set up to do is just get clicks, get likes, and get super chats at the end of the day. And good luck to him if that works. Happy days.
No, it's to show that people who claim that it only works on a flat Earth have never actually done it at all.
No, don't, no, can't.
I like how Nathan is now claiming that it is £1,000 for his
Says the
speaker
man.
because
Says
like
the man that
broken
just
because
agreed that the three people around that circle of equal altitude are parallel, because that's the only way it could be a circle of equal altitude is if they were parallel.
No.
And,
Again, Brian, what I said,
grab the coplanar point.
Brian, was that if you chop the top of that circle, that would be a plane, and that plane would be perpendicular to that star's zenith GP.
It's three coplanar points, bro. No matter how you look at it.
Okay.
Whether you want to chop it, whether you want to chop the globe or not. Whether you want to chop it or not, you can use a dunce cap. It's still three coplanar points. It's circles of equal altitude. That's planar.
Yeah. The internals of that plane are inside the globe Earth. Right?
So what is
Which is
dip
why I said
correction?
if you chop it off.
What is
dip correction
dip correction?
is because the horizon is not at eye level.
Is the horizon the tangent? Though? Which is my position the tangent, or is the horizon the tangent?
For what calculation? Like
For the
what
globe,
are you doing?
For your globe, your baseline.
The baseline is eye level, has nothing to do with horizon.
Right, but okay, if we're on a globe, one of them is the tangent, Ruhif. Is it
one of what is the tangent,
or is it the horizon? Which is it?
One of what is the tangent to what?
If I'm drawing a flat baseline of my angle, okay, even if
Right.
it's starting out flat, whatever, you have a tangent, right? That's called a tangent.
Oh, it's called horizontal. A tangent touches a curve at a point.
Right, but so which is the tangent in your math? Is it your position
dip
or is it
correction?
horizon?
The math for what? Like make your question clearer.
Okay, if I'm judging the star's angle above the horizon,
right?
Is that the tangent or is my position the tangent? Is that which part is touching your globe? Is it the horizon that I'm judging my angle by, or is it my position?
If you're measuring an angle between a star and the horizon, then the observer to the horizon is a tangent, yes. But that's not an elevation angle.
Which part is the tangent? Is my position the part touching the globe, or is the horizon the part touching the globe? There can only be one tangent, Ruha.
The point at which that line touches the horizon, the line between the observer and the horizon, touches at one point. So
not my position. So my position is not the tangent. You're saying it's the horizon is the tangent.
A tangent is a line that touches a curve.
Welcome to Flat Earth, bud. Welcome to Flat Earth.
For fuck's sake, Brian.
I'd be interested in. I'd be actually interested if he's.
I'm getting rid of aggravated. I gotta back off. I'm listening, guys. I gotta back off for a minute.
Yeah, you're asking stupid questions, Brian. That's the problem. I have to really.
It's not a stupid question, bro. That's not a stupid question, man. You got to think about your answer, and I'll get back with you next time.
If I have
think
to
about your answer,
to
what you just called the horizon the tangent. Think about that.
If I have to struggle to understand your question, it's a stupid question.
It's like if I'm asking if the Earth is flat and you measure your elevation angle from the horizon is always below you because you're above the surface. So what is your base? It's not horizontal. It can't be horizontal on a flat Earth. But I think if on a globe the tangent is the straight line that touches the horizon, and then you make the correction to raise it up so that it's horizontal, then
yes,
problem solved. Yeah.
Yeah, and that horizontal is not actually a tangent because you're above the surface, and it doesn't touch the surface.
That's why you do the correction.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's quite
like I said a minute ago, if I'm struggling to understand a question, that says more about the question than me.
Not necessarily.
Bro, you just answered your own question, bro. So, in other words, you're saying the horizon, y'all are both saying the horizon's a tangent. Then you're doing a dip correction to bring the other part of your line down to the globe. You're creating a double tangent. You're creating, bro, you're creating a flat surface. What don't you understand about that?
Bring it up.
Is it?
No, Brian, we're bringing it up to horizontal because that is what an elevation angle is relative to
So
horizontal.
you're correcting up. You're correcting
Yes.
up.
And we're not making if we're saying that we're making a surface, then if I'm using a bubble sextant, you're saying that I'm making a vertical surface. So a physical.
No, you're doing your
vertical
dip correction
ball.
based on your elevation above the surface.
Yep.
Yes.
So you're creating a double
It
tangent
wouldn't
or
be
a
acting on a
flat
flat Earth.
plane, bro.
No.
No. There's
Bro,
a
if the
tangent
horizon
line.
is the
No,
tangent,
there's a tangent line from me to the horizon,
you're
a straight
putting
line.
a hump. Hold
And
on.
then I
By
make
doing the
a
dip
correction.
correction, by doing the dip correction, you're putting a hump in between you and the horizon because you are oh my god, dude, I can't do this.
How can I, if I'm pointing a sextant to the horizon and then I make a correction so that I'm not pointing to the horizon anymore, how is that making a hump between me and the horizon?
What are you talking about? A correction where you're not pointing at the horizon. You're using the horizon for your angle. You're using that.
Yeah.
If you change your angle to the horizon, bro, okay, you're moving your flat line down basically. Okay, by doing your dip correction.
When I'm
yes,
doing
you
the
are,
correction.
dude, on a globe or a flat Earth.
No, I'm using it.
You're
to
not
make
changing
the
your angle to the star.
correction.
And in a globe, bro, it's parallel fucking rays to the stars, bro. You'd have to move millions of miles to get a degree change on a globe. So you could move 1,000,000 miles up in the air or 1,000,000 miles down. That baseline is never gonna change, bro. So all you're doing is correcting your dip down to the ground. So you're creating a line. You're basically.
We're talking about dip correction.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with a star yet, Brian. Literally just the reference point. Wait, what is
Call it what you
0
want.
degrees elevation? 0 degrees elevation. 0 degrees elevation is eye level. It's horizontal, right? But with a sextant, right, because we're measuring to the horizon, we need to correct for the fact that the horizon is below eye level. And the line from the observer to the horizon is a tangent. And we make it a straight line, guess what? By doing 7/6R.
Yeah, I wonder why you'd make a dip correction on a flat Earth depending on the elevation, because the horizon would be at the same elevation all the time.
Yeah. Oh, no, I asked Brian months ago, Brian's logic. Like
Bro, you're doing your dip correction to make a flat baseline, bro. Even Zanuck said so. You've got to make a flat baseline, bro.
I'll ask you the same question that I asked Brian, right? What formula do you use for the dip correction and how did you derive it? I'll give you $1 million, Brian.
That's a good question.
What formula?
Yep.
Now, how do you derive the?
It's not a formula.
What?
Well, if you're in 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers high, how much would you need to correct for the dip of the horizon, and why? And how did you come up with the number?
That's my whole point. You shouldn't have to. If you're on a globe, okay, and the light is parallel, you could be 1,000,000 miles up in the sky. Okay,
But the horizon drops.
How do you not understand that?
Brian,
I have to look up the equation.
No, Brian, the horizon.
Let me look up the equation to get Ruh's $1 million real quick, man.
No, I mean that's why you correct for it, because the horizon drops, and we know that. There's nothing to do with.
You're aware that the horizon drops, right, Brian? You're aware that the horizon is not at eye level, right?
So what you're saying is that you change your angle, you change your baseline angle. Basically, you don't. So that's what you're saying.
The angle that you measure with a sextant, right? You're roboting, Brian. The angle you measure from a sextant is from the horizon to the star, right? The horizon is not at eye level, so it's not an elevation angle. You need to correct for it. What formula do you use, and how did you derive it?
I have to look it up if you're going to.
Yeah, I'll tell you what it
I'll
is.
look it up.
The formula is 0.97 times the square root of the height in feet, and that's the number of minutes that you need to correct for. Okay.
Okay, so the light ain't parallel.
Brian, it has nothing to do with light.
Wait, hold on.
Parallel.
If you're in an airplane, using a bubble section, are you still doing a dip correction?
No,
because it doesn't use the horizon.
So why are you using one on the ground then?
Because you're on a boat.
The horizon.
Why on the ground?
Anyway, you can handle this for a minute, my man. I'm gonna have some dinner.
Yeah, I gotta go anyway, Ruiv. Good talking to you.
Yeah. See you,
Oh
bro.
my god! I mean, obviously the horizon drops when you're on a sphere. So the higher you go, the lower the horizon is in your field of view, and that's why you make the correction. There's nothing to do with the light being parallel. Although the light being parallel, as we know it is, shows that it's not a close and local light. It's kind of makes the close and local sun.
Interesting.
That's what I was going to say. What do you think about all this, bandsaw?
Show. I've got no idea. To be quite honest, I've got absolutely no idea.
Have you even been listening? Just sitting there.
I'm listening, right? But I hear a lot of this can't be done or this can be done. But I don't see anyone on either side really, and actually going out in the middle of nowhere, or getting a canoe and paddling out to the middle of nowhere and navigating anywhere. We all just seem to be talking from behind our computer screens, to be honest with you, saying this can work or this can't work.
You said that earlier too, and nobody ever answered my question. I'm curious. What do you see as being the difference between doing it out in, like, outside, which I've done before, right? What would be the difference between doing that and then doing it, say, just someone giving you the angles, and then you doing the calculation?
Navigated Kosho. Have you actually navigated?
No, I've done the equations using actual star positions in my girlfriend's backyard with the sextivus that I made. It's like a sextant, basically, using angles. So I actually measured the angles of the stars and actually, verified my position.
Not actually saying there is any difference, Kosho. I'm not actually saying that at all. I think you probably can go out in your backyard and pick 3 stars and get the almanac and work out this and that, and I'm fairly close to where you are. I've got no doubt that it works at all.
That's fair.
I'm not going to debate something that I have absolutely no idea about either. Kosho.
That's fair.
Obviously, these calculations work for a particular reason, which is pretty handy, because back in the day when they did use them before they had GPS and stuff, it probably would have been a handy instrument to have on board to work out where you were going. I'm gathering.
Sure.
so yeah.
It definitely does work.
But it'd be interesting to see if Brian can pull it off, like he's been told that he can't.
I think
by Ruhif very, very clearly, I think, and I don't know.
Yeah, he wants to use Google Earth.
And Yeah, and I don't, and I would hate, I would hate for Brian to go in to the challenge with a misunderstanding of what he can and can't use, because then all McToon is going to do is just take the piss out of him and his audience and whatnot, if there has been a misunderstanding.
Yeah. I don't think
Because
he got that
because
distinction I
because
was trying to make.
well, Brian has spoken to McToon, and I don't know if there was a communication breakdown or what, but he thinks he can use something, and you're saying that he can't use what he thinks he can use. So I think that should be clarified before Tuesday, before he goes on and does what he's doing.
Yeah. He literally said he's going to draw circles on Google Earth, and like obviously that's not allowed. Obviously.
Yeah, well,
Oh, excuse me.
like I said, whether it
And
is or whether it isn't, I think there's a bit of a communication breakdown there, and he may be going in with a different idea. And like I said, I'd hate for him to go in there doing something and then just the piss taken out of him, which is what will happen.
yes, yes, it will.
I don't think that would be very nice, and I don't think you think that would be very nice either, Ruhi.
No, I think Brian's a good guy.
Yeah.
And I was shocked the other day. Pete Shea.
At the end of
McToon
the
got
day,
Pete Shea on.
Oh no, really?
Yeah,
No
for
way.
3 hours
I
on.
don't think 3 hours. Gee, it was a short session. It was a short session.
Yeah.
You said he had Pete on.
Right.
Pete's on Pete's over at Gems like all the time now.
Is that his new home, Kosho?
Yes, indeed. Fortunately for him.
People listen to him over there, I suppose.
No.
He just talks. He just talks.
Right.
Okay.
It's 7 o'clock already. Jeez. Been wasted time talking to you guys.
Damn.
Yeah, I've offered to Brian in DMs to like, I'll run through your shit.
At least he's having a crack.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
At least he is having a crack. And this particular idea that he's had was well before McToon's challenge too. This idea he came up with well before. He hasn't done it specifically for McToon.
Yeah, but it involves upward refraction, which is just not real. Well, not real above the surface, at least.
I don't know about that. But anyway, you can claim it's not. You'd have to demonstrate that it's not. Ruhi, is there a experiment that proves or has evidence that there is no upward refraction at all?
Above the surface, as I would say 1,000,000 times, we know what the refractive index is given the conditions. Those conditions don't exist once you get a decent amount above the surface.
I don't know. What happens if you get up into a superfluid above a
Okay.
certain height?
Or any observation that we are likely to encounter from the atmosphere, you can say that pretty much for certain.
How does light act in a superfluid?
Do planes fly in a superfluid, or they just fly in atmosphere?
They don't fly in a superfluid. No. Why would they fly in a super? Things fly in air, in fluid. With boats in a fluid. That's a word. It kind of looks like rockets actually propel themselves through a super fluid.
Where'd Harry go? You still here? There he is. My apologies for ignoring your DMs. Still misspelled this.
Wouldn't you agree, Rui? Don't rockets look like they fly through a superfluid? A nice big
I don't.
wake, arting.
Yeah, I don't know what it would look like.
The big fish tail behind
I
them.
knew what a superfluid was and how rockets might travel through it, then maybe I could answer you.
Oh. Well, it is.
Don't superfluids move as if there's no viscosity?
Okay.
Like things move through superfluids as if there's no viscosity. Viscosity.
Pretty. Oh,
And there's no viscosity in a vacuum.
Good point.
In there?
Does that make a vacuum a superfluid?
No.
How do we know there's no viscosity in a vacuum?
Hello.
Hi, Harry.
Bye.
You can touch my viscosity. I'm viscous for you, baby.
Wow, so there's a theory called superfluid vacuum theory. And it's a theory that the vacuum is superfluid. Vacuum of space. I'll look into this. It says it's a theory, but it's like string theory. They call it a theory. I don't think these are actual theories, you know.
Well, no, there was a physicist on the other day. Who was it? Where they were saying, were they talking with Chronic or someone? And they were saying they do think they do hold. They were sort of poo-pooing and disregarding ether pretty viciously, but they were saying they do think that there is some that light needs to move as a wave through something.
Yeah, that's right.
I thought also some of the string theory ideas are like, well, there's got to be space. Has to be some sort of substrate that light moves through.
Yeah. The quantum field. What?
I was going to say, was that theoretical Button? He's a string theorist.
Could have been theoretical Button. Yes. Yeah. He's the South African guy that's Muslim, isn't he?
Oh, no. I don't know.
Damn.
I don't know, but all I know is that he's doing string theory at the moment, and he's right into pseudoscience, as he says.
No, but yeah. Quantum field theory satisfied that requirement, and with the field, not necessarily a medium, but yeah, it claims that there's fields that exist everywhere. Like space isn't, like the vacuum of space isn't just a, it's not just nothing. It's a series of fields, and there's separate fields for separate phenomena. And there's a separate field for electromagnetism, and light propagates through that field.
Hard to distinguish between a field and a medium, though, right?
Well, from what I understand, a medium has substance. That's really the only difference. A medium is a substance that exists somewhere in some volume, and then a field is just values.
Magnitudes of what though? Like magnitudes of, I don't know.
I guess just of the field strength, or the field. Because I say when I say
Over
like
my head,
light.
anyway.
Oh, you said what?
It's over my head.
Yeah, I mean, mine too, of course. But I think they say, because they say light is a perturbation in that field, and in most values are zero. But when the value is not zero, this is when this is when this is when particles propagate. So all the particles are just propagations in or just disturbances in these different fields.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm reading about the
Yeah, so there's no matter. There's no matter as such. It's just in the field. There's some magnitude of something, and that is matter. Is the perturbation of the field.
Yes, yeah, something like that. Because it's at least it's subatomic particles, and electron is so that's why things like electrons, even though it has mass and is physical and all this type of stuff, it has a lot of it's small enough, less massive enough that you can see it exhibit like these quantum mechanical properties and stuff, and basically that's the claim. It's just like it's excitation in that field. And the same field that the light's in, actually.
Started reading this superfluid vacuum theory, and yeah, I'm going back to something else.
Well, that's the crazy thing about that theory is it sounds crazy, but it's like the most accurate. They claim it to be the most accurate theory in science as far as like predictions and what those when the observations, like the accuracy of the predictions based on the model and the observations are more accurate than any other theory or whatever. I think they say with the electron dipole moment or something. What's it called? I don't know, but it's like past 12. So the prediction is like 12 numbers past the decimal, and the observation is accurate up to that point.
It's crazy complicated.
Yeah, I think it's crazy, but there's crazy ideas like string theory even. But the cool thing about quantum field theory is there's a lot of evidence, practical applications based on it, like all that type of stuff. So it's like it's most likely. When I say most likely, I mean more so than any other ideas. The truth of the reality,
I'm interested in what these things do for us here.
Well, MRI machines.
Oh, yeah. But all these theories and all that sort of stuff is fantastic. Like we're looking at stars and blah, 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 blah. Maybe trying to work out what they are. But I like to see from this these crazy ideas that people have, what real life things come from it, rather than just going, okay, this star is made up of this and is this far away. I like to see, well, the result of this theory is now we have a microwave oven or an MIR machine. That's what I like to see, like the practical application. If that, instead of just the stuff that we can't see, that we can't touch, I like to see the actual practical sort of thing here on Earth. Like now I have a coffee cup that's made out of clay and has been fired as a result of one of these theories that have come about.
Yeah, all sorts of cool stuff like that. Because even GPS, it's like Einstein's, but lasers to some extent, and then like transistors, obviously microchips.
Because I think you're right, Bandy. Like that to me is that's what I was saying to Jerry in the chat, and he's agreeing. I think if you're ever trying to figure out like are these things right, like I got really interested for a while in homeopathy and Reiki and astral traveling and all of this stuff, and I was like, well, it can't all be right. And so then I decided like one of the better heuristics is people who are effective at this will like if they're right, they will probably be effective. They'll get some pretty cool results. Whereas if they're not, they probably won't.
It's funny. You're probably older than I am. I'm sure. Eggshells. I mean, you had to have similar paths. Well, not like paths.
Oh, you gay too?
Say what?
You gay as well?
No, I'm not. No.
Only in 2022.
No.
Only in 2022.
Go on, sorry. I didn't mean to ruin a moment.
No. But I mean, because I was about to say not in experience, but in like I don't know. I guess just like modes of interest. I guess I don't know. You were into some conspiracies more so before, and that you've shed some of them, and then the spiritual stuff that you've probably become more realistic about, or whatever. Sounded like you were saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to think that there were, I don't know, I liked a lot of the ideas. I thought yeah, got it, like wouldn't say I got into, but bit of astral traveling kind of stuff and lucid dreaming and all of that stuff. No, not so much.
Well, lucid dreaming is, well, people make it seem like it's more extreme than I think it actually is, but with astral projection or astral, what'd you call it?
Astral traveling.
Yeah, right. The dreams and stuff. Do you guys remember that guy Hoary Sheet?
No.
Yes. Yeah.
He told us a story one time. He told us a story one time where because he's really into that stuff, and he said that he was doing it one night, and he used to work with this chick. I think maybe she was a student at school that he went to or something. Either he worked with her or she was a student in the same school. But anyways, and he said that he was astral projecting or whatever in his sleep, and then he saw her in her room, and she didn't have a blanket on, and he saw what color underwear she had on, and all this type of stuff. And then he said he went up to her to school the next day and told her what happened. He's like, "Yo, did you see me? I was in astral projection, and I think I saw you in your room." And he told her what color panties she had and everything, and she was really freaked out, of course. But
understandably so.
Yeah, but he was telling us because he was saying that he got the color right. But yeah, obviously she was probably thinking she thinks he's a peeping Tom or something, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe in it anymore. I mean, what I do think it's talking about is there are some bloody remarkable things that our mind can do, but that the effects are real rather than he, without noticing, had already noticed that. I think that's what a lot of what happens in that past life stuff is we're just more perceptive than we realize, and there's lots of research that seems to show that you can sort of unlock stuff that you remembered if you're in a hypnotized state. But there's been a lot of effort to try to sort of make it work. The Men Who Stare at Goats is a great example.
Yeah.
Like, there was this whole CIA program devoted to like how can we astral travel so we can figure out which Russian sites to bomb. And I don't think the evidence ends up being very strong for it, because usually it's quite vague.
Just miss, yeah.
And
Scott's uncle started that program.
Really?
Yeah. Edgar Mitchell. Yeah.
His whole family are in the deep state, bros.
Well, his dad was an astronaut, but his uncle, for marriage, was also an astronaut. He was on the moon. Edgar Mitchell.
All right.
He's the one who started that. He was on that Apollo mission he was on. He actually, unbeknownst to Alan Shepard and the other astronaut, he did a psychic experiment with somebody on the surface, and they didn't know that was happening because I think he told a magazine about it later. But anyways, he was like a real spiritual type of dude, and yeah, he he co-partnered that CIA program or whatever, and that ran for 25 years, and they claimed some successes, and I think the findings, what the findings were, and this is a bias, of course, because they want to keep getting funding, and so it's like you can't trust their claims 100% because of that, but they're even the people who had no interest in keeping keeping it going or whatever, they claimed the same thing, that it was successful to the extent that it was more successful than random chance, but it wasn't successful enough to be of practical use, or for them to pay for, or for them to take risks on, and that type of thing. But they said that it did aid in, I think, at least one mission where they found somebody or something like that.
Yeah, see, to me that's a little bit like the psychics who claim they find lost kids, where there's a chance, sure, or like dowsing is a good example. I think dowsing is hogwash, but
You guys talk about that a lot.
Really? You actually think it's hogwash?
Yeah.
Whoa,
Well, I
I
mean,
don't know.
we've talked about this before, I think, but like I think it does work in terms of finding water, but I think no better than building enough mystique around blindfolding somebody and telling them to wander around in a paddock until they fall over, and then wherever they fall over, there's obviously water.
Can you describe?
Wherever you find, you will dig, and you'll dig deep enough that you eventually find water. But I mean, it's been tested in blinded experiments enough times, and it doesn't seem to work.
Could you describe the exact method again? Because you've told the story before about the tests you did and stuff. But can you tell me the exact method for somebody who's attempting to do this and what they actually do?
Sure. Yeah, there's multiple methods. The ones I've seen most commonly at the farm involve you get 2 bits of fencing wire, thick gauge fencing wire. So it's rigid enough that it could hold itself up. Both bits are about, I don't know, Bandy, you've probably done it the same way, about 1 meter and a bit long. And then you bend over.
Anywhere between 2 and 3 feet. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. And then you bend over the end so that it makes a handle. So it's only about as long as your hand. And you hold these 2 things in your hand kind of tight, but kind of loose. So it's sort of, if you can imagine, you're pointing at like guns, like you're dual wielding guns. And you
Need a video. Sorry.
Say again?
Need a video on YouTube. Hold on.
Yeah, hang on. I can probably get the video of us doing it because I think I've got it on Google.
When you did it riding, did you feel some effect, like when you were walking around and they crossed? Like so you do feel a very distinct effect, which is quite strange.
Yes, yeah, it's super strange. You wander around, and the idea is, well, people differ in their methods and what is and isn't finding it and da. But the one I've heard, which seems pretty common for everybody I've come across, is you wander around with this thing, and then they'll start to just suddenly, like, they'll be pointing forwards or waggling in different directions and not really behaving with any kind of order. And you wander up and down and back and forth, and you can do a grid pattern or just randomly walk through the paddock. And then they'll just, at a certain point, they just weirdly just cross over. They just point past one another. And the weirdest part about it is they'll kind of point towards, you go, oh, they're kind of pointing in over there. So you walk to that point, and the closer you get to that point, the tighter and tighter and tighter they cross until like they're pretty much sort of banging, slapping back against your own arms. To here, I'll share my screen actually. It might take me a couple of bits to find it. You might find me drinking my own piss in other parts.
It's funny. It's funny, Harry. Because I've tried it too, knowing where there was a known water source. So actually knowing where there was a located water source, right? And I've actually done it, and I've walked around, and the closer I've got to that water source, right, there seems to be some sort of effect. And then when I've been right over that water source that I know is down there, it has done exactly all that. It's slapping up against your arm. I don't know if it's true. I don't know, but to me, there kind of seems to be a little bit in it. To be quite honest with you, like there is some mystery to it. There is a little bit of mystery to it.
So yeah, there's not like the thing I think is more probable is that we have innate within us. I'm struggling to find it now. Oh my god! Don't tell me I've deleted my bloody.
You know, I don't know if it's been caused because of a change of a magnetic field and like us and all that sort of stuff. Something changes, and can that change be a result from something else? Because the whole dowsing thing too is hit and miss. Like I've seen it tested like scientifically as well, right? And where it has been shown to be debunked. But then it has also too worked as well. So I've seen both sides of the coin, which to me is kind of not really definite one way or the other. But you and I both know that there is some effect when you do use these things, and what that effect is, who knows?
So what I think it is called the ideomotor effect, and you can. I think it works in the same way that like people used to hold a pendulum over a woman's tummy and say clockwise means boy or counterclockwise means girl. And the fascinating thing is they'd actually go in different parts of the world back and forth on which one clockwise meant, right? But what it is you impart.
So you're saying that I'm actually moving it myself because I know that it's there, and I've actually done it subconsciously somehow.
Yeah.
I've actually moved it myself.
Yeah. So
okay then. Well.
So what I think it is. And it doesn't feel like it. That's the point of the ideomotor effect. It's outside your awareness of what you're doing. It doesn't work if you think you're doing it. This guy's showing it here in this window. And exactly as you say, if people know where to find, like in R1, we did this, I don't know if you can see my mouse on the screen, we did this whole patch of land here. So anywhere on this, you could find it. And I was like, so what normally happens, and I kind of knew what normally happens, and it's we all watch one person find a point. It's usually the pro who does it first, you know, the farm manager or something. And then you hand the rods over to somebody else and you go, you give it a crack. And lo and behold, they find the same spot and they test it in other areas. They go, yeah, nothing happens in other areas. And then I test in that one and over they go. And I just said, well, what happens if we blind it? So we're all, you're not able to see here, but we're all hiding behind this shed. And then we send out one person at a time who goes walking around this whole spur. We said nowhere beyond the road, which is just there, nowhere beyond the dam, but this whole area here, which is, you know, maybe a couple of 100 meters squared, I don't know. See what happens. And then mark that with something subtle, right? So people would put a leaf sticking up out of the ground or a little pile of stones or something. And sure enough, when we came out to find our spots, we were scattered perfectly across it, like the most random distribution.
To the place.
Yeah. And that's what happens every time. Yeah. It works and it works and it works. And then you blind it, you put it under some sort of rigorous test. Typically all you need to do is single blind it and bang, the effect goes away.
Yeah.
Now his answer.
It is interesting.
Yeah. The manager's answer is, well, there's water everywhere. And I'm like, well, that's if that's the case, then dowsing always works, right? You kind of it takes a sharpshooting now. We scatter a bullet all over the side of the barn. You got to find water. But yeah, that's what I think is going on. But it's the eeriest shit, isn't it?
Yeah, you might be right. Look, you might be right. Like you might be right, but you do try and make a very conscious effort not to have any influence on it. But maybe, like exactly like what you did say, you know, writing is actually happening. So anyway, it is
because it's like if it takes the human because it doesn't work without them. There's also like a company in the UK got busted in court because they were selling bomb detection devices that were fake, just basically dowsing rods. So they were giving these things to the Iraqi military to say, figure out, you can use this to figure out which cars have bombs in them. And when you crack open the
crazy. No way.
Yeah, they were selling them for 20 grand a pop.
And who was doing this? Some Australian?
British guy sold them to the Iraqi military. And it's got this really cool looking device. And he's saying, oh, there's a bomb. You'll find your bombs in here. But
And
Oh
then
my
he also
God.
sold chips that could go in it. So you put a chip in it, and now it detects cocaine. Put another
Oh.
chip in it, now it detects human trafficking or something. Fuck knows.
Did these guys get arrested?
He got arrested. I think he
My
got
question
charged. Yeah.
would be,
Okay.
how many people got blown up while
Oh,
they
shit.
were detecting for bombs is the question.
Exactly.
Damn.
What kind of Muslim is going to buy some kind of witchcraft like that?
But that's the thing. They don't think it's witchcraft. This device is like attached with a wire to a hip unit, and they tested it. Is it going to be in this one? They tested it at this conference because this, Iraqi Ministry of Defense spends, probably millions on this crap, and then he gets told, people in the UK are saying this stuff's bullshit. So they set up. Is this it? They set up a test, a quote unquote test, where they go, here's a pineapple, here's a basketball, here's a pot, and here's a hand grenade. Can it find it? But they don't blind the test. So the bloke walks into the room, points it straight at the hand grenade, and they all go, look, it works. And it's like, well, what you should have done is put them all under a bucket and then done a little bit of three cup shuffle to see if you can still find it.
Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
But yeah, it got me, that whole process. Sorry, I've told a long story. That whole process just got me way more interested in skepticism, because before, being skeptical of those things seemed to me like just sort of being cynical more than skeptical. And then I started to become more interested in okay, the way in which we hold these beliefs and how they can seem and feel really real to us is more interesting at a certain point than whether than the result of the thing in reality. Got to go back in a second.
I had a question for you.
Start feeding some dogs as well.
You said feeding dogs.
Yeah.
You Australians and your witchcraft.
Dogs are witchcraft? Or?
No, the dowsing rods.
It's scientifically been proven.
But it's crazy
Dowsing
because
is a real thing.
that must just be an Aussie thing or something. I don't know. I've only ever heard of it from Aussies. Is it a British thing?
Whenever we say the word cunt, we're really casting spells, Kosho.
Beautiful.
Merle will tell you he's a witch. There goes us.
Oh, it's a Merlin.
Yeah.
Wizard.
That's a good point.
He is a wizard.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Eggshells about hypnosis. I remember him. I think he said that recently. He was in the hypnotherapy, hypnosis. I was into that for some time.
Now there's a hoax.
Hypnosis? No, it's not.
Hypnosis isn't a hoax.
Yeah, it's proven for therapy. I mean, there's people. There's a dude in jail for 12 years. He's in prison for 12 years because he had sex with these women who were his clients. He was a lawyer, and he slept with them. But he didn't like forcefully rape them or whatever. But he hypnotized them and had sex with them, and it was considered rape, basically. You know what I mean? But like it wasn't like it was basically like getting them drunk, I guess, but it would be a similar charge. But if it wasn't real, he wouldn't have been able to do that, right?
I don't know. Make me cluck like a chicken, and then I might believe it if I can start clucking like a chicken.
There's some pretty good I mean, if you want to, you can see there's a hypnosis thing they regularly use in England is what they call the gypsy scam, and they will use a hypnotic induction to get somebody so confused that they hand over their money. And Darren Brown did a version of this where he showed it on a street, this guy giving money. But you can also Google. Let me find it.
hypnosis theft, and there's a video of a guy using it as yeah. Here's another one. There's quite a few of them. It's called the Gypsy Scam. No offense to gypsies, but just what it's called.
Get a bad rap, gypsies.
Poor gypsies. Yeah, I did.
Well,
a
I mean,
gypsy
for a
program
reason.
once, and they kind of
For a reason.
Yeah, I mean,
That's harsh. That's harsh, Coach.
Oh man, they trashed the joint. It was pretty.
I mean, he's showing this thing is called a gypsy, or did you say it was called gypsy, whatever? And it's because they're literally hypnotizing people and stealing from them. It's a cool technique, but there's a lot of cool techniques like that. But I don't think any of those type of techniques should be used for evil or rape or stealing or whatever. But
no,
you can use them for good too.
Yeah, but I mean the
just out of curiosity though, that case that he got charged for raping 12 women. Now one would presume that he hypnotized these women. So then how did they then come out of the
Yeah, what happened was
to realize that they had been hypnotized? Like how was it undone?
Well, what happens? So if you ever see a stage show, a good stage magician or stage hypnotist will know. They do a thing where they get everybody in the room to participate, and then they get some people to come up on stage or whatever. And generally, when they get everyone in the room to participate, you can see who's susceptible, who's more or less susceptible, because it's hard to tell who's going to be more or less susceptible to it, but there's definitely a what do you call that?
There's a scale of susceptibility.
Yeah.
One of the best questions you can ask if you want to figure out if someone's susceptible is, do you ever sleepwalk? Sleep talking to a lesser degree, but sleepwalking. Sleepwalkers are really reliably more suggestible than non-sleepwalkers.
That makes sense, yeah, because they're in that state. They can easily be in that state between sleeping and being awake. Yeah, call it the which way brain state it is. But anyways, and so some people are more susceptible, some people are less susceptible, and so he didn't do it with 12 women. He got 12 years. He did it with about 4 women or for more. But regardless, he was successful with a few of them because they were more susceptible. And it wasn't until what happens, these women, later they recounted when he was on court and stuff, that they would leave his office and their clothes would be disheveled and they would just feel weird, different or whatever, but they wouldn't know why. And then later he did it. There was a woman where he was, I guess, attempting it to, and he wasn't successful. Like, she was not susceptible, and she was suspicious that he was doing something. So she started recording him, and so they did a sting operation basically.
Yeah, somebody recorded. Yeah, left their phone with a voice recording in the bag to be like, "What's going on?"
Yeah.
And
Crazy though. I'm not sure if so. This happened in Chicago, and different courts in the country are going to do different things. I'm not even sure that in every jurisdiction, every court would have he would have gotten the same charge. I'm not sure if some places might not have even charged him, depending on if they believed it was legitimate or not. But it's a fair charge though.
Yeah, definitely a fair charge. But I mean, if you had a good lawyer and got a good couple of expert witnesses, because I mean, there's a load of debate about this. You've got good reason to be skeptical. The vast number, there is also just a staggering number of people who believe many things, but think that hypnosis isn't real. But even amongst the people who are experts in it, they argue whether it is a special state or not special state. And what they mean by special state is, are you in some altered state of consciousness, or are you just kind of doing what you would have done anyway? And yeah, you get an expert who just says, no, nobody does this unless they wanted to anyway. And bang, you could easily win that.
This was an ugly dude too. Hold on. I think he just got too. Say what?
Ugly on the inside, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Well, he was a divorce lawyer too, so his clients were all divorcees or that kind of, So
What a trash.
Oh, they was asking for it.
Jesus.
Yeah, Ruhiv just stole my fucking punchline. They were all asking for it.
yeah, he was able to do it over the phone even, like convince him to, I guess either let him come over, whatever. So I wonder where he learned the practice from, and because it doesn't seem, I don't know, unless he learned it just to do this, but it seems like you'd have to be talented to be successful like 4 or 5 times, or whatever it was, at least, or skillful. I mean, It says he hypnotized 6 female clients, and he got 5 counts of kidnapping and 1 count of attempted kidnapping with sexual motivation. That was a charge.
Kidnapping. I wonder how that came into it.
Just because I guess it couldn't have been rape, but they probably changed the wording now where it could be rape because alcohol. Obviously, if someone's drunk, it's considered sexual assault because they're not in the right state.
Yeah, it's a dodgy territory though to start calling that, because like I remember one of the reasons I wanted to stop doing it, or certainly stop talking about it, was because I'd like be with girls and they'd be like, "Did you hypnotize me?" They'd like, you'd have a night, and then they'd be like, "Did you hypnotize me to do that?" And you're like, "No, what? Are you unhappy that you did it? Did you?" I just don't normally do that kind of thing. I'm like, well, but one could argue that any trance state, so speaking so well that somebody falls into trance, anybody can do it. People hypnotize one another without realizing it, without any training.
The entire field of marketing, I learned it in a psychology class, but the entire field of marketing was based on the work of Mesmer and who's the other guy, Bandler, some of the first hypnotists or whatever. So what they discovered when they were first doing hypnosis in the early 1900s, like the psychologists and stuff like that, the stuff that they learned from it, from the suggestion, it basically was adopted by the entire field of marketing. It's almost it's based on the same concepts.
What did you say his name was?
I'm thinking Mesmer was the first guy. Bandler was like an NLP guy.
Anton Mesmer, I think his name was, and he, I think, started with this like look into my eyes and the sort of clock ticking, which is they call eye fascination. But Bandler and Grinder are the guys who made it popular lately through NLP.
I mean, is that the etymology of mesmerizing?
Yeah,
right.
It is. Wow. Okay.
Mesmer.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
It is.
Learn something new every day.
Well, because it's a very real, and that's why I like Darren Brown, like stage hypnotist, at least the ones that are honest. Like that's why I like magic too. Like because I do magic, and actually magicians and conmen actually have the exact same skill set. A lot of people don't realize this, but they have exactly the same skill set. They just use it for different. Magicians would be more honest, and obviously conmen is going to be, but the exact same techniques and all that type of stuff. And it's just kind of the same with hypnosis. It's like stage hypnotists are at least honest about what they're doing, but there's people who like marketing people who use it to get something from you.
Yeah, I mean I think that's why many of them like Randy, the amazing Randy.
Yeah.
Many of them like him, Penn and Teller,
and
go from being magicians to being like, actually, I prefer to spend my time calling out bullshit.
Houdini was the same way. I was going to say that earlier when you said that you were more skeptic. I was going to say, yeah, because that's Houdini. That happened to him later in his career. and then because actually his mom died. Yeah, it was his mom who died, and he would go to these what do you call that, mediums, and then he got really kind of offended by it eventually, I guess, because something rubbed him the wrong way, so he just became kind of a debunker, basically. Same thing, basically same thing as Randy. Yeah.
Cheap.
Yeah, there was like he gave her a number that only she knew. So he would go to these mediums and he'd say, "Okay, tell me the number," and they would never be able to do it.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Who was that
But
guy that Ranty called out some fuckwit a while ago?
Yuri?
No, it was a dude that just basically claims to speak to whoever's been in the news in the last couple of months. I'll find the video. 1 minute.
What are you talking about? He's a real famous guy?
Oh, he's
John
got
Edwards?
300,000 or 400,000 subs.
Oh, never mind. John Edwards is really, really famous. So
yeah. Gold Rush Paranormal. There we go.
Yeah. A lot of it you can see they've had to get a lot more sophisticated in later years because we've got the internet now, and you can be like, I've seen that. I've seen Darren Brown do that trick. But yeah, like if you look at the mesmerism and the sort of that like spirit reading and stuff from days of old, you just look at it and you go, that's a magic trick. That's invisible
exactly.
writing.
That's why I think I personally I believe this might offend people in here, maybe not, but because I believe that the stories about Jesus were based on true stories, and when I think about him, about that being true, I just think he was possibly somebody who, in his travels or whatever, he learned a lot of these magic tricks. Because a lot of the stuff he does, like even the water to wine thing, is is a known magic trick now, and religious people are like in the 1800s. There was a huge thing where they were doing these healings and all this type of stuff, and those were the same things, the same kind of magic tricks. And so I think it's a lot of monks were like that too, because Rasputin was a lot like that too. So I just imagine that Jesus and the sort of even John the Baptist, like people that around that time, they kind of had these sort of tricks, and that's how they got these sort of followings from certain people. Maybe not in a malicious way, but in a
con men. Were they con men?
No, not necessarily. I wouldn't call them con men so much as what do you call that? The word for it, charlatan.
People of something that isn't actually real, that would, I think, kind of fall under the definition of con man.
I think for many of them, they viewed their thing as like, yeah, I'm doing a little trick, but it's to reveal a bigger truth.
Yeah, exactly.
Like one of the ones that was interesting was when they would boil thieves or something like that, and they would go, I can tell if this person's a thief or committed treason or did whatever, and they were like, we can't just boil everybody, and there are going to be some people that throughout the trial or talking to them, we're going to be pretty sure they didn't. So they would put this giant cauldron big enough to boil a person and put it over a fire and fill it full of water. And it would be legitimately over a proper fire. And then they'd put a person in it and the water's bubbling around them and the person wouldn't boil. And then they'd be like, they must be innocent and get out. And then later, you can find drawings of this and how they'd do it. There's just have a hose going into the cauldron, and they'd be blowing air through the hose, so the bubbles are going up, and the fire would, should take hours to heat enough water like that. But it was compelling enough for the people that it would keep. The idea was it was compelling enough for enough people that it would keep most people in line.
Yeah.
Like a noble lie.
Yeah, I think something's also like I said, I believe in this the thing about Jesus. Like he was a real person, but that was based in reality. And I think Moses also, like the story about him on Mount,
Mount Sinai.
then telling the 10 Commandments. If you think about it, if this story is based on truth, and he had this unruly Jewish people he just took from Egypt, they're all complaining in the desert and probably causing trouble, and he's up there like fucking stressing out, and then what's he gonna do? He comes back with these rules that he claims he got from God, but he probably just made them up. Like they're like basic rules, by the way.
Yeah.
Like don't lie and steal and fucking do like all this stuff. Like do this type of stuff. Very basic stuff. He just says he got it from God. You know what I mean?
Well, they're not bad rules. They're not bad rules.
Yeah, not bad.
Well, some of them are.
Oh, some of them are pretty ordinary. That's true.
One of the 10 Commandments, not really. The 4 of them are redundant, and then the rest of them are basic.
I'm right. I'm always right. I'm definitely right. Now let's move on to the next rules.
Yeah, he's like, there's only one God.
Don't pick up sticks on the Sabbath. Capital offense.
Yeah.
Capital.
It's funny hearing people defend that one.
There's rules.
Lemon's defense of that once was, well, we need rest. I'm like, so murdering a guy for heating his house on a Saturday is a capital offense because it's more important that we get some.
We just
rest.
obey. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's kind of the good thing about Jesus is that was basically what basically what he was trying to do was that was. If you ever like the Jefferson Bible, because it's like Thomas Jefferson's version, or he like edited the Bible, so he took out some bullshit and just put it in order, and it tells like a real story, and it makes Jesus look like the ultimate troll, basically. Like it'd be like if there was a successful flat earther, to where everything that like we ever brought up, like every argument we ever had, he always had like a like a gotcha that made us look like stupid or whatever. Because every encounter,
it's reality basically. So an ordinary flat earther.
Say one more time.
I was just joking.
Oh
so
no,
basically an ordinary flat earther.
Well, yeah, but it's like how they probably see themselves as winning every time or whatever, but it'd be like if they actually did. Like every time we brought up anything, they always had something that made us look just dumb, and we had we were wrong, and we basically had to admit to them that they were wrong every time. Because that's basically what happened in every encounter he had with them. Like no matter, like he'd be hanging out with hookers and fucking out all night with bad people, and then like people were complaining about it, and like it's like, dude, what kind of person are you? What are you doing? I hang out with these losers. And then he's like, well, do you think that he just tells a parable basically that makes him look kind of dumb and makes him look right, because he's like, would you spend more time with people that were already on your side, or would you spend more time tending to the people who were straying away or whatever? Yeah, I guess that's a good point, but you're just hanging out with these fucking, partiers all night, but whatever.
Yeah, but I think it's a good point. Like, I think that a lot of Jesus's stuff was pretty clever. I'm like, some of my theory was that he went to India. I remember I was stuck in a border checkpoint for ages, and this Indian guy is like, Jesus came to India. And I was like, all right, here we go. And I knew I was going to be stuck there with him for like hours. So I was like, all right, tell me the story. And he told me the story. And I ended up being like rapt. I was like, that's actually really good.
Yeah.
That's a solid theory, bro.
What was the theory? Like, how did he back it up?
So Jesus has got missing years of his life. Like I'm gonna
between
miss
12 and 30.
It stuck out to me. Yeah, from 12 to 30, he goes missing. And at similar times in India, there is apparently some stories of a white man of a Middle Eastern guy turning up and stuff. But one of the most compelling ones, which I've since researched and found to like have some basis, is that if you look at Buddha's 7 noble truths or whatever it is, or 12 noble, it's really similar to Jesus's teachings.
Exactly.
Jesus goes away from this, Jewish brutish goat herd bullshit of life is suffering and everybody's bad and nothing good ever happens and you all suck, and then comes back going, no, you can be saved, good works will change it, being nice to one another, recognizing the humanity in other people is important and valuable and will make you a good person. And it's totally anathema to what
Buddhist.
Yeah, but totally different to Judaism, but very similar to Buddhism and Hinduism.
Yeah, that's basically what I was implying when I said that about the magic tricks or whatever. Like he obviously he went away somewhere. He traveled where other people didn't, perhaps, and learned these sort of tricks other people didn't know. And it's crazy that you talked to this dude who said that, because I had the same idea that he traveled eastward. That's what he seems like. It seems like he traveled eastward and then came back with these ideas that were very similar to Eastern ideas. Yeah.
Yeah, and
I don't think he did magic tricks at all, by the way.
Say again.
I don't think he did any sort of magic tricks or miracles at all.
I don't think it would have like. I mean, my theory on that is it would have just been underwhelming and boring for people to explain it like it really was. Like, and so I think people kind of gussied up the stories and made them sound really exciting, and in fact they just were kind of dull stories. And some of those stories I think were things like imagine he just, this is a thought I used to have and I quite like, just learned how to swim. Amongst the many interesting things he did, one of them was he was in India and somebody taught him how to swim, and a bunch of people back there had no idea how to swim. So he comes back and there's a bit of a storm, and like they've got to kind of make the story sound a bit better than it is. So he learns how to swim, and then a bunch of people are like, my God, this guy can walk on water. How do you describe walking on water to somebody who doesn't have a word for swimming?
The whole walking on water thing, right? So you can like it's in Mark where it's only Jesus walks on water, and then Matthew Peter walks on water as well. All of these miracles have a parable or a lesson behind them, and that's to me what gives them away is just lessons rather than.
What if that's
yeah. Very cool stories, but
like the withering of the fucking fig tree and that sort of shit.
But what if that was why he did them? And the only reason, okay, so I don't have any evidence to suggest it. Obviously, even what you're saying, we're both saying our opinions, basically, beliefs about what possibly could have happened. Because I don't have any. I'd like to believe that these are actually just magic tricks, and that's why these are part of the story. That these are parlor tricks that probably some people were impressed by. But the reason why I'm compelled to believe that they were is because all of the tricks that he claims to have done, I can do most of them, and I've seen other magicians do the other ones. And all the miracles, basically, anything that he's claimed to have done that was a miracle. These are standard. These are magic tricks that are practiced all the time now.
You're talking about, you can walk across a swimming pool, right? If you have the steps on there, but the way the story is told is clearly not clearly not that.
No, no, it's described as walking on water, not someone on their belly flapping their arms and swimming across a wayside.
Yeah, but I mean, some of that is also if you got told today that Biden or Trump, let's say, walked on water, you wouldn't believe it, right?
Not a chance.
Exactly. But like
hey, riding. Many people would believe that Trump could walk on water, though.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. Holy shit.
But some of my point is like, we know, even in this day and age with cell phone videos, that stories can get confabulated and exaggerated and wrong. And, oh, look, all of those guys on Snake Island were killed by the Russians. And then 10 days later, it's like, they've risen from the dead. How would we have told that story if we didn't have cell phone footage? Like, as the ruler, you would just go, plus everybody, that's the other thing. Back in his day, everybody believed in giants and in magic and in people rising from the dead, and like the number of gods alive or demigods alive at his age, there were a dime a dozen. There was like, what's his name, the Caligula who went and fought Neptune by sending the Roman legions to poke at the sea with their swords. Like, What the fuck? You know, people were loopy back then. They had a very low skeptical bar.
I criticise the Bible as far as, you know, someone sitting underneath a fig tree and God whispering into his ear saying, this is the word of God, and write down these stories type of thing. That's how I criticise it. But as a book that is pretty cool, that says pretty much, you know, do unto others as you want done to yourself, you know, it's, you know, they've got some good good messages in there that, you know, basically, you know, shows you how to
Hang on.
to
Do you
lead
have
a
some? Do you think there are some bad messages in there as well?
Yes.
Well, I've never read the Bible from cover to cover,
I have
Louis,
several times.
and I started from the Old Testament, right, which is such a hard read. It is
No, it's
really
not.
hard.
Oh yeah,
That's the best part.
To get through it. Yeah, I know. That's what everyone told me. It's the best part, and I got about halfway through it, and I just gave up because I was reading every single sentence twice just to get my head around it. Like, it's not easy. It's not easy to read. It doesn't flow.
You probably read
very nice.
newer version, but because I've even read the Hebrew version, like the Torah in Hebrew. But even if you just read like a Torah in English, because it's more closely translated from Hebrew, but the story is much more colorful, much more easy to keep reading. Because I feel like in the New Testament, in the King James version, there's parts where if you read it in the Torah, where people are, you know, like, what's it called in Genesis, when they go to Sodom and Gomorrah, like the angels and the townspeople want to rape those dudes, and but if you read the King James version, it doesn't say the stuff like that. It says, like, you know, we want to know these people and stuff like that. But it's like a totally different.
That still means what you think it means, though.
Yeah, right. But it's like, you're not going to see it that way. You're like, if you're reading it, it's not, you know, you don't see that it's not going to be entertaining or whatever.
You read it, Rui?
I've read the Bible back to front about 3 times, I think, and I've read the New Testament probably 10 times.
You mean front to back, or did you read it backwards?
Front to back, whatever. Front to back. Read it the Hebrew way.
Well, yeah, you would have to read it front to back, yeah, or back to front, yeah.
No, I have read it many times.
I've actually sometimes.
Say again, sorry, Laura.
This is sort of on the previous topic about Jesus.
Sorry, real quick. And Ruhif, you call yourself a atheist?
Yes.
You've read the Bible that many times. Oh, come on.
Where do your eyes in Mitchell?
And
yes,
still,
I have. Yes, I do.
And atheism burns in your soul.
Sorry?
I mean, who is it? There's a great quote from somebody saying there's a few simpler ways to make an atheist than just get them to read the Bible. Isn't there some quote like that?
The most ardent atheists are like ex-Catholics. They're usually the most anti-religious when they get older.
Yeah.
And some of the most
That's sort of similar to like the most ardent flat earthers used to be real space addicts.
Possibly.
Probably, yeah.
But
there's a good saying like that from what's his name in the UK? Is very where he said that there's nothing quite like the zeal of a recent convert, I think is how they said it.
What's his name? You're talking about that really
Posh.
Yeah, I can't remember. Oh wait, you're talking about Richard Dawkins?
No, by the way, I completely interrupted Lori. I
feel bad. About you saying about Jesus or Lori?
Yeah, I've sometimes been toying with the idea that what if Jesus actually did magic tricks and he was actually a time traveler from the future. And the reason for his time travel is something goes terribly awry in the future, like for some reason the moral basis just isn't there, and Jesus has to then go back
like
in
heliocentrism.
time. Yeah, something totally terrible happens, and he then has to go back in time in order to sort of make up a story about himself, like being the Son of God and stuff like that, in order to set some sort of moral foundation in order to like rescue humanity.
Oh yeah, and then in the future, that's his second coming, which is really his first coming, right? That's when he actually that's when he was actually alive.
There you go. Yeah, right,
Yep.
right. So that's how he could time it.
That's pretty funny. You know, I wrote a screenplay about the New Testament. I'm still working on it actually, because I stopped because I started to get bored. But it's based on Jefferson. It's based on Jefferson's Bible, which is even if you've read the Bible a whole bunch, the Jefferson Bible is still, for some reason, it gives you like a totally new perspective on the Bible, even though it's just edited in a chronological order. It just reads differently. It's just pretty crazy.
Chronological order, as in when they were written, or
no.
What do you mean?
I don't know if I used the right word, but like in order, like first of all, Thomas Jefferson took out all the miracles, and then he edited it so that instead of you reading like John and Luke and this, it's basically just reading a story about Jesus from birth.
Like synthesize 4 gospels into one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's pretty good.
I'm reading the stories twice. I thought that was half the joy. Story.
No, it is. If you read them in parallel, it's really interesting.
Why? Because bits change. You mean the bits that change, or what?
Yeah, like if you read Matthew up against Mark, it's fascinating. You'll see what Matthew added and what he changed, and it's amazing.
Well, the screenplay I was writing is actually it's funny because it's based. I'm trying to write it. I don't know if you ever read Game of Thrones. Maybe none of you guys read those books, but each chapter is written from a different person's perspective. Like there's a different person's perspective each chapter, whatever. And the Bible, the New Testament, is written by basically his apostles, and they're basically from their perspective. That's how I was writing the screenplay. It's like it's from the perspective of the apostles, basically, or the people surrounding him, but the same story. I don't know. I was trying to make it interesting, but that's why I got bored. It didn't seem that interesting.
Maybe you guys can confirm this idea that all the books were written based on one original writing, and the evidence to that is that if you read all the books, there's some wording that's too similar to have come from different people. What do you guys think of that idea?
Yeah, there's the theory is that there are 2 source documents. The first one being Mark, and then this other one called Q, and Q is just the German word quell for source, right? So there's 2 separate sources. Matthew and Luke both borrow very heavily from Mark, pretty much verbatim, and then they also borrow from this hypothetical other document. And then John's a bit of a hippie, written much later. Yeah, it's fascinating reading the Gospels side by side. It's amazing.
Somebody told me that Revelation. This is a really Christian. This is like the Christian dude used to work for me. We used to talk about religion all the time, but he was under the impression that the John who wrote Revelation was a different John than any other Johns.
Yeah, John of Patmos, is it? Patmos or something was the supposed author of Revelation.
So it wasn't the same.
Oh, sorry. Maybe not John the Apostle, but there's another fascinating thing. There are miracles, I think, of Elijah in like 1 Kings, 2 Kings, or whatever. And if you track the what's the Septuagint, right? If you track the writings as translated into the Septuagint and compare them to the miracles that Jesus does, you'll see that the wording is really, really similar. Can you finish it, please, buddy? Okay. All right. You did have a few donuts today, didn't you? Yeah, that's true. All right.
Hey, writing on your theory about the Jesus being gone for a while in India, I put a video, a couple. Just if you scroll up, there's a video. It's short. We can watch it on if you want to stream it. But it's just a segment from a series called "The Ring of Power," and she goes into that and talks about the guy that wrote the book that was talking about him going to India. And he correlates it to the time the idea that Caesarion, the son of Jesus, or the son of
Caesar and Cleopatra didn't die at an early age, and that was covered up. And Caesarean was actually Jesus, the one that went to the Tibetan. Yeah, and then he came back, and then he married his half sister, which would have been Cleopatra Selene, and Selene with the prefix Magda would have been Magdalene, and Magda. So that it would be like his half brother, and was, I guess, James or the other, I forget the name, but anyway, so he had a half brother. That would explain that if he was married his half sister, and then it goes on. It goes on to talk about the bust of Cleopatra Selene matches the bust, the head of the Statue of Liberty. So, and there's also been, if you look at the Statue of Liberty from the side, you can see that she looks pregnant, and therefore, if the Statue of Liberty is supposed to be Selene, and she's pregnant, then she would therefore represent the lineage of the Holy Roman Empire at the shore of America, as a way of welcoming it.
Yeah, but that would also imply that the French person knew all this story.
Yeah, I didn't get to finish my little story a minute ago.
Oh, sorry.
So there's a basically the Greek translation of the Old Testament called the Septuagint, right?
Right.
If you read some of the miracles, I think it was Elijah in one of the King's books, the wording of those miracles in Greek matches really, really tightly with some of the miracles that Jesus does in the New Testament Greek. So there was, that's one reason to dismiss
Those
some of the miracles. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, this is a personal, and I honestly, I have, like I said, but part of the interest in me believing that is because the screenplay I was writing, I don't want to give too much away or bore you guys or whatever, but I was putting it in the perspective of his apostles, and as the viewer, I'm trying to imply not so much that they were aware of this, but you can imagine if they were tricks, like the water to wine were a trick, right? It would be more apparent to them than to regular onlookers, but also might not be entirely known to them. Like I wrote something like, it was like where he did it one time, the water to wine thing, but then one of the apostles was about to drink it, and then another apostle told him like not to drink it. He's like, yeah, don't drink that.
It's red food coloring, man.
Well, no, actually, it's iodine. Because you can do this trick with iodine, and so that's a really easy trick to do. And if you know the chemistry, or you learned it or whatever, you could have easily fooled somebody. I'm sure for a long time, things that were later or now today used as magic tricks were probably for a long time used to fool people into thinking that they were really doing something like that.
Yeah, my girlfriend just told me about one yesterday, which was the asbestos in a cloak, so they could be like, I am immune to fire. And they would have a cloak that, because it has asbestos in it, wouldn't burn. And it's like, oh yeah, that's pretty
You
good.
die there, right? And then you die later.
Yeah, but that takes a long time. After you've, in the meantime, you've fleeced a lot of motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Shit, I better cook some
What
dinner.
do you guys think of biblical contradictions?
Well, yeah, I mean that's
Heathen, get him, boys.
those are the obvious reasons to discard it, of course. But I think like my personal belief is that even Eastern and just all different biblical scriptures from different religions, I think they're all based on some aspects of truth and are distorted through the flaws of men, of course.
What do you think about the man walking on the moon being a lot like the miracle of Jesus walking on water?
I don't think it's anything
modern myth.
I don't think it's in the same ballpark.
Have you guys already mentioned that the metaphor of Jesus as the sun, and how the sun goes across the water, walking on water?
Are you conflating two English words with Aramaic and Hebrew and Greek.
I think that's a huge.
No, I'm just saying that that's an idea. I think it was brought up in Zeitgeist.
Yeah, I know, but again, it's conflating two words in English, which didn't exist at the time. That was calling him the Son of God.
Oh, you mean son and son, the S-U-N and S-O-N?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's one of the things that may be a stretch. It's not even necessary to relate some of the metaphors to the sun, though, as far as some of the things go, from what I picked up on. But yeah, the whole idea of man walking on the moon with Jesus walking on water is a pretty strong idea when you think about it.
Well, it was crazy.
Creating a modern myth.
Well, yeah, but in the myth of really anything about Jesus, like I said, I believe that those tricks were based on actual witness actual tricks, and not so much miracles or not so much things that didn't happen. But regardless, they were written, quite some time after they occurred, and they were written after they were spoken, and then obviously recorded later than that. Whereas the moon landing was videotaped, and people witnessed it like happening in real time that are still alive. Even one of the people, or the two of the people who did it are still alive. So it's like
right, but it could still be a trick. That's the whole point.
Yes, yeah.
David Copperfield made a plane disappear in front of people.
We made the Statue of Liberty disappear.
The thing is, as a magician,
rotate the platform. I thought you just rotated the platform.
Exactly, yeah. Like, as someone who does magic, that's the first thing I do, and that's why I like Penn and Teller's show Fool Us. Is I like to watch other people's tricks, and really, the one thing is you got to see that they did this thing, and you got to really figure out how they could have done this using possible, realistic reality, right?
Yeah, and it's them as judges, so it's even harder because they know the tricks.
Right. Yeah. So when it comes to things that you are claiming are fake, I do the same thing, right? I try to see how could they do this and do this, but it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. You find that they couldn't have faked certain things, right?
Close-up magic on that show when it fools Teller. It's pretty impressive. Because
Shin
they
Lim.
know all the tricks. They know all the tools, not all of them, obviously, because sometimes they get fooled. But yeah, that close-up magic when they know what to look for, and the sleight of hand and all that sort of stuff, and you can get it past, these two people that obviously are at the top of their game. Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Oh yeah, of course.
All right, ready, Chuck?
Because a lot of that's a big deal in magic. Because obviously in magic, you can teach. First of all, I think it's a crime. It's criminal to tell people how a trick is done. Like that one dude who has that show. So I'm gonna show you how every fucking trick's ever done. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. But at the same time, it's kind of like comedy. Like you can write comedy for other people, and if someone steals your joke, it's basically it's a crime amongst comedians. You know what I mean? Not like a real crime, but it's the same with magic, except for you can't steal somebody's trick unless you know how it's done. But yeah, it's worth a lot. Coming up with new tricks and shit like that. So a lot of the guys who go on that show are dudes who actually create tricks for other people, even.
Yeah, there's some fellow on that Penn and Teller show that's been there at least twice, maybe 3 times, and he's actually made or produced magic tricks specially for them.
Oh yeah. It's worth a lot of money. Like it's just like writing. Like people, you can get a job just creating tricks. Yeah. I've invented a couple of tricks, but it's really embarrassing. My girlfriend will sometimes introduce me as like doing magic, like as a magician. She's like, "Oh, he's a magician too." I'm like, "No, don't tell people that. Like, don't ever tell anybody that ever." She told that to her. We went to the Super Bowl party, and she introduced me in that way to someone. I was like, "Don't do that, please." I used to really like doing magic. Just don't really do it much anymore. Oh yeah, last thing I'll say about the Jesus thing, Rihif, and this is going to be blasphemous. I have to warn people of this because it will be blasphemous. But and I was flirting with doing this in that screenplay I was telling you about, but it's also an idea that I think is kind of funny and could be true. But imagine this character if he was this person who, even though he was a good guy, he wasn't a con man or something, but he did do tricks. Like these were some magic tricks. His last trick, like when he came back to life 2 days later.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he because if you think about it, the only reason they knew it was him was because Judas had kissed him and identify him, but they didn't even know what he looked like. I'm sure some people did, but yes, I was just writing that he had like a resemblance to Judas, and it's actually he or somebody else actually kisses Judas, and it's Judas who's killed in this horrible way. And then he comes back, and he's like at his own funeral, like that wake, like at his grave 2 days later, and he's spotted basically. But yeah, no one does this trick in reality because you have to kill somebody to do it. But but there's tricks that are somewhat like this.
Yeah.
It's done all the time, actually.
Put the kids to bed or not?
But you said you don't believe that any of them were actual tricks. You don't think that any of that even happened. It was just kind of exaggerations.
No, like I said, first of all, reading the Gospels side by side is fascinating, and you see what was added and what was taken away. Like one of the big contradictions, right? Probably the biggest contradiction I think in the Bible is so after the crucifixion, you have Matthew. So Matthew 28 verses 9 and 10. Right, so you know how Mark ends. Mark ends with the women leaving the tomb, telling nobody because they were afraid, and then Matthew comes along and has to add some post-resurrection appearances. So on the way back from the tomb, Mary and someone else on the way back see Jesus, resurrected, and Jesus says, "Go and meet me in Galilee." Right, on the way back from the tomb, Mary sees Jesus. Okay, if you go to John's Gospel, John chapter 20, right, you have Mary goes to the tomb, sees that the rock has been rolled away or whatever, and then goes back and gets Peter and John, right? And then at least those three go back to the tomb, and Peter and John go inside and whatever else, right? But Mary has gone from the tomb back to the disciples and then back to the tomb. All right. If you match that with Matthew's Gospel, Mary has already seen Jesus on the way back from the tomb the first time.
Right.
But in John chapter 20, I don't know, after she gets back to the tomb, she asks the gardener, where did the body go? Like, where's this body of this dead guy? Which clearly means she hasn't seen a risen Jesus. That is by far the biggest contradiction in the resurrection narrative.
Wait, who says that to the gardeners?
Mary does. Mary goes, "Where have you put the body?"
Right. So claiming. Oh, I see. Right. So, so that would be indicating that she did not see him risen and not there because she still thinks he's dead in the ground.
Yes. Yeah.
Right, okay.
I'll dig up the verses actually. Hold on, give me a minute. Give me a minute, and I'll read them out to you.
What version do you?
I try and read a multiple. Like if I'm looking for the actual meaning of it. I'll read most of it, like most versions.
Yeah.
Like my default was just NIV usually.
Yeah, as I say, NIV. That's same here. I feel for New Testament stuff, it's at least less changed. Like the New King James was this changed one.
Just difficult to read. Let me read out Matthew 28. So after the Sabbath at dawn on the first day of the week, Mary Magdalene and the other Mary went to look at the tomb. There was an earthquake. The stone was rolled away. Guards, blah, blah, blah. The angel said, don't be afraid. I know you're looking for Jesus who was crucified. He has risen. Go and tell his disciples. All right, so verse 8. So the women hurried away from the tomb, afraid. So that's where Mark chapter 16, 8 ends, right? So Mark goes, so the women hurried away from the tomb and they were afraid and they told no one. Matthew comes along. The women hurried away from the tomb, afraid, yet filled with joy, and ran to tell his disciples. Suddenly Jesus met them. Greetings, he says. They came to him, clasped his feet, and worshipped him. Then Jesus said to them, do not be afraid. Go and tell my brothers to go to Galilee. There they will see me. So they've left the tomb on the way to talk to the disciples about Jesus being risen.
Right.
And then John chapter 20. Early on the first day of the week, while it was still dark, Mary Magdalene went to the tomb and saw that the stone had been removed from the entrance. So she came running to Simon Peter and the other disciple, the one who Jesus loved, and said, they have taken the Lord out of the tomb and we don't know where they have put him. So Peter and the other disciple started for the tomb. Both were running, but the other disciple outran Peter and reached the tomb first. He bent over, looked at the strips, blah, blah, blah. Then Simon Peter, blah, blah, blah. Then the disciples went back to where they were staying. Verse 11. Now Mary stood outside the tomb crying. As she wept, she bent over to look into the tomb and saw two angels in white seated where Jesus' body had been, one at the head and other at the foot. They asked her, woman, why are you crying? And they said, they have taken my Lord away, she said, and I don't know where they have put him. At this, she turned around and saw Jesus standing there, but she did not realize that it was Jesus. He asked her, woman, why are you crying? Who is it you're looking for? Thinking he was the gardener, she said, sir, if you have carried him away, tell me where you have put him and I will get him. And then he reveals himself as Jesus. So Mary's state of mind there is clearly that Jesus is dead and not resurrected. But in Matthew, she has already seen the resurrected Jesus. Massive contradiction.
Is that possible that that experience that you read from John 20 with the gardener, this is before she went and got them, like before they left or whatever? Does that make sense? I guess
no, you got to read. You got to read John. Yeah. I cannot propose. I mean, unless you got them running back and forth. Yeah, you just can't propose an actual chain of events that matches either or matches back to it.
Fair enough. That's interesting. Yeah, because I mean, I like the NIV version, but most recently I've just been, because I've read over and over the Jefferson Bible, because I told you, like, actually the screenplay I was writing is actually it's almost an adaptation of the Jefferson Bible. So I've listened to it and read it a couple times, and obviously it doesn't even describe the apostles. So it's written in a way in which it's there's no narrator, or there's no narrator. Basically, it's just kind of just told. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's not difference in perspective.
This kind of thing. Yeah. The other thing that's really useful to do is read the books in order that they were written. So you've mostly got Paul at the start, right? Between 50 AD and 65, whatever. And then you go, Mark was next, and then Matthew or Luke, and then John, whatever, right? Reading that reading them in chronological order in which they were written is also enlightening. Seeing the progression of, you know, someone like Paul never mentions a miracle of Jesus outside being resurrected.
Right.
And even then, it's kind of, yeah, is it a bodily resurrection or not? It's kind of, you know, the miracles get more frequent and wilder as they sort of progress through the years when the books were written. So, you know, Mark says Jesus walked on water, but then Matthew goes, oh, Peter does as well, and Peter sank because he didn't. Like, there was a big, you know, theological message behind the whole parable, which again makes me think it's bullshit. Like, if the actual chain of events was Jesus walked on water and then Peter tried and failed, yes, Matthew.
Yeah.
Hang on. Yeah, if that was the actual event where Jesus did and Peter did not, you know, go and read that in Mark and see how much it just doesn't make sense that that's the story that was written. Like, it was clearly added. There was so much stuff added to Matthew. It's insane.
Yeah, I wrote that. I wrote these down because I'm trying to place the order. But yeah, I'll go back and look at them. Do you think it matters what version? Which version?
No, not really.
You know, it doesn't.
And there's blueletterbible.org where you can go and read the actual Greek or the Hebrew, actually.
Doesn't Peter get attacked by when Jesus is getting arrested? Does he get like arm chopped off or something?
Oh no, that's a random, isn't it? Some random in like Mark 14 or something, Mark 14, 15.
Oh, it's a random?
I think it's a random.
Oh,
the Last Supper, Gethsemane, Jesus arrested. Here we go. Mark 14, like 43-ish. There we go. Then one of those standing near drew his sword and struck the servant of the high priest, cutting off his ear. Yeah, this is when Judas kisses him.
Let me see. Hold on.
Oh, this. Sorry, one of my favorite, Matthew 27:50 something. Hold on. Let me. Yeah, so if you read like Mark 15 alongside Matthew 27, so the actual crucifixion. Let me bring up. Hold on. Mark 15. And 50. There we go. So the point at which Jesus dies.
Wait, never mind.
Mark.
Go ahead.
So when Jesus cries, so Mark 15:37, with a loud cry, Jesus breathed his last. The curtain of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom, and when the centurion who stood there in front of Jesus saw how he died, he said, "Surely this man was the Son of God." In Matthew 27, and when Jesus had cried out again in a loud voice, he gave up his spirit. That's Jesus dying. At that moment, the curtain of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom. Now, this part was inserted, right? The earth shook, the rocks split, and the tombs broke open. The bodies of many holy people who had died were raised to life. They came out of the tombs after Jesus' resurrection and went into the holy city and appeared to many. Now, that line, they came out of the tombs after Jesus' resurrection, I am certain was added because in one of Paul's letters, I think it's in 1 Corinthians, and it says explicitly Jesus is the first of the people to be resurrected. So this thing in Matthew was originally, Jesus died and like zombies were walking around, but they had to add this part after the resurrection. Like it just makes the whole chronology of that passage looks silly.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah, that makes sense. That's interesting. Yeah, the way that you've described it, like when you read it in context of the order it was written in, you do see it kind of getting more fantastic.
Yes,
and I
exactly.
misspoke. I didn't mean.
And theologically as well, Jesus becomes more and more godlike. Like there's more. Like if you were to make the claim that Jesus was God incarnate, you would struggle with Mark. You'd really struggle. You could do a fairly shitty job with Matthew and Luke, but John just basically comes straight out and says it. Like there's a progression of divinity
Right.
over the course of the Gospels. Yeah,
and that makes
like
sense.
I said, definitely recommend reading them, the Gospels in parallel, and all the books in the order that they were written.
That's interesting. That's actually good. Okay, so yeah, I get that. That's interesting. Yeah, I wrote down the order you told me too, so I'm gonna check that out. But yeah, because actually, this is crazy. Our first president, George Washington, something similar happened with him. It was actually it was just crazy. Actually, I remember learning this in history in college that like after he died, he was made a legend even while he was living, right? Like a lot of stuff he'd done is legendary. But in like the 10 year after he died, like there was a 10-year period where he was made, posthumous, whatever you call that, after death, made to be like he was a god. Yeah, he was like godlike. He was expressed this way. I guess it's kind of a common thing too, though. I mean, it's just like when you're revering someone's life, someone who's important, you kind of just it gets more fantastical, as time goes on.
Yeah. All right, I'm getting hassled to go to bed, aren't I, buddy? Are we going to bed? Yeah. All right, Monkey. We should go to bed. I think it's 8:30. He didn't drink his fucking. I'm sorry. He didn't drink his bloody chocolate milk with his medication in it. He's not going to sleep. You ready? Yeah. Let's go to bed, buddy. All right. We shall see you guys later.
I see you, man. If who would have known, man? Who would have known? Man, actually, I think it's pretty cool that Brian Leakey's gonna attempt MC2's bullshit. And Don, supposedly it's in escrow, right? So Brian Leakey's actually going to attempt it. He even has a method and everything. To be honest with you, I'm kind of rooting for Brian Leakey as well, just because. Don't tell anybody this, but I'm not really a big fan of Mr. Toon. I'm not really a hater or anything either. I'm just not really fond of him, I guess. He's got a weird part. He's got a weird section on his website. What's it called? I don't know what it's called, but it's called like Sicko Flat Earthers, and it's like just a page of flat earthers who have like these disgusting crimes, and like links to their crimes and stuff. It's kind of gross. I don't really think that's necessary. I wouldn't say he's a stalker because of that, but let's just say I wouldn't have it on my website or my server or anything like that. It's not. I don't think it's information I'd be proud to share like that. I don't know. He's a Christian. I didn't know that. You know, I said that it's not something I would be proud to share. I said it, but I'm not. But what? I just got a warning status. What? Oh, because I typed in flurfs. I didn't type in flurfs. It said, come on, that's bullshit. What does warning status even mean? I just got warning status for posting this link. It's such bullshit. But I mean, I guess I kind of deserved it though, because like I said, it's not something I'm proud to share. But this is McTunes or MC Tunes sicko page.
Hello, is anybody there?
Scared the shit out of me.
Well, that's good. It's good to get a little jolt in your life.
Some cases, yeah. You sound familiar though. Did you used to have a different name?
GB Pilot?
Yeah, I remember you.
Yeah, that sounds like a negative connotation. I guess that's kind of like warranted, I guess.
No, you're all right. I'm not very fond of many Canadians, so.
You're not very fond of many Canadians. That sounds kind of like you're profiling Canadians rather than saying, hey, he's human.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of humans.
Or
There's a lot of
human.
humans I don't like too. You know.
I don't like to be recognized as a Canadian, by the way.
Oh well, then you know what? Let's start over. I'll think of you as GB. To be honest with you, I can't remember. I think you used to be. You think I used to be fond of you. I can't remember. I think if I remember correctly.
No, we had a good chat at least one time, but you know, I kind of blew it where I kind of said a lot of shit on the server here that I got kind of lost my privileges.
Yeah, because I remember correctly. You have some. There's something. I think you have some. Because you're not a flat earther, right? But you do have some.
I don't have any interest towards a flat Earth or round Earth. I actually have more of an interest towards. Hold on, actually, I have to let you go because I got a friend that I haven't talked to in a while.
Yeah. Tend to that, my friend.
But hey, I'd love to have a chat with you, and if you can add me as a friend, because I think I ran into you before, and if you can talk to me,
Yeah.
I think you're a good guy. I hope you don't view me as like that typical Canadian.
Well, no,
Anyway, talk later.
You moved up. Yeah, enjoy, man. Yeah, so he's a good Canadian. Canadians and Australians, man. Sometimes you can't tell right away, right?
Kosho's adding to his friends list. Damn.
Sometimes you gotta vet people, man.
You gotta vet them.
Yeah, Canadians and Australians at least, yeah. Goes without saying.
What happened? It's dying a bit in here.
Yeah, me and Ruth were talking about religion too long.
Oh,
Talking about
too long. Damn, you killed the room, Kosho. Damn.
In the Bible, were there two Marys, Kosho? Was there a Mary and a Mary Magdalene?
Oh yeah, his mother's name is Mary. I'm sure there are more.
So maybe that's where the little bit of confusion with that story sort of crossed.
Oh yeah, possibly. I wasn't aware of that thing with Ruth. Sounds like he's gone over some of those contradictions in detail. So.
Oh, can't believe that Rui's read the Bible 3 times. That's crazy.
Well, I've read it a bunch. I've actually read it in multiple languages too. But I never. I used to read the Torah more so than the New Testament. I didn't used to. I used to think the New Testament was kind of boring. But I like the Jefferson version of it. And since then, I've read a few more.
How many different languages can you read?
Well, at one. Okay, so this is not even a joke. But when I was growing up, I learned Latin, right? And so I've read part of the Bible in Latin, and the Torah I learned as an adult. Hebrew I learned as an adult, and so I've read the Torah almost completely in Hebrew, and yeah, I've even read some of the Quran in Arabic, but I was never really been into the Quran.
So was that your parents' influence with the learning Latin, or was that something you did under your own undertaking?
Yeah, that's my mom's because I was homeschooled in high school, and before for the first couple of weeks, my mom acted like I was going to have a curriculum, so like I had Latin, and then she stopped after a couple of weeks, but I continued.
Nice. Actually, remember going to church back in the day when I was younger, when they still used to hold it in Latin.
Yeah.
Yeah, before they converted to English. Yeah.
Well, Latin and Hebrew were both dead languages. Hebrew is not a dead language anymore, but even throughout the centuries, when they were both dead languages, they were both still. That's how the languages survived. Is the Latin survived uh, the Roman Catholic Church. I actually was just watching something because I remember the story you told me when you learned that the Catholic Church was really rich. I just watched a video about that today, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they got a lot of money. And Australia, I think they said that they were worth 30 billion, and it said that there was I can't remember. I think it's at 5 million. I don't know. I can't remember how many Australian Catholics it said there were, but it was basically saying that if you do the math, the number of Australian Catholics and the worth of the Catholic Church in Australia says that for every one of its members in Australia, each one on average must have donated $5,000.
Really?
Yeah.
They're crazy, crazy rich, Kosho. Excuse me. Hold on, I'll fix this.
And they have their own banking system and all that.
Yeah, they're crazy rich, Kosho. That's why, and I don't know. That's why I just find it so such a hypocritical kind of religion when they say they're for the people and they have all this money behind them, but little old ladies still have to go out and conduct all these fates and charity runs to try and for the money, to do what they need to be doing. I just don't like it.
Well, yeah, I mean, they really don't need the money, but they claim they do. But it said if you do, it's that video I saw. It basically broke down the Australian net worth, and then extended that out to England, the U.S., Canada, and Australia, and based that like if that amount was true in all four of those countries, then their worth in at least those four countries should be 2 trillion, over 2 trillion. And it was saying that if that's true, then what was it? Yeah, I was saying if that's true, then they are making, and if they're making just 3% a year on that, which they could be making much more, then they're profiting. They're pocketing 60 billion a year, just based on having that money.
Interest.
Yeah, the interest, whatever. I mean, that's just a prediction. I mean, they could be making 10%, whatever. And yeah, and that's tax free and just profit basically.
It's an insane amount of money, really. It's insane.
Sure. Are there a lot of Catholics in Australia, like that you know of? Like, I guess, I don't know. I guess you were in a Catholic communities.
Well, a lot. I'm not really too sure a lot, but obviously I was brought up in that realm. So, and the church that I went to was fairly large. The parish was fairly large. So, but I would say there's a fair percentage. What that would be, 5%, 10%, perhaps.
Not a lot of Jews, I assume. You meet a lot of Jews in Australia?
I used to met quite a few personally around Richmond, especially. There is quite a few.
Where?
Richmond, which is a suburb of Melbourne. Yeah, you know, there's quite a few of them.
I told you, man. I like the Indians. I got Indian friends and everything. But there's a lot of people who have like this fear of Jews almost. They think Jews are just evil overlords of the world, maybe. And they talk.
Really?
They say bad things about them. It's true that there's a lot of Jews in power, and they have a lot of presence and powerful industries. But I think I predict. I mean, that we're going to see a similar thing in the next century uh, with more Indian presence. We're going to see a lot more Indians in a lot of places you're not used to seeing them. Uh, so much so that it's going to be blatantly apparent. And I think that especially in the Western world, America and stuff, uh, you'll have the same sort of theories or whatever. Like, oh, Indians really
Yeah.
run the world.
But, you know, I'm sure, you know, there are Jewish people in very high places, but I don't like the overall blanketing statement goes alongside that.
What do you mean?
Oh yeah, it's like the Jews are the problem for everything,
Oh
basically.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean by that.
Yeah,
I
and it's
think,
first.
I think it's
The fear is for a similar reason. I mean, they have a lot in common. I'm saying these two peoples because for a long time, people had these same sort of claims about Jewish people, but it's because for 2,000 years, while they were living in other people's communities and cultures, they didn't adopt their cultures, right? They you know, I don't know if you have a Chinatown over there. You probably have Chinatown.
yes.
Yeah, we have Chinatowns here in New York and stuff. But that was very much that was a very common thing for Jewish people to do is to not adopt the cultures of the places they moved, and they would keep their Hebrew while they were teaching their kids to read and write. Not a lot of kids knew how to read and write and stuff. And they would marry other Jews and shit like that. So obviously, you do this enough, people start to have some sort of disdain or fear, because you're not really acclimating with the rest of the society. So those sort of fears just kind of fester.
I got I got banned from McToon's channel one day, or maybe it wasn't a very tasteful thing, but I asked him whether or not he enjoyed collecting all his shekels, and he banned me. Well, that was a little harsh.
Wait, who did?
McToon.
Oh wow,
Banned me. Yeah, he
is
banned
he
me.
Jewish?
I got no idea. I got
Oh yeah,
no idea.
I think John was saying he was Christian, but yeah, like, he's probably assumed you were. He's like, oh, just another conspiracy theorist, anti-Jew, because there is a lot, because I believe in a lot of conspiracy theories, and it is true. Some of them are based on truth. Like, I think that Israel has a lot more to do with 9/11 uh, than anybody would like to admit, but it's not based on anti-Semitism. It's based on the evidence and shit like that. And that's not an anti-Jewish thing. That's specifically an Israel, which is a country. So
I was just being a smart ass, but anyway, I thought it was a bit harsh that he actually banned me for it.
like I said, I'm not the biggest McToon fan, so
Oh, you're not?
not really.
Why
I
that?
think he's all right, but I'm just not that fond of him. You know, I don't not dislike him. I just don't really
like him.
Like I said, I posted a link from his site. He's got a weird thing in his website where he has like, what he calls it. What does he call it? Let me find it again. It's called. Well, the link is actually says flirts that mess with minors, but it's just weird. He just has a link. He has a site. He has a channel or a page on his website where he like lists those dudes. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, it's just weird. Like it's wrong that those guys diddled kids, of course, but it's also
Yeah.
it's not really. I find it bizarre that he needs to share that or whatever on his site.
Yes.
I said that right before I shared it too on here, but I was just sharing it because I was just showing that he has that page. But I got a fucking 30-minute warning when I posted it. I think because it has the word flirts in it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, what does that mean? 30-minute warning.
Bot picked you up or something, did it?
Yeah, they give me like this big fucking warning thing. What does that mean?
Oh, it just means you can't use certain words and stuff.
Yeah, but what I
Actually,
mean,
I don't know too much about the bot, to be quite honest with you. Kosho, I know it's been programmed to pick up certain words, and stuff.
all right.
I think it's the only bot that's on the site.
Yeah, I keep saying you guys need to adopt my bot, but I got a feeling that'll never happen. There's like a paranoia sort of thing, not saying Geo has, but I'm just saying with around the whole community, and it's kind of fair because it is true that if you don't trust, you know, if you're not, it's not 100% trusted, then somebody could do something malicious with a bot. But I would never do that.
I think with Don Geo, Asylum, wasn't it a bot that was responsible for banning everyone over there? And
Oh wow.
yeah, I think a bot went rogue or someone got access to the bot. I don't actually really know, but I heard it was a bot that.
To be fair, I think that's just their
involved
guess,
in-
but still behind it, what they think is ultimately a human did. A human brought in a bot and made it run a command that banned everybody from the server, is what they think.
This just happened?
Yeah, a little
About
while ago.
a week and a half, 2 weeks ago.
Damn.
Yeah.
They must have invited a bunch of bots then, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
You gotta be careful who you give permissions to, yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, you know, I have all those permissions in gems, and then the bot has more permissions than I do, and you know, I don't do anything like that. So
I don't know if they control everything. They can all.
I mean, you can limit its you can limit its permissions. So you know.
Bill Gates and the Clintons, are they Jewish by any chance?
No, not at all.
No, there hasn't been.
What
I think
about
every single US
Soros?
president until Kennedy was Protestant, weren't they? They were a single group of Christians, and now they're still always just Christians, but they're from a diversifying sect of them.
Claiming to be.
What about people like Soros, the Rockefellers, and the Rothschilds? Are they Jewish?
They're Jewish. Yeah.
Rothschilds are Jewish. The Rockefellers aren't.
I mean, there's no
Rockefellers
doubting
aren't.
that Jews hugely overrepresent success in society. I don't think anybody sane would suggest that, and that's why I think people who don't get or talk to conspiracy theorists don't get it. That like conspiracy theories do, many of them end up being saying some pretty fucked up shit about Jews, right? But like they believe in a cabal, like a genetic lineage cabal of people who are in control of media and government and science who are lying to us. Necessarily, if you look at those groups, they are going to be overrepresented by Jews. Like Ashkenazi Jews represent, I think, what is it? There's a bunch of really interesting stats about Ashkenazi Jews, which is like they are in the very top percentiles of people. They are like hugely overrepresented. And in the number of like Nobel Prize winners, they're overrepresented.
Nobel Prize winners, Pulitzer Prize winners, the media, banking industry, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, specific sect of Jews, which could be all helping one another out. I think it also could be indicative that maybe there's something that makes them better than us.
Well, you guys know how copper wire was invented, don't you?
No.
Two Jews fighting over a penny.
That's fine. You know, this is true though. So yeah, the theory, like what Eggshells was saying, like I said, if in the Middle Ages, in the Western world, I guess we're all, even Australians in that time were part of Europe and the Western world too. So yeah, at this time, it wasn't very common for people to know how to read. Like there wasn't that many educated people in the Western world. I mean, Western Europe, I'm talking about. Like, very Western. Most of the learned people were in the East at this time. Regardless, like I was saying before, the Jews, they were in their own communities, and it was up to them to conserve their faith, and so they were in the practice of teaching their kids to read and write when most adults didn't even know how to do that. So it's possible that, but the theory is, that they just have a tradition of expectation of this sort of excelling, so that in the 20th century and stuff, I guess other cultures were in the 19th century as well. Other cultures were starting to put their kids in school and stuff like that, but the Jewish people were already in the practice of educating their kids at all throughout their lives and stuff. So that's what a lot of people believe, that's why they have a tradition of putting them into sectors like medicine and law and all that kind of stuff.
Be interesting to see, say, in 50 to 100 years' time, how that power shift with money, if it or can it change with the way the Asian sect is moving along now. The Chinese and the Indians are making great gains. The Chinese looking at making their trading alliances, and then being the central part of that with the BRICS alliance. They're making great gains as far as trading partners are concerned. So it will be interesting with the current system in place, with say the pyramid of money and power that is very evident out there. How that will change, and can the Asian countries actually break into those top tiers and have any influence over it?
I told you I was watching that video. It's like a YouTube video. It shows like these charts and graphs and lists. It's like the country with the most billionaires over time, and like it goes through the years. And if you look at just the past 10 years, like we were winning by a lot for a long time, except for like the past 10 years, the Chinese have I think they have almost as much as we do now, and they've gained almost all of them in the past, like I said, 5 to 10 years, in an extremely quick succession. So their entire economy is growing very quickly, so quickly that if you look at the rate at which it's gotten to, it looks like at that rate they're going to surpass us in a couple of years, next year or two.
I think more the Chinese than the Indians, because while the Indians are doing quite well, they've got the caste system, and I just don't see how they can win with that happening, because like you've got to. So I lived there for many years, and I'm going to feel so racist saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. When I first got there, I was like, there are definitely some incredibly sharp people here, like really sharp, smart people, some of them, but there's a billion people there, right? So not all of them are sharp and smart. And I would look at some of the dumb people and I would be like, am I just thinking you're dumb because I don't understand your culture? And in fact, if I got to learn your language, I would find that you've got a deep, rich and interesting life, and you have profound thoughts about the world and stuff. And I'm like, I should think that about somebody, even though they look, because they'll sit there and just stare. Like you'll change your tire at the side of the road, and 30 people, I shit you not, 30 people stand around you in a perfect circle and stare for like 2 hours if need be. Passing comments and stuff, like calling their friends over. Like it's like, and you're like, how can you just stare? And some of it is, it's just something interesting happening, obviously. But I would be like, some of it seems really dumb. And then I got to learn Hindi, and I was like, oh, some people did surprise me. But some people, no, they were just exactly as dumb as I thought they were going to be, because they've had generations, thousands upon thousands of years. They have deliberately bred the dumbest people with the dumbest people and then refused to educate them, right? And if IQ, as it's said to be, is half inherited, half gained, then you've hit both sides, where you've gone, both your parents were dumb and they didn't select because they were smart and competing well. Like they're the Dalits, right? They clean poo. Literally, they clean poo. If your sewers get blocked, no shit, a Dalit swims in the shit to unblock it. I can show you a video if you want. It's not uncommon.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
That's interesting though. What you're saying though is
You cannot have a country like the middle class will go bonkers on the back of these Dalits and lower caste people, but you can't look at the number of people in the same way. I guess the same is true actually of China, where there is a very rich people. I met some uber rich people in the cities, but yeah, once you go out to the country, you're like, oh no, it's pretty simple out here too. It's just it's not as densely packed, and it's so much more developed in China.
So what would you say was the Indian ratio, and also because actually I heard White's word. He had his theory about that, and it sounds kind of like what you said. But he said the reason why people think Indians are so smart is because the ones that actually have traveled from India to the Western world, they actually are smart. Those are the smarter ones, and
selection bias.
You saying something like that?
Yeah, if you're a rich family, what you'll do is you'll send your kid overseas, and then they'll come back and they'll be like called ABCs, and it's like American born ABI or whatever you call it, like, and it's like a cool thing that you boast about. That how sort of cultured your kid is, how not Indian they are. Even like to say Gora is to be. I was a Gora. My name on Reddit to talk about this was Bollywood Gora, and Gora just means white man. But the word for attractive woman is Gori. Tum Gori lagti ho yaar, is how you say like you look like you're a beautiful girl, and beautiful girl you just say white girl. Gori is just a feminine word for Gora, which is what I am, which is not a compliment.
It's like kind of like a pretty boy.
Dropped a video for you riding that you may or may not be interested in. And if you are, watch it. Like he goes for an hour, and I know you don't like these things, but
no. We've got it's about rapport. It's about rapport. Like to say, hey, check this out, I think is great. Yeah, tell me about it.
Well, it's just about the pyramid of power and how everything is structured. And this guy seems to lay it out in a very succinct and a very chronological order. how these investment companies own everything. Like, we think that, for argument's sake, that Coca-Cola and Pepsi are arch enemies, but they're actually the same company, or Holden and Ford, or media companies, from our mining to our refinement of metals, to where that metal goes into things, to the fuel, all owned by pretty much the same investment firms. And then who owns these investment firms? At the top of the pyramid tree are some very well-known families, and it's just an interesting thing that I suppose feeds into the whole conspiracy theorists' way of thinking about things, I suppose. But I was saying, we were talking before, Jews run the world type of thing. Well, I don't think it quite actually says that. But I think it's a good good watch. I enjoyed it, actually. Like I said, it goes for about an hour. You can watch it double speed and still get the same impact. It's not too quick, but just have a, as Jin would say, riding at your leisure. At your leisure, have a look at it and just give me your feedback on what
That
you
was
think.
better than Jin's videos, though. I think
And,
I've seen a lot of Jin's videos, man.
and,
I've been bit by it.
and Bansor, do you get the McDonald's Monopoly game? Do they do that over in Australia?
Did you see that documentary?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that a couple of days ago. Actually, that was crazy.
The one I just posted, show.
No, I saw McDonald. There's a HBO McDonald's Monopoly documentary. It's pretty good.
Oh yeah, no, I haven't seen that. I was just mentioning how McDonald's actually have a promotion where you can go and get free like fries and cheap stuff and meals. They play Monopoly. I don't know if you have that in the States, do you?
Yeah, the Monopoly game. Yeah, McDonald's. You're saying? Yeah.
McDonald's Monopoly. Yeah.
Yeah, you can win $1 million. You can win other stuff. But yeah, there's a documentary that shows how this dude rigged it for like fucking 20 years.
We have, I don't know over there, Kosho or Carlos, but we have things like Milo cricket and Oz kick, which are junior forms of sport, right, for kids to get out there and get involved in sport, which is absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Get the kids out there, get them running around, get them fit and all that sort of stuff. As a reward, right, hand out McDonald's vouchers, which I just think is absolutely ironic